This has to be one of the most magnificent and historic collection of sporting trophies anywhere in the globe. This one manufactured in 1825. They are truly beautiful. And this year, 3 new trophies join the collection. This is day 2 of Henley Royal Regatta. A very good morning wherever you are watching this around the world. Welcome to day 2 of Henley Royal Regatta. And yes, 3 new events at this year's regatta. 3 events for women's sculling. One for the students, the clubs and the juniors. And I've made the most of coming inside the stewards' enclosure nice and early. A new addition to the stewards' enclosure is this wonderful Nye Timber Routemaster bus. Isn't it a beauty? It's a great addition because Henley is as much about the rowing as it is about the atmosphere and setting on the riverbanks. Now, A.U.S.R Laverick joins me for a glass of champagne or English sparkling wine, nice and early. A.U.S R, you won 2 medals for Team GB in the sculling event, so how good is it that we've got these additional events this year here?
Well, it's brilliant that we are catching up with women taking part at Henley. When I was rowing, I'm a long time retired, when I was rowing we had the women's 8, the women's quad started during my career, and obviously the women's single had been running for a while, and that was our only options. And now for women to be able to race a full fleet of events is absolutely fantastic, because there's nothing quite like racing at Henley, and it's completely different from any other regatta that we ever have a chance to race at. And so it's brilliant that women now can be part of this historic event.
We're here on the banks next to this beautiful Nye Timber bus.
Yes.
And when you talk about there's nothing quite like Henley, what's that to do with the atmosphere and the setting here and in the stewards' enclosure?
The lovely thing about Henley is it covers whether you're racing or a competitor. It's a fantastic event because you get noise all the way down. I mean, we've raced at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon and we haven't even got through the first stroke before the noise starts, and it goes all the way down the course. So it's full of people who love watching rowing. But then equally, in the background, you've got all these beautiful things. You've got lots of nice places to eat, nice places to drink, enjoy, relax, the sunshine. So it's got both sides of it. But primarily, it's here for rowing and for the rowers. But it is a fantastic atmosphere, yeah.
When did you row here? And I want to get a sort of glimpse into what's the pressure like for these rowers, particularly at this time in the morning. You know, they've been out training, they're coming back in, and perhaps they've got sort of an early race, or what's it like? Or they've got to wait all day?
It's a different kind of racing. So the international scene and a lot of the races around the country are on 6 lanes, and this is obviously 2 lanes. So it's side by side, and you will have heard this time and time again. It's gladiatorial. You are there in a fight next to the crew, and anything can happen. We saw yesterday the Norwegians sadly hit the booms coming off the start. So you can't predict necessarily what the outcome's going to be. All you know is that you've got to prepare yourself for a fight and never give up the whole way down the track, because anything can happen. And that's what makes it, as well, from a racer's point of view, such a fantastic opportunity, because you can line up next to your heroes. They might be Olympic medalists and you might still be a club rower, or you get a chance to be there and mix it with these people, and yet anything can happen on the way down the track as long as you just give it 100%.
We had a brilliant day yesterday. I think cheers to a good day out on the water again today.
Thank you.
And let's remind ourselves of what a fab day 1 was. Well, there's plenty more to come today, from fiercely competitive club racing and top-class student crews to the junior athletes continuing to chase their Henley dreams. We'll have all the action, the stories and the atmosphere from another brilliant day here on the Thames. And what a day to be by the river. Absolutely beautiful one. Now, joining me is a man who's been part of Henley for many, many decades, Mike Sweeney, president of the Regatta. Mike, you became a steward in 1974, but when did you first come to Henley?
It must have been about 1960, rowing in the schoolboy, the Princess Elizabeth. I think we raced twice, beaten twice in the first round, but I got the bug.
There have been many changes to Henley, but it's also important to maintain those wonderful traditions. How do you find that balance?
It's a very difficult balance, but I think we're really good at it. We maintain the traditions, we maintain the ambience of an English tea party in the steward's enclosure, but some fierce racing on the river with the crews nationally and internationally.
And when the final race is rowed on Sunday, how would you look back? What is a good Henley?
Oh, okay, great racing, great crowds and good weather, and ideally on Sunday the wind will come from the north-northeast, and we would have, with the quality of the crews we've got here, records.
I was going to say, let's touch on some of the crews here, because a huge international contingent, and that really does add to the whole Henley atmosphere. But what are you most looking forward to this year?
I think the top crews here this year, there's going to be some tremendous racing. I'm delighted to see we've got the British squad here. There's huge pressure with the Olympic qualification rearing its head, but we've got some super crews coming, and I'm looking forward. They had a great World Cup last weekend in Lucerne. I think we won 5 gold medals, so looking forward to the finals day.
Yeah, ultimate sporting rivalry, wonderful top-class sport on the water, but off the water, people who've never been here, how would you describe this place?
Unique, extraordinary. And the regatta has grown into, it's just so many different things at the same time. It's a national regatta, an international regatta. It's a place for reunions, anniversaries. It's a free-for-all. The King's Highway has to be kept open so everybody can come for free. So is the towpath for free, if you don't find too many people there. And of course, it is all a carnival. It's everything.
It certainly is. So many wonderful traditions, British style, but ultimately wonderful sport out on the river. The first race on day 2 is almost upon us, so let's hand over to our commentators. It is Sarah Cook alongside Tim Della.
Thank you very much, Ali. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Henley Royal Regatta. We're in our little commentary box here, floating at the finish line, and we're looking forward to a day of racing all the way through till 7:30 this evening. Sarah, it's always good to be on the finish line at Henley. It's a great view we've got from here, isn't it?
It is one of the most iconic views in the world of rowing, in the world of sport. Looking down this beautiful Henley stretch, you can see there the schedule of the racing coming up today. Day 2, it's going to be fast and furious. We've seen some real scalps taken on day 1. But you can see up first we have the Prince Albert, and away we go from there.
We've got the first Queen Victoria heat later on today as well. Lunch at 12:30. And then racing all the way through till 7:30 this evening. 80 races coming your way. And it all starts up at Temple Island. A couple of kilometres downstream from us. The Prince Albert Challenge Cup first on the water. And we've got the Dutch Orca on the Berkshire station, and Cambridge University there in shot. Nerve-wracking moments for Gil Dexter and Sean Hayes, you can see in the bow seat there. These are nerve-wracking moments. At the start of a day, it seems even more tense down there.
There's something about being that first race that really unleashes what is to follow for the rest of the day, for the next sort of 10 hours or so. We're going to see some incredible racing. You can see a great shot there into the boat. The bow in the Orca crew, you can see he's got his hand up, which is telling the umpire that they're not straight and ready yet. Once that hand comes down, the umpire will know that both crews are straight and ready to start.
Nice way to start the day if you're lying flat on the pontoon, holding the boat. Nice and slick. Great job, isn't that? Here we go then, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. And it's our first heat of day 2. And immediately you're watching the Dutch boat on the left of your picture there on the Berkshire station, Orca. Yeah, they came quite central briefly, but they're now back in line. And that's a pretty tidy start from both boats.
It is a great start there from both boats. We'd expect that with a coxed boat. The Prince Albert Challenge Cup, it is the student men's coxed fours. This was created in 2004 when the Britannia Cup was split into a club and a student event. But you can see a just slight advantage, I think, to the Dutch in this very early stage of the race. Algemeen Utrecht, Studenten Rovereniging Orca, Netherlands. We've got a great shot there looking at this crew on screen, but do not discount the men off to the right from Cambridge University. This is going to be a long race.
There are the Cambridge men who are knowing a quarter of a length perhaps to make up, but we're in the very early stages, aren't we, of this race. And they've moved well in that stroke seat for Cambridge. Milo Taylor into his 4th Henley. And they are actually just trailing by half a length now, aren't they? They've had a tough start, but we'll see how Cambridge can respond. It's psychologically, the Dutch are really putting down a mark here, aren't they, early, to get a length up and make good gradual progress here.
And it is difficult in the coxed fours because they are a heavier boat with the coxswain 55 kilos sitting in the bow. You can see the head of the cox just poking up on both boats behind the bow seat rower, and that means that the natural run that you would get on a 4-oared boat sort of you lose that speed quicker because you've got that additional weight in the boat. So you're really picking up quite a heavy load with every stroke. But that means that you don't have the same turn of speed that you might have in a straight 4 or coxless 4. So getting a lead like this early, tactically, is really important because it's very hard to make up.
Yeah, to turn round to the order of things. They're not quite as nimble, are they? So it will take a bit of effort as the Dutch continue to pour on the pressure. You can see Temple Island fading into the background now. Hambledon Valley. Green leaves of Hambledon Valley. It's the Dutch there. You mentioned the cox there. You've got in the Dutch boat. It's Marit Eridus, who you can see there perched behind the bow seat rower. It's a good view of the race, but if you're in the lead as a cox, you've got no idea where the boat behind is. So communication in those boats is pretty complex.
That's right. If you're in an 8, typically, well, an 8 is always a stern cox boat, so the coxswain has a really good view of what's happening. But in these bow cox boats in the 4, the coxswain is so far down, they have no way of seeing what the trailing crew is doing. So they're relying on good communication with the rowers to actually alert them to what's happening.
You can see in the stroke seat there, this is the Cambridge stroke seat, Alex Taylor and Milo Taylor in the stroke seat. He's talking, isn't he? He's trying to communicate with the rowers behind him, because even if the cox turns round, it would offset the balance of the boat a bit and wouldn't get a good view anyway. There you are, you get an idea of the extent of the lead for the Dutch boat now. So yeah, those cocks, they have to sit so still, don't they? If they start wiggling around and craning their necks trying to see what's going on in the other boat, it's going to throw the balance.
Yeah, that's right. The balance is really important. As we know, just the slightest change of weight in the boat can really throw it off. But this is interesting now. We can see that the Dutch, Orca, are starting to pay for that early lead. You see their coxswain, they're looking around because they would know that the Cambridge boat is starting to come, but they have no way to be able to see it. Yeah,
so this is Marit Eridus, who you saw there. It was a great shot. And he did look nervous, didn't he? I suppose he could sense that the Cambridge boat's coming back level. And no doubt the message has got back down the boat. There he is. Marit Eridus, the cox in the Dutch boat, and trying to have a sneaky look over to the right, but may not be that delighted when and they see that the Cambridge boat's almost back level now.
Yeah, look at the momentum with the Cambridge boat. Their rate is up, they're looking really fluid, whereas Orca really starting to labour. They went hard, as we said, tactically to try and take an early lead to shut down the race, but Cambridge patient, fluid. Look at how they're just moving through now.
Getting quite close together. There's another glance to the right. And Cox Eridus, third Henley Royal Regatta. And now Cambridge have crept into the lead, just. And if Cambridge hold on to this, then they've timed it well. They've kept their cool, haven't they? They've kept their composure, because they were 3/4 of a length down at one point.
They were, and this match style racing, it's really specific. It's so different to fleet racing, which we would see typically in international racing or across a lot of the domestic season. It's a really specific skill set, and you've got to have your tactics and your patience. And Cambridge would have known, okay, they're probably going to try and take us early. We stay composed, we stay in our rhythm, we get the work done through the middle of the race, and that's exactly what they've done. And you can see the fluidity of their oars, their stroke rate is up as they're starting to really take the advantage now. They're just going to shut this down.
So Cambridge now half a length clear, turning it right round in the middle section of the race, moving in front of Regatta and Stewards enclosure. They've got a firm grip on the race. So you can see Henley town centre in the background, St Mary's Church, and it's a busy place already on the bank of the Thames on the Berkshire side, occupied by the Dutch boat. And that's the Cambridge Cox, Alex Taylor. And he'll be telling the boat that they're just about there, just about through to the next round of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Last few strokes, and actually Cambridge have extended that lead, haven't they? A good performance. It would have taken something out of them, that's for sure. They've had to race flat out there until the last 100 yards of the race, but that was good from Cambridge.
It was a very composed race. As you say, they had to work, they didn't get it easy. I think Orca did exactly what you would do when you're up against a crew like that, which is they put themselves out there early. Unfortunately, not able to capitalise on that advantage.
7 minutes past 9 o'clock, and Cambridge already through, done their work. This is the Temple Challenge Cup, University of London on the Berkshire station, and Newcastle University A to the right on the Buck station. And where are the University of London boat heading here? Yep, they're okay. Meanders slightly to mid-river, but good powerful start from both boats. Berkshire Station, University of London. Minuscule lead, just up.
Yeah, locked together, and you can see the two coxswains in the boat. We were speaking about the bow cox boats in the Prince Albert, the race before, with the coxswains laying down in the bow. You can see in the eights, the coxswains are sitting up in the stern, so they have a really good vision of what's happening, not only in their boat, but in the boat alongside them as well.
Yeah, much better from all-round view, and being able to talk to the crew, and particularly to the stroke seat Chris Fry of London, and for the Newcastle boat it's Callum Sherwood. Good start from London, edging ahead.
In this event, the Temple Challenge Cup is the student men's eights. So same as the PA immediately before the student Cox fours, we're looking at the student eights now.
So this is how the race started. See that London have made a good start. Now we can head down the track and join this race live, and London still have an advantage. Got a nice steady rhythm going on there. Settled into the race well. The London boat in the purple. making it look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable row here for University of London. They're on the right-hand side of your screen there. You can see with what would be a clear water lead now.
A bit of experience in the University of London boat compared to Newcastle University. 26 combined previous appearances in the London boat there that you can see. In the bow seat there, Zach Zoreth, and he is on a Henley debut, but most of his crewmates have had previous Henley experience. And this is the Newcastle boat that you can see, and on the bow seat there, Freddie Cushion is in his second Henley.
Quite a big steering correction there. You can see it on screen for the Newcastle University A crew, sort of moving out into the centre of the lane and shifting back. No warning from the steward because the leading boat is clear at this point, but just a little wobble with that steering there, but back on their line now.
Something for the umpire to keep an eye on.
Exactly.
London, yeah, taking their time and reducing their rates and heading in front of the increasingly busy crowds on that Berkshire bank. Well done to University of London. Last few strokes for them. All that experience telling. Slightly older boat as well, 23, 22 years old, the majority of the London boat compared to the 19, 20-year-olds in the Newcastle boat. And the experience told there. University of London through in the Temple Challenge Cup, race 2 on our card today, beating Newcastle University, who are over the line now. So the Danesfield Challenge Cup, one of 3 women's quad events added to Henley. New for 2026, the Danesfield Challenge Cup. So what I will confidently predict is we'll probably get a record in this race.
It's fantastic to see the uptake on the 3 new women's quad events and the spectacular trophies. If you are coming to Henley Royal Regatta this week, go and have a look at the trophies, and in particular these 3 new women's trophies. They are just absolutely beautiful, but especially the Danesfield Challenge Cup. But we can see a great start here. These 2 crews battling it out in the early stage.
Yeah, Cantabrigian, the Cambridge-based club, half a length up. This is earlier in the race up near Temple Island. Let's go to mid-race now, and Cantabrigian still pouring on the pressure. We've got the Dutch Christiania Rock Club of Norway. So a new event for these women's crews. We've got 3 of them in total. Danesfield Challenge Cup.
But a young crew from Norway, Christiania Rock Club, early 20s, 21, 22. The eldest is Beatrice Vessel, 24 years of age in the bow seat, as compared to the experience in the Cantabrigian club, 35, 36, 26 and 48 years of age, Amanda Clarkson in the stroke seat.
Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely not.
Experience, yeah, that's quite a contrast, isn't it? See the Norway boats there. So the experience of Cantabrigian at the moment doing the job.
And Amanda Clarkson in the stroke seat. She's the Chief Operating Officer for NHS East Genonet Medicine Service at Cambridge University Hospitals. Extraordinary.
Yeah, National Health Service. Key workers. And has 2 children, so quite busy. So Cantabrigian a length up. Laura D'Urso in the bow seat. Then Diana Robinson, Abby Smith, who's on Henley debut, and Amanda Clarkson that you just mentioned, Sarah. Quite something to make a debut at Henley at in your mid-30s, isn't it, as Diana Robson's doing here.
But we're riding here with Christiania Rock Club from Norway, a club that's frequented the regatta, and great to see them supporting this new women's quad event.
Conditions-wise on the water, we got a little bit of a flutter of the flags on the Berkshire bank that you can see there. It looks, it's a lovely temperature, and that overriding factor. I know you were in Switzerland, in Lucerne at the weekend, where it was roasting hot. Last week here it was even warmer, and I'm told at the end of next week we're going to have another heat wave here in Henley. But for rowing and for Henley Royal Regatta, it's absolutely perfect, isn't it, temperature-wise?
It is. We are absolutely blessed with fantastic conditions here this year. It's there's a little bit of breeze yesterday, but nothing that the crews couldn't handle, but looking really amazing out here on the track at the moment. And we're in for a good day with great weather, which is not just important for the rowers, but for the spectators as well.
Yeah, it's really comfortable for all the spectators, which is a huge relief. You don't want to be sweltering in all your finery, in your blazers.
So the crew from Norway currently being led at this stage. They're moving back onto their lane. They're just a little steering correction. They were first in the Nordic Championship in the under-23 women's quad.
That little steering correction, it just takes some time out, doesn't it? It's put the brakes on effectively every time you have to steer. And whereas you look at what's going on in the Cantabrigian boat, it's been absolutely perfect. It ramrodded straight down the course all the way, haven't they?
Yeah, in these boats, one of the rowers will generally steer with their foot, so they'll have wires attached to a rudder, which allows them to steer. So obviously no coxswain in these boats, but generally in the bigger cox boats, you'll have a steering foot with one of the rowers.
So over the line go Cantabrigian Rowing Club in the Danesfield Challenge Cup. Drop their rate right down for the last 30 seconds. Because they know that they've beaten the boat from Norway, clear water, pretty comfortably in the end. The steering issues on the way down the Norway boat. Over the line they go now. Their week is over. Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. And on the Berkshire side of the water, it's TBC Racing, USA. And we've got St Edward's School, based up in Oxford. So a local boat against an international boat. And just watching what St Edward's School are up to. They've gone very central here, and the umpire, Sarah Winklis, having a close look at what's going on. Didn't have to intervene, which is good. They realised the error of their ways. St Edward's School and got themselves back onto the back side without any drama.
That is a huge lead at this stage as well. You can see they mean business. It's difficult, I think, for particularly the British crews who've been racing each other all season. They don't know what the standard of the international crews are going to be. So this crew from the USA that's racing over on the Bark station, they just wouldn't have known what to have expected from them. But I think the women in the Teddy's boat now starting to breathe into it and really relax into their stroke, and they look great.
So this is the St Edward's School boat, junior women's eights. Headington Sch, the course record. They won it last year, breaking their course record. St Edward's Sch, though, who are leading this one. from TBC Racing, which is a club, the main club, the primary club in Washington, D.C. And Catherine Granger yesterday suggested it was to be champions. Whether I was thinking it was to be confirmed. They haven't worked out a name yet. It's actually Thompson Boat Centre is what the TBC stands for. Thompson Boat Centre. They were founded in 1994. There they are. They may not be champions at Henley unless they can do something pretty miraculous in the next mile, because they've lost pace, haven't they, on St Edward's here, putting in a terrific shift.
Yeah, and we can see that St Edward's, also known as Teddy's, they've taken the rate right down. They're really looking very strong here, putting on a solid display. I mean, this is what you hope for when you're racing in these early rounds, that you get a more relaxed race.
Well, they've earned the right to have a more relaxed race, haven't they? They've done all the hard work up at Temple Island. Look, they've already reduced the rate. The cock's there. Sophia Thomas will be keeping a close eye over her left shoulder, just making sure that TBC Racing are where she thinks they are. Because there is a danger, I suppose, as a cock. Your worst nightmare and would be to drop the rate off so much, relax too much, and suddenly the race be open again.
Yeah, that's right. You have to know that you've definitely got the clearance so that the athletes don't start to get worried that a crew might be bearing down on them.
Because to presume to pick up again becomes very difficult, doesn't it? Once you've reduced the rate, to get the momentum and the energy back in the boat.
Yeah, and especially if the athletes become scared because they can see a boat coming. If the coxswain doesn't register it, then all of a sudden everyone starts going. Trying to command a boat of 8 people is not an easy task, but Sophia Thomas doing a great job here. She's fully in control. She's had some great experience. She actually stroked a quad at Nat Schools this year, so obviously a proficient rower as well as a coxswain.
Well, I don't think she's got it wrong at all here. She's made the right calls, and that Teddy's boat is nearly there. A couple more strokes and they'll be home and hose. The Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, our 4th race of the day. And they've dispatched TBC Racing from over in Washington, D.C. pretty comfortably there. Over the line they go. And here come the Americans now, beaten by the local boat from Oxford in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy.
Right, ground is coming down.
Attention! Go!
So, the Island Challenge Cup, Edinburgh University against Bath University. And away they go. It's a really important stage of the race. The early stage of the race. They have the advantage, these student women's 8s of a cock, so no excuses for the steering here. Both got it bang on, haven't they, the steering. And look how level this is. Could be a good one. Edinburgh just nipping ahead now at every stroke, but a little bit more power, haven't they, through the boat. Edinburgh with a good 100 metres there.
Yeah, early stage, hard, fast start here in the Berkshire Station for Edinburgh University A in the Island Challenge Cup. Obviously wanting to get this advantage early. I think Bath University A looking a little bit more composed, but just without the aggression.
And here's the umpire having to have a word with Bath University on the Buck side of the water. Getting them back over. You saw the white flag there being waved in the direction of the Buck station. And that's early in the race. Let's join the pictures down the track a little bit. This is live now, and it's been a very good start from Edinburgh University. That's a good lead they've got. Again, it was Bath who had the steering problem, went out into the middle, and it's Bath who trail, and it's not a coincidence, is it? The steering issues slow you down.
Yeah, that's right. And every time you steer, not only does it slow you down, but it also throws the balance off, so it can really unsettle the rowers and the rhythm as well.
And that's the physical balance, but also mentally it must be disturbing knowing that you've got issues going on in the boat, and not a huge amount, only the 8 can do about it. It's very distracting. So good length, possibly a bit of clear water at Edinburgh. Got a lot more experience previously at Henley in that Edinburgh boat compared to Bath.
They do. Edinburgh University, we frequently see down here supporting the event, a very strong program. Young crew, all of these athletes about 22 years of age. Maddie McGregor in the 3-seat, 19, is the youngest, but has 3 Henley appearances. So, as you say, some really strong pedigree and appearances here at the regatta.
Yeah, Bath only 6 combined appearances previously. This is the Edinburgh boat. You can see Charlotte Glasby in the bow seat, and up in the stroke seat, Maddie Fatani, James Dearden. You saw the Cox flash by there, and in the Bath boat, Phoebe Packman Cox in that Bath boat. There you are. Clemmy Adams going to work there for Bath in the blue and gold. Going to have to move quickly if they're to see off Edinburgh, who established that lead up near Temple Island and have extended it. This will be a bit of weariness, tiredness kicking in for both boats, I'm sure, here.
Yeah, some fight though coming from Bath University. They're really trying to get themselves back, but Edinburgh University, they have the look back now. It'll be hard for Bath, but this is a charge coming from Bath. They're not going to leave anything out there on the track. John Higson, the coach of this crew from Edinburgh University, hoping that the crew stays controlled, but we see Bath with a little bit of overlap, but it's going to be too little too late here at Edinburgh University with almost a length as they're coming down to the line.
Yeah, great fight from Bath at the end there. Have made it a race. Edinburgh University will be pleased that the finish line comes now, and in the end it was only half a length that Bath lost to Edinburgh by in that Island Challenge Cup. Really plucky fight, wasn't it, from Bath at the end of that. Up at Temple Island, it's the start of race 6 of Prince Albert Challenge Cup. And this is Massachusetts Institute of Technology, USA, on the Berkshire station. Oxford University B on the Buck station. Student coxed 4s. Oxford University, they've had the sharper start, slightly sharper out the blocks there.
Yes, we saw an earlier round of this Cambridge and Orca at the start of the day today, and of course we're back into the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. A lot of the student events underway today. We saw juniors racing yesterday, Junior Tuesday we call it, but really the student events starting to crank up today.
So that's the very early stages of this Prince Albert Challenge Cup race. Now here, look how tight it is mid-race now. This is the live action, and Massachusetts have got right back into it. Oxford University trying to respond.
You've got a huge entry from the international crews this year. I think about 75 boats from the USA, which is fantastic to see. MIT in the Buck station and Oxford University in the Buck station. It's still tight.
Yeah, they've responded to Oxford, haven't they? So they saw the threat from Massachusetts appearing, and they've obviously had enough in the tank to immediately respond and get back to a length up. Keeping a close eye, though. This race is far from over.
Yeah, we saw in the first round of this morning that Orca led out, but Cambridge were really patient and composed, and they came through in the second half of the race. It'll be interesting to see what unfolds here. Oxford looking very strong and together, but how much energy have they used in the first half of this race, and does MIT have something in the tank?
So Oxford University leading. Nearest to the camera there. In the bow seat, Dylan Schmidt, Evan Elbers, Carol Roman and Felix Gibbons. Cox, Jess Ward. Well, it's 4:30 in the morning. Just gone in Massachusetts. So good morning to our viewers over there. Up early to watch the action. Or friends and family are. So work to do for the Massachusetts boat.
A great shot there of the coxswain, Theodore Carman, coxing the MIT crew. Still fighting, looking across at Oxford, but Oxford have the rate up. They don't want to get caught here.
Oxford University still have a grip on the race. Only a few strokes remaining, and it will be Oxford University who go through in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Patiently superior, weren't they? There was nothing, no thrills, no drama. Just got the job done there, Oxford University.
Still, though, I think they really had to work for that one. We can see they look pretty exhausted here at the end. That wasn't an easy row, but they've got the job done and through to Thursday rather.
Thursday already, yeah. Massachusetts, well done to them. They can enjoy the entertainment of Henley for the rest of the week.
Attention!
This is the Temple Challenge Cup. Trinity College, Hartford in USA against Drexel University, USA, an all-American lineup. Here's the start. This is what happened up at Temple Island a moment ago. Fairly standard there. Pretty even start. And then a little bit further down the water, it's still pretty even, isn't it? Just on the Berkshire station, Trinity College, Hartford have eked out a lead of about a length.
As you can see there, the Temple Challenge Cup, one of the most popular events here at the regatta, has been contested since 1990. The current holders, Harvard University from the USA. So clearly there is an eye from the US to try and retain this trophy in one way or another with this all-American lineup in this Wednesday round of the Temple Challenge
Just watching,
Cup.
look at where Trinity College are going in the water here, Sarah. The umpire will be watching more closely than I am, because they have strayed out into the middle. Drexel sitting on the backside where they ought to be. Get a little bit interesting, didn't it? I'm sure Cox, Alenka Doyle was aware of what was going on.
It's really quite interesting because when we're watching here on the screen, it looks like they have miles of room. But when you're in the boat, those booms feel incredibly close. They feel much closer than they actually are. And also the fact that they are hard wooden booms, if you hit one of them, that can be race over. So it's always nerve-wracking, especially if the coxswain or whoever's steering starts to ride up against the side there. It can be really unsettling for the rowers because their perception is they're closer than they are.
Well, it's 80 feet from one boom across to another, which sounds a lot, but when you look at the width with the blades in both boats, it's pretty cramped, isn't it? And I can imagine it's pretty unnerving for the rowers when it starts to go wrong. Anyway, they're both in a good spot now, aren't they? Trinity College leading this all-American matchup.
Drexel University still just with overlap, but if they're going to have an impact on this race, they're going to need to do something pretty special as they come down through the stewards' enclosure and past the grandstand.
So Trinity College Hartford in Connecticut, back in the USA. Look like they'll be progressing. Drexel University in Philadelphia. Finding the pace a bit too hot here. So American bragging rights in the Temple Challenge Cup. Looks like they'll belong to Trinity College, providing they keep their race together for these last few strokes. Still, look how close they are, Sarah. The Trinity boat keeps darting out very central. They're over the line. Drexel University were behind, and that allowed for a clean race, but it did get a bit tight between the boats towards the end there.
It did. They had to fight all the way down the track. A well-fought race.
Attention.
So the Wargrave Challenge Cup, Sydney Rowing Club of Australia, Molesey Boat Club C. Australia against England, and as luck would have it, in the commentary box we've got one of us supporting each boat. I'll leave you to work out which of us is supporting which boat.
Could be a mystery. Sydney Rowing Club in the Berkshire station on the left-hand side of your screen in the iconic sky blue. Sydney Rowing Club have been big supporters of this regatta. They come with a hefty contingent every year. This could be one of the biggest contingents they've come with to the regatta.
Against the might of Molesey, real giants over the years at Henley Royal Regattas, and in this boat as well, even though it's a sea boat in the Wargrave Challenge Cup. Molesey, 15 combined previous appearances here. At the moment, it's Sydney, the Australia boat, that's up. But it looks very tight, Sarah, very tight.
Yeah, as you say, the might of Molesey Boat Club. Incredible experience in this boat, 15 combined appearances. And Sydney Rowing Club, this will be their top club women's A, so it is essentially their A boat. But when you're up against a club with the strength of Molesey, it's always going to be a tough ask. But really, they're locked together here. This is going to be quite the fight through the middle of the race.
Really is nip and tuck in these early stages, so we can see the live action now. And it still looks like Sydney have got a really tiny lead. But it's so easy to see this turn around by the Molesey boat, and they'll know they're right in the race, won't they? They'll be thinking this is absolutely there for the taking. Nothing in it at all.
It's just incredible to see this quality of racing on the Wednesday of the regatta. This year we had record entries again, so even just getting through the qualifiers means that the standards of the crews, particularly in this event, the Wargrave, is incredibly high.
Yeah, this is an example of that. The Molesey boat qualified on Friday evening and Saturday morning. It's their sea boat, and the Sydney Rowing Club, well, that was a selected boat. They didn't have to go through qualification, but just looking now, I think Molesey have produced a charge and have turned the lead round. So for the first time in this race, it's now Molesey who are up.
They are, and they look powerful, don't they? They've got that stroke rate up. They're really starting to move now. But this is a decisive move that Molesey are laying down through the centre of the race here. They beat Vesta A yesterday by 2.5 lengths, so they would have known that they were going to have a fight today. But man, the confidence that you get when you're this sort of length up like Molesey have just done to Sydney Rowing Club, that gives you some real confidence about their speed for the rest of the week.
That's a spectacular move, isn't it, from Molesey? Really put pedal to the metal there to get past Sydney. Just wonder how much that they've taken out. There's still quite a lot of race left here, Sarah. That was quite an early move, and whether it's a decisive move or not, we'll have to wait and see. Have Sydney got anything in return? The danger is that's taken a colossal chunk of energy out of the Molesey boat. We'll see. But there is quite a lot of the race still to go, isn't there?
There is. They're not yet at the stewards' enclosure, so there's still time, but that is a big distance to make up. For me, Molesey just looking really aggressive. It does give you an extra burst when you have a lead like this, the adrenaline that you have. And conversely, when you're down, and especially as it starts to get quiet because you know that boat is moving further away from you, it can be quite demoralising. So can Sydney hold their composure and get themselves back into the race here as we are reaching the stewards' enclosure now?
Yeah, now at the business end of the race. We'll glance over the shoulder from Grace Bennett in the bow seat of the Sydney boat. She may not be that pleased to see that there's still a big gap to contend with, because Sydney have got serious work to do in these last few strokes. That was so impressive from Molesey, wasn't it? That move they made in mid-race. They were toying with Sydney up until that point. It was really level, but just suddenly in the blink of an eye, they were gone.
They were. It was incredibly decisive, that move that they put in. And you have to commit when you make a move like that in the middle of the race. You have to do it all the way, because otherwise the energy that you expend to have that turn of speed, if you don't get the job done, race over.
I wonder if that was a pre-race plan, whether they knew at that point on the course that was when they were going to go.
It was so decisive, I would think that they definitely would have planned to have done that move.
Well, it's good news, Sarah. It's another England victory in an Ashes match.
You want to talk about the Ashes, Jim?
Some years. Let's come back this time next year. Molesey Boat Club winning the Wargrave Challenge Cup against Sydney Rowing Club of Australia, trailing in second.
You enjoyed those last few words, didn't you?
This is the Thames Challenge Cup. City of Cambridge Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station against Cork Boat Club of Ireland on the Buck Station. Both boats hammering away, and Sarah, getting quite close together in the early stage, so frantically trying to get pace into the boat. I think the Irish boat is now returning to their side of the water.
But still locked together here in the Thames Challenge Cup, the club men's eights. Again, another incredibly strong event.
Well, too close to call at this stage.
It doesn't get much closer than that at this point in the race.
Now further down the course and live, and we're watching on the Berkshire Station. City of Cambridge Rowing Club have climbed into the lead. Still watching the steering, because just watching the blades, there's not overlap and they're not in danger of collision because of the lead that Cambridge enjoy here, but there are moments in this race where both boats are a bit tightly packed together. It's a good race, only half a length now.
I have seen a few of the crews in the Buck Station this morning struggling with their steering, so I wonder what's going on there. But both crews on their stations now. But as you say, Tim, it does knock you off. It can be disruptive to the crews when there's lots of steering corrections to be made.
And we mentioned the conditions a moment ago. It's still enough. There's a little bit of a breeze. You can see the flags fluttering gently on the Berkshire bank as the athletes head down the track now. And it is a lead for City of Cambridge Rowing Club. See in the bucket hat in the bow seat, Sam Stevenson in the Cambridge boat. There he is. His third Henley. And then in the Irish boat, Thomas Early going through in the white baseball hat in the bow seat, and in the stroke seat is Barry O'Flynn. It was a good race.
This is going to get interesting. We're into the stewards' enclosure here, and they've sort of been holding the same gap for quite some time here. I wonder if there is a move to be made by Cork Boat Club, if they've got anything in this last few hundred metres, or does City of Cambridge have a response if an attack comes? Because they've really just been holding there with the same margin. So can someone make a move? Can Cambridge break free here, or is there a response from Cork Boat Club? But they're running out of time.
Well, if there is, Cork are playing it very cool. I think they are running out of time, and in fact, exactly what you suggested, Sarah. It was the Cambridge boat that made the move, wasn't it? They had a bit more and just opened that gap up. Doesn't really reflect the race, does it? The eventual margin of victory for City of Cambridge here. That looks comfortable, a full length. But actually, the Cork Boat Club from Ireland in contention all the way down. They've had to work hard there, City of Cambridge. And that's to the Irish credit that they are less than a length victors at the end of that.
And we've seen incredibly close racing all morning. The winners have had to work really hard for the wins on this Wednesday. There's been very few big margins, so great to see such fantastic lineups early in the week.
Really well done.
Attention!
So the Wyfold Challenge Cup.
Go!
London Rowing Club, you can see at the top of your picture, up against Sydney Rowing Club B. Another one, another Ashes clash.
So as I mentioned, a big contingent here from Sydney Rowing Club, 27 athletes in total. The club, big supporters of this regatta. This is the Wyfold B crew. It's not often that Australian crews that you actually see a B crew come, so it starts to give an indication of the depth of the program.
And it's a long way to come when you have to go through qualifying, isn't it? So that's what this Sydney B crew had to do. They had to qualify, so you're risking quite a lot, aren't you, flying all around the world and having to get it right in a qualification race.
It is a long way to come if qualifiers don't go your way. So luckily for Sydney Rowing Club, they did. They raced Rock Club from Halden's Rock Club from Norway yesterday. Unfortunately, the Norwegian crew hit the booms, which was end of race for them, allowing Sydney to go through. But this is interesting here. It looks like London Rowing Club getting themselves up to almost level with Sydney Rowing Club B. We're going to have quite a tussle coming down the track here.
Yeah, this London boat, very highly rated. Lots of previous Henley experiences, 22 combined appearances at Henley in the London boat that's leading. You can see Matt Reeder down there in the bow seat, George Christian, Mika Featon-Higgins and Henry Galbraith as well. Leading the way by a length against Sydney Rowing Club B. But they are in touch, aren't they, the Australians? And the lead can change hands quite quickly in these lighter, smaller boats.
Yeah, that's right. These Cox's boats tend to have a faster turn of speed, so you can get the boat moving pretty quickly.
which I think is what Sydney are doing at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like they're having a crack here to see if they can get themselves back onto terms, but we can see a response coming from London Rowing Club, who are covering that move.
Cat and mouse. Yeah, Sydney definitely got that lead down to half a length, and it was interesting to see what London had in reply. They just accelerated away to keep that lead at a length. That's where they want it to be. It's not over yet. Now you've got to the enclosures, the regatta enclosure. You can just see coming up on the Berkshire station, top right corner of your picture there. There's still lots of rowing to be done at that point. So
there is. Both crews moving well. Sydney moving well, just perhaps not quite with the same power that the London crew has, just a little bit undergassed here in the Wyfold Challenge Cup. The Club Open coxless fours, but still with overlap. I wonder what will happen as we come to the stewards' enclosure. Has London spent too much energy through that middle section? They really had to cover the move from Sydney Rowing Club. Does Sydney Rowing Club have one more attack to launch on London?
Yeah, they'll need to. The Sydney boat, we don't want 2 Australian boats in 3 races exiting this Henley Royal Regatta. But look, we talked about the quality in that London boat, and they are showing all of that. Excellent from them, controlling this race. High quality race, this one. The Wyfold Challenge Cup. Coxless fours. Looks like London will be heading deeper into the week. That's the bow seat Matt Reeder, 35 years old. This is his 13th Henley.
It's extraordinary. The London Rowing Club crew, 22 combined appearances, but Sydney Rowing Club, 8 combined appearances when 3 of the crew are 19 years of age. So still some pretty good experience on board with this Sydney crew.
It really is, coming all this way and having that much Henley experience already. So well done to London Rowing Club. High quality battle, beating Sydney Rowing Club B in the Wyfold Challenge Cup. Back up to Temple Island and the Britannia Challenge Cup. Thames Rowing Club B on the Berkshire station against Shoreham Rowing Club on the Buck station. Both of these boats qualifying last weekend to make it into the regatta proper. And Sarah Cook has made way for Grace Prendergast, who is alongside me in the commentary box. Hi Grace, morning, how you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Great to see you here at the finish line where all the action is unfolding, and you've just stepped into our commentary box, so you can tell us exactly what conditions are like outside.
It's definitely starting to heat up, nowhere near as hot as it was last week though, thankfully for all the rowers, but it's still pretty still. A few little gusts along the side, but nothing that should be too concerning yet, unless it's a deceptively stronger wind on the water.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty good conditions. Now, you can see on the water, there they are, the team are out there trying to remove an obstacle in or on the water. That's why we've got a delay going into this Britannia Challenge Cup heat. So, can we see what the obstruction may be? They're not going to take any chances, especially at this stage of the race. This is very early up near Temple Island, and you can't have any debris on the water there. That would really, where that craft is, would suggest there's something on the Berkshire side of the water.
It's hard to tell what they've taken out though, but it must have been big enough to notice from the bank.
So there's a log on the first boom. There you are, you can see it, bit of driftwood. Well spotted. Nice hats as well.
You got to be sun smart out there.
Yeah. They've dressed up, especially to have a look at the driftwood. Bobbing around. There we go. Yeah, that would cause damage, and I'm glad they spotted that, because if you were on the Berkshire side of the water, if you were in the Thames boat, that would have done some serious damage, wouldn't it, to your race?
That would have. I think to the race and to the boat as well. So I'm sure all the Thames coaches are sitting there and thinking, thankfully they've picked that up and we're not sort of picking up a lost rudder in the water.
Yeah, well, we got the thumbs up there, all clear. They'll just need to get off the water to allow these two boats to zip away from Temple Island in the next couple of moments. Right, I think we've got a clear track now. That'll just add to the tension, won't it, for the athletes as they prepare for this race. They get an extra couple of minutes to contemplate the meaning of life. I know, and those minutes while you're sitting in the start blocks already feel like they take forever. So I'm sure they will be all hyped up and ready to go by now. Draining mentally. That's an extra few minutes that they could well do without, I'm sure, but they will be, on reflection, grateful that they got rid of that sizable log. Ah, the fun of rowing on the Thames. I know, they pop out of nowhere, but they still look ready. I think the challenge is not to get too sort of cold.
When I see that you are both straight and ready, I shall start you like this.
So we're ready to go. This is the Britannia Challenge Cup, Thames Rowing Club B on the Bark Station, top of the picture, and Shoreham Rowing Club on the Buck Station. Seems like you've been in the commentary box for a very long time without watching a race, Grace.
I know, the suspense is high. I'm just as nervous as the rowers out there.
As the wind picks up down at the finish, so we're 2 kilometres upstream, and gust of wind blows through the commentary box. I wonder if that's going to affect what goes on in the water over the next few minutes. But the wait is over, and the Britannia Challenge Cup heat is underway. Shoreham Rowing Club heading quite a long way out from Temple Island. The umpire will have a beady eye on all of that, and still they go central. A few more inches and the umpire will intervene, I reckon, Grace. I know, I think they were lucky not to have any intervening, but you can see them start to slowly come round. But it's still not ideal to drift over that much, because you do have to correct, which when you're in that really intense high energy phase of the start, it's hard. Any of those little movements on the rudder aren't ideal, and it looks like Thames has just really capitalised on that and really shot out of the blocks. Yeah, I think Callum Long, the cox in the Shoreham boat, might have been quite stressed at one point there. But you've got a great view of it. You can see the cox there. I think it's Callum Long that you can see right in the picture, the cox. So not wanting for a good view, but well, we've been in a bit of a panic up about the steering there. I know, but the key is it's so hard for coxswains or whoever is doing the steering is you can't panic too much and overshoot, because then you see them sort of fly back towards the boom. So at least you see he was gradual with his correction and now is on track. But the challenge now is he doesn't want to sit too far in the middle to get too much of the bouncy water that's coming down from the Thames crew. It's a huge gap that's opened up already. Thames Rowing Club B, there they are. And they'll be delighted with the start of this race. They haven't done anything spectacular. Workmanlike, just eased away from Shoreham. It's going to be some turn around this. I know that the Thames crew they look very flat, they look very long. It looks like they're not really doing anything to upset the boat, which in a Cox 4, when it's a bit heavier, you've got the extra weight in the bow. As much free speed as you can get is so important, and I think that's just what this Thames crew is doing well, and it seems to be really paying off for them. So you can see the Thames crew forging an almighty lead, with Temple Island still relatively close. The Coxes look super relaxed, don't they? They look very chilled out because they're in that position behind the bow seat rower.
He does look very relaxed. I think the Cox 4's quite an interesting boat in terms of communication, obviously, as well, because, I mean, the coxswain, it's very hard to turn around and look all the way back. So, yes, you have a coxswain, but the crew will still have to communicate in terms of they can see where their competition is. Do they slowly start taking it down? And the coxswain will have to rely on them a bit for that information as well.
So, in that Thames boat, what's going on after what you've just said there? Felix Jameson is the cox. And you can see on the right of our picture, Felix there, just behind Logan Winter in the bow seat. And there'll be some conversation going on between Felix, the cox, and, well, I suppose it's Jordan Pepperamans, who's in the stroke seat, who's actually furthest away from the cox in the boat, giving a clue as to the extent of the gap. And then the cox will be, and I suppose the stroke is determining how much you can drop the rate by without causing trouble for yourself further down.
I think that's key. You don't want to get in that position where you've dropped it too far and you have to take it back up, because that is, I think it's near on impossible. It's so challenging to drop down and come back up. But that's what makes the cox 4 so interesting. And I always found, actually, coxswains that either grew up or spent a lot of time in cox 4s often had really good boat feel, because they can't rely on visuals of watching if the oars and blades go on at the same time. They have to feel how the boat goes. And I really felt like coming up through my rowing career, you could tell when coxswains had to learn that skill, and it just felt so beneficial for them.
That's so interesting. So the cox traditionally can see the blades going into the water in their own boat, whereas here, obviously, they can't, because that's all going on behind them. So they're just doing it on feel and balance. And yeah, really interesting. Something else that interests me, and I've always wanted to ask an Olympic champion this, is how the athletes can talk during a race. So you said that there's a huge onus on, well, for instance, Jordan Peppermans in the Thames boat communicating with Felix Jameson, so having to talk down the boat. But I'd have thought if you're gasping for air and you're having to dig deep, then that's literally easier said than done.
I do agree. I found, and I'm sure it's the case for a lot of these crews, is actually you do so much training together that you sort of know the cues, and it might be purely some sort of noise, some sort of yip, that actually everyone knows what that means.
So it could be a grunt.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe Jordan gives a grunt and then everyone knows, okay, actually we're in a good place.
So it's not eloquent conversation, it's just some sort of noise.
I mean, my days in bow seat of a pair, I think during a race all I could get out was a yip or an up. I think they were the two noises, which actually sound quite similar in hindsight. But yeah, it's not easy. I mean, this team's crew will have the benefit of not being at that red line at the moment, so I'm sure they can communicate a little bit more and really enjoy this time out here when they're not sort of maxing out. But yeah, when you're maxing, I think all you can expect is a few noises here and there.
Well, I'm glad you give us more than yep or up nowadays, Grace. That would make my life very difficult.
It would. I know, so it's much, I've got a bit more breath in me when I'm commentating. You do run at certain races, you can run out pretty easily, but no, gone are the days of getting that puffed.
So last few strokes for Thames Rowing Club in this Britannia Challenge Cup, race 11 on day 2 of this Henley R.C. Regatta, and you can see the crowds getting bigger and bigger on the Berkshire side of the water. Polite applause. Rates dropped right down. Hartford are Shoreham, because they're not too far behind. They've paced it well. Thames Rowing Club B through in the Britannia Challenge Cup. Shoreham Rowing Club Well, they end up not too far behind, but in truth, halfway down the track, we could have a pretty good idea of what the outcome would be there. Well done to Thames Rowing Club B. So here's the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. This is St Paul's up against KAND Rowing Club of Australia. Feisty start. Australians a fraction down. St Paul's trying to grab the early initiative.
They look like, I mean, both crews have come out quite hard and quite fast, but it looks like St Paul's is a little bit more up in rating, a little bit punchier, but it's interesting to see how that plays out when both crews go to push onto the rhythm and how much extra energy is St Paul's using to really blast out of the start here.
So up just St Paul's, top of your picture on the Berkshire station. That's the Australian boat.
I mean, these eights come down in a fast and furious pace. I think when you're getting out to a lead like this, it's very hard to come back from. And in the small boats, you have a bit more course, you have a little bit more time to change that pace, but this is going to be a tall order to come back from this. But this very impressive looking St Paul's crew is, I think, looking like they want to make sure of it and make sure of it early and not leave the door open at all.
Yeah, that's really impressive, isn't it, what St Paul's have done here in the early stage of this race. Dominant. Hugely. Now they can really dictate terms, can't they? They've done all the hard work in the early stages and gliding along towards the finish. Past the regatta enclosure, past stewards. Tough for the boat from Brisbane, Queensland. So they're the premier club in Queensland, KAND Rowing Club. Train on the Brisbane River in Queensland.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I believe it's KAND as the two founders' initials. So one founder has the initial KA and the other founder had the initial ND.
So KAND Rowing Club. Good knowledge, great, good knowledge.
I won't lie, that tidbit was passed on from Sarah Cook, who just left it.
No, claim it your own. So well done to St Paul's. They can save energy for tougher clashes later in the week as they're going through. St Paul's, they look a really good outfit in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. They're heading into the next round. KAND Rowing Club will bow out.
Okay, 3 cheers for KAND. Hooray! Hooray! Good race, fellas. Attention. Go!
So the Temple Challenge Cup is University of Bristol, and they're up against Cambridge University B. Bristol selected, Cambridge qualified, and away they go. It's a tight start between these two boats. Now you get a really interesting angle on what happens off the end of Temple Island, perhaps the most tactically demanding stage of the race.
It is really hard, and I think you can see it's a little bit bouncy as well. So with the bounce and the kind of push of the stream and the wind, it's really quite difficult. And once again, such an important part when you're really wanting to transition onto that race rhythm, and it can really affect your remainder of the race, how you do that point.
So the early stage you've seen here, Bristol getting a half a length lead, and then joining the action live further down the course. They've extended that lead, Bristol, to nearly a length. But it's still race on, isn't it? Because Cambridge yeah, with every stroke, they're just getting a little bit more back into it.
It is, and I think this will have to be a very important point for Cambridge. If you can get momentum now, the energy picks up in the crew, you feel excited, you feel energetic. But if Bristol can sort of put a check on it, hold it, then all of a sudden that energy really does change. And I'm sure they're putting a lot of effort in and know that they must do it now. But I think it's sort of do or die probably in this portion of the race for both of these crews.
And a little bit, yeah, what Bristol have in reply to any threat offered by Cambridge. They look like they've got a good control on it, don't they, Bristol?
Yeah, they're
efficiently.
Rowing well. I think both crews are quite up there, but I think maybe Bristol looks like potentially they're getting a little bit more out of the run of their boat, and it looks a little bit smoother. But in saying that, it's not always the smoothest rowers that win races. But Cambridge is not letting it go, and you can tell the effort that's going into this, and they're not going to give it away easily, but it's not a lot of course yet to make back an entire 8 lengths boat.
Yeah, this Cambridge boat, terrier-like, aren't they? Nipping at the ankles of the Bristol boat. Just can't be shaken off, can't kick them off.
I know, and being in that boat in front, it can be exhausting. You just almost want to say to them, just let us go, just sit back.
Give us a break.
I know, and it's that mindset of, oh God, we're constantly being chased down, but it looks like from this angle that Bristol is just breaking free. And I think sometimes when you're coming to this point of the race, the Cambridge crew will maybe know they're running out of order, but gutsy effort from the Cambridge, but I think it just affected them a bit out of that start, that slower start.
They've had to drive for the line though. University of Bristol had to work hard in this Temple Challenge Cup heat. Cambridge University just not letting up. Now we've got the umpire with the flag telling University of Bristol to get back onto their side. They have come very central, and the puddles will have potentially disrupted what's been going on in the Cambridge University boat. I think they'll be okay with that, but there was just an anxious moment with 100 metres of the race left. The umpire having to get involved, telling Bristol to get back onto the Berkshire side, but they're over and through in the Temple Challenge Cup.
Attention!
Molesey back on the water. One of their boats in an earlier race against the Australians. Now they're back for the Wargrave Challenge Cup. Molesey is their A boat against Lea Rowing Club. Lea, you can see to the right of your picture in the orange. Steady start from both boats. Got the advantage of the Cox. Daniel Slavin, you can see in the orange there, and then Molesey Boat Club's Cox, Benjamin Rich has just got a length lead carved out.
Yeah, it's been a good start from Molesey. I think they perhaps just look a little bit more in sync, a little bit more cohesive as a crew, and that looks like what's pushing them on to this almost clear water lead now. But I guess you never know what's to play for, but as we sort of just talked about, the A.U.S.R hard to change that speed, but the Molesey crew just blades dropping in nicely together. They sort of sit back, let the boat do some work, and then go again, but they'll be happy that they can kind of see that lead crew out the back of their eyes now.
So that Molesey boat, a different sort of pressure on them because they won this event last year, the Wargrave Challenge Cup, and they set a course record in doing so. 6 minutes and 47 seconds it took them to wrap up the final Sunday Henley R.C. Regatta 2025. In fact, it took 19 seconds off the record last year. That is a colossal chunk, isn't it?
That is massive. That is massive. But it's interesting what you say. When you are coming in with that track record, potentially as favourites or one of the top crews, it's a different mindset that you're having to deal with when you've got nothing to lose. These crews can line up at the start and just give it a go, but you've got to learn to absorb the pressure when you have that track record. But it obviously looks like they're doing that incredibly well at the moment. but will probably come into play later and later in this regatta as well.
It's not that old an event. It was 2021, one of those events that was brought in during that regatta, but nonetheless, to take 19 seconds off the record is very impressive. In fact, Benjamin Rich, who's the cox in that boat, the Molesey boat, won the first ever hit of the Wargrave in 2021.
It's a very cool stat.
It's Daisy Faithful in the bow seat, you can see that. And shall we have a little look at the Lea Rowing Club, the orange boat? Pursuing the Molesey boat, you can see there Jennifer Sutherland in the bow seat, fighting to the death. They won't want to bow out, and there's a fair bit of the race still to go in front of stewards, but yeah, they've got the work cut out to turn this one round.
Yeah, they do, and it's a tough place to cox from this when you can see the gap your crew needs to minimise and get back, and you've got to almost focus internally. The coxswain's going to be trying to motivate the crew, but you can't sort of feed them false information either. So it's a fine art. I think it's some of the most difficult coxing that a coxswain can do.
Bit of kidology maybe, but yeah, you can't just tell them that they're about to win gloriously. So here come Molesey Boat Club, another win for them in this session. Second win, second event. So Molesey Boat Club A heading through in the Wargrave Challenge Cup. You can see there Benjamin Rich, who we were talking about, the cox. Be very pleased with his boat's performance. No dramas. Win for them. Through they go to the next round of the Wargrave Challenge Cup at the expense of Lea Rowing Club, who are over the finish line now. Up to Temple Island and the start of the Thames Challenge Cup. Crabtree Boat Club against Thames Rowing Club A. And the boat on the buck station, very highly rated crew here. So we're expecting Thames to get ahead early and control the race from early, but we'll see. Let's see how this pans out. They look like they've had a good start, Thames.
They do look like they have a good start, and I think the Crabtree crew will know that they have to put quite a bit of effort into this first part of the race if they really want to shake this Thames crew. So I'm sure that's what they're trying to do, but the Thames crew is a very impressive crew, and it looks like they're just slightly getting the better of Crabtree at the moment.
Half a length up, very early stages of this Thames Challenge Cup. But they are moving further ahead with every stroke, aren't they? Just easing ahead gradually.
I mean, I love the shot when you can kind of see all the backs moving together, but it looks like a very powerful crew. It looks like they're really levering the boat and really sending it and almost using their weight to their advantage. But, I mean, very impressive rowing coming from this Thames crew.
Christian Reekin there in the stroke seat, Anna Sexton the cox. Huge gap. Back to Crabtree in dark green, light blue and gold on the Berkshire station.
It is my club, actually, Crabtree. I do a bit of rowing out of Crabtree. So good to see them out here. I'm not sure if I'll make it to Henley with Crabtree one day, but yes, did the alumni boat race earlier in the year for them.
There they are. So Matthew Sims in the bow seat, we can see there. Harrison Skinner in the 2 seat. Claims he's the only Cockney in the boat and he's nicknamed Geezer. I'll confirm that fact later on. And this is Thames. You see Callum Young there, bow seat. He's 5th Henley, 30 years old. Winner winner of the Britannia Challenge Cup previously last year. And it's his 30th birthday today, Callum Young. So happy birthday to him in the Balsey. That's a way to celebrate your birthday, isn't it?
It's a great birthday present.
Happy birthday, Callum Young, in the bow seat there. Thames Rowing Club. That's the way to do it. Beating Crabtree Boat Club in the Thames Challenge Cup. Umpire Sarah Winkles gets them underway in the Britannia Challenge Cup. This is Royal Chester Rowing Club, Berkshire Station, up against Fairmount Rowing Association from the USA. Lots of boats from America on the water this morning. Sluggish start perhaps from the Americans compared to Royal Chester, who flew out the blocks. Look at that, they've already got a lead. But how much has that taken out of them?
Yeah, Royal Chester, they came out punchy out of the start, and at Henley it's such a different race than a lot of your multi-lane racing. That start matters so much because it's such a mind game. Difficult to race from behind, and I think that's sort of what this Royal Chester has been able to do. And now they have a little bit more time, a little bit more relaxation to push on their rhythm, rather than get that feeling that you're just chasing from behind right from the get-go.
So coxed fours, psychologically, yeah, so different, isn't it? If you get an early lead, establish that early lead, where you are mentally right now is so different to the American boat who would be, look at that, the lead is extended as we join the action live. Royal Chester Rowing Club. Yeah, they'll be very happy with life and more relaxed and feel more energised, whereas it'll feel like the world's upon their shoulders, won't it, in the Fairmount boat there.
Yeah, absolutely. And rowing is such a mental game as much as it is physically a physical game, and just the energy you get from sitting in front. But I guess actually what's interesting between these two crews, you can see they've both chosen different rigging configurations, and in a coxswain you sort of have that freedom to seat it however you want. But you can see in the leading Royal Chester crew, they've got the two on stroke side sitting together in the middle, and they must feel like that's actually a quicker combination than doing probably what's the standard rig of going one bow side, one stroke side, one bow side, one stroke side.
And there is one statistic particularly that might hint at the superiority from Chester Rowing Club, and that is previous combined appearances. So 46 previous appearances in the Chester boat, which we're looking at there, leading the Fairmount boat, which has one previous appearance. And it ought to be pointed out that Sarah Armstrong, Cox, you can see there closest to the camera, it's her 18th Henley Royal Regatta. So that makes up a fair number of the 46 previous appearances. But nonetheless, massive previous Henley experience in the Chester boat, and almost nothing in terms of visits to Henley in the American boat.
Yeah, and it's such a unique course. There's no other regatta like Henley, and the more you can do it, the more you are used to the quirks of the regatta. So having been here, having raced it, even understanding how you warm up, what the water's like, what the boom's like, plays such a big part, I think, in growing in confidence. You can obviously win here on your first time, but it's still a shock to the system when you don't understand it.
Well, particularly for Sarah Armstrong there at the Cox. If you're making the calls, you'd know every litre of water, wouldn't you? Every inch of the course, if you've been here 17 times before.
I know. She must have seen and done it all over those 17 times, I'm sure. Had all sort of a range of races, but we'll be out there enjoying this one, sitting in front, knowing that you've booked your spot in another day at Henley Royal.
You definitely want her in your boat, wouldn't you? And I'm sure Royal Chester Rowing Club are pleased about that. So Sarah Armstrong leads her boat to victory once again in the Royal Chester Rowing Club boat in the Britannia Challenge Cup, beating Fairmount Rowing Club of the USA. Pretty comfortable in the end.
Attention! Go!
The Island Challenge Cup then, Oxford Brookes University B against Newcastle University B. And at this early stage, Grace are just trying to get some energy, some power into the boat, aren't they? Trying as quickly as possible, get the momentum up.
Absolutely. I think 8s are interesting boats to start because they're heavy when you combine the weight of the boat, the weight of the crew. So in those first, probably I would say 3 or 4 strokes, it's actually quite patient. You're really trying to move the boat, making sure you're not just spinning the water. But as soon as you've got that base speed built a little bit, then it is just all go. And then they're going to be maxing out for probably the first few minutes of the race. And then after those first few minutes, that's when you start to drive onto your race rhythm again. But you can't miss the start at an 8. It's fast, it's furious. And if you are down in the banks of Henley, I would highly recommend actually going up to watch some of the starts, particularly of the 8s races.
It's such a different atmosphere down there, isn't it? It's all... I mean, I use the word spooky because it's quiet and it should be raucous and noisy and full of excitement and energy, but actually it's very quiet and peaceful and tranquil and slightly edgy.
Yeah, and you don't often get to be as close to the rowers as you can be here at Henley. You're a few metres away from them and you're seeing them at their most nervous time and all that pent-up energy before the flag drops and away you go. So it's a pretty special thing to see. Highly recommend it. But yeah, the 8s are noisy and the 8s are loud.
Whereas at the other end, it's noisy, raucous. Lots of fans, lots of spectators creating a jubilant atmosphere often down at the finish line where we are. Certainly on the Friday and Saturday, you get huge crowds down at this end. Completely different, isn't it? Totally different place. I don't know if you can hear the noise when you sit on the start line up at Temple Island, because it's so noisy down here. Presumably it must carry down the water, doesn't it?
I think one of my favourite races I ever did at Henley was the first time I raced the Hamilton, the pier here, and it was on Saturday, one of the last races. So the people on the banks were jolly, to say the least, and just the noise the entire way down. I mean, there's still a great crowd, a great atmosphere out here supporting these crews. It definitely builds as the regatta goes on, but I mean, there's nothing better than being, say, in this Oxford Brookes crew at the moment and having that slight gap enough to enjoy the crowd, enjoy coming next to the finish line.
Nice use of the word jolly in that. So here we are in the closing stages of this Island Challenge Cup race, and on the Berkshire station, Oxford Brookes University B from Temple Island eased clear of Newcastle University B and will head through. Such a good setup at Oxford Brookes. Another boat through to the later stages of Henley Royal Regatta week. Done well again, and those student women's 8s have done well over the years, and they're through again. It's the Danesfield Challenge Cup, St Andrews Boat Club against Thames Rowing Club. This is their A boat, so expect them to be high quality. Watching the first few strokes of this race. This is women's quad sculls, one of the 3 new women's events added to the Henley programme for this time round. New event for 2026.
I love sort of switching from the 8s to the quads because you can just see how almost snappy, how much punchier the quads can be with the way they're set up and the way they're kind of created. But this Thames crew has had a very good start, and I mean, they're not letting off yet, but they look very in sync. They look like they're getting out quite long, quite upright at the back, but really doing their work in the front end of the stroke.
Yeah, it's just quite sleek, isn't it? Like a sports car, and in the outside lane of the motorway, the 8s are a juggernaut in the inside lane, aren't they?
The 8s are the kind of the big steam trains. They're like grunty, they get up to speed and they don't stop. But I mean, I didn't really do quads a lot, but I just think they're some of the, I guess, most graceful looking boats.
So on the back station, we've got Thames who have taken a firm grip on this race in that boat. Anna Smart, you can see nearest to the camera in the bow seat. Aoife Chapman, Rachel Heap, Francesca Lidlow, putting together a good race. Very technical, isn't it? There's a lot going on in that. We say it's sleek, but it's only sleek when it's done well.
Yeah, I think both crews are making this look quite easy. The St Andrews Boat Club, obviously they're a bit behind the Thames crew, but are also very in sync. They're also driving it well. I think just up-powered a bit by Thames, but when you can row a quad well, it's the most beautiful boat, and I think that's what we've got on the screen right now is a great display of that.
See Thames boat leads there. Famous old colours, famous old club, founded back in 1860. They've won Henley 80 times, and here's the St Andrews boat. From up in Scotland. Work to do for them. In the stroke seat, Charlie Faint. Perfect conditions, still the temperature, not much wind. St Andrews have stuck to their task here, haven't they?
They have. They're not letting Thames sort of creep away. I think Thames is still having to control the race, but they haven't been able to drop it down too much. So they're making sure the pressure's on. And
just need to be careful of their steering, don't they? St Andrews, I know they're behind, so the umpire will be less excited about that, but they were veering out towards the middle of the water.
Yeah, it's really hard when you've got that other crew in front of you not to get sucked into the wash. When the wash starts hitting the boat behind, it's just like your boats are essentially like magnets to each other, and it won't help the St Andrews crew if they do end up getting pulled into the Thames wash. So we haven't seen a coxless boat for a while actually this morning, but one of the rowers will have a foot connected to the steering and will be having to manage that as it came on. So a lot of multitasking when you don't have a coxswain.
All making it technically more tricky than some of the other boats. Thames not too far from the finish now in front of stewards, holding that lead. Classy performance from them. On they go into the later stages of this Henley Royal Regatta week. They had a grip on it, didn't they, all the way through?
They did. St Andrews has still pushed them to the line. I think they haven't been able to have it all their way and relax, but they did. They got out the front and they were just able to command it a bit more.
Yeah, Nina Mortimer over the line now in the bow seat for St Andrews. There they are, the Thames boat, the winning boat in the Danesfield Challenge Cup. So a little bit of history now. This is the very first of the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, which is one of these new events. We've got Edinburgh University from up in Scotland against Reading University from just down the way from here. It's 5 miles down the water from where we are standing here, Grace.
Yeah, it's really cool to see these new events and which clubs and schools and universities are coming out to race it. And I think they're only going to build and build and build as the events get older. But I mean, the chance to be the first winner in this event is something really exciting for all these crews, and you will go down in history forever.
Well, you'll be a record holder in 6 minutes' time as well.
I know whoever makes it to each marker here is gonna knock off a record as they go along.
Yes.
And they're both fighting for it. No one wants to give it to the other crew.
So It's a bit like sprinting the first couple of 100 metres of the London Marathon, isn't it, to get ahead?
Yeah, and then you've got a long way to hold on.
But Reading University, I think, are they just in the lead? Just about. It's a very good race, isn't it? A very good race. Reading University, look how tight they're getting. And yeah, there's nothing in it at all in the early stages. Edinburgh University here. So Edinburgh University marginally, just about up. Reading University work to do, and this is the live action, and you can see it's a great race, isn't it? First race of this new event, the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, and we're in for a real treat because Reading University are, well, I'm going to say half a length, possibly, yeah, half a length, maybe quarter of a length down. They are putting up a real fight here.
They really are. It's quite hard to actually tell who's got the momentum at the moment. I felt like Reading University was perhaps starting to push back a little bit.
And they are. Look,
yeah.
They are. So Reading University have managed to push their way back to level with Edinburgh University. It's a very tight heat, this one. Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. First year for this women's quad event. A response, though, from Edinburgh University. That's the response I'd have wanted. They found Reading back level with them.
Okay.
But yeah, they've had something in reply.
They have, but it's a game of cat and mouse at the moment. It feels like both crews are doing pushes and then sort of counteracting and fighting off the other. But I mean, I think momentum at the moment is still with Reading, and that's when you don't know how hard each crew's gone out and what they have to give in these later stages of the races. But I mean, what a race to kick off this new Queen Victoria Challenge Cup.
Incredibly even down the course. Edinburgh University with the upper hand for 3/4 of the race, but now in this last quarter, Reading University have fought back and now carved out a little bit of a lead. Have Edinburgh got anything left in the tank? Reading University C, that was a fabulous move there.
It was. They really held their nerve. It felt like they didn't panic when they got a little bit behind. They focused on getting onto their rhythm, and honestly, that's such an important stage. If you can get onto your rhythm, you can actually make moves like this. If you can't, it's really hard to come back. But I mean, it's not over yet, but I think for Edinburgh to turn it around again will be a tough ask.
That was a great call from you, Grace. You saw how that Reading boat was moving, even when they were half a length down. You were saying that was the boat to be in terms of how they were moving it. And this is the Edinburgh boat. Grimacing in there. I'll be feeling it. It's not over yet, is it? Even with the last few strokes in front of stewards, Reading University C have just about done enough. Terrific race.
No, and the crews are hovering in the middle now, so you don't want to get too close to each other. But very impressive race to kick off this event, and that really put a show on for us. And they'll come off with a mixture of records each, probably based on where they got to the markers at.
Yeah, they've shared the records, but the course record for now in the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup will be Reading University C's. They've won by a length. Very good race, that, very entertaining. Edinburgh University played their part in that, leading for more than half. And you can see there, it's taken its toll, hasn't it, on the energy. That's the winning boat. They look spent. Tough.
Okay, my hand's coming down. Now.
The 20th race on the Day 2 card is the Princess Philip Challenge Trophy heat between St Paul's girls to the left there on the Berkshire station up against Shiplake College. Cox is cajoling their boats on off the start pontoons. And look at Shiplake there, seizing the early initiative.
Yeah, they're looking good. I think to see athletes of this age rowing like that is very impressive. And sometimes I watch them at this stage, I'm like, wow, you are rowing beyond your years, what I felt like I was doing at this stage. But they're very in unison, they're very in sync, and it looks like they're paying off at the moment.
Yeah, so they're all 17 or 18-year-olds in that boat. A couple of 17-year-olds, otherwise all 18 in that Shiplake boat. Here's the St Paul's boat. Year-old in the stroke seat for St Paul's, Lea Tans. Despite only being 16, already second Henley Royal Regatta.
It's one of the special things about Henley, isn't it? You have people up and coming when they're 16, 17, and then another day you'll have an international rower come down the course, and all in the boat park together, all around the tents, and I think that's really what makes this regatta so special.
There goes St Paul's boat. Junior Women's 8. Headington School, the current holders. So last year. This is one of the events that was founded in 2021, so not that long established. But Headington last year dominated, set a course record in their winning final. So this is the Shiplake boat, and they've dropped the rate right down there. Showing great experience and maturity, aren't they, here? Because it'll be easy impatience or showboating a little bit, so get the adrenaline take over. But they're putting in a disciplined performance, and this is St Paul's, so we'll hope to capitalise on any errors in that Shiplake boat. But St Paul's there, yeah, battling away. Very mature performance from Shiplake. They look like the ones to beat, perhaps, in this.
They do. Even how they're rowing at this lower rate, I think you can take a lot out of sort of the, not training pressure, but the lower rate technique, and just tell if it's really transferable to that higher race rate. And I mean, they're just making it look easy, look smooth. As you say, it's very mature rowing. I think we'll see a bit of them this week by the looks of it.
Well, Shiplake have the advantage of being just down the water. They're very close to here, only a couple of miles upstream from the Henley Royal Regatta course. St Paul's in Hammersmith in West London. There they are. In the Shiplake boat, you can see Tilly Foreman in the bow seat. They'll be enjoying this, won't they?
Yeah, it's such a nice feeling when you have a little bit more capacity to enjoy the clapping on the bank, to enjoy the atmosphere, and they'll know as the week progresses, it's less and less likely that you'll have the sort of space to do this. But I mean, anytime you're out in front on this course, you are loving it.
A little bit of wind just picking up in the last few minutes here. Don't know if that'll make any difference on the course. We're sitting right next to the finish line, which is where this Shiplake boat is heading.
And it looks a bit gusty, and gustiness is always the worst sort of wind, I think, because you don't know when it's going to hit. I think this shouldn't affect the cruise too much, but it will be interesting to see how it plays out.
Well, it's definitely not phasing Shiplake College here. The Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, and in front of the busy Berkshire bank of the Thames, in front of lots of home support, no doubt. The crews over the line, saving their energy. Easy does it. Shiplake College, Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, St Paul's just over a length down on them. Through go Shiplake College.
Attention! Thank you. Go!
race?
Good. Had some great racing. Good to go for another one.
Okay, here we have the race of the Wyfold's Challenge Cup with Marlow Rowing Club on the Buck station and Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire station. Here we're catching up with the crews, just coming clear of the island. And it looks like Thames maybe slightly up on Marlow.
Yeah, I think so. They look a little bit racier. They look like they're just up and a couple of beats and really attacking the start, and it's paying off for them. I'm not sure if they've got quite clear order yet, but they look like they were the ones to come out of the start slightly better off.
Yeah, here the Marlow crew into a quite nice early rhythm, but like you said, it looked like Marlow Thames had a bit more pace, easy pace. And the way their stern's running, they just seems to be more efficient, doesn't it?
Yeah, just potentially Marlow's been a little bit outpowered. Marlow almost looks like they're potentially chasing the recovery, whereas this Thames crew sort of sits back, they let the boat work, and I mean, they won't be feeling like it's easy, but they make it look relatively easy from the outside.
Yeah, I agree. The way their bodies are very still at the finish just lets the boat release. I mean, the two guys here in the middle of the bucket on the Thames crew lost the final in this event last year, so they're back with vengeance. So why would a Cox's 4 have two guys on the same side?
Yeah, it's always an interesting one. I think it all depends on the combination, and often I think it's how the two in the middle work together, and they obviously feel like those two are a good pair. And then sometimes I find in my experience, actually, it's someone sets the bow up really nicely. So it might be that they were looking at the bow seat, Cameron, Murphy, and thinking, actually, you rode the bow really well, let's put that bucket in the middle and see. And it's obviously paying off well for them at the moment.
Certainly is. You can see the bowman of the Marlow crew, Sam Clifford, having a look around, trying to see where they are. It's quite hard, is it, when they get that far up? They're in the no man's land where they're actually sitting in their wash, and it's really hard to steer and to row.
Really hard. You get sucked in, and you can see that happening a little bit at the moment. And it's also just very hard to communicate what's going on in a boat when not all the crew can see out of the corner of the eye. Like the bow seat, as you mentioned, Sam is having to turn around. He'll be having to relay that to his crew and just keep going. So actually you end up becoming quite internally focused. You're like, actually, let's just go as fast as we can go. Who knows what's going to happen in front of us.
Yeah, and here then Thames, it's kind of the ideal first race, isn't it? Blast off, maybe execute to the barrier, and then you can have a nice relax. And like you were saying earlier, maybe enjoy the crowd for the only time of the week.
Yeah, I know. It's nice to make the most of it, and that's what they've done. And they've, as you say, got that practice at the start, but been able to conserve a little bit of energy as they come across the finish line here. And
here we have Thames Rowing Club crossing the finish line, winning this heat of the Wyfold's Challenge Cup with Marlow Rowing Club. And there we go, here the guys cheering the other crew. Okay, and you can see the effort on the crew for the Marlow crew. Just paddle off towards the boating area. Down at the start, we have the heat of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. This is student Cox Fours. On the Berkshire station on the left-hand side, Melbourne University, Australia. On the Buckinghamshire station, University of London Boat Club. They are the holders of this event from last year. And both crews have gone off nice and cleanly. Nice to see you, Lizzie. Welcome to the commentary box, Lizzie Chapman.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Very exciting day so far.
Yeah, some good racing.
And as you can imagine, I've come on because we've got some Aussies on the water.
Fair income. So here Melbourne snuck out to a half-a-length lead against this University of London crew. It's quite a powerful-looking Melbourne crew.
Yes, they have dominated the under-21 scene in Australia this last season, winning the under-21 men's Coxed Fours. Same crew, same Cox. And also 3 or 4 of them were part of the Youth 8 for Victoria at the National Championships, where we have an interstate competition. So their cox there was pretty good school cox, coxed for Carey Grammar School in Victoria. She's now at Melbourne University doing a Bachelor of Arts. They're all students at Melbourne University.
Yeah, here we are, sort of.
They've got out to a good strong lead, haven't they? I think they've been so excited to race here, and they would never underestimate the quality of the University of London.
And here, it looks like the University of London may be coming back a little bit, getting a bit of overlap. I mean, it's a difficult position. You don't want to lose that overlap, do you? Because then psychologically it's much harder. But if you can keep overlap, it actually puts the pressure onto the Melbourne crew. Absolutely.
Yeah, and UL, obviously that classic bucket rig there, and just have a proud tradition really of coxed fours. The Melbourne University crew, I was reliably informed by their coach James Rook, who's a bit of a larrikin, but he was telling me that all 4 boys grew up on farms, so the rowing is somewhat agricultural, but perfect for a coxed four, right?
Yeah, and here University of London really throwing everything at this Melbourne crew, and Melbourne seemed to have sustained and composed some of the attacking force and actually maybe starting to move away again a little bit.
Yes.
Just seem a little bit longer, perhaps, more time under the water.
Yeah, looks very calm, really purposeful, doesn't it?
But unless they break away and get clear soon, University of London are going to keep that pressure on them.
100%. And they have raced before. They met each other at Marlow, and they beat the University of London, this Melbourne University crew, but only just.
So here we're half a length now, and it's time for the University of London to make a decision. There's no point waiting to the finish to decide if you're going to win. You have to decide now and do everything possible right now. Some of these guys have rowed in the first state last year here at Henley, so they've been here before and have 10 combined appearances at the regatta, whereas the Melbourne crew has none. Do you think that sort of experience will make a difference?
I think especially at Henley, it's such a specialist regatta, isn't it? It really would. And let's be honest, the Aussies have entered only 3 times in this event before, the Prince Albert, and they've never got past day 1. So this crew is looking to break the back of that, get the monkey off the back of Australian crews. And of course responding now to the push from UL, and that's a pretty good response there.
It's tenacious racing, isn't it, by both crews? There's just nothing in it. Cox Forwards is always a bit like this, isn't it? It's quite heavy with the cox, so you can get quite good changes of speed in a Cox Forward.
Yes. Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, you're obviously carrying the weight of the boat, you've got the weight of the cox, and then you are against the stream and usually against the wind too.
They're going to start stepping up the chord these days, stepping up the gears, going through the tiers as they come into the stewards' enclosure. They'll hear the crowd knowing that they've got 300 metres to go.
And that UL crew putting a fabulous push on there. They know where they are, they know how much the crowd will lift them, and always a popular crew, and there'll be plenty of UL alumni in the crowds there cheering them on. But Melbourne University looking very calm, very purposeful, not wasting too much energy. They don't need to win by much, they just need to win to make it through to the next round.
It was very mature by Melbourne Uni. They just sort of sustained the pressure and held the pressure, and then gradually moved out to a bit of clear water. UL still fighting away, trying to get back on terms. But here, as we come to the finish line of this heat of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, it's a win for Melbourne University, Australia, against the University of London Boat Club.
And well done, Melbourne University, setting a fantastic bit of history there. Finally, an Australian crew makes the second round of the Prince Albert.
Good afternoon to everybody watching us on YouTube. Hopefully the Australians in Melbourne were up nice and early watching that race.
Yes, I hope so too.
So
we're up late.
So we've gone from student Cox 4s, and now we're going to go over to School 8 racing.
We are.
Down at the start. And this is Sydney University Boat Club. Not University, Sydney University Boat Club on the Berkshire Station. And Shrewsbury School, my old school, actually, on the Bucks Station.
There we go. So we have some, again, one of the reasons I'm here, we have some good Australian connections here. So Sydney University Boat Club, yes, it is a university, but these are all eligible for this event due to their age, all row for the same club. And on the Australian connection with Shrewsbury is that the newly appointed director of rowing is Robbie Williams, who was master in charge of rowing at the King's School Parramatta and brought the King's School over here on tour a couple of times. Great cox and coach from Australia. Really loving his time at Shrewsbury.
And here Sydney University seems to have opened up a bit of a gap. It's an interesting thing that's changed in this event, because traditionally this was just a schoolboys only event.
Yes.
Now it's school and clubs.
Yes.
And I guess because in Australia the national championships finish in March, the schools don't always do the rowing, do they? So they leave their school in March and go to a club for the summer.
That's right. And often the schoolboys themselves will turn to rugby, and some will continue on. And yes, the...
so here, just quickly, we've seen the Shrewsbury a bit behind, but they've stuck on about 3/4 of a length down.
That's excellent.
And let's just see how this race unfolds as they come through Remenham. It says they're half a length, 3:07 at halfway. So what do you see when you're looking at these crews? What's the difference?
Well, I'm seeing that Sydney Uni crew's got some pedigree in it. They're not all from New South Wales. Some of them are students at the university already, despite being very young. Some of them are still at school, and we've got a couple of people here who've been on the national team already, with Monty Salabank, who's in the stroke seat, hails from Victoria, where he rowed for Melbourne Grammar School and was in the Australian junior men's quad last year. And in the 5 seat, we've got Max Garnett, who hails from South Australia.
Shrewsbury seem to have got themselves back on term.
Yes, yes. Well, they're not going to be frightened by people's pedigrees, are they?
That's good. Maybe they've gained about a third of a length now from being back to overlap. This could be an interesting race coming down the line. See who's got the most left and who's got the skill to raise the rate and the power.
That's right. So Shrewsbury, they will all row together here at the school, whereas the Sydney University crew, the difference there is that they will have rowed at different schools, and so they'll be bringing that combined experience in. But so they're looking neat and very together. They're pretty determined, but they've come up against a great crew.
And here, this is when all the drills, all the time spent doing this paddling, who can keep their uniformity, who can keep rowing in time the most.
Yes.
It's all about not losing boat speed now, really, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
University of Sydney seems to be holding their form pretty well. Shrewsbury attacking tenaciously.
Great steering by both coxes, keeping it really straight, making sure the crews stay apart. Sydney University, a big push now as they come through the grandstand, the adrenaline that you get. Big push back, though, from Shrewsbury.
It's a great closing race. Shrewsbury closing in on Sydney.
Can they make
coming
it?
Up to the line.
I think they're going to run out of the course.
Oh, great result there. This heat of the Prince Elizabeth Challenge Cup is a win for Sydney University Boat Club Australia versus Shrewsbury School. What a fantastic race. Sydney went out early and defended their position.
They certainly did.
Looks like they've all had to work pretty hard for that.
Attention!
Now we're back down at the start for a heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. This is the University 8 event, with Cambridge University A on the Berkshire station on the left-hand side, and Oxford Brookes University D on the right-hand side. This Cambridge crew is littered with Cambridge Blues from this year's boat race. And this is the D crew from the absolutely dominant. I mean, the fact they've got D crews, 4 crews in this event, is absolutely outstanding.
It is really outstanding, especially they've had a little bit of a shake-up there at Oxford Brookes, but they've really come out of that well. And their first time racing together, this Oxford Brookes University D crew, was at Marlow Regatta last weekend, was that? Or the regatta the weekend before? 2 weekends ago, yes.
And here this Cambridge crew with some dominant performances, wasn't it, this year, the boat race from the Cambridge and the Goldie crew. And this mixture of these athletes, and they've moved out to quite a comfortable lead already, which you kind of would expect against a D crew from another club.
Yes, yes, you would, absolutely. And we've even got people first time racing here in the 5 seat. We've got Monty Wright, it's his first time here. And in the Cambridge crew, we will have people who have raced here before.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a personality, a bit of a celebrity here in this 2 seat of this Cambridge cruise. Matt Edge, people remember a couple of years ago, he was stroking the blue boat when he'd spent his chips and he basically only got himself across the line.
Oh, I do remember that, yes.
So he's here in the 2 seat.
Amazing, yes. There we go, probably doesn't really want the stroke seat at the moment.
So here, a quick look across from the Cox. Freya Jenkinson looking across to see where Oxford Brookes were. sure that will help her decide how she's going to manage the rest of the race, won't it?
Yes. And our cox in the other crew is Joseph Mulligan, age 20, and it's his first time coxing a race here at Henley Royal Regatta.
Here you can just see the rhythm, and you can see on the left-hand side there, on the right-hand side of the cox, there's 2 screens. One of them is the stroke coach telling them what stroke meter they're doing, and the other one was a screen that tells the athletes there, you can see by the rigger, the power they're producing. So they all know what power and what wattage they're doing as they go down the course, and they'll have a target for themselves when they're doing a flat-out race.
It's absolutely fantastic the way technology has transformed rowing, isn't it? To have that much knowledge allows you to really be in sync with your crewmates.
And I think it takes a bit of time for the athletes to get used to it, because it can be very invasive, and you think, I need to hit these numbers all the time, even when they're tired.
Right, instead of feeling the boat.
Exactly. And here's Oxford Brookes. So you can see this crew hasn't got the telemetry because of the cost of this equipment. You can't give it to every crew in the club. And this Oxford Brookes crew still rowing the style that we've come to know from Oxford Brookes, and it's a very direct style, very horizontal way they push. So how would you approach this race then? If you're Oxford Brookes, you were coming in knowing you're unlikely to be able to beat the Cambridge crew. How do you approach that as a coach?
Yes, very good. Well, I think you judge success by your goals, don't you? So definite goal setting for points along the course, probably trying to set a time, a personal best time. We have got the bowman here, Victor Casasmas, has raced here twice before, and he's a Spanish rower, Bucks bronze medalist, rowed at the Hollenbecker, so very experienced. So you would put a really neat, experienced person in the bow seat to keep that boat stable, make sure you have great timing, really fast person in the bow seat, and also that experience to just keep everybody calm. He's doing a good job there.
So the Cambridge crew here
is very classy.
Very composed, aren't they? You can see here the rhythm with their backs and how quiet they sit. There's no part of the stroke that sort of stands out. It's very uniform, very continuous. It gives them a lot of efficiency when the boat's running. I mean, if you look at the blade work here, what do you think, Lizzie? Just like there's no rush.
That's right.
The blade's just going in as a continuous movement.
Yep.
Recovery, isn't it?
Sharp, neat, maintaining great length, and not spending their lollies too early in this regatta. They've got to make sure they reserve plenty of energy for the rounds to come.
Several rounds to come, yeah, exactly. They're getting a good cheer from the crowd as they come down the last past the progress boards into the finish. As they cross the line, Oxford Brookes got about 5 or 6 more strokes to go. And this is the heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. The winners were Cambridge University A, beating Oxford University D crew. A nice way to start your regatta, huh?
Certainly is. We're moving on now to the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup.
So this is the second race ever of this race. Half an hour ago we had the record-setting Reading University crew. And here down at the start we have the heat of the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup with University of London on the left-hand side, the Berkshire station in purple, and the Reading University B on the right-hand side, the Buckinghamshire station.
So you mentioned Reading University before, so they have just been really impressive in quadruple sculling through this season. In the Reading University crew that you see here on the Buckinghamshire station, we have 2 of the crew that won the Nina Padwick Trophy at the Henley Women's Regatta. That was for the aspirational academic quads. So Bow and 2 were in the winning crew there at Henley Women's Regatta 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think this is a new combination they've put together since those regattas.
Yes.
And the University of London crew, they got a medal at... And the University of London crew here, they won a gold medal intermediate quads at the Bucks Regatta. And Reading moving out to half a length. Now time for UL just to find their rhythm, stop the rot, and then start to chisel back towards them.
Yes.
Bit of steering issues there, looks like.
Yes. Tricky one when you're nervous and not in a really well-established crew, but the crew from Reading University looking very impressive.
Yeah, so Reading made a decision, I think it was about 10 years ago, to go from doing sweep rowing to purely doing sculling. And it's really, the last couple of years, it's really starting to pay off for them, and they're being very competitive at very high level. And you can see the quality of the sculling here. Really, really, really good.
And what I'm seeing here is how beautifully they square up early. That means that they are moving their blades from the feathered position to the squared position, ready to put it in the water really early, very neatly, very uniformly as well. And that enables them to maintain the boat's balance as they come into the catch. They just float into the catch, place the blade quickly, sharply, but cleanly into the water. And that's a beautiful drone
It's a great
footage
shot
there
here.
of their
And you can see, like, when you're talking about with the blades, as the hands are going wider, they're putting their blades in, as opposed to when the hands are going narrower in the front end. And here, the purple crew from UL, having medalists from Bucks Regatta here, just finding the pace a little bit hard from Reading University. Just doing a good course here. So what do you see as the contrast between the two crews, Lizzie?
Well, I think that neatness that we were talking about earlier, UL are really working hard, but with sculling often less is more, and getting that float and just allowing the boat to do the work for you can really help. Another thing is just angles. You've got 8 blades there, 4 people. It's pretty tricky trying to get all 8 blades to have exactly the same angle at the catch. So we compare the two crews. That's some of what we're seeing. One of the things I would say is the challenge with the student events is you don't know what quality you're going to get, do you? So you've got a Bucks champion, but then you've got some really elite scullers over on the other side of the draw that are still students.
Yeah, the Lancaster here got 2 medals at Bucks, gold and a silver championship events.
She's been impressive in even in small boats at Henley Women's Regatta over the last couple of years as well. So progressing down the course now, past the mile mark, it's Reading University who continue to lead, or Reading University B, who continue to lead over the University of London crew in this student women's quadruple scull event.
Yeah, and it's a great view here, isn't it? You can see how Reading, as the hands go wider, the blades are going in, and the boat just keeps running. It's giving them a lot of free speed, isn't it?
Yes, I love that phrase, you're right. A lot of free speed, so they're allowing the boat to run in between strokes.
A lot of people, when they watch this, they can see this Reading crew, they've got really good body swing, and the natural reaction is to think, oh, it's all upper body, it's all arms and body, but actually that only works with their bodies because they have such good leg drive. And it looks like it's a body exercise, but it's mostly a leg exercise.
That is so true, and you know, hence we really, in our training, need to do a lot of leg work. They've got a nice stretch of river there at Reading, and also they're very close to many other courses or waterways where they can train, so they're looking very calm now.
And they've actually just got a base down at the other end of the Henley Management College. Reading University bought that, so now they'd have a boating area down at the end and they can train here as well.
How fantastic. So this is a stretch of water that's well known to them.
So here, yeah, Reading University, it's probably an ideal preparation for them. They've had a really hard start, really aggressive race to get into the rhythm. They managed to row to a bit of a gap, and now they can't go light. They still have to work quite hard, but it's within themselves, and they can give them some composure.
Plenty of locals here in the crowd cheering them on, and also, of course, for UL. And again, as we said earlier, plenty of UL alumni in the crowds, hopefully listening to us on the Regatta radio.
So that was the second ever heat of the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, with a win for Reading University B crew against the University of London. So that will be the second fastest time ever in that event. Okay, now we're down at the start again for the heat of the Temple Challenge Cup, with Santa Clara University, USA on the right-hand side, the Buckinghamshire station, and Durham University on the left-hand side. Durham University here will be favoured. They were silver medalists at Bucks Regatta. They've been going very fast all this season.
But same issue that we always get here at Henley Royal Regatta. We've got some people come from overseas who want to take that right away from them. So Santa Clara University from the USA on the Buckinghamshire station now. Yeah,
and the coach Jay Farewell from Santa Clara is saying this is the deepest team he's ever had at the club. So they've got some real quality, and I guess that was what motivated them to try and bring their crew here. here as we're going up to about a minute and a bit gone. Durham out to 3/4 of a length. And you can see really accurate blade work here from Durham. They won, like I said earlier, they got a silver medal at Bucks, but they're also, last weekend, they were at, 2 weekends ago, sorry, they were at Ratzeburg Regatta in Germany, and got a second place on one day and a third on another. They really enjoyed going abroad to international competition.
And it would be a great warm-up for doing Henley Royal, where you are going to meet international competition and racing people who are unfamiliar to you and not being fazed by it, not being overawed by the fact that they're from a different country.
And here's Santa Clara, obviously had a clear water already. You're saying it's almost 2 lengths that Durham have over them, but Santa Clara still rowing their own race, still nice and composed. So, yeah, the Durham career really well drilled out for you. You can see how well everybody moves together. And interestingly, again, also, it's been more common this year. The 2 and the 3 seat are both on the same side of the boat. You don't see that often in age, do you?
No, you don't.
The contrast here for me, I don't know what you see, it's just the length of the front end. Durham just seems to be a bit more longer as they get round the pin, as we call it. Santa Clara just a bit more short and harder into the water.
And it's an interesting style. They're very upright at the finish in the 8, but it's a really powerful stroke, long at the front end, which of course is better for the dynamics, the biodynamics of the boat. Long at the front end, sitting up nice and tall at the back end. Pretty quick around what we call the back turn, so as the handle is tapped down and then pushed away from the body. Or if you get it right, the momentum of the draw in, allowing the hands to flow away from the body. So a great view there of the bowman in the Durham University crew.
Yeah, Durham here, really comfortable. And you can see what you were saying earlier, it looks like they're not leaning back very far, but when you see them from behind, Lizzie, they just really have a swing with what they're trying to do.
Yep, and keeping it very neat and composed, but allowing the rate to come down a little now that they are making their way through the steward's enclosure.
Here, and the Platinate crew here from Durham University coming up past the 13 bandstand, and here's Santa Clara still attacking everything, making the most of their row at the regatta.
Absolutely, their Cox, Duro Kelly urging them on, making sure they keep the pressure on right through to the final moment. That's a very respectable row indeed from Santa Clara University of the USA.
That was a heat at the Temple Challenge Club, and it was a win for Durham University against Santa Clara University, USA.
Attention.
Okay, down at the start again for a heat of the Thames Challenge Club, Club 8s. And on the Berkshire station on the left-hand side, it's Ruderverein Osnabrück, Germany, and on the right-hand side is Leander Club on the Buckinghamshire station in the pink. Or Cerise, I'm afraid, sorry.
Cerise, right. And so these are Club 8s.
Yeah, so these people, I know there are in some of the Leander crew, there's what they call gappies, boys between the school and university. They go try and improve their rowing before they go and row at universities, either in America or in the UK. And here Leander quickly out to about half a length, very powerful looking rhythm.
Yes. Definitely no slouches at all there, not taking anything for granted. Again, you're racing against a foreign crew that you've probably not raced before, so you can't take any chances. And they've now extended that lead out to, it's going to be a length by the time they finish this very fast start that they have. This, of course, is the water on which they train.
So we've just seen the barrier go by. Yesterday, the gap was 6 seconds between the two crews. It's not quite as much today. But Leander really have gone out very aggressively to try and put themselves in a position of control. And also very loose rhythm they have. And another tandem here between the 2 and the 3 seats.
certainly serving them well in terms of timing, and often you will do that so that you can actually get the right person in the right position in the boat. So we noticed that with the Edinburgh University women's crew, one of the very first races today, they too had a tandem rig at one point, and that was so that they could put the person that they really felt was the best bow person, the neatest, and the person that could contribute most to the rhythm of the boat in the bow seat. So they did exactly what this crew has done now. They tandemed at 2 and 3, I believe.
So it's an interesting how the regatta progresses, isn't it? Yesterday, Osnabrücker won 3 3/4 lengths against Marlow B. You know, had a great result, great way into your regatta, and then you come up against one of the favourites in this event, and then suddenly you realise where the standard is.
Yes, it's sort of the pleasure and the pain of the regatta, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why I think you have to make the most of all of your victories here, because they're few and far between. You lose more races here than you win. Here, Osnabrücker still racing aggressively, still rowing as well as they were when they were winning yesterday. I'm sure their coach, Milan, will be very pleased with the way they've attacked this race. So the barman of the Lea crew having a look at his oar, I guess just checking his blade work. At this stage, because they have such a margin and their stroke rate has come down, they can start to think about more technical things, can't they, instead of just racing.
Yeah, and great to be able to practice that as well as they come through that area of the course where there's really not very much going on, and there's certainly no cheers from the bank because the path is so narrow there. There's not room for people to stand there and cheer.
And you can see here, it's really interesting, this crew, how they all sit on this a little bit more on one side of the boat than the other. So they're sitting in towards their rigger, because that means that when they come slide forward, they can actually come further round and row longer. So that's the balance. You see how narrow the boat is, and they're still sitting on that little narrow boat and just balancing it very well.
And the shot that we're seeing now, you can see that the water isn't as still as one would hope. So to achieve that level of balance on the way forward in rolly water like this is quite phenomenal. But I agree with you about the German crew, amazingly consistent and never ever give up, which is the motto, evidently, of their coach. So I agree with you. I think he'll be very proud of them.
And this crew here, the Leander crew, like you said, on their home turf, there'll be plenty of Leander members in there cheering them when they come down the enclosures. Making good, easy work of this race, to be honest. It's a perfect preparation for their next round.
And really excellent performance there from the Germans, this young crew, who I suspect will be back for more another year.
So there was a heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. Leander Club winning that race against Guterverein Osnabrücker, Germany. Now over to Women's Club 8's Wargrave Challenge Cup, with Pine Amateur Rowing Club on the left-hand side on the Berkshire station, and Thames Rowing Club B on the Buckinghamshire station. The Thames have a good pedigree in this event. Nice clean start from both crews.
Yep, great crew here. And again, some of these girls in the Thames B crew were in crews that raced at Henley Women's Regatta and acquitted themselves very well indeed. In the stern pair there were, I'm pretty sure they were a quad at Henley Women's Regatta. The seven girl hails from Australia, and I would imagine that her old school are tuning in, so hello to the Armadale School up there in northern New South Wales. And after school she moved down to Sydney and rowed for UTS Haberfield. She raced at the World University Games in the Coxless 4 and was an under-23 trialist. But she's trying her luck over here in the UK. It's a bit of a rite of passage for a lot of Australian rowers to come over, and the standard of rowing here is just so good.
I think that's what it is. Especially since the introduction of these women's eights events.
Yes.
The standard, now that there is something now for women to train for at the club level when they graduate from university.
Yeah.
These women, full-time jobs, training 10 times a week, twice a day during the week. The standard is astounding. I mean, this Thames crew here, they were at the Met Regatta a few weeks ago, and they came fourth, but they were the third fastest Thames crew. So they got one Thames crew in this event, another one in the bridge later on in the week.
And they look like they're having a great row here, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, there's Bucks gold medalists and stuff in that crew. And we've even got a Bucks gold medalist in the Tyne amateur crew, Catherine Bulmer. 2014 and 19, she got golds.
And I was going to say, Tyne Rowing Club has been pretty impressive. Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, to give them their full name. Definitely an up-and-coming club. They have a really great vibe about them, and they've been impressive.
I mean, if you look at both crews, like Wargrave from Thames, 25 return appearances, 30 from Tyne. 10 years ago, unless you're an international woman, you could never have had that many appearances at the regatta.
Yes, and I agree with what you're saying. You know, the introduction of more women's events here at Henley Royal Regatta, you can see that the women are ready for it. The depth is there, the standard is there. The number of qualifiers was huge, or crews racing at the qualification races.
And here, you're looking here at a B crew in this event, and the quality of the rowing. I mean, just look at the way as they're sliding forward, and their blades are going around the pin. There's no rush, there's no worry about the balance. They just slide out nice and long, cover the blades. And that's what's giving them speed. You really get a sense of what the rhythm of a boat is. It's almost like being in this boat now, is that you can feel the rhythm as the boat blacks accelerate towards you.
Very calm coxing there from Oren Chapman, who this is their second Henley. Last year they coxed Thames B in the Wargrave, so the elite winners event.
Really composed here. You can see the leg drive, all the girls' legs are all going down at the same time. The pressure in the stretcher just pushing the boat patiently. People talk about fast leg drive, but actually, if you're well connected, it's not that fast. But it's very hard and pressed. You hear the boat, you can hear the coxing.
And it's lovely as well, that just the quietness of that catch. It's sharp, clean, quiet.
Listen, you can hear the crowd. And you're peeling back to here to watch the Tyne Amateur Rowing Club crew. We can start to hear the cox from the Tyne Amateur Rowing Club cox and see what sort of encouragement she's giving the crew.
We have
here Tyne Amateur still really racing. You can see earlier in the video footage, Tyne, the bow's blade, the strokes blade is going into bow's puddle. But Thames here making quite easy work of this race. Look at the bouncy water from the washers, from the launches.
Yeah, that's a tricky one to get your way through, isn't it? So the cox in the Tyne Amateur Rowing Club crew is Alice Lanson Tachikawa. She's only 17. It's her first Henley, and what an experience to urge her crew, some of whom are quite experienced, as you said.
And here, as we come down to the finish line, the Wargrave Challenge Cup, it's a win for Thames Rowing Club B against Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. I just love that camaraderie and stuff at the end of the sport, isn't it? It's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. I think in rowing in particular, you have so much respect for your competitor, don't you?
Attention! Go!
And here we have the start of the Britannia Challenge Cup, with London Rowing Club A crew on the left-hand side, London Rowing Club B crew on the right-hand side. Now the B crew is going to do everything they can to upset the apple cart, aren't they?
They certainly are. So in the B crew, we've got Felix Warren in the bow seat, Jack Cope in the 2-seat, Evan Smith in the 3-seat, Christopher Finch in the stroke seat, and the cox is Taryn Burkett.
So you can see the A crew slowly out to about a canvas lead. I mean, these two crews will have trained against each other. The B crew will have beaten the A crew in some pieces. So the pressure is all on the A crew.
Sure is.
And here you can see the length and the power of the stroke man there from the London A crew. Chase Lemley just driving that crew on, getting them loads of time with the blades under the water, and just gives you time to push the boat a long way.
And they're both coached by the same person, Stuart Heap.
Yes, Stu's the chief coach of all of the men's crews, well, all the crews at London Rowing Club.
So these crews have raced each other before, as you would imagine. Wallingford Regatta a couple of weeks ago, the A crew came second and the B crew came third. Poplar Regatta, the A crew won the gold and the B crew came second. And the Met Regatta as well, they raced each other, and here they go again.
Yeah, and here they are coming up to Upper Thames Rowing Club, past the halfway mark. And the A crew, as you would have expected, I guess, before the race started, the A crew rowing out right out to a comfortable lead at the moment. And they're going to favour their chances in this event, aren't they?
Yes, I think so. I think you work so hard to get into the first crew of your club, don't you? So you have healthy respect for those who are in the B crew.
You were talking
I
earlier.
well remember doing that myself at Thames Rowing Club.
And I remember here you can see like Nathan Luff in 2023 he got several gold medals at the New Zealand National Championships.
Yes,
so he's been a bit of a rowing tourist.
That's right. He was at Avon Rowing Club over there, who are racing this year as well.
So I've seen his bio that he did 5 years of coaching alongside Tony O'Connor, who coached that great New Zealand 8, the one in Paris. Sorry, not in Paris, in Tokyo. So here coming down the course, what's very clear of what Stuart has been doing at the club here, there's a very uniform pattern of rowing across the crews. That's not an easy thing to achieve. You can see here how it's a very long, languid style, with a lot of emphasis on back pull. So what's the cock's going to be saying down here, Lizzie?
Well, I think they're going to be making sure that they keep it, as you say, very uniform, that they really focus in on technical competence, and from time to time she is going to make a technical call which will require them to really think about that one point and making sure they are all working together.
So how is it, she obviously can't see, so let's say
the crew behind. No.
Chase Lemon, she can't see what's going on behind, so how does she know what's going on with the other crew?
Yeah, well, it could be that the bow person is talking to her, but more than anything else, I think she will have a plan in her head. She will know by now what sort of times they're expecting, what kind of rate, what power output. She's got a little computer, what we call a cox box, right beside her. Both of these coxes are in the bows of the boat, lying down in a little compartment there inside the bow canvas. And they have a cox box with them. You can just see it there. She's got a stroke coach, that's the pink thing. And she's got a cox box, which is the round thing. And they're giving her information.
It's got an amplifier in it, so there's speakers in the boat so they can hear her.
That's right.
A nice reflection in their glasses as well. Looking down here, Nathan Luff, who just spoke about earlier, doing a very good job stroking this boat, very composed. It can look very, very easy here, this London Rowing Club A crew. And as we come to the finish line, this heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup, it's a win for London Rowing Club A against London Rowing Club B. Okay, back to the start for the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. Reading Bluecoat School on the left-hand side, and the Berkshire Station and Bedford School on the right-hand side. This is going to be a real grudge match between these two school crews. They race each other all the time.
Do they? I was pretty impressed with how Bedford did away with Eton yesterday. Straight out there, straight onto it. Pretty gusty conditions, but they did a really good job.
Yeah. I mean, they were in the final national schools that Eton went, so it was kind of to form.
Right.
But here, early on, just maybe a 2 or 3 foot lead from Bedford School. With Reading Bluecoat really making sure they're in the race early on.
And Bedford would have to get out really smartly, because Reading Bluecoat yesterday went off like the clappers off the start, and really got into their race rhythm early. Looked very good indeed yesterday. So it's, as you say, it's not just a grudge match though. It's really fighting for survival in this really packed event. The Princess Elizabeth
It's a well-drilled crew here. They're the 5-man there from this Bedford School. Stanley Breed just had a quick glance across to see where Reading Bluecoat were. He's still at 3/4 of a length, so that's a great effort there.
Fantastic start, but you need to make sure that you don't sort of eat into your energy levels, don't you? You don't want to spend all your lollies in the first quarter.
So you said that yesterday Reading Bluecoat went off like the clappers. Today they didn't, but now they're tenaciously fighting back, and the pressure is now all on Bedford to hold them off. I love when this happens, when crews blast out and the other crew just has the ability just to get on a rhythm and just chisel away, and the more time you chisel away, the more pressure you put on Bedford. So half a length, we'd say?
Yep, certainly looks like it from there, but it also looks as though Bedford are really putting a push in there to try and hold off Reading Bluecoat.
Yeah, Bethan Thomas, who's taken over at Reading Bluecoat School, has really, it's quite obvious she's made quite a big impact already. These crews are rowing well and they're competitive. If you consider where they are now, yesterday you would have said Reading Bluecoat would have beat Eton College as well. So now the question is, have Bedford been holding them off and then going to put the killer move in? We'll find out. Stroke rate is pretty similar. Bedford maybe slightly higher than Reading Bluecoat. And looks right now that it looks like Bedford really are starting to put a bit of a burst in to try and break that connection with Reading Bluecoat.
Yep, coping well with the conditions as well. Again, just a little bit of a roll every now and then. As we see the river traffic pass by, but they're sitting there just pumping out the rhythm.
Yes, and that big push, it's only given them 2 or 3 feet. They keep doing that, they might run out of steam. They're not really making decisive moves. And you can see here the Bedford crew, they're really attacking this race.
Leaving nothing to chance at all. They've really got the adrenaline up and running. They know this is going to be a tough one, and they have taken it to them.
And Reading Bluecoat under pressure, but they're holding their form. They're just rowing the same way they were in the first minute. There, they had a quick look across from the 7-man. He's probably shouted something over the stroke man to tell the cocks, we need to go now. Another look from the 7-man, needs to keep his eye on the boat and just pull.
So our cocks in the Reading Bluecoat crew is Thilak Patel.
This is
and
brilliant.
David Shirley in the Bedford School crew.
This is brilliant. It looks like we're getting quite close together, but it looks like there's a bit of a charge coming from Reading. Got back from 3/4 of a length down back to half a length. Let's see what they've got left. Amazing race. Oh no, a bit of a catch the water. Oh no, oh my God, are they going to just about hold on, I think, despite that? Wow, what a race. What a win there. That was fantastic. Those crews really attacking the end of there. Wow, what a fantastic win there for Bedford School against Reading Bluecoat School in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. You know, you have a blowout win yesterday. You've got to respect your opposition. That was fantastic. What do you think of that race then, Lizzie?
I think that was phenomenal. To hold your nerve like that the whole way up.
They almost didn't, did they?
To Reading Bluecoat
Bedford
School.
almost didn't hold their nerve. They caught their oars. They were so tired. And that's when the errors start happening.
And you could see the cocks pounce on that little mistake at the end there.
They look traumatized. They almost don't know what's gone on.
Attention!
Okay, now we're down to the Wyfold's Challenge Cup. This is Coxless Oars, Club Coxless Oars. St Andrews Boat Club A on the Berkshire station on your left. And Koenigsegg Rudolfijn Club Ghent, Belgium on the right-hand side. Both these crews raced yesterday already. great clear start. Again, now the nervy bit is steering, isn't it?
Oh, yesterday was just, my heart was in my mouth watching some of those crews go off. It's particularly the bit down the island, isn't it? And as we can see there, the crew that's closest to the island is nervous of hitting the island and steers away from it.
And I think also, I know there's not much stream, but it always is a bit of water that bounces off the island and catches the bows of that station and pushes it. And very often you see the coxswain's boats moving out.
I think a very impressive start there from St Andrew Boat Club, which is a boat club that hails from Edinburgh, and they've held their nerve and they've managed to steer quite successfully down the really difficult bit at the start.
Yeah, and they raced their B crew yesterday, so they had a relatively easy passage.
Yes.
They won by 2 lengths, 1.5 lengths actually.
So they're settling into their rhythm now, the St Andrew Boat Club on the far side of the screen as you're looking at it there.
And Ghent Boat Club, so Königse Ruderverein Club Ghent yesterday raced against Star Club, winning by 1 length.
Yes, that was a tight one.
This is fantastic. We've got the Belgian crew here from Ghent coming back on terms, and they seem to be moving a little bit more efficiently, don't they?
They do. They look a little bit more relaxed, but it's possible that our club from St Andrew Boat Club from Edinburgh is holding their start rhythm out a little bit longer than the other crew, just in order to get their nose in front. I'm not sure if that's going to be a tactic that will pay off, though, because that Ghent crew's looking pretty relaxed, long and strong, settling in now for this race, which of course is against the stream.
At St Andrews, you can see the blade work's a little bit more messy, but they're so aggressive, and it's pure aggression and toughness. And that, you know, Ghent have made a move, they've come back on terms a bit. This needs to keep moving. We'll see how long St Andrews can hold on to this. God, they're coming together a little bit. The blades are getting quite close. Oh, this is like pure raw aggression, isn't it? Look at these two crews. They're basically level. The same place they were when they started at the start.
So the huge difference with some of the races we've seen earlier is there's no coxswain here. There is no person in that boat that's sitting down looking at the course. The person with the wires attached to their feet that's doing the steering is basically facing the other way.
Yeah, they're coming close together. The bowman for St Andrew had a quick look across, which usually means you end up steering towards the opposition a little bit. There's only like 2 feet. They've been warned. St Andrews have been warned by the umpire, Matthew Pinsent.
Yes.
And this is amazing racing. These two crews just this pure, like they're not even thinking about the technique anymore. It's just aggression and toughness. They're moving together.
Beautiful shot there, coming down through the enclosures. You can see the beautiful green lawns and the blue striped awnings of the grandstand.
And the Ghent crew, the accuracy of the blade work, not quite what it was earlier. But St Andrews, here we go. They've upped the rate again. Oh, look at this. Been warned again by Matthew Pinsent, the umpire.
They need to get back on course.
Oh my goodness, the push has worked, but is it going to be enough? Can they hold us together for the last 100 metres?
Phenomenal finish from Ghent.
I would want to call
composed.
this. Oh, was it a push a bit too early? Let's see what happens. Ghent have upped the rate. Oh my goodness me. Half a canvas. I mean, St Andrews managed to get ahead, and then Ghent had enough power to come back, and they managed to win that race by 3 feet.
If that, yes, amazingly close. And I think our
stroke
man of the St Andrew crew,
what are you seeing, Lizzie?
Driving them crew, yes, and I think they're throwing the kitchen sink in there, St Andrew, and it's just not quite enough. As you say, might have gone a little bit too early.
That's just totally heartbreaking, isn't it? I mean, St Andrews stuck with it, managed by this progress boards, got through, and then Ghent had another gear.
They certainly did, and look at them, they are ecstatic at having, although it's very hard to show it because they're in such pain, but giving the thumbs up there to their coach, no doubt.
Total respect between the crews.
And now the ecstasy is giving way to agony as the pain sets in.
And is it the contrast? They're both hurting equally as much, but when you lose, it hurts a lot more.
It surely does, yeah. I think that stroke man of that St Andrew Boat Club crew could not have done any more.
Okay, well, a fantastic win there for the Wyfold Challenge Cup for Königse Ruderverein Club Ghent from Belgium.
Attention.
Okay, down at the start, the Cox Fours, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup for university crews. Edinburgh University on the left-hand side, on the Berkshire Station, and University College Dublin, Ireland on the right-hand side, on the Buckinghamshire Station.
So 2 fine universities really knocking heads here, and again we have university crews, so there could be any level of experience in those boats. The qualification criteria is that you are a student at your university. So UCD, highly regarded, not just in Irish rowing but internationally as well. We have the crew of Murdoch Murray, Andrew O'Leary, Ross Mason and Canale Cunningham, and their cox is Ryan Nelson.
And they're doing a good job. They're going out to about maybe just over a third of a length here against Edinburgh University A.
And then on the other side we have Edinburgh University's A crew, which is Andrew McKinnon, Alex Dixon, Alex Levi, Murray Bone, and their cox is Amber Sims.
See, I think we're in for an epic race here. I know UCD have got ahead, but I think Durham are going to have a very powerful middle thousand. Let's see how this unfolds. So both crews rowing very well, really strong athletes there, and a real contrast to the last race where we've got coxes now, and it's a much more slower boat.
Yeah.
And much more attritional, isn't it?
It is, and so you're looking for real accuracy so that you can gather basically cumulative speed. You don't want anything to slow that heavy boat down.
And UCD here moving out, maybe to almost breaking overlap, really putting a big push in. You can see the stroke run there from UCD. Conal Cunningham driving them out to try and get some sort of margin, to try and get a bit of space between them and Edinburgh, like metronome. They're really not losing anything. They're staying in their rhythm. And how do you do that? You know, a crew slipping on you, you can either try and chase them or you have to trust your rhythm.
I think you have to trust your rhythm. You're absolutely right. When you're in a good coxed four, that's how it feels, isn't it? You just sit back on the finish and you really have to send that finish. So the little swirl of water that you leave when you take your blade out of the water is what we call puddles. So they are sitting there watching their puddles, making sure they're sending those puddles down as far as they
the
can.
Edinburgh crew is very nicely drilled. UCD not quite as long, I would say, as the Edinburgh crew, but their sort of dynamism through the middle third of the stroke is really powerful. But Edinburgh here, coming from almost having lost overlap, are now back to half a length. You can see there the quarter mile, 3/4 mile plus, they're a length down. Last shot we had, it was half a length. This is going to be another humdinger of a finish.
I think it will be. This Scottish four has done well in Scotland and has rowed together as a crew. The Irish four has done really well, not just in Ireland, but also coming over here to do things like the Head of the River, where they were first in the Senior 8. And both crews raced at the Met. I'm not sure whether they met.
And here we go, the cox holding on there with her left hand as the power of the guys driving this crew onwards. And Edinburgh just looking a little bit longer and a little bit, their boats just sitting more level. It just looks a bit more efficient. And maybe that's going to pay off as they get more tired. But the toughness of the UCD crew, I wouldn't write them off.
100% not. So a lifting now as they come through the spectators area.
UCD pushing on. This is going to be a photo. The aggression of UCD really holding it off here.
But the raw power of that Edinburgh University crew, and they're just beautifully raising their rate of striking just at the end. Neck and neck now.
Edinburgh
looks to me like Edinburgh's on the move. Can they do it?
Wow, another fantastic race. That is absolutely fantastic, and it's one of those things we talk a lot about how well you should row, but just the aggression, the passion, and just pure belligerence of UCD was absolutely astounding. What a great win for UCD there in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup against Edinburgh University. Well, thank you very much, Lizzie, for a really enjoyable bit of commentary, and now I welcome Ollie Cook to come and join me on the microphone. Hey, Ollie, how you doing?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Very good. Good to see you, man. And we just had an amazing race just now. I mean, we're watching it in the background there, but just how tough UCD were there.
We've got the best seats in the house to watch this racing, and how fantastic. A crew that goes off fast and doesn't...
There we go. We've got Ollie next to us over here.
Guys, and UCD not giving up the whole way.
So Yeah, and I think it was great. It was a great race. So now we're going back to the start for the Danesfield Challenge Cup. So it's the women's quadruple sculls. This is the first day of this event. So on the left-hand side, A.U.S.R Rowing Club New Zealand, and on the right-hand side, Marlow Rowing Club. It's a great international. I mean, this straight away in the first year, we're having international crews coming to race this event.
What a start. I love watching the quads racing. You can just see the coordination of the sculls as they go off. You know, each person has to have 2 blades going off at full speed. What a fantastic race to start, and what a great way to start this event.
Yeah, you can see a bit of a contrast here. Marlow, really aggressive, maybe the blades were quite deep. A.U.S.R and Cantabrigian, much more horizontal sort of rhythm in the way they rode. And I guess people don't know what that means. So what does horizontal mean when you look at it?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. It's a really good observation. So the horizontal is trying to keep you, not trying to lift too much so that your shoulders don't come up, and you're trying to apply all the force you can into making the boat go forward. But saying that, if you get a bit more grip, if your blades go a bit deeper, then you can get a little bit more at the end of your blade, and you can probably move the boat a little bit further, but it's a bit heavier. So 2 different styles there off the start, but at the moment, neck and neck.
Maybe the A.U.S.R crew here from New Zealand are getting inspiration from one of their alma maters, from one of their alumni, Grace Prendergast. She was super smooth rowing.
Grace who? I feel like I recognise that.
Yeah, exactly. But Marlow here, a more physical approach, a bit like UCD earlier, but just getting good boat speed out of this and just moving out to maybe, I don't know, almost clear water.
Yeah, looking like they're edging just a little bit of clear water here. And I just want to sort of shout out to, in this Marlow crew, there are tons of pedigree. Sitting in the 2-seat, Abby, her father is the oldest person racing in the regatta at the moment, and so is her brother. So this family is Marlow through and through.
It is. And here, what a great effort they've done here in this crew. And the contrast between the way these 2 crews are rowing, the Marlow crew, more aggressive at the front end, would you say? There's a bit more, the hands come together, they really drive the force into the boat early, whereas A.U.S.R it's a bit more long and languid, isn't it?
I think that's exactly right. I could just imagine if I was sitting in that crew, I could just feel the impulse of that Marlow crew as they apply the leg drive quite firmly at the front end. Whereas I'm looking at the New Zealand crew from A.U.S.R, and they just look a little bit more fluid, their coordination's there. But at the moment, it's to Marlow who have got the advantage.
And one thing I love looking at the way Marlow are sculling it, if you look at where the boats started bouncing a little bit, they're timing that bounce really very well when they put the blades in the water, and that's what they're catching the boat, what they say, on the rise.
That is I think we'd say all the time. I can still imagine that the coach is saying that, catch it on the rise, and that's exactly right. I think in rowing, a big part is about how much force you can put down, but also the signals you tell to the boat so that you don't slow it down. So if you're all doing the same thing, catching it when the boat's at its highest, when it's most out of the water, and all the weight is most out of the seats, that's when you can be most effective at applying the force into the stroke.
So if you were doing the calls in this Marlow crew, what would you be saying to your crew at this point?
So we've got a pretty good advantage. We're coming into the enclosures now, so it's a little bit more noisy. We've just had a really quiet patch. We've maybe got, how far here? About 300 meters left to row. We're in a really commanding position, so I would just say, let's keep it long, keep it smooth, don't do anything, don't panic. We're in a commanding position, and we can just enjoy the rowing now while we can look at the crew we're racing.
And you can see actually with this crew how uniform they're moving, how well timed their bodies are, and I think that's where they're getting some of their speed from.
I love seeing a rowing boat from behind, because you just see the boats, all the bodies coming back to you at the same time, and you can just see how I mean, it was almost mesmerizing watching a quad sculling, because you've got so many different oars, the riggers going out, there's so many sort of things to look at, but yet the boat's just coming beautifully towards you, and it's a fantastic display of rowing.
And I think you're right here. You can see here this A.U.S.R crew is still really attacking here, and you can see how as they come forward, their blades are going away from us. They're going straight into the water continuously. There's no pause, there's no hovering.
I think it's a real demonstration of how good this Marlow crew is. It's just how good this crew from New Zealand are rowing as well. It's really impressive sculling.
I totally agree. And here they are, just coming past the program board. Marlow, the local crew, getting some local applause as well. We'll be glad to see them winning this race.
And you can see the crowds here. I mean, it's such a privilege to be rowing and racing down this stretch of the river as everybody comes out now towards lunch. It's a really special time of the day.
It is. And here, as we're coming towards the finish line in this race of the Danesfield Challenge Cup, the third ever race of this event, is a win from A.U.S.R Rowing Club, from Marlow Rowing Club against A.U.S.R Rowing Club New Zealand.
What a great race to watch.
Yep. So it's the top 3 fastest times ever.
That's a cool thing to say, a really cool thing to say. Well done, both crews.
So now we're down to the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. This is the schoolgirl 8. On the left-hand side is Winter Park, USA. On the right-hand side is Lady Eleanor Hollis School. Nice, clean, aggressive start, both crews. Just want to see, Ollie, whether the LEH crew get caught by this stream off the island. We've had some crews today being pushed out to the middle on this box station.
It's a really good thing to watch out for, it definitely is. It's hard to see on the camera here, but you go past the island and then it opens up into the river, and so you're more exposed to the actual conditions of the river and having to deal with them. And it can hit you quite a bit of a surprise because you're at full pelt at the beginning of the race. How do you think the crews are getting on here?
I think really good. I mean, both these crews are inexperienced in terms of this regatta. The LEH have had 2 appearances before, Winter Park only 1. Winter Park had the privilege of racing yesterday, so they've got a race under their belt. So for LEH, it's quite nerve-wracking, isn't it? You turn up, they've already had a race, they're settled into the regatta. You're now thinking, oh, how fast are they? What do we have to do?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would quite like to have a race under the belt, actually. You just sort of blow the cobwebs out a little bit. So I can imagine the LH crew, you were right, they'd be a bit nervy. How was our start? How are we going to get on against everybody else? But it looks like they've made a good start. They're just opening up to a little bit of clear water now over this American crew.
They are. This American crew's rowing nice and long. It's a good rhythm they've got here. LEH got out to a bit of a lead. They're not really moving away, though, are they, at the moment?
This crew Winter Park holding them at this really crucial part of the race, and you can just see, looking here, fantastic shot of the bucket rig that they've got in the middle of the boat there. What's the bucket rig, Adrian?
Bucket rig was where the 2 blades are on the same side of the boat. We've had a bit of discussion about that earlier today. There's lots of different reasons why you want to do it, depending on some athletes. You want the rhythm, the 5 seats, and the right person. Maybe the bow seat is the best person for this. And here we come across to LEH, more of a traditional rig here, but actually stroked by bow side. So bow side is the oars on the right-hand side. Traditionally, the boat would be stroked on the other side. But people flop and change all the time, don't they?
Yeah, yes, they do. I think it's a bit of magic from the coach to understand how the crew dynamics will work, as well as what's going to lead to the fastest combination. And this is looking fantastic. I feel like we can really feel like where they're all attaching themselves to the front end of that boat. All the coordination looks really good. Yeah, everyone looks very similar body positions. Yeah, it's a very well-drilled crew.
I agree. Jamie Kirkwood has done a very good job with how uniform and how sort of evenly all the athletes are moving, and that's, especially when you're under pressure, that's worth gold, isn't it, being going together.
Oh, I can imagine the mileage that these girls have done in combining rowing and doing their A-levels for many of them, and for preparing for what comes after school. There's a lot on these girls' plates that they're doing to get themselves to the start line of Henley before they even race.
It's impressive, isn't it? I mean, they're not getting away from Winter Park. Winter Park were state champions. State national champions, and it's only now it feels like a little bit like maybe the blade work is starting to fade a little bit as they get really tired, and they've worked very hard to stay on terms. Maybe LEH's efficiency might start to pay dividends now.
Yeah, I can just see that. It's such a good point. It's interesting seeing the steering here from Winter Park kind of coming over into a bit of the middle of the river. It's such a fantastic shot as well, seeing the church in the background as they come towards not too far off the finish now.
Yeah, exactly. And what a great view with the floating grandstand on the right-hand side following the race. For LEH here, they've rowed the same from stroke 1 to now. Very uniform, consistent, and it's just gradually they've unwound the distance.
It's a beautiful shot here, and Jamie Kirkwood, coach of LEH, a big shout out to Jamie. He's been known for his sharp and fast finishes, the tiger finish, from what I remember. But the girls are not going to need that today so much. But what a fantastic display of rowing from both crews.
And Winter Park showing their caliber from having won in the United States, just never letting go, still staying on terms.
They are really fighting it through the line. A fantastic kudos to both crews.
And here, as we get to the finish of the Prince Philip Challenge Cup, it's a win for Lady Eleanor Hollis School against Winter Park Crew, USA.
And you can just see a couple of the girls.
Yeah, it looked very languid, but it was hard work, huh?
Attention,
Okay, now the University Women's Eights, the Ireland Challenge Cup. Durham University B on the left-hand side, the Berkshire Station. Cambridge University A on the right-hand side. And this is littered with blues from this year's boat race.
Oh, and what a start. Sharp, fast start from Cambridge. I think they're just taking a little bit of a lead. But this is a real humdinger of a race we've got lined up, I think.
Yeah, these are two of our leading university institutions with their best women. Durham's got the B crew. But here Cambridge very quickly out to about half a length.
And littered with both crews with top academic honours. It's quite impressive just reading what these girls do on both crews alongside all the training. Balsi's doing a PhD in surgery, which is phenomenal, as well as many other very, very impressive feats.
So both of these crews, it's their first race of the regatta. So they're going to focus on just executing their plan, aren't they? Get out of the blocks, get into the rhythm, row with their pattern.
Definitely, you have a bit of transition when you're coming through the race sequence. You've come off the start, you come through the barrier, which is a kind of loosely that kind of first quarter of the race, and now you're going to a bit of the chunky middle of the race where the crowd dies away. It's much harder, and you realise just quite how far you've got to row and race at top speed.
So talk to me a little bit about that. How you're near the bank, aren't you, near the start and the finish, but in the middle, because we've managed to carve a straight line through the course, actually you're quite a long way from the bank, aren't you? So you don't hear very much.
That's exactly right. You can see here on the bank here, you've got lots of people. In this bit, the kind of course comes out a little bit. It gets noticeably quieter, and that's where you're really zoned in as your crew, listening to your cocks in the middle of your race, and it can really hurt.
And you can really hear now the cocks. You can listen in. You can hear them saying stuff.
I really like the way they're rowing. The long arms, the way they're coming off the back end. Very, very well drilled. They look really impressive.
Yeah, and a very nice long rhythm there being set up there by Eloise Etherington. And Durham still racing nice long rhythm here, but I think this is the contrast. There you go. And the contrast, I guess, is just this is the B crew, so they're going to be slightly underpowered against an A crew. So doesn't mean they can't row. Like you can show here how well they row, but power is a big part of our sport.
Power is an absolutely big part of the sport, but I think I'd never rule out a B crew. They are normally the most tenacious, wanting to prove a point. And I can imagine, and you can see here, they are not giving up.
And you know, people say it all the time, don't they? That the quality of the A crew is driven by the quality of the B crew. People can think that's a bit patronising, but it actually isn't. If you haven't got an aggressive, feisty, competent B crew, the A crew is going to get soft and not be as good.
Always one of the hard things when you've got a really fast second crew and they're going to keep you on your toes, and that just proves why the Durham system is so good at the moment.
So here we got the Durham crew coming down, racing down the Berkshire Station. The Cock's doing a very good job staying close to the booms here, and the Durham crew here, potential future winners might be in that crew, and this is going to drive their winter's training, is my guess.
Yeah, and they're still holding 36 here in the middle of the race.
And just look at how uniform they're moving.
And you can see here the surge as well of the bow as they come off the back. The fastest part of the stroke is when you kind of have your arms away and you kind of move towards the stern. You can really see the boat surge there. Fantastic shot.
And here, in contrast to Cambridge crew, they're now within themselves, aren't they? They can sit there and they can more slowly release their handles because they're going quicker.
And you just see you just see it slightly slower tempo. They've got the racing control now. That's to script.
And less surge on the boat, huh?
And a little less surge on the boat. And you can just see, but it's running really smooth. You can just imagine pushing that boat and that would run for ages.
And I think that's one of the things, isn't it? When you're paddling, the boat is quite uniform in speed, but when you're racing, the speed variation is much higher.
Definitely. Yeah, really true. It's a fantastic, well-drilled crew here from Cambridge as they're rowing past.
You see the 2-seat and the 5-seat wearing their blondie shirts, proud, showing that they rowed in that B crew this year.
Yeah, they're B crew themselves this year.
And that shows you how important those crews are. They're so proud of wearing that in this race.
And that B crew coached by Matilda Horn. She's a brilliant coach, so you can see why they're so well drilled.
And here, this heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup. There's a win there for Cambridge University A against Durham University B crew.
Job done. Well done, girls.
Okay, now we've got 2 races in a row from the Temple Challenge Cup. The first one here is, on the left-hand side is Yale University, and on the right-hand side is Oxford Brookes University B. It's going to be a humdinger.
Oh yeah, I can just hear the noise. I love hearing the noise of the ace off the start. Pure aggression.
Yeah, it's a real contrast to the coxless boats, isn't it? You can hear the coxers shouting and also the power of the crews here. And Yale blasting out.
Yeah, Yale, this is their heavyweight program. These going to be strong guys in this boat. They're going to be here to prove a point. They are here to win the regatta, and they're going to be wanting to, I imagine, put their foot down on the start of this race as early as possible.
They've come from the U.S. and they are not leaving anything to chance, are they? They're just so long. The way they're powering that boat and just very quickly getting clear water on the Brookes B crew is absolutely so impressive.
Yeah, they offered almost 42 strokes there. They're coming off the end of the island, and that's fast, and they're here. They mean business.
Yeah, and it's very simple rowing in the Yale style, isn't it? There's no big sort of obvious style. They're just horizontal, long, and powerful.
I mean, Yale, what a successful program they've had over the last sort of decade or so, produced some truly world-class rowers, and I imagine we're seeing some future stars in this boat too.
Yeah, and Mike Gennaro has taken over this program from a natural legend of the sport and has managed to keep the momentum of the program going. It's not an easy feat to do.
Oh yeah, I remember racing against Mike myself. He's a great competitor, but also a really, really fun guy. And I imagine there's a great kind of cultural environment in that crew that's leading to performance. I really like their catches there. Adrian, what are you thinking when you're seeing the kind of sort of slightly different styles here between Brookes and Yale?
It really looks like Yale are very deliberate about folding their blades square and then really directly putting them in, whereas the typical Brookes style is they drive the blades into the water a bit more, and it makes them much more dynamic through the middle of the stroke, but it means that Yale spend a little bit more time in the water.
And so flat, and also one of the things that's interesting, you see the kind of the colour scheme on the oars, the end of the oars here. So every club has their own kind of colour, and Yale's got this kind of white and blue, and it also just helps you kind of visualise how flat they are, kind of the flat line through the edge of the spoon, through the oars and onto the boat. So you can just really see that.
Here, Yale have front-loaded this race, but Brookes, their middle race pace is not much different. And here, what's the contrast of these blades now when you're looking at these?
So just right, they're sort of picking up a little bit more weight, and that's the thing about Brookes. I would never write them off. These guys are racers. They are racing, I think, every day against each other. It was such a big program. They are going to race this right to the last centimetre of the last stroke.
Yep, and you can see here, maybe just, for me, one of the slight differences here, the Brookes crew, a little bit, they're quite quick to move away and get on to the next stroke. And maybe if they had the patience, and it's always hard when you're down, though, to have the patience just to sit still a little bit and let the boat do a little bit of the work, which I think Yale are doing very well.
It requires a lot of confidence to do that. It's almost less is more. And actually, when you're in the middle of racing, it's easier to go kind of more is more and to throw yourself at it. And I think you're absolutely right there, Adrian. You look at the Yale crew, they're just a little bit more poised, they've got a bit more time, but easy to do that when you're length up.
And I think also the aggression they did at the beginning has given them this buffer. If they hadn't had such a good start, they'd have been under pressure and probably not rowed quite as well.
And that's exactly right.
So here's we're coming down with the applause from the grandstand. Yale University here crossing the line in this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup to beat Oxford Brookes University B crew.
It's a good display of rowing from both sides here, both crews.
Yeah, the good camaraderie and good respect to your opposition there. So another heat, the same event, Temple Challenge Cup. Here, Nottingham University on the left-hand side, and St Paul's School. So this will be the second aid J16 crew.
Yeah.
So that's quite brave for young kids to come and race against these university boys.
Oh, they're really testing their mettle against men who are a few years older than them, largely university crew. Just impressive what St Paul's can produce this year, and it looked like they're off. They're off like a scolded cat. Look how fast they're moving.
The simplicity of youth, isn't it? Just no fear at that age, just nothing to lose. Both these crews had to qualify last weekend. And here we're looking at the barrier. We have a flag up saying both crews need to separate from each other. St Paul's about 3/4 of a length up by the looks. Nottingham moved out a little bit. St Paul's holding their line.
Well, this is a really juicy race. So already the umpires having to separate the two crews as they come closer together. The J16 crew, they're all aged 15, 16, have gone out as hard as they can against this Nottingham crew that's just racing a little bit lower, and we'll just see how that pays off for them.
Yeah, I mean, the St Paul's program generally is renowned for the way they row, and they pass that through the younger years all the way to the top. But here, Nottingham, slightly physically older, a few more years of training, a few more years of experience of racing. Let's see if that pays off.
Yeah, we've got in the coaching notes here, we've got Kieran Mang, who's mentioned that he, while age 16, he can already bench press 100 kilos.
I think he's a rower. I think he's made that up.
Yeah, it's good. Well done.
So here, St Paul's still showing some maturity beyond their years, really holding off this tenacious Nottingham crew. I've got to say, Nottingham might not have done enough in that middle thousand to get back on terms. St Paul's might do this.
What do you think the Cox is saying to the crew in the Nottingham crew? You know, they're 2/3, 3/4 of a length down. There's still a bit of overlap and still some way to go. What would they be saying?
Yeah, and I think for me as a Cox here, you have to tell them, you know, there is a point in the race when you win the race, and it's not at the finish line. So they need to decide now. They need to do. There's no point waiting and pushing towards the end. You might as well do everything now, even if you blow up. But you've got to get back on terms.
That's right. You always have a sort of like throw the kitchen sink at it move, and you know when the Cox is going to say it, and you just have to commit, even though you're in the middle of the race, and perhaps you've still got 100, 150 strokes left. You have to go all in for 10 strokes.
Yeah, and the toughest of the athletes are prepared to commit that early in a race. And here, they go back a little bit. St Paul's just holding their speed, and actually the Coxie and the St Paul's crew also really good line there along the course.
Yes. Yeah, what a fantastic shot. You're seeing those puddles, you know, looking at like watermen kind of flying across the water here.
So does Nottingham have something now just to go up
They're
two tips
moving.
and
They
drive?
are moving. They are inching back. They've clearly made this call.
Can they sustain it? We had St Andrews earlier who really went for Ghent, and then Ghent had something at the end. Have Nottingham here got enough to get through these schoolboys?
Have they left it too late? How are the St Paul's crew? Are they going to keep their composure? They've done fantastically well so far as they come up to the enclosures.
Close to the booms. St Paul's done a great job sticking there.
Yeah, that's a beautiful line. The St Paul's Cox has
got to take my hat off to these young 16-year-old boys from St Paul's. The composure they've showed is absolutely astounding. Soaked up all the pressure from this Nottingham crew.
Yes, St Paul's at 40 strokes a minute. Nottingham at 47 I've got here. Maybe that's not completely accurate, but they are really going for it now. Last few strokes, have they left it a bit late? Possibly, looks like it. The St Paul's crew managing to hold their composure under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they're keeping their form together, moving out to maybe three-quarters of a length now. This is a race of legends, this is.
Fantastic.
These boys will talk about this forever. When they're 40 years old in the Foley Bar, they'll be talking about this race.
Just what I was thinking. They're going to dine out on this for a long time. Well done, guys.
Some ferocious racing, some tenacity showed by both crews in that heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. So a legendary victory for St Paul's School against Nottingham University. Some great racing from both crews.
Attention! Go!
Now another men's eights race, the Thames Challenge Cup Universities on the right-hand side. Potomac Boat Club USA against Mercantile Rowing Club US Australia. So one club from the US, one club from Australia. They just both decided to meet somewhere in the middle.
Yep, yes, it happens to be Henley Regatta. Not a bad place.
And here Mercantile, or Mercs as they're called. Good afternoon and good morning to any of you who have come out to watch your crew live here on the YouTube commentary. And Mercantile do a good job here, out to a third of a length, 2 men up.
Love that stroke for stroke. They're just moving a little bit more per stroke, and you can really see that with this camera angle. You just watch one person and watch their bow as the bow just slips a little bit further back. What a fantastic start.
That's
here.
a great observation there. They're just poling along, aren't they? They're just moving the boat past the blades every stroke. And it's carried on working for them. They've got past the barrier. It looks like a length and a half. This Mercantile crew with their sort of iconic kit, isn't it? Red bottoms, white top.
It is iconic. The amount of sort of incredible Australian rowers that have come from this club. You see that kit at World Champs, you see the World Cups. Great pedigree.
So both crews had raced yesterday as well. So Mercantile had beat Totnes, and the Potomac crew had beaten London D. But here Mercantile really showed the difference, huh?
Here comes Potomac. I don't know if you've ever rowed on the Potomac in Washington, but you while you're rowing, you can see the helicopters take off, Marine 1 and Marine 2 from the White House. It's a pretty awesome place to row.
I hope they're enjoying the sort of nice dark blue reflective water here we have at Henley. And Mercantile doing a really nice job of just rowing simply, like you said off the start. They've just stuck with that, haven't they?
Yeah, you can see just you can see a lovely rhythm. It just almost draws you in. It's just as it comes towards you, you can see all the blades. They're turning at the same time. They're going straight in. They really kind of have done a lot of practice clearly on that. They're very, very well drilled around that front end.
And they're just clicking along really nicely there. Just easy cadence. I mean, one of the things in our sport I think we find hard to communicate is actually these guys are still working pretty hard, but they make it look like they're not.
Well, I think, and rowing's that combination where it's a sort of, it's not weightlifting, it's not athletic sprinting, it's those two things, and it's a sort of dance as well, with coordination on a kind of while you're balancing, and you do it well, the easier it looks, and the more you think, oh, I can do that.
Yeah, both these crews rowing very nicely. One thing that's I've really noticed the last couple of days, we're at the early stages of the regatta, and the quality of the rowing across all the crews is astounding.
It's such a showcase, and it's such a privilege to be able to sit here and watch these crews race. And I want to shout out to Philip Hoyle, who's in the foreseat of the Potomac crew. He's 48 and been married for 23 years. And imagine what kind of experience someone like that having in the middle of your boat is. He's devoted a season to training and racing. Really cool.
He's had 2 Henley appearances before. It attracts people forever, doesn't it? So does that might make him the oldest man in the regatta? 48. We've got a 44 and a 43. I think he's the oldest man to race.
So impressive. And as you can see, you can see the speed with which they're still going. As you can see, really, so they're throwing themselves forward a little bit. I mean, not uncoordinatedly, but you can tell they're still absolutely fighting.
I mean, you come here, I mean, they didn't know necessarily if they were going to win or not. From looking for the times yesterday, the crews were quite evenly matched. But Mercantile here, totally within themselves. They're going to be a crew to look out for, I think, as we progress through this Thames Cup race.
And there we got that fantastic shot again. The bow coming straight towards us. It's sort of slicing us in half. How brilliant. You can just see as the oars roll forward, as they click into place.
And the thing we don't see, the hull underneath is totally round. So there's no flat spot on it. So you're actually like sitting on a barrel. And you look at that, it's a 60-foot long barrel. And they can easily balance this boat.
Yes, and they've actually picked up a bit of weed on their couple of blades. I wonder if that was from the start or a bit before.
They seem to have ignored it and cracked on, haven't they?
They do look good though, don't they? You just kind of want to be in the middle of that boat and just sort of join them, but you realise I wouldn't be able to keep up because they're going so hard.
I like to row in the boat, but not have done all the training to get there.
Exactly.
So Potomac, they're still racing their race out. You know, you come to these races, you're always going to put 110% into every race, no matter where you end up. And here, as we cross the finish line, in this heat of the Thames Challenge Cup, Club Open 8s, it's a win for Mercantile Rowing Club Australia against Potomac Boat Club USA. Very composed performance there by Mercantile. Yes. They're going to be dangerous, I think.
Very impressive. This is their crew to watch. Very, very, very impressive.
So now we're down at the start. This is the Britannia Challenge Cup with the Lea Rowing Club on the right-hand side on the Buck Station and Marlow Rowing Club on the left-hand side on the Berkshire Station. Clean start from both crews, contrasting colours of the very, very sort of iconic orange of the Lea.
Well, Moroccan flame, I think, maybe in light of the fact that Morocco are through to the next round of the World Cup. But
look at that! Look at the aggression of the Lea. They're not hanging around, are they?
Oh, awesome! Yeah, they are throwing themselves at this. 44 strokes a minute, and this is a Coxed 4, a very unique boat class.
And they were up at the end of the island. And here, the other crew, slightly lower rate, they seem to be moving a bit, but actually the Lea, the transition was a little bit not great, but actually now they've gotten to something that's very similar to the Marlow crew.
Yes, they're down at 35, so they've done their transition where you kind of go off as hard as you can. No one wants to give up anything off the start. And what I love about this, you can watch the Coxers, it's like two fighter pilots in the front of their boat. You just see the heads there popping out, they're steering the boat, they're making all the calls. They'll be glancing over at each other, and especially at this moment where Marlow's just edging a little bit, and they'll be able, both crews will be able to really feel that.
And then very quickly and suddenly from where we were before, now we moved to the live footage about 200 metres further down the course. And that efficiency you were saying, Ollie, it's just moved them out to half. It just shows that Lea crew, they just thought, I want to be up at the end of the island, whatever happens.
Yeah. And they I'm sure, came into this thing, well, we've just got to throw everything we can off the start, and they did that. Huge respect for doing that. And you see Marlow, as you pointed out, Adrian, they're just looser or a bit more confident. They're just starting to row away now, getting into their stride.
And these athletes have been rowing in 4s and 8s throughout the season. They'll have raced against each other. They'll have a bit of a feel for the difference in standard. And the Marlow crew here just went off, didn't get flustered, just rode their pattern, let the lead do their thing, and then just slowly unwind the lead.
It takes a lot of confidence to do that, actually, while you've got a crew that's throwing everything at you, to stay calm. And they're doing a really good. I love the way that they're snapping their oars together in time. Maybe they could colour it a little bit more, I think, but looking really good.
Yeah, and here the Lea, and you said, what was the colour you were saying again? It's Moroccan orange.
I've got it here in capitals.
Moroccan flame.
Moroccan flame.
Yeah, it's got a great colour. I have to remember that. But even here, the crew from the Lea, they're really well drilled crew as they're coming down the course. Do you know what's interesting? The course seems a bit calmer. Maybe all the launches have gone off for lunch.
Yes.
And there's less bounce on the water, and these crews are getting to row in some much nicer conditions. It was quite bouncy earlier.
It does. It does look like it's just calmed down, which is really nice. And as the camera zooms over, we can have a real look at this Marlow crew and what's making them so fast. So we can see, first of all, really, really good timing. And I just love their body angles at the front. They're clearly getting their weight behind it. Long, straight arms. We always talk about spaghetti arms to make sure, because it's tempting to use your arms a lot in rowing. It's actually not your strongest, and that's a reminder to myself.
I mean, they're so weak, aren't they, compared to your legs? So, like you said, you have to just suspend off them and use the big muscle groups to drive the boat.
Yes, exactly. It's a really impressive rowing there. And also, I just want to sort of make a note of what Lea does in London for rowing. So much a fantastic kind of a rowing development program. They're a real institution in the rowing world.
I mean, they were founded quite recently in 1980 because it was a member of several crews. They all mixed together to create one club down in the Lea, because there were so many competing crews on that small stretch of river, and they had the foresight to bring them all together. But Marlow here, really well drilled. Just for me, it just seems like both crews are rowing well, but Marlow just more powerful, I think.
Yeah, and you can also see that surge in the boat. They're rowing in what's called a Felipe, which is a kind of white boat, and you can see that's got that line down. It's a great indicator of just where, as you can see, it kind of slightly bounces up a little bit and down as the athletes sit on the boat. So it's just a little indication for what's going on.
I think that's a great observation, Ollie, the fact that when the boat blades are in the water, because the force is on the oars, the boats actually come out of the water. You can actually see that very clearly here.
And this Lea crew are not giving up. They have come here for a race. And they're doing 38 strokes a minute, and that's not easy, especially in this little bit of a headwind. They're a little bit down. They are not giving up.
Yeah, the Cox and the Lea crew is really keeping them motivated. Emily Thompson is doing a really good job of just driving them on. They've done all this winter's training. There's Emily there. She's with her stroke coach telling the stroke rate, and there she is just telling them what they need to do, being honest with them that they need to do something to try and get back.
Yeah, and I love that shot of a Cox quad. You can really get the sense of sort of they've just got the shades, the Oakleys peeping out from under this boat, and she's lying there almost flat.
She's looking very cool, isn't she? Looking very cool and calm.
Talking to the crew, getting the most out of them, driving them on.
And the contrast here is the Cox from Marlow can't see anything, can she?
No.
So how does that work? Well, Edward Allen, sorry.
Yeah, you would typically have probably the bow person, so that's the person closest to the Cox, just telling the Cox what's happening. And now, right now, you just say, hey, well, we've got probably about a length and a half here. We can probably take it down. So there's a lot of coordination that's got to happen, which is probably a little easier right now as you come towards the end. Really hard in the middle of the race.
And they get to enjoy the enclosure here that as the pre-lunch race. As the Marlow Rowing Club here across the line in this heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup with a win against the Lea Rowing Club.
Yeah,
great performance from Marlow.
No way I'd ever fit in one of those boxing seats. But,
won't be comfortable.
Attention! Go!
So here we have a heat of the Wargrave Challenge Cup, Women's Club 8. This is between London Rowing Club A on the left-hand side on the Berkshire station and City of Cambridge Rowing Club on the Buxton station. And City of Cambridge have been a revelation this regatta, haven't they?
They really have. It's just a rowing on the Cam in Cambridge. It's not a massive stretch, really busy. So it's amazing the depth of the squad that they've got. And what a fantastic start. Again, level crews. I love watching this shot. You can see the bows. You can see, just get a sense of which one's sort of slightly moving. They're both crews are going absolutely flat out at this bit. They're throwing everything at the start.
Yeah, and Cambridge were very good out of the blocks yesterday. They were very brave again. And here you can see the crew here on the Buck station, Cambridge Rowing Club, Cambridge City Rowing Club. They've moved out.
They've stolen a march, haven't they?
They have three-quarter mile post. That's amazing race. And London Rowing Club A, you would have said, possibly with their history and their pedigree, would fancy themselves. Cambridge now need to not stay where they are. They need to keep moving, otherwise London's coming back.
I think we've got a great race on our hands here. City of Cambridge done a fantastic job. Didn't they look so good? Kind of long hang, really working well together, using as much as they can around their body weight to move the boat. But London, while they're half a length down, they do not look like they've given up at all.
Michael Rutter, the coach at City of Cambridge, have done a great job drilling this crew. We're now going to find out between these two which of these two crews did the best winter. Who has got the best physiology, who's got the fitness to sustain. Because whatever they're building, whatever they're rowing, they're both capable of generating the same boat speed. Now, how expensive has it been to do this?
Well, City of Cambridge down at 35 and London are now up at 37. So they have made their move and they're throwing everything into it. The question is that going to pay off? Are they going to start clawing their way back?
It does look like it's starting to pay off a little bit. The question is, how long are they going to go through? Hopefully the weed they're just going through now is not going to affect the crews. London has probably gained maybe 3 or 4 feet with that effort. Whether Cambridge are just going to hold it or whether that was the move that changes the momentum of the race. It does look like London are doing a good job now.
And it is like that in rowing, isn't it? This is about momentum. So you kind of have moments where you've got the momentum with you or the momentum might be with your opposition, and how do you kind of turn that around?
Yeah, and Cambridge have stopped the rot, as they were, and have kept the margin out about a third of a length. I mean, if I was London, I'd be throwing another effort in now.
So hard to do. Well, you've just done one big effort and the crew's kind of checked you, and you've just got to sort of almost have that blind faith that maybe we will be able to break them. And
yeah.
City of Cambridge likewise have got to think, is that have we done it? Have we survived their big push?
And that's where rowing's quite a cool sport, isn't it? Because it's the only sport really when you're ahead you can see the opposition. So as London were doing that push, you can sort of watch them, wait for them, and then make your move.
And I kind of think that's a sort of awesome thing, but it's one of the hard things as well, because you can see a crew edge on you, and to be able to kind of stay confident and composed, it's really difficult under pressure.
Well, City of Cambridge here, they are not letting this go away. They've soaked up the pressure from London Rowing Club here, and have moved maybe back out to half a length. Has London got anything left, Ali? What do you think?
I definitely do not rule them out. They're coming through. This is where the bank comes close to the river again. Get the loud noise. Both crews are going to have loads of supporters here. They're going to be rushing down to the bank to cheer them on. How much guts do these crews have?
It feels to me like the Cambridge City crew have got the ghost of St Paul's boys here. They're going to stay on the station and just hold off this London crew. This is an epic performance.
Just like Muhammad Ali absorbed those punches and kind of go through it at the end. Fantastic.
What an astounding race there. What a fantastic performance there from Cambridge, City of Cambridge Rowing Club to win this race of the Wargrave Challenge Cup. You say, Ollie, they went out, you saw the start, they maybe got 2 or 3 feet, they surged out to half a length, but they just sustained the pressure, huh?
They sure did, and London didn't give up and threw everything at them at just over the halfway point. And you just see how much this is cost them as their body fills up with lactic acid now.
Okay, it looks like they've written checks those bodies can't cash, huh? What a legendary race that is.
Attention!
Oh, here we go.
Go!
we are at the final of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup against Radley College School on the left-hand side on the Berkshire station and Abingdon School on the right-hand side, local club.
Wow. This is a great match, and I'm going to have to declare an allegiance. I was at Abingdon myself, but we're looking at two fantastic crews that row very closely together. And Radley, they've got about a length now off the start. These guys smashed the national record fairly recently at National Schools Regatta on that blistery hot day, and don't they look good?
This is a London derby, basically, an Oxford derby, sorry. And Radley, this is kind of a little bit what we expected, unfortunately, because Radley did win national schools for the first time in, I'm saying 20 odd years, and so powerful, this crew.
They do look good.
Paddy Duggan has just moved from King's School, Wimbledon. He's moved over the last couple of years to Radley, and on the leadership of Sam Townsend, really starting to have an impact on this team.
Yeah, what a fantastic combination as well for them. They look really good. They can tell just how strong they are. Look at those catches, they're chopped in, really precise. What a fantastic display of rowing.
And also, I find this, I mean, the clubs and the sort of more intermediate events, I can understand this, but at schoolboy level, they're all the same age, they've all done roughly the same number of years of training, and it always amazes me how different these boat speeds can be.
It's very true, and there's such different kind of systems and pressures all of these young men have to deal with. The A-levels and preparing for what comes next, as well as basically a semi-professional training program.
And it is amazing, isn't it, compared to when I was at school rowing, that, you know, the academic pressure and the amount of training they do is just astounding compared to what it was 15, 20 years ago.
No, it's the British rowing system, the schoolboy rowing system, schoolboys and girls rowing system has really stepped up. You know how fantastic to look at. We can come over, we can just see those catches. Adrian, what are you seeing?
For me, what I see when they're sliding forward, they're very light on their feet as they slide, because their feet are attached to the boat. And if you have pressure on the feet when you're sliding forward, it slows the boat down. And they're very good at staying off their feet and then just landing on the blades. It's really efficient rowing.
Rowing is not just about how much you put down and propel the boat forward, it's also how little you slow the boat down. And you can just see this sort of world-class demonstration by this Radley crew.
I think that's one of the big benefits of all this technology now they have in the boats. They've got these accelerometers in the boat, and they can know how the boat is really behaving.
And we have to do a couple of shouts out to the Abingdon crew as well. Mark in the 6th seat, he recently ran past me in a park run in Oxford. Sort of flashed past in pink. He's although they're down, he's definitely one to watch, as well as many of the others in the crew.
Yeah, nicely drilled crew here together. So you can see there, the stroke man has got a little metal rod to help him mark the length he wants to row at the front of the stroke. He knows he needs to put the blade in at that point. He's just touching it every stroke.
You can see the surge, you can see those little bubbles. I remember how fantastic the feel of bubbles running underneath the boat. You can kind of hear it and feel it as a rower.
And you know the boat's running well when you hear that sound.
Well done, Abingdon. They are not giving up. They are still throwing everything at it. Gutsy row.
And there's the Abingdon crew, like you said, Ollie, coming down, fighting right to the end as they come towards the middle of the enclosure.
Very, very well drilled, impressive Radley crew. And Abingdon, kudos to them for not giving up through the whole way down this race.
Okay, that's a great performance there from Radley College as they cross the line in this heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, the last race, the morning session before lunch. And Abingdon, as they come down the line here, racing hard as they can all the way to the end. Great performance. You can see the bowmen all folding over, and
well done,
the effort
guys.
they put into that race.
No, absolutely. They threw everything at it. They're going to be very, very proud of a gutsy race, especially in the first half.
Yeah, and you've got to say that Radley, it's their first race of the Radley. They're going to be one of the favourites for the event, and they're going to have to manage themselves through these early rounds so they have the energy for the big races.
Exactly right. There's some big fish to fry.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We've just finished the afternoon's racing. We'll pass you over to Ali Vans in the launch. She's just been following this race.
Well, how lucky am I being on this beautiful umpires launch? We've got the Radley supporters here, we've got the Abingdon supporters here. Greg Searle, who's been doing the job at the front of the boat, umpiring this race. Adrian, I have a few words with you. Your son was, what, number 7 at Radley?
7, yes.
That was pretty comfortable.
Yes, hopefully. It was a good start anyway.
Well, as you say, a long way to go and a good start, because your son was part of the crew for Radley last year, got narrowly beaten in the final. So it's all about redemption this year.
It is a bit of a redemption, and obviously he's keen to put the story straight.
Have you been on one of these umpire launches before?
Not for a few years.
Pretty special, isn't it?
It is a very special, yes. No, we're very lucky to be able to enjoy the day, and to follow your son is what more could one ask.
It's certainly job done for Radley, very comfortable. I'm going to see if I can have a few words with Greg. Greg, it was a very easy, quiet race, really. But when it's not like that, what sort of... Describe your role at the front there in umpiring. What do you have to be watching out for?
Yeah, so I'm watching for whether it's firstly safe and then very much fair. So what was interesting there was, we got a good clean start, the crews get away, but then the coxes are doing a job steering these boats. They've got to stay really tight into the island. There's a bit of stream that pushes them, a bit of wind that pushes them, so they could get pushed away from the island. And then as the blade tips get close together, I'm watching for which crew do I need to warn to put back in the right place. That one, they stay pretty well in their stations. Sometimes we're quite busy waving the white flag, keeping them on their stations, keeping them apart, and making sure it's a safe and fair race.
Do you have any, well, you must do, but how often do you have really tough calls, and how many warnings do you give crews before, you wave the red flag?
Yeah. Ultimately, the last thing you want to do is wave the red flag. I'm glad to say I've actually never had to wave it here at Henley, so I want to keep it that way, because for me it's getting in early, getting the crews in the right places, keeping them away from each other. But no, you could wave your flag 10 times, 12 times through the race to keep them where they should be, and then ultimately you're saying, is the crew that crossed the line first the crew that should win? Have they won fairly? And if they won fairly, we give it the white flag and they go to the next round.
An amazing view, probably the best view in the house. You're not looking out, though, at the enclosures and at the scenery, though.
It's a spectacular scene. It's lovely that the supporters and the coaches and parents can come on this following launch and get to see it from the inside, because you get really close and you get to experience what it's like to be these rowers. For me, I've got my eyes on everything that's going on, from the rowers to the geese, to see whether there's anything that shouldn't happen that might affect the result.
Thank you very much for allowing us. Allowing us on your launch. I'm going to let the supporters go, because they're going to want to go and greet the crews. I'm going to have a really quick word with Sam Townsend. Sam, come here quickly. Radley coach, Olympic rower. Just critique the team very quickly.
I think it was good. We're obviously trying to take it round at a time. I think that something that everyone doesn't always realise is how bouncy, even on a nice looking day like today, it can be really challenging out there for the boys rowing and the cocks as well. We spoke to the Durham guys when they came in, and they'd had a good win, I think, in the Temple, but it said, there's a lot going on with the water, and that's just Henley for you. So
It certainly is. Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the week. And if we just spin round here, sorry Greg, because in that tent over there, the Progress Board crew are ready for their lunchtime show. Over to you, Fergus and Camilla.
Thank you very much, Ali. Welcome back to the Progress Board here at Henley Royal Regatta. My name's Camilla Haddon-Horrocks, and joined every day by Fergus Mainland here in our floating studio out here on the water. You'll see all the river traffic going behind us, and the landing stages for the crews and the boat tents just a matter of 50 metres back past behind me here. It is really right in the centre of the action, and if we are sort of bobbing about up here on the water, that's because we've got lots of river traffic going up and down. So a real live moving floating studio, and we're going to bring you all the action every day here in the lunch interval.
We most certainly will, and bear with us if we do start to bounce about, as Camilla said, because we've got all of the crews behind us are just starting to boat. I'm also going to ignore, Camilla, the big grey cloud that is circling over your head, because we've had wonderful sunshine all morning long here at Henley Royal Regatta, and of course we're getting to lunchtime. The champagne corks are starting to pop at this point in the day, and the racing on the water has been absolutely sensational as well. But today is Student Wednesday, and of course the big giveaway is that Camilla and I are sat here in the studio with our Durham blazer for Durham and, well, my Newcastle blazer for Newcastle. We're both proud alumni of those two great institutions up in the northeast. And, you know, we've been quite polite so far on camera, but there's a big rivalry, and that will feed into a lot of the stories and things that we'll be talking about today. And, of course, Newcastle and Durham will be facing off in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup tomorrow.
Well, we'll have to wait for that score to be settled tomorrow, but we've still got Durham and Newcastle crews going all throughout today as well in many of the events that, as you said, yesterday, Junior Tuesday, today, Student Wednesday. We've got many of the trophies, the Prince Albert, the Island, the Temple and the new Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, all kicking off on Student Wednesday. And today is all about the students. It's about how they manage to fit that training in around their education, their academics, what it takes to be a top student crew here in this country, in the UK. We're also going to talk about some of the international student crews that are coming over as well, and also the rivalries, the scores that are here to be settled between the booms, and nonetheless the northeastern rivalry between you and I, Fergus.
Yeah, there's plenty to look forward to as well. We've got some outstanding guests who will be dropping into our studio as well. But before we get to all of that, of course, we need to look back on some of the racing that we've had in this morning of day 2 of Henley Regatta 2026. And we will start in the Island Challenge Cup, and we've got a sensational showdown between Bath University and Edinburgh University. Edinburgh on the Berkshire side, the left-hand side of your screen, Bath on the right-hand side, they're closest to you. We can see what a start from Edinburgh University. You know, they absolutely motor out of the blocks, and at this point in the races, they're coming down towards Remenham. It looks like Edinburgh have all but wrapped it up. It's the same story as they pass through Stewards Enclosure, but Bath University have a sensational sprint that they're able to tuck at Edinburgh in the closing stages. It's not quite enough for them. Edinburgh are still able to hold on, but I think a sensational finish for Bath, and one of these programmes that we really like to keep our eye on throughout the university scene. Edinburgh University, their A crew, of course, so dominant in recent years, and so strong across the whole university sector, but hats off to Bath for an outstanding sprint there at the end, Camilla.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the Wyfold Challenge Cup for Club Coxers Fours has kept us on our toes on day 1 and now on day 2 of the regatta as well. And we saw a great matchup this morning between St Andrew Boat Club of Edinburgh and the crew from Ghent in Belgium. This was a humdinger the whole way down the course. You can see no more than a few feet separating these two crews. It was the St Andrew crew you can see there on the left of your picture that got their noses out in front as they went down the track. But a phenomenal sprint from the Belgians saw them slide into first place just at the right time in this knockout stage of competition to get themselves into the next stage of racing.
Unbelievable from the Belgians, and hard lines to St Andrew Boat Club. We'll be heading back to Edinburgh after this one. But our third race that we'll be looking back on this morning comes in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup between Royal Shrewsbury School and Sydney University, all the way from Australia. And as we've mentioned on so many occasions, if you're going to come across to Henley all the way from Australia, you're going to be quick. And just look at that start from the Australians as they blast out ahead of Royal Shrewsbury School. We're passing Remenham Club at this point. That's it just in the background. Sydney still leading out at this point in the race, but Shrewsbury, again, just like we saw from Bath and from Edinburgh, mount a sensational comeback, and they close to, about a third of a length at the end, but not quite enough to topple the mighty Sydney University, who will be progressing through to the next round of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. And off the back of that sensational win for Sydney, I'm delighted to say that our reporter Ali Vance was on the riverbank and was able to catch up with Sydney following that win.
James, congratulations, beating Shrewsbury. A bit of a recent rival at the last regatta as well?
We obviously had them at Marlow. It was a pretty close race there as well. I thought we had a good start today, but I came off the island pretty strong, and then probably not our best mid-race, but pulled it together in the end just to hold on. So not bad from the boys, but a lot to build on come into Friday. Yeah.
Tell me, how did the team come together?
Like as in...
Well, it's a university, you're representing the university, but you're all obviously junior crew members.
So basically we've got 6 athletes that were just at Sydney Uni, like at college there, and then we've got 3 boys, me, Tom Curran and Lockie Rogers. We're all at school. Tom and Lockie in year 12 and I'm in year 11, and then we kind of just did a bit of training together, a bit of like seat racing, and we kind of found this crew and then kept the combo.
So you're through to Friday's semi-finals. How do you manage your recovery, or the boys' recovery, for between now and then?
I think boys will just go home, get a rest, get off our feet. Probably not come down here too much. Obviously watch the other Sydney Uni boys at 3, and then just home off our feet, just recovering well.
Good luck.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Well, congratulations to Sydney University. They march on in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, and it's wonderful to have them and so many crews coming over from Australia to race here at Henley Royal Regatta. Now, though, yesterday's show, we can take a bit of a rewind at this point because we had our big call. That was, of course, when Sarah Cook came into the studio and was looking ahead to yesterday afternoon's racing. We can take a little bit of a look back now. We're going to hold our stewards accountable throughout the course of this week, and we can have a look back to see how she got on. She predicted that Sydney Rowing Club were going to win by clear water over Thames in the Thames Challenge Cup. And it looks like, Camilla, they had a cracking start, did they, the Australians?
Yeah, you don't come all this way from down under if you don't think that you are top-tier calibre crews and athletes. And that is exactly what Coach Franz Infeld crew was. They were dominant from start to finish in this race. Sarah Cook called it as clear water. I think that's actually an understatement for this race. They absolutely demolished the competition from Thames Rowing Club.
Well, congratulations to Sarah Cook. Your big call, it's paid off, and it's fair to say you know your rowing knowledge, you've backed the Australians, and we'll be looking forward to our big call that will be coming up in today's show. Now, though, as we've said, it is Student Wednesday. We're celebrating the students here at Henley Royal Regatta, and of course we have to. They are the ones who are balancing so much. They've got their training that they're trying to fit in around their lectures, their time at university, in the libraries, and of course trying to have their peak performance just when it matters most in the season. And of course, Camilla, they're just trying to fit in a night out as well along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my days at university, and I'm sure you do too, that I think rowing is such a core part of it, but you've got to enjoy it, right? It's all about enjoyment, it's all about balance, being able to manage those academics with high-level performance. And the level is just remarkably higher than it was ever when I was at university. It's stepped on so much. Here at Henley Royal Regatta, we've got two very familiar names that I'm sure even if you don't watch rowing, you'll be familiar with: Oxford and Cambridge from the boat race, both of them contending here this week as big academic outfits. Also on the domestic scene, we've got the likes of the University of London. We've also got the likes of Oxford Brookes, Reading University, and of course Durham and Newcastle as well, who both you and I represent. Just again, some really key players, and as well as the international crews, the likes of Washington, Yale, Brown, Syracuse. So much interest from all around the world, our global universities from the Netherlands and beyond as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a phenomenal guest, speaking of rivalries, who will be joining us later on in the show. But because we've got our Newcastle and Durham Blazers on, it seems only fitting that we learned a little bit more about that rivalry, what rowing means up in the northeast to Durham and to Newcastle. So we took a trip down to qualifiers last Friday to find out a bit more.
Having Newcastle on the other side of the bridge is a huge driving force, to be honest, in keeping us honest throughout the season. We see them out rowing all the time. When we're there, you can see them pushing each other in their internal crews. That makes us push even harder in our internal crews, and it creates a really kind of exciting training space because they are our rival and we want nothing more than to beat them. But them being there is the reason that we've improved so much over the last 4 or 5 years.
I think there is a very healthy respect from the two clubs. Some years more than others. But I would say is a good thing. We keep pushing each other in producing, fast crews, and Durham have been really good in the last few years. So it's credit to their work and what Wyfold has been doing at Durham. When we're down in Henley, you will see the two clubs supporting each other on the water and off the water. So one big part of Henley is when the crews are boating for the race. It might be just a hit or the final. You have the crowd standing on either side of the tent clapping for the crews, and you will see Newcastle Blazer when Durham is boating. You will see Durham Blazer when Newcastle are boating. I think it's great.
So we do push each other all year round and actually really do kind of set the standard within the northeast. But then when we travel here, we do everything in our power to support each other and actually beat the south.
I don't think I have a favorite moment to remember. After 20 years, is all blurred together, and it's very nice when I come to a place like Henley when you meet people that have been coaching for years before or for a long time, and I see them again, and we talk like if it was yesterday when they left.
the era that we're in right now is very different to what I remember. People are changing the way that they want to work and how much they want to do and this, that and the other, but there's still people in there that really are looking to be, right, I want to be an elite in this, I want to be exceptional at this, and those people are rare and far between, but they're always there. There are hidden gems, and like at current we've got a fantastic group of athletes in amongst the Northeast, which are kind of driving the standard across the board, and I hope we'll be able to see that over the next few days.
I would say that the best regatta will be to see our kids performing at the best levels possible. Whatever that it is, it doesn't matter as long as they produce the best performance. This is something that I always say to them, is it doesn't matter if you win or lose, as long as you produce your best performance. So to finish the season with no regrets, having left everything on the water, and if that happens, then you can congratulate someone that beats you, because you've done only what you could do, and possibly going even better, like testing your boundaries, your limits.
Well, I might be biased, but I think Durham are looking particularly strong this week to have a successful regatta. But I think the thing that sort of VT showed us was how the calibre of student rowing is just immense at the moment, isn't it, Ferg?
I think you're spot on, and I think particularly one good place to start with that is the new student women's event, the Queen Victoria, because in there, you talk about depth. Well, Reading University, their Seaboat won earlier on this morning against Edinburgh University. And I think across the board, speaking of depth, Oxford Brookes University, 5/8 they've got racing in the Temple Challenge Cup. And I think add in, all of the American crews, the international flavour that's come to the regatta as well, that's shaping up to be a sensational event. And in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup as well, I think I've probably got 3 or 4 crews that could win that, probably another 5 or 6 that could be in the semi-finals. I think Newcastle could squeeze it in the Prince Albert, just because I'm a little bit biased and I can be in today's programme, but we've just got to wait and see, because that's sent to be sensational as well.
Well, there's certainly plenty of calibre. You've alluded to it. And speaking of calibre in UK university rowing, I'm delighted to be joined by guest in the studio, Director of Rowing at Cambridge University Boat Club, Rob Baker. Now, Rob, you've just heard Fergus and I whittering on there about how great the level of student rowing is here currently in the UK. How are Cambridge feeding into that, and what are you doing back home in the Cambridge programme to up that level?
Well, we're always trying to get better regardless of results and how the years go by. So every year is a challenge to improve what we're doing. I guess Henley's, boat race is sort of everything for us. But then there's Henley. So, we've put together, hopefully, a strong squad this year, and we think we're going to be competitive, and we're looking forward to racing.
And we've seen some of those boats in action, and probably one to start with that'd be fascinating would be your Prince Albert Cox 4. It'd be wonderful to get your reflections on their race this morning.
Yeah, sure. It was a tough race. They got pushed a bit, and I haven't actually watched it back yet properly, but... They're smaller guys from our team. They're mostly ex-lightweights that rowed in different programmes around the world. And they rowed in our third 8 this year. And, it's a good rowing 4. They've got to battle against some bigger, maybe more powerful 4s and try and do some things better. So that's part of our challenge there.
But it's still great to see them having that confidence to row through. Now, let's pivot to your Temple Challenge Cup 8, a hugely dominant performance this morning. And, remarkable that you've also got an 8 racing up in the intermediate event in the ladies' plate as well, which is that stepping stone onto elite competition. How is it that you get these guys, in the Temple, in the ladies' challenge plate, that are sort of pushing on the boundary of international squad teams and having performances as dominant as the Temple Challenge Cup did this morning?
Yeah, well, we're trying to put a big effort into what we do at Henley. It's always a bit of a challenge at Cambridge. A lot of things come in the summer, and it is a post-boat race. So, but we're really serious about it, and we need to get some wins at this regatta. So that's what we're working towards. But this boat's made up of guys that rode in the Blue Boat, rode in Goldie, and rode in our second boat. So it's a real mix, but we're working with the eligibility here for the regatta. And then above that, with the ladies' plate, we've got some guys that rode in Goldie and the Blue Boat. And we've got 4 guys coming from the States who are coming to Cambridge next year. So we've sort of made a composite, but it's kind of Cambridge, or it will be Cambridge. So they're coming down. They've been training well and excited to see how they can race as well.
Yeah, we absolutely are. We're fascinated to see how it all unfolds. Congratulations on your performances and your wins this morning, and very best of luck with the rest of racing at the regatta.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Rob Baker. Now, of course, today isn't just about the students who are out there on the water racing. Of course, there's so much atmosphere, so much electricity on the banks of the river. And I think somewhere up the riverbank at the moment, soaking up the daily buzz, is Ali Vance, who I think has managed to find a spot of lunch.
Are you guys jealous? Because this is the way to do lunch at Henley. I've come to the steward's enclosure to the seafood restaurant. I'm going to have to stand up to get a good view of this. Look at this. It's magnificent. What have we got? Lobster, Atlantic prawns, shell-on crevettes. We've got clams. We've got mussels. We've got Mary Rose. We've got Tabasco. We've got breads. We've got potatoes. We've got coleslaw. I might add, this is a platter for two. I could take it on, but the best thing about this restaurant at the end of the steward's enclosure is that when this is going to take a while to get through, I could just turn around and watch the rowing from here. And of course, all washed down with a lovely glass of rosé. Cheers, guys.
Well, Ali, that looks delicious. The seafood restaurant is one of my personal favourites. I'm really hoping I'll get to get up the bank and have a bit of a tuck into some of those delightful prawns and bits of salmon at some point this week. But let's have a look forward to the live racing that's happening this afternoon on the programme. And Fergus, I guess the best place to start, given it's Student Wednesday, is looking at some of our student matchups that we've got going. And there's a particularly good race in the Island Challenge Cup, which is for women's Student 8 at 2:10 today.
There is, and not just because I'm wearing this blazer, but I think Newcastle going up against Yale's B-Boat in the Island Challenge Cup, I think will be fantastic. Newcastle have been finalists for 2 years on the bounce in the Island, but this is a new look Newcastle. A lot of those athletes have graduated, so it's a bit of a rebuild that's going on at Newcastle at the moment. But Yale, when they come across, I mean, this year they brought 3 8s over there. They've got one racing in the bridge, the intermediate event, one up from here. They've got an A-boat in the Island and a B-boat. So I think it'll be a really good test for Newcastle, but I'm expecting a lightning quick performance from Yale.
Yeah, well, we'll have that one to look forward to. Now, kind of looking back to yesterday, we kicked off with the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, which is our schoolboys 8s event. We had some really good contests on day one, but I'm particularly excited now as we start to kind of close in on the next stages of the draw there in that one. The race at 3:10, KCS versus Deerfield. I think that's going to be a really hot one to watch.
I think so. KCS, they were 4th at our National Schools Regatta, our National Championships, just missing out on a medal, but they still went incredibly fast. You know, our top 3 crews all broke records there, which was remarkable. But of course, Deerfield coming across national champions, they'll have a point to prove. As we mentioned, a couple of changes from their lineup, but I think to get one of our top American crew coming over racing one of our best crews from Great Britain on, well, in one of the early rounds of racing, what a treat we can look forward to on that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a real one to watch. The Brits versus the Americans, which is a similar story in our last pick, I guess, which is the last race of the day at 7:20 today in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, and that is for the Schoolgirl 8 event. Again, that kicked off yesterday on Junior Tuesday. But here, last race of the day, we've got yet another British-American contest head-to-head.
We do, and I think what this morning's racing has shown is that you've got to get to your seats early because there are nail-biting finishes right the way through the morning. And the same is said for this evening. You've got to stick around for the end of racing because, you know, we saw it yesterday. Racing will go right down to the wire until the last couple of races, and I'm sure we're going to get that again in this one. We've got Sir William Perkins School, the British crew, they're lining up there. One of these programmes who have just been building so nicely through the years. Some great performances at the National Schools Regatta as well. I think winning one of the 4, so not necessarily the 8. So they've come into the 8 for Henley Royal Regatta, and they're going up against Green Lake. And Green Lake have been coming to Henley Royal long before we had the Junior Women's 8 event, the Prince Philip. So it's wonderful to see them coming here and racing as well. They're A finalists, you know, one of the top boats at the US Youth Nationals. So again, it'd be fascinating to see how they perform going up against Sir William Perkins.
Yeah, that's what we love about Henley Royal Regatta, isn't it? Is that we get to see crews that have raced each other all season domestically going up against crews that we have no idea how they're going to slot in, feature in the ranking as the overseas crews travel to race here between the booms. So, talking of live racing, we'll kick off once again with the programme at 2 p.m. today. And let's give you a flavour of what is to come. So that 2 p.m. race is the Temple Challenge Cup. That's between Oxford Brook Ajax University and Orca from the Netherlands on the Berkshire station. And then we'll roll all the way through to the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup race that we picked out there, race 54, KCS versus Deerfield, the American national champions. And then that final race of the day coming up, that Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, which is Sir William Perkins School versus Green Lake Crew, coming to you for the final race of day 2 of the regatta. So plenty of action still to come. And if you remember from earlier on in the programme, we tested Sarah Cook's big call with her Sydney Rowing Club crew, doing the business for her and coming out on top ahead of Thames Rowing Club. But we're going to be bringing you the big call all week. We're going to be bringing one steward onto our sofas here to tell us what their big prediction is for the next afternoon of racing. And I'm delighted to be joined not only by any steward, but by Sir Matthew Pinsent, 4-time Olympic champion.
Very good.
And so Matthew, you have been at so many of these different editions of Henley Royal Regatta. What's 2026 doing for you this year?
Well, first of all, I'm very relieved we don't have the weather that we had last week. I think we would have all been struggling with that extreme heat. But I think what's different about this year, I mean, well, this lunchtime show is making its debut, so that's great. But more important for me, it's the new women's events. I was lucky enough to umpire 2 heats of the very first 2 heats of the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup this morning. And it's just lovely to see that the regatta is changing and moving and adapting. You know, it's not something that we necessarily do very quickly. It's not something we do every year. But when change does come, you know, it's here to stay, and it's done with poise, and it's done with purpose.
So, Matt, there's so much to look forward to in this afternoon's roster of racing, but we need a race from you and we need a prediction. What is your big call for this afternoon?
I'm a bit worried about that my big call actually isn't that big, but let me go with it. Well, first of all, I have to sidestep around races that I'm umpiring. I've got some very big races that I'm umpiring, so I've had to avoid all of those. But
talk us through. What are some of those races that you're umpiring?
So I've got 3 back-to-back Temple races. I've got Sydney versus Nereus in the Temple. That's going to be huge at 3 o'clock. I've got the Nereus B crew then versus MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. That's going to be 3:30. And then straight round again, because I've got Syracuse versus Lacher B. So 3 on the bounce, which I think are going to be great. But obviously, I can't be having an opinion about who's going to win those. However, at 4:10, London B, this is a Thames Cup Club men's 8s race, London B versus De Maas from Netherlands. De Maas, I think, are a selected crew. I mean, they're both selected, but I'm definitely choosing London B over De Maas on that one. I think it's going to be close. I'm going to pick, my big call is over the margin. I think it's going to be overlapping 3/4 of a length to London B.
3/4 of a length to London B.
Yes.
As you've seen, Sarah Cook got it right. So are you feeling the pressure?
She's laid down the gauntlet. She's laid down the gauntlet.
But she did have that little flavour of Aussie bias, I think, on board there.
That's the problem. That's the inside track.
She has the inside knowledge, the inside track. But look, we will look forward to that race then. We'll have to see whether they'll do the business for you. London B, a B crew.
I know.
I mean, is there anything particularly that made you pick a B crew?
Well, London, I mean, obviously a huge sort of track record, but also that crew have got huge numbers of Henleys under their belt. And so, you know, that repeated experience coming here, it's so different. And it's so difficult to come from abroad and do well. It's come from abroad for your first time and do well. It's really challenging. So that's why I'm picking a B crew.
No, well, look, I think London are very strong. We've heard the London drums going out in the boat tents as well. So they've certainly got a lot of fans to support them and lift them up through into the grandstands and over the line. So let's see if London B can nab that 3/4 of a length to win out that race. Now, it's... we're going to be able to wrap up from day 2 of today's racing. Hey,
we absolutely will. So, Matthew Pinsent, thank you so much for dropping by to our studio. We'll be keeping an eye on that race and, of course, all of the other student racing that will be unfolding here on day 2 of Henley Royal Regatta. But that's it for today's edition of the Progress Board, and racing will be underway in about an hour's time at 2 o'clock, so don't go anywhere.
And you can catch up on all of the morning's racing on the Henley Royal Regatta YouTube channel. So if you've missed anything, do go back and take a look at all of this morning's racing, as well as tuning in this afternoon from 2 p.m. Also, if you're down here on the riverbanks, you have the opportunity to listen to all commentary live. You can purchase one of the new Henley Royal Regatta in-ear radios. So whether you're in the grandstand, down the bank, you can catch our commentators talking you through each one of the races over all 6 days of competition, which is certainly a great brand new feature to this year's regatta. So we'll be back here tomorrow, 12:30 once again, unless Fergus and I have fallen out over the Newcastle and Durham results over the next 24 hours. But until then, enjoy every stroke.
The Prince Albert Challenge Cup first on the water. And we've got the Dutch Orca on the Berkshire station and Cambridge University there in shot. Nerve-wracking moments for Gil Dexter and Sean Hayes, you can see in the bow seat there. These are nerve-wracking moments. At the start of a day, it seems even more tense down there.
There's something about being that first race that really unleashes what is to follow for the rest of the day, for the next sort of 10 hours or so. We're going to see some incredible racing. You can see a great shot there into the boat. The bow in the Orca crew, you can see he's got his hand up, which is telling the umpire that they're not straight and ready yet. Once that hand comes down, the umpire will know that both crews are straight and ready to start.
Nice way to start the day if you're lying flat on the pontoon, holding the boat. Nice and great job, isn't that? Here we go then, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, and it's our first heat of day 2. And immediately you're watching the Dutch boat on the left of your picture there on the Berkshire station, Orca. Yeah, they came quite central briefly, but they're now back in line. And that's a pretty tidy start from both boats.
It is a great start there from both boats. We'd expect that with a coxed boat. The Prince Albert Challenge Cup, it is the student men's coxed fours. This was created in 2004. When the Britannia Cup was split into a club and a student event, but you can see a just slight advantage, I think, to the Dutch in this very early stage of the race. Algemeen Utrecht, Studenten Rovereniging Orca, Netherlands. We've got a great shot there looking at this crew on screen, but do not discount the men off to the right from Cambridge University. This is going to be a long race.
There are the Cambridge men who are knowing a quarter of a length perhaps to make up, but we're in the very early stages, aren't we, of this race. And they've moved well in that stroke seat for Cambridge. Milo Taylor into his 4th Henley. And they are actually just trailing by half a length now, aren't they? They've had a tough start, but we'll see how Cambridge can respond. It's psychologically, the Dutch are really putting down a mark here, aren't they, early, to get a length up and make good gradual progress here.
And it is difficult in the coxed fours because they are a heavier boat with the coxswain 55 kilos sitting in the bow. You can see the head of the cox just poking up on both boats behind the bow seat rower, and that means that the natural run that you would get on a 4-oared boat sort of you lose that speed quicker because you've got that additional weight in the boat. So you're really picking up quite a heavy load with every stroke. But that means that you don't have the same turn of speed that you might have in a straight 4 or coxless 4. So getting a lead like this early, tactically, is really important because it's very hard to make up.
Yeah, to turn round the order of things. They're not quite as nimble, are they? So it will take a bit of effort as the Dutch continue to pour on the pressure. You can see Temple Island fading into the background now. Hambledon Valley. Hambledon Valley. It's the Dutch there. You mentioned the Cox there. You got in the Dutch boat. It's Marit Eridus, who you can see there perched behind the bow seat rower. It's a good view of the race, but if you're in the lead as a Cox, you've got no idea where the boat behind is. So communication in those boats is pretty complex.
That's right. If you're in an 8, typically, well, an 8 is always a stern Cox boat, so the coxswain has a really good view of what's happening. But in these bow Cox boats in the 4, the coxswain is so far down, they have no way of seeing what the trailing crew is doing, so they're relying on good communication with the rowers to actually alert them to what's happening.
You can see in the stroke seat there, this is the Cambridge stroke seat, Alex Taylor and Milo Taylor in the stroke seat. He's talking, isn't he? He's trying to communicate with the rowers behind him, because even if the Cox turns round, it would offset the balance of the boat a bit and wouldn't get a good view anyway. There you are, you get an idea of the extent of the lead for the Dutch boat now. So yeah, those Cox, they have to sit so still, don't they? If they start wiggling around and craning their necks trying to see what's going on in the other boat, it's going to throw the balance.
Yeah, that's right. The balance is really important. As we know, just the slightest change of weight in the boat can really throw it off. But this is interesting now. We can see that the Dutch, Orca, are starting to pay for that early lead. You see their coxswain, they're looking around because they would know that the Cambridge boat is starting to come, but they have no way to be able to see it.
Yeah, so this is Marit Eridus, who you saw there. It was a great shot. And he did look nervous, didn't he? I suppose he could sense that the Cambridge boat's coming back level. And no doubt message has got back down the boat. There he is. Marit Eridus, the Cox in the Dutch boat, and trying to have a sneaky look over to the right, but may not be that delighted when they see that the Cambridge boat's almost back level now.
Yeah, look at the momentum with the Cambridge boat. Their rate is up, they're looking really fluid, whereas Orca really starting to labour. They went hard, as we said, tactically to try and take an early lead to shut down the race, but Cambridge patient, fluid. Look at how they're just moving through now.
Getting quite close together. There's another glance to the right. Cox Eridus, third Henley Royal Regatta. And now Cambridge have crept into the lead. Just. And if Cambridge hold on to this, then they've timed it well. They've kept their cool, haven't they? They've kept their composure, because they were 3/4 of a length down at one point.
They were, and this match style racing, it's really specific. It's so different to fleet racing, which we would see typically in international racing or across a lot of the domestic season. It's a really specific skill set, and you've got to have your tactics and your patience. And Cambridge would have known, okay, they're probably going to try and take us early. We stay composed, we stay in our rhythm, we get the work done through the middle of the race, and that's exactly what they've done. And you can see the fluidity of their oars, their stroke rate is up as they're starting to really take the advantage now. They're just going to shut this down.
So Cambridge now half a length clear, turning it right round in the middle section of the race, moving in front of Regatta and Stewards enclosure. They've got a firm grip on the race. So you can see Henley town centre in the background, St Mary's Church, and it's a busy place already on the bank of the Thames on the Berkshire side, occupied by the Dutch boat. And that's the Cambridge Cox, Alex Taylor. And he'll be telling the boat that they're just about there, just about through to the next round of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Last few strokes, and actually Cambridge have extended that lead, haven't they? Good performance. It will have taken something out of them, that's for sure. They've had to race flat out there until the last 100 yards of the race, but That was good from Cambridge.
It was a very composed race. As you say, they had to work. They didn't get it easy. I think Orca did exactly what you would do when you're up against a crew like that, which is they put themselves out there early. Unfortunately, not able to capitalise on that advantage.
7 minutes past 9 o'clock, and Cambridge already through, done their work. Up at Temple Island, it's the start of race 6 of Prince Albert Challenge Cup. And this is Massachusetts Institute of Technology, USA, on the Berkshire station. Oxford University B on the Buck station. This is student coxed fours. Oxford University, they've had the sharper start, slightly sharper out the blocks there.
Yes, we saw an earlier round of this Cambridge and Orca at the start of the day today, and of course we're back into the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. A lot of the student events underway today. We saw juniors racing yesterday, Junior Tuesday we call it, but really the student events starting to crank up today.
So that's the very early stages of this Prince Albert Challenge Cup race. Now here, look how tight it is mid-race now. This is the live action, and Massachusetts have got right back into it. Oxford University trying to respond.
You've got a huge entry from the international crews this year. I think about 75 boats from the USA, which is fantastic to see. MIT in the Buck station and Oxford University in the Buck station. It's still tight.
Yeah, they've responded to Oxford, haven't they? So they saw the threat from Massachusetts appearing, and they've obviously had enough in the tank to immediately respond and get back to a length up. Keeping a close eye, though. This race is far from over.
Yeah, we saw in the first round of this morning that Orca led out, but Cambridge were really patient and composed, and they came through in the second half of the race. It'll be interesting to see what unfolds here. Oxford looking very strong and together, but how much energy have they used in the first half of this race, and does MIT have something in the tank?
So Oxford University leading. Nearest to the camera there. In the bow seat, Dylan Schmidt, Evan Elbers, Carol Roman and Felix Gibbons. Cox, Jess Ward. But it's 4:30 in the morning. Just gone in Massachusetts. So good morning to our viewers over there. Up early to watch the action. What friends and family are. So work to do for the Massachusetts boat.
A great shot there of the coxswain, Theodore Carman, coxing the MIT crew. Still fighting, looking across at Oxford, but Oxford have the rate up. They don't want to get caught here.
Oxford University still have a grip on the race. Only a few strokes remaining, and it will be Oxford University who go through in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Patiently superior, weren't they? There was nothing, no thrills, no drama. Just got the job done there, Oxford University.
Still, though, I think they really had to work for that one. We can see they look pretty exhausted here at the end. That wasn't an easy row, but they've got the job done and through to Thursday rather.
Thursday already, yeah. Massachusetts, well done to them. They can enjoy the entertainment of Henley for the rest of the week.
Attention,
So the Wargrave Challenge Cup, Sydney Rowing Club of Australia, Molesey Boat Club C. Australia against England, and as luck would have it, in the commentary box we've got one of us supporting each boat. I'll leave you to work out which of us is supporting which boat.
Could be a mystery. Sydney Rowing Club in the Berkshire station on the left-hand side of your screen in the iconic sky blue. Sydney Rowing Club have been big supporters of this regatta. They come with a hefty contingent every year. This could be one of the biggest contingents they've come with to the regatta.
Against the might of Molesey, real giants over the years at Henley Royal Regattas, and in this boat as well, even though it's a sea boat in the Wargrave Challenge Cup. Molesey, 15 combined previous appearances here. At the moment, it's Sydney, the Australia boat that's up. But it looks very tight, Sarah, very tight.
Yeah, as you say, the might of Molesey Boat Club. Incredible experience in this boat, 15 combined appearances. And Sydney Rowing Club, this will be their top club women's 8, so it is essentially their A boat. But when you're up against a club with the strength of Molesey, it's always going to be a tough ask. But really, they're locked together here. This is going to be quite the fight through the middle of the race.
Really is nip and tuck in these early stages, so we can see the live action now. And it still looks like Sydney have got a really tiny lead. But it's so easy to see this turn around by the Molesey boat, and they'll know they're right in the race, won't they? They'll be thinking this is absolutely there for the taking. Nothing in it at all.
It's just incredible to see this quality of racing on the Wednesday of the regatta. This year we had record entries again, so even just getting through the qualifiers means that the standards of the cruise, particularly in this event, the Wargrave, is incredibly high.
Yeah, this is an example of that. The Molesey boat qualified on Friday evening and Saturday morning. It's their sea boat, and the Sydney Rowing Club, well, that was a selected boat. They didn't have to go through qualification, but just looking now, I think Molesey have produced a charge and have turned the lead round. So for the first time in this race, it's now Molesey who are up.
They are, and they look powerful, don't they? They've got that stroke right up. They're really starting to move now. But this is a decisive move that Molesey are laying down through the centre of the race here. They beat Vesta A yesterday by 2.5 lengths, so they would have known that they were going to have a fight today. But man, the confidence that you get when you're this sort of length up like Molesey have just done to Sydney Rowing Club, that gives you some real confidence about their speed for the rest of the week.
That's a spectacular move, isn't it, from Molesey? Really put the pedal to the metal there to get past Sydney. Just wonder how much that they've taken out. And there's still quite a lot of race left here, Sarah. That was quite an early move, and whether it's a decisive move or not, we'll have to wait and see. Have Sydney got anything in return? The danger is that's taken a colossal chunk of energy out of the Molesey boat. We'll see. But there is quite a lot of the race still to go, isn't there?
There is. They're not yet at the stewards' enclosure, so there's still time, but that is a big distance to make up. For me, Molesey just looking really aggressive. It does give you an extra burst when you have a lead like this, the adrenaline that you have. And conversely, when you're down, and especially as it starts to get quiet because you know that boat is moving further away from you, it can be quite demoralising. So can Sydney hold their composure and get themselves back into the race here as we are reaching the stewards' enclosure now?
Yeah, now at the business end of the race. We'll glance over the shoulder from Grace Bennett in the bow seat of the Sydney boat. She may not be that pleased to see that there's still a big gap to contend with, because Sydney got serious work to do in these last few strokes. That was so impressive from Molesey, wasn't it? That move they made in mid-race. They were toying with Sydney up until that point. It was really level, but just suddenly in the blink of an eye, they were gone.
They were. It was incredibly decisive, that move that they put in. And you have to commit when you make a move like that in the middle of the race. You have to do it all the way, because otherwise the energy that you expend to have that turn of speed, if you don't get the job done, race over.
I wonder if that was a pre-race plan, whether they knew at that point on the course that was when they were going to go.
It was so decisive, I would think that they definitely would have planned to have done that move.
Well, it's good news, Sarah. It's another England victory in an Ashes match.
You want to talk about the Ashes, Jim?
Some years. Let's come back this time next year. Molesey Boat Club winning the Wargrave Challenge Cup against Sydney Rowing Club of Australia, trailing in second.
You enjoyed those last few words, didn't you?
So here's the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. This is St Paul's up against KAND Rowing Club of Australia. Feisty start. Australians a fraction down. St Paul's trying to grab the early initiative.
They look like, I mean, both crews have come out quite hard and quite fast, but it looks like St Paul's is a little bit more up in rating, a little bit punchier, but it's interesting to see how that plays out when both crews go to push onto the rhythm and how much extra energy is St Paul's using to really blast out of the start here.
So up just St Paul's, top of your picture on the Berkshire station. That's the Australian boat.
I mean, these eights come down in a fast and furious pace. I think when you're getting out to a lead like this, it's very hard to come back from. And in the small boats, you have a bit more course, you have a little bit more time to change that pace, but this is going to be a tall order to come back from this. But this very impressive looking St Paul's crew is, I think, looking like they want to make sure of it and make sure of it early and not leave the door open at all.
Yeah, that's really impressive, isn't it, what St Paul's have done here in the early stage of this race. Dominant. Hugely. Now they can really dictate terms, can't they? They've done all the hard work in the early stages and gliding along towards the finish. Past the regatta enclosure, past stewards. Tough for the boat from Brisbane, Queensland. The premier club in Queensland, KAND Rowing Club. Train on the Brisbane River in Queensland.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I believe it's KAND as the two founders' initials. So one founder has the initial KA and the other founder had the initial ND.
So KAND Rowing Club. Good knowledge. Great, good knowledge.
I won't lie, that tidbit was passed on from Sarah Cook, who just left it.
Claim it your own. So well done to St Paul's. They can save energy for tougher clashes later in the week as they're going through. St Paul's, they look a really good outfit in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. They're heading into the next round. KAND Rowing Club will bow out.
Okay, 3 cheers for KAND. Hooray! Hooray!
So a little bit of history now. This is the very first of the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, which is one of these new events. We've got Edinburgh University from up in Scotland against Reading University from just down the way from here. It's 5 miles down the water from where we are standing here, Grace.
Yeah, it's really cool to see these new events in and which clubs and schools and universities are coming out to race it. And I think they're only going to build and build and build as the events get older. But I mean, the chance to be the first winner in this event is something really exciting for all these crews, and you will go down in history forever.
Well, you'll be a record holder in 6 minutes' time as well.
I know whoever makes it to each marker here is gonna knock off a record as they go along.
Yes.
And they're both fighting for it. No one wants to give it to the other crew.
It's a bit like sprinting the first couple of 100 metres of the London Marathon, isn't it, to get ahead?
Yeah, and then you've got a long way to hold on.
But Reading University, I think, are they just in the lead? Just about. It's a very good race, isn't it? A very good race. Reading University, look how tight they're getting. And yeah, there's nothing in it at all in the early stages. Edinburgh University here. So Edinburgh University marginally, just about up. Reading University work to do, and this is the live action, and you can see it's a great race, isn't it? First race of this new event, the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, and we're in for a real treat because Reading University are, well, I'm going to say half a length, possibly, yeah, half a length, maybe quarter of a length down. They are putting up a real fight here.
They really are. It's quite hard to actually tell who's got the momentum at the moment. I felt like Reading University was perhaps starting to push back a little bit.
And they are. Look,
yeah.
They are. So Reading University have managed to push their way back to level with Edinburgh University. It's a very tight heat, this one. Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. First year for this women's quad event. A response, though, from Edinburgh University. That's the response I'd have wanted. They found Reading back level with them.
Okay.
But yeah, they've had something in reply.
They have, but it's a game of cat and mouse at the moment. It feels like both crews are doing pushes and then sort of counteracting and fighting off the other. But I mean, I think momentum at the moment is still with Reading, and that's when you don't know how hard each crew's gone out and what they have to give in these later stages of the races. But I mean, what a race to kick off this new Queen Victoria Challenge Cup.
Incredibly even down the course. Edinburgh University with the upper hand for 3/4 of the race, but now in this last quarter, Reading University have fought back and now carved out a little bit of a lead. Have Edinburgh got anything left in the tank? Reading University C, that was a fabulous move there.
It was. They really held their nerve. It felt like they didn't panic when they got a little bit behind. They focused on getting onto their rhythm, and honestly, that's such an important stage. If you can get onto your rhythm, you can actually make moves like this. If you can't, it's really hard to come back. But I mean, it's not over yet, but I think for Edinburgh to turn it around again will be a tough ask.
That was a great call from you, Grace. You saw how that Reading boat was moving, even when they were half a length down. You were saying that was the boat to be in terms of how they were moving it. And this is the Edinburgh boat. Grimacing in there. I'll be feeling it. It's not over yet, is it? Even with the last few strokes in front of stewards, Reading University C have just about done enough. Terrific race.
No, and the crews are hovering in the middle now, so you don't want to get too close to each other. But very impressive race to kick off this event, and that really put a show on for us. And they'll come off with a mixture of records each, probably based on where they got to the markers at.
Yeah, they've shared the records, but the course record for now in the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup will be Reading University C's. They've won by a length. Very good race, that, very entertaining. Edinburgh University played their part in that, leading for more than half. And you can see there, it's taken its toll, hasn't it, on the energy. That's the winning boat. They look spent. Tough.
Sydney University Boat Club, not University, Sydney University Boat Club on the Berkshire Station, and Shrewsbury School, my old school, actually on the Berkshire Station.
There we go. So we have some, again, one of the reasons I'm here, we have some good Australian connections here. So Sydney University Boat Club, yes, it is a university, but these are all eligible for this event due to their age, all row for the same club. And on the Australian connection with Shrewsbury is that the newly appointed director of rowing is Robbie Williams, who was master in charge of rowing at the King's School Parramatta and brought the King's School over here on tour a couple of times. Great cox and coach from Australia. Really loving his time at Shrewsbury.
And here Sydney University seems to have opened up a bit of a gap. It's an interesting thing that's changed in this event, because traditionally this was just a schoolboys only event.
Yes.
Now it's school and clubs.
Yes.
And I guess because in Australia the national championships finish in March, the schools don't always do the rowing, do they? So they leave their school in March and go to a club for the summer.
That's right. And often the schoolboys themselves will turn to rugby, and some will continue on. And yes, the...
so here, just quickly, we've seen the Shrewsbury a bit behind, but they've stuck on about 3/4 of a length down.
That's excellent.
And let's just see how this race unfolds as they come through Remenham. It says they're half a length, 3:07 at halfway. So what do you see when you're looking at these crews? What's the difference?
Well, I'm seeing that Sydney Uni crew's got some pedigree in it. They're not all from New South Wales. Some of them are students at the university already, despite being very young. Some of them are still at school, and we've got a couple of people here who've been on the national team already, with Monty Salabank, who's in the stroke seat, hails from Victoria, where he rowed for Melbourne Grammar School and was in the Australian junior men's quad last year. And in the 5 seat, we've got Max Garnett, who hails from South Australia.
Shrewsbury seem to have got themselves back on term.
Yes, yes. Well, they're not going to be frightened by people's pedigrees, are they?
That's good. Maybe they've gained about a third of a length now from being back to overlap. This could be an interesting race coming down the line. See who's got the most left and who's got the skill to raise the rate and the power.
That's right. So Shrewsbury, they will all row together here at the school, whereas the Sydney University crew, the difference there is that they will have rowed at different schools, and so they'll be bringing that combined experience in. But so they're looking neat and very together. They're pretty determined, but they've come up against a great crew.
And here, this is when all the drills, all the time spent doing this paddling, who can keep their uniformity, who can keep rowing in time the most.
Yes.
It's all about not losing boat speed now, really, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
University of Sydney seems to be holding their form pretty well. Shrewsbury attacking tenaciously.
Great steering by both coxes, keeping it really straight, making sure the crews stay apart. Sydney University, a big push now as they come through the grandstand, the adrenaline that you get. Big push back, though, from Shrewsbury.
It's a great closing race. Shrewsbury closing in on Sydney.
Can they make
coming
it?
Up the line.
I think they're going to run out of the course.
Oh, great result there. This heat of the Prince Elizabeth Challenge Cup is a win for Sydney University Boat Club Australia versus Shrewsbury School. What a fantastic race. Sydney went out early and defended their position.
They certainly did.
It looks like they've all had to work pretty hard for that.
Attention!
Now we're back down at the start for a heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. This is the University 8 event, with Cambridge University A on the Berkshire Station on the left-hand side, and Oxford Brookes University D on the right-hand side. This Cambridge crew is littered with Cambridge Blues from this year's boat race. And this is the D crew from the absolutely dominant. I mean, the fact they've got D crews, 4 crews in this event, is absolutely outstanding.
It is really outstanding, especially they've had a little bit of a shake-up there at Oxford Brookes, but they've really come out of that well. And their first time racing together, this Oxford Brookes University D crew, was at Marlow Regatta last weekend, was that? Or the regatta the weekend before?
2 weeks.
2 weekends ago, yes.
And here this Cambridge crew with some dominant performances, wasn't it, this year, the boat race from the Cambridge and the Goldie crew. And this mixture of these athletes, and they've moved out to quite a comfortable lead already, which you kind of would expect against a D crew from another club.
Yes, yes, you would, absolutely. And we've even got people first time racing here in the 5 seat. We've got Monty Wright, it's his first time here. And in the Cambridge crew, we will have people who have raced here before.
Yeah, we got a bit of a personality, a bit of a celebrity here in this 2-seat of this Cambridge cruise. Matt Edge, people remember a couple of years ago, he was stroking the blue boat when he'd spent his chips and he basically only got himself across the line.
Oh, I do remember that, yes.
So he's here in the 2-seat.
Amazing, yes. There we go. Probably doesn't really want the stroke seat at the moment.
So a quick look across from the Cox. Freya Jenkinson looking across to see where Oxford Brooks were. Sure, that will help her decide how she's going to manage the rest of the race, won't it?
Yes. And our cox in the other crew is Joseph Mulligan, aged 20, and it's his first time coxing a race here at Henley Royal Regatta.
Here you can just see the rhythm, and you can see on the left-hand side there, on the right-hand side of the cox, there's 2 screens. One of them is a stroke coach telling them what stroke meter they're doing, and the other one was a screen that tells the athletes there, you can see by the rigger, the power they're producing. So they all know what power and what wattage they're doing as they go down the course, and they'll have a target for themselves when they're doing a flat-out race.
It's absolutely fantastic the way technology has transformed rowing, isn't it? To have that much knowledge allows you to really be in sync with your crewmates.
And I think it takes a bit of time for the athletes to get used to it, because it can be very invasive, and you think, I need to hit these numbers all the time, even when they're tired.
Right, instead of feeling the boat.
Exactly. And here's Oxford Brooks. So you can see this crew hasn't got the telemetry because of the cost of this equipment. You can't give it to every crew in the club. And this Oxford Brooks crew still rowing the style that we've come to know from Oxford Brooks, and it's a very direct style, very horizontal way they push. So how would you approach this race then? If you're Oxford Brooks, you were coming in knowing you're unlikely to be able to beat the Cambridge crew. How do you approach that as a coach?
Yes, very good. Well, I think you judge success by your goals, don't you? So definite goal setting for points along the course, probably trying to set a time, a personal best time. We have got the bowman here, Victor Casasmas, has raced here twice before, and he's a Spanish rower, Bucks bronze medalist, rowed at the Hollenbecker, so very experienced. So you would put a really neat, experienced person in the bow seat to keep that boat stable, make sure you have great timing, really fast person in the bow seat, and also that experience to just keep everybody calm. He's doing a good job there.
So the Cambridge crew here
is very classy.
Look very composed, aren't they? You can see here the rhythm with their backs and how quiet they sit. There's no part of the stroke that sort of stands out. It's very uniform, very continuous. It gives them a lot of efficiency when the boat's running. I mean, if you look at the blade work here, what do you think, Lizzie? Just like there's no rush.
That's right.
The blade's just going in as a continuous movement.
Yep.
Recovery, isn't it?
Sharp, neat, maintaining great length, and not spending their lollies too early in this regatta. They've got to make sure they reserve plenty of energy for the rounds to come.
Several rounds to come, yeah, exactly. They're getting a good cheer from the crowd as they come down the last past the progress boards into the finish. As they cross the line, Oxford Brooks got about 5 or 6 more strokes to go. And this is the heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. The winners were Cambridge University A, beating Oxford University D crew. A nice way to start your regatta, huh?
Certainly is. We're moving on now to the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup.
Attention.
Okay, down at the start again for the heat of the Thames Challenge Cup with Club 8s. And on the Berkshire station on the left-hand side, it's Ruderverein Osnabrück, Germany. And on the right-hand side, it's Leander Club from the Buckinghamshire station in the pink. Or Cerise, I'm afraid, sorry.
Cerise, right. And so these are Club 8s.
Yeah, so these people, I know there are in some of the Leander crew, there's what they call gappies, boys between the school and university. They go try and improve their rowing before they go and row at universities, either in America or in the UK. And here Leander quickly out to about half a length, very powerful looking rhythm.
Yes, definitely no slouches at all there, not taking anything for granted. Again, you're racing against a foreign crew that you've probably not raced before, so you can't take any chances. And they've now extended that lead out to, it's going to be a length by the time they finish this very fast start that they have. This, of course, is the water on which they train.
So we've just seen the barrier go by. Yesterday, the gap was 6 seconds between the two crews. It's not quite as much today, but Leander really have gone out very aggressively to try and put themselves in a position of control. And also very loose rhythm they have. And another tandem here between the 2 and the 3 seats.
Certainly serving them well in terms of timing, and often you will do that so that you can actually get the right person in the right position in the boat. So we noticed that with the Edinburgh University women's crew, one of the very first races today, they too had a tandem rig at one point, and that was so that they could put the person that they really felt was the best bow person, the neatest, and the person that could contribute most to the rhythm of the boat in the bow seat. So they did exactly what this crew has done now. They tandemed at 2 and 3, I believe.
So it's an interesting how the regatta progresses, doesn't it? Yesterday, Osnabrücker won 3 3/4 lengths against Marlow B. You know, had a great result, great way into your regatta, and then you come up against one of the favourites in this event, and then suddenly you realise where the standard is.
Yes, it's sort of the pleasure and the pain of the regatta, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why I think you have to make the most of all of your victories here, because they're few and far between. You lose more races here than you win. Here, Osnabrücker still racing aggressively, still rowing as well as they were when they were winning yesterday. I'm sure their coach, Milan, will be very pleased with the way they've attacked this race. So the barman of the Leander crew having a look at his oar, I guess just checking his blade work. At this stage, because they have such a margin and their stroke rate has come down, they can start to think about more technical things, can't they, instead of just racing.
Yeah, and great to be able to practice that as well as they come through that area of the course where there's really not very much going on, and there's certainly no cheers from the bank because the path is so narrow there. There's not room for people to stand there and cheer.
And you can see here, it's really interesting, this crew, how they all sit on this a little bit more on one side of the boat than the other. So they're sitting in towards their rigger, because that means that when they come slide forward, they can actually come further round and row longer. So that's the balance. You see how narrow the boat is, and they're still sitting on that little narrow boat and just balancing it very well.
And the shot that we're seeing now, you can see that the water isn't as still as one would hope. So to achieve that level of balance on the way forward in rolly water like this is quite phenomenal. But I agree with you about the German crew, amazingly consistent and never ever give up, which is the motto, evidently, of their coach. So I agree with you. I think he'll be very proud of them.
And this crew here, the Leander crew, like you said, on their home turf, there'll be plenty of Leander members in there cheering them when they come down the enclosures. I mean, good, easy work of this race, to be honest. It's a perfect preparation for their next round.
And really excellent performance there from the Germans, this young crew, who I suspect will be back for more another year.
So there was a heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. Leander Club winning that race against Rudolf-Verein Osnabrücker, Germany. Okay, now down to the Wyfold's Challenge Cup. This is Coxless Oars, Club Coxless Oars. St Andrews Boat Club A on the Berkshire station on your left. And Königs Rudolf-Verein Club Ghent, Belgium on the right-hand side. Both these crews raced yesterday already. A great clear start. Again, now the nervy bit is steering, isn't it?
Oh, yesterday was just, my heart was in my mouth watching some of those crews go off. It's particularly the bit down the island, isn't it? And as we can see there, the crew that's closest to the island is nervous of hitting the island and steers away from it.
And I think also, I know there's not much stream, but it always is a bit of water that bounces off the island and catches the bows of that station and pushes it. And very often you see the Coxless boats moving out.
I think a very impressive start there from St Andrew Boat Club, which is a boat club that hails from Edinburgh, and they've held their nerve and they've managed to steer quite successfully down the really difficult bit at the start.
Yeah, and they raced their B crew yesterday, so they had a relatively easy passage.
Yes.
They won by 2 lengths, 1.5 lengths actually.
So they're settling into their rhythm now, the St Andrew Boat Club on the far side of the screen as you're looking at it there.
And Ghent Boat Club, so Königsche Ruderverein Club Ghent yesterday raced against Star Club, winning by 1 length.
Yes, that was a tight one.
This is fantastic. We've got the Belgian crew here from Ghent coming back on terms, and they seem to be moving a little bit more efficiently, don't they?
They do. They look a little bit more relaxed, but it's possible that our club from St Andrew Boat Club from Edinburgh is holding their start rhythm out a little bit longer than the other crew, just in order to get their nose in front. I'm not sure if that's going to be a tactic that will pay off, though, because that Ghent crew's looking pretty relaxed, long and strong, settling in now for this race, which, of course, is against the stream.
At St Andrews, you can see the blade work's a little bit more messy, but they're so aggressive, and it's pure aggression and toughness. And that, you know, Ghent have made a move, they've come back on terms a bit. This needs to keep moving. We'll see how long St Andrews can hold on to this. God, they're coming together a little bit. The blades are getting quite close. Oh, this is like pure raw aggression, isn't it? Look at these two crews. They're basically level. They're the same place they were when they started at the start.
So the huge difference with some of the races we've seen earlier is there's no coxswain here. There is no person in that boat that's sitting down looking at the course. The person with the wires attached to their feet that's doing the steering is basically facing the other way.
They're coming close together. The bowman for St Andrew had a quick look across, which usually means you end up steering towards the opposition a little bit. There's only like 2 feet. They've been warned. St Andrews have been warned by the umpire, Matthew Pinsent.
Yes.
And this is amazing racing. These two crews just... It's pure, they're not even thinking about the technique anymore. It's just aggression and toughness. They're moving together.
Beautiful shot there, coming down through the enclosures. You can see the beautiful green lawns and the blue striped awnings of the grandstand.
And the Ghent crew, the accuracy of the blade work, not quite what it was earlier. But St Andrews, here we go. They've upped the rate again. Oh, look at this. Been warned again by Matthew Pinsent, the umpire.
They need to get back on course.
Oh my goodness, the push has worked, but is it going to be enough? Can they hold this together for the last 100 metres?
Phenomenal finish from Ghent.
I would want to call
composed.
this. Oh, was it a push a bit too early? Let's see what happens. Ghent have upped the rate. Oh my goodness me. Half a canvas. I mean, St Andrews managed to get ahead, and then Ghent had enough power to come back, and they managed to win that race by 3 feet.
If that, yes, amazingly close, and I think our
Here you go, Lizzie.
straight man of the St Andrew crew,
what are you seeing, Lizzie?
Driving them crew, yes, and I think they're throwing the kitchen sink in there, St Andrew, and it's just not quite enough. As you say, might have gone a little bit too early.
That's just totally heartbreaking, isn't it? I mean, St Andrews stuck with it, managed by this progress boards got through, and then Ghent had another gear.
They certainly did, and look at them, they are ecstatic at having, although it's very hard to show it because they're in such pain, but giving the thumbs up there to their coach, no doubt.
Total respect between the crews.
And now the ecstasy is giving way to agony as the pain sets in.
And is it the contrast? They're both hurting equally as much, but when you lose, it hurts a lot more.
It surely does, yeah. I think that stroke man of that St Andrew Boat Club crew could not have done any more.
Okay, well, a fantastic win there for the Wyfold Challenge Cup for Königsche Ruderverein Club Ghent from Belgium.
Attention! Go!
So here we have a heat of the Wargrave Challenge Cup, Women's Club 8. This is between London Rowing Club A on the left-hand side on the Berkshire station and City of Cambridge Rowing Club on the Buxton station. And City of Cambridge have been a revelation this regatta, haven't they?
They really have. It's just and rowing on the Cam in Cambridge. It's not a massive stretch, really busy. So it's amazing the depth of the squad that they've got. And what a fantastic start. Again, level crews. I love watching this shot. You can see the bows. You can see, just get a sense which one's sort of slightly moving. They're both crews are going absolutely flat out at this bit. They're throwing everything at the start.
Yeah, and Cambridge were very good out of the blocks yesterday. They were very brave again. And maybe, here you can see the crew here on the buck station, Cambridge City Rowing Club. They've moved out.
They've stolen a march, haven't they?
They've got 3/4 mile post. That's amazing racing. London Rowing Club, you would have said, possibly with their history and their pedigree, would fancy themselves. Cambridge now need to not stay where they are. They need to keep moving, otherwise London's coming back.
I think we've got a great race on our hands here. City of Cambridge done a fantastic job. I think they look so good, kind of long hang, really working well together, using as much as they can around their body weight to move the boat. But London, while they're half a length down, they do not look like they've given up at all.
Michael Rutter, the coach at City of Cambridge, have done a great job drilling this crew. We're now going to find out between these two which of these two crews did the best winter. Who has got the best physiology, who's got the fitness to sustain. Because whatever they're building, whatever they're rowing, they're both capable of generating the same boat speed. Now, how expensive has it been to do this?
Well, City of Cambridge down at 35 and London are now up at 37. So they have made their move and they're throwing everything into it. The question is that going to pay off? Are they going to start clawing their way back
It does look like it's starting to pay off a little bit. The question is, how long are they going to go through? Hopefully the weed they're just going through now is not going to affect the crews. London has probably gained maybe 3 or 4 feet with that effort. Whether Cambridge are just going to hold it or whether that was the move that changes the momentum of the race. It does look like London are doing a good job now.
And it is like that in rowing, isn't it? This is about momentum. So you kind of have moments where you've got the momentum with you or the momentum might be with your opposition, and how do you kind of turn that around?
Yeah, and Cambridge have stopped the rot, as they were, and have kept the margin out about 1/3 of a length. I mean, if I was London, I'd be throwing another effort in now.
So hard to do. We've just done one big effort and the crew's kind of checked you, and you've just got to sort of almost have that blind faith that maybe we will be able to break them. And
Yeah.
City of Cambridge likewise, they've got to think, is that have we done it? Have we survived that big push?
And that's where rowing's quite a cool sport, isn't it? Because it's the only sport really when you're ahead, you can see the opposition. So as London were doing that push, you can sort of watch them, wait for them and then make your move.
And I kind of think that's a sort of awesome thing, but it's one of the hard things as well, because you can see a crew edge on you, and to be able to kind of stay confident and composed, it's really difficult under pressure.
Well, City of Cambridge here, they are not letting this go away. They've soaked up the pressure from London Rowing Club here, and have moved maybe back out to half a length. Has London got anything left, Ali? What do you think?
I definitely do not rule them out. They're coming through. This is where the bank comes close to the river again. Get the loud noise. Both crews are going to have loads of supporters here. They're going to be rushing down to the bank to cheer them on. How much guts do these crews have?
It feels to me like the Cambridge City crew have got the ghost of St Paul's boys here. They're going to stay on the station and just hold off this London crew. This is an epic performance.
Just like Muhammad Ali absorbed those punches and kind of go through it at the end. Fantastic.
What an astounding race there. What a fantastic performance there from Cambridge City of Cambridge Rowing Club to win this race of the Wargrave Challenge Cup. You say, Ollie, they went out, you saw the start, they maybe got 2 or 3 feet, they surged out to half a length, but they just sustained the pressure, huh?
They sure did, and London didn't give up and threw everything at them at just over the halfway point. And you just see how much this is costing them as their body fills up with lactic acid now, you just...
Okay, it looks like they've written checks those bodies can't cash, huh?
And welcome back to our live coverage. It is day 2 and we're heading into the afternoon session. We've got 25 races taking you right through to tea at around about 4:20. Come down to the boat tent area. As you can see, a clap out taking place behind me. Always a good buzz down here and so beautiful. You've got the town of Henley there, the church, the bridge. It does certainly provide inspiration, and I was caught looking at Susanna's wonderful painting. Susanna, you started this how many hours ago?
I started at 11 a.m. I'm here to capture the essence of this competitors area. There's height of excitement from spectators and competitors. We see them go out to the races, come back either triumphant or slightly upset, but there they have their special spectators all ready to hug them, and I want to capture that on my canvas.
And so how much more have you got to add to the painting? And I mean, it's looking pretty good and pretty complete to me, but I'm sure that you're a perfectionist. So what needs to go into this?
Thank you so much. Well, I probably should actually stop it fairly soon and then start another one, because as you say, the light's changing and there'll be something else to capture in the afternoon.
There are always so many different people on the banks, different crews, different colours and blazers. How do you go about choosing who to put in?
Yes, well, I've got about 18 different colours on my palette, and so I can easily just blob a bit of orange, red, blue, whatever I like, to capture those incredible colours. That's why I'm here also, is for those beautiful dresses and hats and the way the sun catches those beautiful hats that people are wearing today.
It's a wonderful scene. Good luck completing it. It looks wonderful. Thank you very much to Suzanne. Right, OK, let's talk rowing, and I'm going to run up here and have a word with Jamie Coven. Hello, Jamie. Enjoying your Henley so far?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot of fun. It always is.
It always is. Now, in terms of the American crews, they've looked pretty good so far. Big contingent over this year?
Huge. Record. 74 entries from the U.S.
And you were saying that you've got your nationals this week, so it's quite impressive that the crews still want to come over this week?
Yeah, so the national team is actually performing very well. The U.S. just won the World Cup for the first time in history, so it's been a great season so far. But the U.S. team went back. We have our trials, our selection for the World Championships are continuing this weekend, which also happens to be the 4th of July weekend and the 250th celebration. So we're missing the national team, but we have a ton of crews from every other level, from juniors to collegiate, some of the top junior programs, some of the top collegiate programs, and then we have some really good clubs here as well. So it's a great year.
And in terms of pathway right up through to those the US national team, how important is Henley within that pathway?
Henley's great. It's an opportunity for people to get some international racing experience, and starting at a young age. I mean, there's nothing like this anywhere else in the world. And so for the opportunity for our juniors to be able to compete in their season, race at the Youth National Championship in the U.S., and then come over here and race these really talented British crews is great. So we think that's an important part of the pathway of getting to the Olympic podium at some point. So it's great.
Okay, really quickly, put you on the spot. Team to follow, a US team to follow this week?
There's several. I mean, we have Washington, which just won the national championship for the men. I think they're going to do well in the ladies' plate. So I'd say them. And on the women's side, there's Yale, there's Brown, there's Washington. We've got a lot of depth. So the collegiates are really, they're going to do well.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much, Jamie. Right, it is time now to hand over to our commentators, Martin Cross, alongside Chris McCarthy.
Hello there, welcome to this afternoon's racing at Henley Royal Regatta. It's the 1st of July, the second day of Henley, the Wednesday, and we have got some fantastic competition for you today. I'm Martin Cross, and with me is Chris McCarthy.
Thank you, Martin. Pleasure to be back here once again. Beautiful day and some great racing coming up as we're about to have a look at what racing we're going to have over the next hour or two. Got some fantastic student racing. Obviously, the students on the program, first outings of the week.
Yeah, it's a big old day today, isn't it? We had schools yesterday, students today. We've got some fantastic racing from the likes of Oxford Brookes, some of the top foreign crews over in the student events, particularly from the Netherlands. And here we are at the start of our 2 o'clock race. It's the Temple Challenge Cup, and Oxford Brookes University A crew, so their top crew is on the left of your picture of the Berkshire station, and Algemene Utrechtse Studenten Roy Veneringen Orca from the Netherlands are on the right-hand side of your screen, they are on the Bucks station. So, expect great things from this Brooks 8.
Yeah, certainly. They're top 8. They're top 8 in this event. We do have a ladies' plate 8 as well, but qualifying all the way down to an E crew in the Temple, which is, I think, just about unheard of, and certainly reflects the strength and depth of that program, and that strength being reflected in the early exchanges of this one. Canvas lead as they emerge from Temple Island.
I do like the way that Orca's rowing. They're quite easy and the float forward. It's nice and loose. They've done a 5:49, I think, in the Netherlands, which is pretty slipping for a student crew. But really, we're expecting this Brooks A crew to absolutely dominate this event and perhaps go all the way through to the Sunday.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you can make an argument for 4 or 5 crews here in the Temple. It's such a competitive event here this year, and but for me, this Brooks crew, probably one of the more compelling arguments. Beat their ladies plate 8 back at Marlow Regatta. They're certainly the form domestic crew here in the UK, and they'll have to test themselves now against the international competition, as they are doing right now with Lea from the Netherlands, who at the moment fighting to just maintain a little bit of overlap as they enter the second phase of this race.
Yeah, we're looking at A.U.S.R, the bowman. Well, he's the furthest away now. 23 years of age. He was a junior Dutch national champion, and a lot of these Dutch crews are rowed at a really high standard. This Orca crew from, I think, Utrecht. Their boathouse is kind of in the centre of Utrecht, right by the A12 motorway, if you know that, but then they can head out onto the canal and it's all kind of quiet. So on the left of your screen is the crew from Orca, and on the right, Oxford Brooks' finest.
Yeah, watching on with Oxford Brooks there, just starting to work into their rhythm and build out over a length at the barrier, and they'll be looking to build out a nice comfortable margin so they can conserve a little bit of energy before their next round of racing. They'll go up against St Paul's in the next round, their second 8 that got through this morning.
Yeah, that was a quality result. So what I'm going to ask you, Chris, because Brooks obviously fantastically successful under Henry Balash-Wedd and Richard Spratley, both of whom are now not working with Brooks, but you've got Ali Brown working with the likes of Morgan Bain and Williams, who's done an awful lot with this Temple A crew. Do you see any differences in the technique?
I haven't been able to notice anything just yet, and I think with the size of Brooks, I wouldn't expect a drastic change quickly, maybe over the next couple of years as new coaches start to make their impression on the program. I think what's really interesting with the Brooks is using the fat blades they use across all their crews, and that does demand a little bit of a different style of rowing, loading up the catch a little bit differently, gives you a bit more purchase at the catch, but if you can't get that, then those blades aren't as good throughout the rest of the stroke.
I just want to throw it in there. I'd say they were more sort of soft at the catch and more sweepy, as opposed to Brooks crews in the past that have been really snappy on the front end.
It certainly doesn't look quite as just all-out aggressive, and yes. But,
so you pays your money, you takes your choice in terms of technique. Lots of different ways to go fast in this sport. We're kind of halfway down the course at the moment, and you can see the UK University beating their opponents from the Netherlands by a significant margin. I guess they'll be able to go down the gears.
Yeah, certainly, and it's all about just trying to go as deep as in the week as you can, unscathed. Spend as little energy as you can getting through to those Saturday and those Sunday races that you're not going to have the chance to do this. You're going to be fighting all the way to the line and having this opportunity to take it right down into the low 20s now, as Oxford Brooks are. Matt Collins there in the stroke seat, setting that rhythm. The Australian who won here for Marlow in the Wyfold a couple of years ago.
Yeah, we're looking there at Tiemann Boomarts, the stroke of the Orca crew. Rode as a junior at a different club. He's a lightweight and he's been at Orca for 2 years. So I think lightweight rowing hasn't got the same Olympic profile. And we're going to fly over to Brooks, and you can see Matt Collins absolutely, well, everything's in control of that 8. As you heard, Mac, the stroke man, I met him just before the race, actually. It was really good, the atmosphere in the boat tents. They were sort of boating next to Hampton, and I was kind of in there, and there was massive big Brooks as they kind of went out to boat and get the clap out. The lad at 4, the massive German, you can see him with the white cap on, won the Junior Worlds. The lad at bow should be at the under-23, Kai, and Emma Cox is from Boston Rowing Club. So a lot of hopes for this crew. As I look out, Chris, they're just kind of about, what, 300, 350 metres away from our commentary position?
Yeah, just starting to come into view of us now, and I think, as you said, a lot of hopes. See on this Brooks crew and the Brooks squad this year, last year, not taking home any red boxes from Henley for the first time in, I think it was 9 editions. 2016 might have been the last time that happened. And this crew will certainly be at the forefront of the Brooks charge, looking to correct that here in 2026.
They're your favourites, aren't they, for this event?
They are my favourites. They're on my fantasy rowing team.
OK, that's cool. As a lead commentator, I haven't got any favourites, but they are rowing really well, I think. And impressive first row down the course for Oxford Brooks. Orca really piling it in. Oxford Brooks in this heat of the Temple go through the finish line, progress to the next round. It's easy, balance the boat and wait for their opponents who are charging to the line, Orca. And the traditional 3 cheers. Exhaustion in the losers. Always that contrast, Chris.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, as they came past us, hardly a sweat broken in that Brooks boat.
So, great start up here. We have got Chicago Rowing Foundation from the USA. They are on the right-hand side of your screen with the white blades, and then the red and white blades from Kingston Grammar School, who beat their rivals Surbiton High School. They row on the same stretch of river yesterday, and it's a massive deal for the Surrey-based school that they're in this sort of next round of the Prince Philip for girls' eights.
Yeah, it certainly is, and having the opportunity to come up against international competition as well. One of the very large number of crews have come over from the United States this year in Chicago Rowing Foundation, and Kingston Grammar doing well in the opening exchanges to stick right with them. Barely a foot in it as they come or approach the barrier.
Yeah, this American crew from Chicago, they come quite highly rated, don't they? OK, they didn't win the American Championships. I think Row America Ride took that, but they're really good in small boats. They look really powerful. The young woman in the 4-seat, Isabel Fine, just 16 years of age, looks to have so much power in that body and that stroke.
Yeah, certainly, as you mentioned, second US Nationals. It was a big margin. Row America Ride were ahead there, but seen a couple of the US crews going out quite early so far this week. So Chicago Rowing Foundation in their first trip here to Henley will be looking to maybe avoid that, and at this stage setting themselves up nicely ahead of Kingston Grammar.
Yeah, so if you're new to this Henley presentation, it's great that you're watching with us. We show a replay of the start and then we come in further down the course, and you'll notice that this crew from the Chicago Rowing Foundation have moved away gradually in the middle of the race from Kingston. We ought to mention the coach of Kingston, oughtn't we? James Cracknell, there's a name.
Yeah, there is a name, certainly, who learnt to row at Kingston Grammar as well.
Yeah, he's an old boy. He's an old boy.
Yeah, so, and doing a good job there, getting that crew firstly qualified and then through the first round of racing, but the Chicago crew.
So we're looking at Eden Taylor, the 16-year-old in the bow seat. She looks really smooth and relaxed. Sorry, that's the Kingston. I'm terribly sorry. I meant Kennedy Sindlar, the bow seat. 17-year-old in Chicago. She looks really loose. Going down to the stroke seat there, Olivia Lindemann.
It's the reserve on the US national team last year, Olivia Lindemann, leading this crew well. Not quite taking it down as much as we saw in that previous race, having that opportunity just yet, but first few times out on the course, as we said, first time here at Henley. I think I probably want the experience of going through the gears, at least in the first couple of rounds.
So there's the stroke, Isabel Harper, 18 years of age. She'll be conscious that she comes from a school with not just one Olympic champion as an alumni, but two. James Cracknell and, of course, Sophie Hoskin, who won gold for Britain in the lightweight doubles in 2012, and now a steward of the regatta, Chris.
Yeah, certainly has it's produced a couple and now sort of back on the rise as well, and that sort of legacy will certainly echo through these younger athletes and inspire them to take that next step. Fairly young crew, many of them will be back next year for Kingston Grammar.
So an interesting head-on shot that. You can kind of see the crew on the left from Chicago just really allowing the boat to flow on. Kingston battling away, as they did against Surbiton yesterday. But really, I think if you lined those two crews and stood them next to each other, you would see a great disparity in size and I guess mass as well.
Yeah, certainly, and as mentioned, much younger crew in the Kingston Grammar. A few 16-year-olds. I think a couple of them took a medal in the J16, a J16-4, I think, at national schools earlier on in the season. A little bit of an older, more experienced crew in the Chicago Rowing Foundation entry. As we mentioned, one already having represented the United States as a reserve last year. Off to Princeton is Olivia Lindemann next year. A few of the ladies in this group already with their plans sorted for higher education.
Well, there's Kingston. That's the bow woman, Eden Taylor, the 16-year-old. She's going to have a few more Henleys. This is her second Henley. That's sensational, is it, for a 16-year-old to have two Henleys? But let's take a look. Here they go. Chicago from the USA, the Rowing Foundation, take the win in that heat of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. They wait. Kingston Grammar are still on the course. Fist bumps from the Americans as we wait for Kingston Grammar. Their Henley for 2026 is done, but they can hold their heads up high after that fantastic result yesterday. So back up to the start for a heat of the Island Challenge Cup. This is for Women's University 8s. And we have Newcastle University's A crew on that left-hand side of the screen, the blue star. And on this right-hand side of the screen, we have Yale University's B crew. And you reckon this will be a great race, didn't you, Chris?
I think it will be. I think it will be. If anyone caught the lunchtime show, the progress board, Fergus Mainland picked this as one of the more exciting races, and that wasn't just because he was wearing a Newcastle blazer. Certainly it is Newcastle early on who have gotten the advantage. Half a length indeed. Newcastle having reached the final of this event the last 2 years. Bit of a different lineup this year. Will be eager to prove that legacy, but Yale have been over here for a couple of years.
Well, the Yale crew is coached by Will Porter, who's been at Yale for so long, and he took Yale to a fantastic win at the NCAAs, which was the top college championship of America last year. So the program is clearly doing something good.
Yeah, certainly. Depth across the board. And these ladies here in this B crew come out of their 4s. They've got 2 8s above this at the regatta. And I think mixing it with one of the top British crews at this point in the race does show that depth, which is evident winning the NCAAs as a program. I had a good hit out at Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago. I was on the launch for that one with the Yale B crew, and they went up against Molesey's Wargrave 8, and that was a thrilling race. Their first experience of Henley racing straight off the plane, and it was only a third of a length in it in that event.
So do Yale have a chance in this? They're just a length behind Newcastle, who look really good. You know, I was going to say their coach Alex Lee's done a great job. They had good rotation around the front end, locking the blades well. I know Angelo Savarino, the legendary Angelo Savarino, their Italian coach, is still up at Newcastle, helping Alex with the programme. What do you reckon?
There's a little look out there from the bow seat of the Yale crew, Laura Burton, so I think they will think they are still in with a shot. We'll get a better idea as they come past us. The camera angle a little bit deceiving at the moment, but if they're going to make something happen, it's got to be right now. A little bit of clear water then from the stern of the Newcastle boat back to Yale. So if Yale are going to do something, it's got to be now. It's the opposite of how they raced at Henley Women's. They went out hard against that Molesey crew who overturned them in the last throws of the race. I think Newcastle will have preferred an easier row down the course here. They are still certainly being pushed all the way down the course.
Yeah, do you reckon? I think to have a real blowout in a heat, you know, might do you some good.
There is that school of thought as well, of course, that as we were sort of saying earlier with that Chicago crew, having a chance to step through the gears and really push on is certainly an advantage. You really know where you stand, know where your weaknesses are, and maybe improve on something going into the latter stages of the week.
It's interesting to see the 22-year-old bowwoman Laura there. She does like to look round, and I guess that's for motivation, isn't it? You say keep your head in, but she really wants to keep herself and her crew motivated and see how close they are to this Newcastle 8.
Yeah, certainly, and busy enclosures here. Maybe can't even hear the cocks, and maybe wants to just a little couple of words. Still pushing on here, Yale, but I think they're going to run out of water.
So you can hear the shouts of the enclosures. I guess a lot of them will be for Newcastle University, but if you're watching back home in the States, I'm sure you will be pleased and proud of the show that Yale B put up in this heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup. Newcastle University A crew take this heat from just under a length ahead of Yale University B crew from the United States of America. So, on this side with the pink blades, Leander, possibly one of the favourites to take this title. Up against them, the women from just by Chiswick Bridge, Tideway Scullers Club. We'll talk about them more as they go down the course, but fantastic to see the things that programme is doing now.
Certainly, and backing up what you've just said, possibly one of the favourites in the event is Leander crew, the home crew, striding out to almost a boat length before they've even reached our camera boat at the end of Temple Island there in this brand new event, the first day that this has been run here at Henley Royal Regatta at Danesfield for club women's quads. It's been very well entered, very popular addition to the programme.
So listen, this Tideway Scullers quad have got some real great sort of scullers in. For example, at 3, Salam Twelve, who I was talking to in the boat tents beforehand, she's won the Prince Philip here at Henley last year. She's going to Newcastle. How come Leander, there's Selam in the 3 seat, just one behind the stroke. How come Leander are so far in front?
This is a seriously strong Leander crew. A little bit older, a little bit more experienced, and 15 Henley experiences amongst the 4 in the Leander boat compared to just 5 back in the Tideway Scullers boat. So I think it's almost just a matter of experience, age, been around in various systems for quite a while, this Leander crew.
So looking at Scullers there, Anna DeLong has worked really hard, really impressive, really increased the number of women that have come down to Scullers. She is looking for more women, obviously, for next season to help build the programme. It's a great club to row or scull in, and if you're thinking about giving it a go, well, that's one place in London that you can get a really good background in how to scull. But Leander moving out in front. Who are the stars in this Leander crew, Chris?
I think in the middle of that boat there, well, all 4 really are stars. All 4 very experienced scullers in this boat. Lucy Thompson up in the bow there, won Chair Bates. Jenny Bates in the 2 seat, won the island here for Oxford Brooks. We're riding on board with Tideway Scullers again there.
Yeah, sorry, I threw your hospital pass there because the picture. So Angela Carney, 19. There's 2 18-year-olds in the middle, Tegan Smith and Salam Twelder that we talk about. And Meg Saunders, well, she was in the British team. She was the spare, the sort of replacement if anyone went ill in the Worlds in Rachice back in 2022. So much good experience. Let's fly over. And look, you were talking about the guys in this Leander quad, Chris.
Yeah, certainly. It's such an experienced quad. You see, saying Jenny Bates there has won the Island here for Oxford Brooks, out injured last year, and transition over to sculling, and it's a good addition to this crew. Zoe McKellar in the 3-seat has been here at Leander for a couple of years now, the Australian from Sydney University Boat Club originally, and then Charlotte Fennell in the stroke seat. 6 times she's been here at Henley Royal Regatta, and I know there are some high hopes of this crew.
I love looking at that crew, just the technique. I love the patience off the back end, how easy they allow the boat to come to them. They don't like move forward, the boat comes underneath them. And I guess that's credit to their coach, Ross Hunter.
Yeah, certainly. I like how there's not too much going on around the back of the stroke. It's very front-loaded, as the quad scull should be. Great angle of the quad, so much going on, but looks so simple when we're looking at it from above.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at the German quad, actually, coached by Franco Fossi. Stick with me, because he coached the Dutch men's quad that won in Paris, and that was all front-ended, not much back-end, easy release, let the boat run on. Do your work early in the stroke.
Well, I remember all the really good Australian quads back in the early 2010s. That was always the teaching, was that everything really up the front end, and almost cut it off short at the back end of the stroke.
That was John Drewison, wasn't it?
It was John Drewison, yes,
yeah,
exactly.
From Tassie.
Yep. I had Chris Morgan used to row with us and come down when I was sort of starting my sort of club life, and used to pass on a little bit of that knowledge. Seen a couple of those crews.
So the long plait there of the 22-year-old Lucy Thompson. Scullers full gas. Oh, look at that. There she is, Lucy Thompson. I mean, this is about getting their technique right, really getting in the frame to finish this race well. You've got to finish it out. They're coming up to the line. There's about 3 or 4 strokes. Lucy looks around for the finish. There it is, Lucy. You have progressed safely through this heat of the Danesfield, the new event here at Henley, the Danesfield Challenge Cup, named after a lovely hotel between here and Marlow. And 3 cheers. Really excited for this race. On the far side, in the yellow boat, it is Molesey Boat Club from Surrey. And then closest to us on this side, it is the men from H-Croft Rowing Club. It is their B crew. This is a heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. It is for club men's 4s. No coxswain in this event. And I guess Molesey, pretty strong favourites, Chris.
Yeah, they certainly would be. As you mentioned, coxless boat. It's the first time I've seen the Wyfolds this afternoon. You always get a little bit nervous watching them, but impeccable steering from both of them in the opening exchanges there. But Molesey, as you said, would be the favourite in this event. They raced the H-Croft A crew yesterday, beat them easily, and now up against the B crew. I think they would have taken some confidence from that.
Yeah, totally. And we've come down further into the race now, I think. And Molesey, still the cadence that we're still not live yet, so we're just looking at this. And you can see Ollie Stanhope, MBE. And I rode with Ollie's dad, Richard. And Ollie is a Paralympic gold medalist for Great Britain. And Molesey, he was a member of Molesey. And they christened a boat in his name. So, you can see H-Croft. So as you look at those 2 crews, Chris, I mean, what stands out for you in terms of comparison and contrast?
It's just clear there's a lot more power and composure in that Molesey boat. Even when we saw them off the start, they were underrating the H-Croft boat. The H-Croft boat really just trying to get up it in the rate and keep it up as high as possible and try and make something happen, which is really, in that position, what you've sort of got to do. But Molesey, a lot more run on the boat, doing a lot less to disturb things as well. Yeah. See them nicely out around the rigger as well, the bow seat that we can see there. Harry Hetherington, good length and rotation.
There's the men of H-Croft, Rob Lee, Ben Moore, Mantas Voluskauskas and Hugh Galley. And a beautiful purpose-built facility, modern club on Salford Quays up there, and it's a world-class start centre. There are loads of rowing things going on in Agecroft. Great place to row.
And partly funded by the Henley Trust as well, which I think we're going to hear from Sarah Winkles on the lunchtime show later in the week about some of the work that the Henley Trust does.
That's a great shout. Where'd you get your lines from, Chris?
Right in front of me.
So the Molesey club that we're looking on the right of the screen, the club really has always been at the forefront in terms of competing for Henley medals, and particularly now with the chief coach Sam Tuck, who pretty much has revolutionised the club, especially I think with women's rowing, and saw the fantastic performance of the British women at the weekend. Meg Slavitt stroke of the women's 8 that won in Lucerne, and then bronze medals for Holly Yude and Angered Broughton, both Molesey members. Just one example of what Tuck has achieved. And this Molesey 4, Sam Maloney in the 3 seat. You see the big guy at 3, his kind of head goes above the other members of the crew. He's there, you see. He's got the guy with the hat is Harry Hetherington, then it's Al Coates. Sam Maloney, the 25-year-old, he sat one behind the stroke. He was in the GB trials, on the 5K trials, did a really decent row with Sam Stevenson, finished 6th overall, which I thought was a pretty decent result. So he's not far off international honours, I guess.
And that's really where the standard of the club events are these days. They're really almost that last level before people are making that step up onto the national team. They've come on so strong in the last few years.
So we're coming up to the finish. Molesey Boat Club at a leisurely pace will take this heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup for Club Coxless 4s. There goes the buzzer. Agecroft, their B crew, didn't give up. Look round from Hugh Galley, the 36-year-old. It's an older crew, that Agecroft crew, but well done to them. Molesey take that heat. Wow, this is another heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. So we have an Australian crew from Sydney in the famous Sydney colours. I called it light blue?
Light blue, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll go for that. I didn't know
light
if
blue,
there was
sky blue, maybe.
Sky blue or any sort of turquoisey stuff. And then on the far side of the course, so the Berkshire station, that is the crew from Minerva Bath Rowing Club. Loads going down at that centre. Look round from Jonathan Nagler, the 22-year-old, who's raced here before, got to the semi-final. And then they're all looking down the course, aren't they? MacArthur Bucknell is looking down the course, the bowman of Sydney. So, how good is this crew?
Well, I'm told it's the priority boat between this and the Thames. They had a B crew as well, which was on a little bit of a different program, went out this morning. Had a good row this morning against the London Rowing Club crew. Actually stayed in touch the whole way, which I thought was very impressive from the B crew. But this is meant to be the priority boat for Sydney Rowing Club. They were here in the final last year. And last year it wasn't the priority boat and it was in the final, so maybe that says something.
So it's interesting, you get on the start early at Henley and then you just kind of sit and you wait for the umpire's launch to get by, and then the umpire stands up and you think, right guys, we're on, and you then look around a bit more and check, and
when I see that you are both straight and ready,
he will be just
start you like
giving
this.
them a run through at the start, which they know by heart, don't they? I mean, they know all this already.
They certainly do. Everyone in this race has been to Henley before. A few more appearances in the Minerva Bath crew, but they'll certainly be pretty well accustomed with that starting process.
Attention! Go!
So the Wyfold Challenge Cup, another heat of that. Minerva Bath on the left of your screen. Sydney Rowing Club, A crew all the way from Australia, powering off closest to the island. Just comment on the steering, Chris.
Yeah, a little bit going on there in those first few strokes. It is tricky over on the Buck Station as the stream comes towards us as we're looking on the camera, pushes off Temple Island and can really start to push those crews that you can see on the right-hand side of the picture into the centre of the course, and that's had an effect on the Minerva Bath crew who have now come back.
Yeah, I want to say there's a look round from the lad in the bows, Jonathan Nagler. I mean, I would say if he's steering, probably he needs to look down the boat to those big V arrows that he's got behind him. So the Sydney crew just edging out. Minerva Bath going across behind them, and maybe the umpire might be warning them. There's a bit of steering there. How about that, Chris?
Yeah, so once you're just in that wash, we can see the puddles of the Sydney crew. Once Minerva gets into that, it just sucks you in even further. You get less grip on the blades.
So what I want to know, about how much, if you put the rudder on, you know, for a couple of seconds, 2 or 3, 4 seconds, and then if you're in the wash of another crew, how much distance does that actually cost you?
If you're at this point, when they're right in the wash of the other crew, they're going to have to put a lot of rudder on, easily be costing them half a length already, if not even more.
So you heard it from Chris McCarthy there, JRN's Australia correspondent. Sydney Rowing Club look cool, calm and collected. I like when they come to the back end, they seem to have quite a bit of patience there.
Yeah, it certainly is very still at the back end. Hands keep moving. There's no this pausing business, which has been around before.
You're not an Ian Wright fan then?
I'm not a pausing at the finish fan.
Okay. Why? Why?
Well, I was coached by Franz Infeld, who coaches as the performance director here, and you can actually probably notice some similarities in how Molesey row, as he kind of mentored Sam Tuck in the early stages. Yeah, just letting the boat run, letting the hands move out at the same speed they come in, and the Sydney crew doing a good job of that.
So Shane Mulvaney is the lead men's coach at Sydney Rowing Club. I don't know him that well. Tell us about him.
Irishman, was an under-23 world champion in the lightweight pair a few years ago, and moved to Australia 2019, came to the club, came to Sydney Rowing Club a little bit after that, and is now leading the men's squad. Got Brooke Robertson as the development coach under him as well. He's done a great job, Shane.
Well, yeah, well said. I mean, these lads are just youngsters from Sydney. I mean, the oldest one of them is Angus Aitken at 23, but otherwise they're 21 and 22. How come?
In Australia, I'd say there's just not as many opportunities for once you're past the under-23 level. So a lot of these guys will be looking to make under-23 teams, or they've just missed out on 23 teams. And fortunately, we don't have these beautiful club events at Henley. So we generally have a little bit of a younger cohort coming over from Australia because of that. But still a very experienced crew here, all having won national titles, and been a part of very competitive schoolboy systems. King's School, Scots College, Shaw School, who've all made appearances here at the regatta in the past. Angus Aitken in the 2-seat. He was here as a part of the famous umbrella crew that had an umbrella come across the course back in 2019 for the Scots College.
Oh, yeah, that crew that won the Scots College.
Scots, not Scotch.
Oh, Scots, yeah. Scots is Sydney, isn't it?
Scots is Sydney, Scotch in Melbourne.
I love that drone shot we had there, because that, as it comes round there, you can see how far the guys have got to go as you come into those sorts of enclosures up at Thames Rowing Club. Minerva Bath crew there, 23-year-old Jack Norton. Fantastic cyclist. He's really into his road cycling and cross-country cycling. Of course, that'll give the endurance for this event. Archie Norton behind him, Bill England, the veteran of this crew, 30 years of age, World Junior participant back in 2014, and we're flying now, as we can do with these great drones. Who's the strongest guy in this crew, Chris?
Strongest guy in this crew?
There's a call for you.
Oh, I don't know if I'd I don't know if it's wise for me to say. They've all sort of had slightly different paths and come in at different times. Will Club moved clubs. Hugh Harold came over from Nepean Rowing Club, which is where the Women's National Training Centre
out to Penrith.
Penrith,
yeah.
Beautiful place. I think one of the best places to train in the world.
I've raced there.
On the Nepean.
1978.
Yeah, right.
Were you born then?
Absolutely not. Sorry.
No, just joking. I'm just going to say, do you put your strongest guy? A lot of the fours I've rode in, the strongest guy was in the 3 seat. So I'm going to say Hugh Harold, the 22-year-old, in the 3 seat, maybe.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the very exciting talents at Sydney Rowing Clubs. Selected in the 23 team last year. Unfortunately, wasn't able to compete due to injury. His older brother Miles was in the Thames Cup that reached the semi-finals a couple of years ago. Yeah, I think what's really interesting about
there's our drone just giving us a sense of the theatre that these rowers perform. It is an incredible theatre, amphitheatre, with the stewards' enclosure on one end, Phyllis Court on the other side, the church, the course. Is there anything like this in world rowing, Chris?
I don't think so. I think the opportunity to row in front of this many people is something that maybe in an Olympic Games you'd have, but even then it's not the whole way down the course.
So that record time, Pat Rudaz, one of the guys in that crew, he's now coaching in Switzerland. He was out at the Lucerne Regatta at the weekend. The great Tim Foster, gold medalist in Sydney with the British 4, he was also in that crew. They're not going to break that record today, but a beautifully judged row from this Sydney crew. About another 10-15 strokes to go.
Yeah, certainly. They'll be starting to just bring it up a little bit, maybe put on a bit of a show for those in the stewards, but certainly not a sprint finish or anything like that. And they'll be resting up the legs. They're on a good side of the draw.
Sydney Rowing Club take the win in that heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup ahead of a very game performance from their opponents, Minerva Bath Rowing Club. A crew just crossing the line, and there is confirmation of that result for you. So up at the start, Thames Rowing Club A crew. This is the boat they hope will win this competition. It's the Wargrave Challenge Cup for Women's Club 8. They are up against their rivals from Putney, London Rowing Club B. Thames at one end of the embankment, London Rowing Club, a couple of 100 metres away at the other. This is their B crew.
Yeah, they'll certainly know each other very well, but A crew versus B crew, and one of the form crews of this competition here in the Wargrave, as they have been for a number of years here, Thames Rowing Club, and almost out to a boat length lead at the very, very early stages of this race.
Yeah. I mean, it's not surprising. I was talking in the boat sense, actually, to Hannah Taylor, who was the coach, while these women were doing their kind of activation warm-up to try and get their hips and the muscles they use to open their bodies out against the legs. And she was just introducing me, like, some of the standard that these women have rowed at, like Nikki Martinchik, the 26-year-old captain of Washington, I think. Did she say, is it the 7 woman or another one of the women had been at Washington as well? I did ask her what their 2K erg score was, and, you know, I was kind of saying, you don't need to tell me, but I'm saying about 640. She was like, no comment.
If it's 640, that's seriously impressive. That's up there with that's close to a national team 8 at 640.
Yeah, I just kind of think, you know, the standard of this boat, they're rowing in a boat called Jo Harris, actually. And for those of you who know, Jo is an incredible servant. She's been a fantastic servant to Thames Rowing Club. There is nothing she does. She spends her life doing rowing things. At the weekend, she was working for World Rowing out at the Lucerne World Cup. And you can see the name, I think, on that boat there. Look round from the Thames Cocks. I mean, this is pretty easy. Hannah Murphy, the 24-year-old. She's got a check, hasn't she?
Yeah, this crew is going to have designs to go all the way in this regatta. They've won this event a number of times, and last year went the way of Molesey, and I'm sure they want to be turning that back in the other direction. Most of this crew were in that crew last year as well.
I love that shot of the drone as it just went down the Thames crew. You got some real close-up. You could see the way that these women use their legs, or we all use our legs in this sport with the sliding seat. And drones give us that sense, as you can see there, which you wouldn't otherwise get, just how much power is coming from the legs in this stroke, Chris.
Yeah, it gives us a great insight and makes us feel like we're almost in the crew, which for Henley Royal Regatta, where sometimes it can get a bit lost in the length of the course without the markers and everything like that. It is fantastic that we've got these pictures. As we see the London boat on the screen there, Claudia Lauren Williams up in the bow seat, and Aurelia Dixon in the 7, both of them former Cambridge lightweights, and there's a couple of Cambridge alumni in the Thames boat as well, so they'll know each other.
I think what's interesting is how London, from not being, not a particularly impressive record in women's events, under someone like Stu Heat, the chief coach, has really come up. So they are now able to challenge. They've got a really fast A boat, and this is their B boat. No surprise that they're down against Thames Rowing Club A boat, but rather in the way that Sam Tucker's energised Molesey Boat Club.
Yeah, and we saw at Henley Women's Regatta they had 3 wins. Their A-boat won the Club 8s, their quad, and the third win just escaping me. But that was a fantastic moment for that club. They were very proud, and the way that they celebrated was incredible. And it's definitely the women's program there on the rise. And we can see it similarly to Thames, where we're seeing so many people leave university from all around the world and seek out Thames Rowing Club. We're starting to see that at London as well.
Totally. Like, I was talking to some of the women from the Dutch team, and it was like, oh yeah, I rowed at Thames. I took a year out and rowed at Thames. And people know that it's the place to go. It is like a magnet for attracting the top women from university crews. I think the only exception to that is the way that Molesey has come up and maybe challenge Thames in the way that it brings in some of the top under-23 athletes.
Yeah, done it ever so slightly differently, but it is very interesting to watch the rise of all those clubs since this event has been here at Henley. It's really been driving the success and the growth of these programs.
So we're talking about women's rowing. You can see that this is a race that was done and dusted, at least from Thames Rowing Club A crew's point of view, pretty early on. They just need to cross the finishing line, which they are coming up to. You can see now, you're used to it if you're watching our great production here. They're going to cross, you hear the little buzzer. Thames Rowing Club A take that heat of the Wargrave Challenge Cup for Women's Club 8 ahead of their rivals from London Rowing Club, their B crew, and they will sit and cheer. Okay, I have to declare an interest here. I teach at Hampton School, I help coach the crew, and the boat's named after me. Other than that, I'm going to be totally neutral. Hampton School in yellow, and my producers told me I'm not allowed to commentate, just try and stop me. Windsor Boys School, Mark Wilkinson's incredible crew. Talk about Windsor Boys on the left of your picture. Hampton, coached by Josh Butler on the right. Great start by Windsor Boys. They seem to be pretty level. When you look at the Hampton crew, what are you seeing, Chris?
It's just a little bit more polished and a little bit more confident around the back end, particularly. Just able to really finish off the stroke and really take their time in getting onto the next one. Windsor just maybe not quite getting all the way, the full length around the back end, but doing very well to hang with this very classy Hampton crew at this stage of the race. Still well in touch.
Aidan Hughes with a black cap on in the stroke seat, contender for GB Trials, coming up after Henley. His dad used to be the physio at Chelsea Football Club. You might have seen him run onto the pitch if you support Chelsea or you watch that. Behind him, Leo Robertson, 2025 World 8s champion in Trakai, Lithuania. And then up in the bows of the Hampton 8, Ollie Shanley, the lower 6 former. There's kind of 3 of these guys, the bow 3, have come into this crew, like Ollie Shanley at bow, Pat Maroney And then Harry Lee's the J16, worked with his dad, who's a J16 coach, but that's not why he's got in the crew. He's got a real engine, he's like a diesel engine, can go down the whole of the course. And let's talk about Windsor Boys, Chris.
Had a cracking race yesterday, and which was, I know it surprised a few of us up in the press box, only a third of a length in it, so a tough race, very late yesterday, very tough race, so certainly got one in the legs, but a program that's far more well known for its sculling and the dominance that they've got over the Fawley Challenge Cup. To have an 8 below the quad, able to get through a round, qualify, get through a round here, I think is really impressive.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic they're in the Princess Elizabeth, because I'm not totally sure, but I think these are rowers 9 to what would that be, 17, 9 to 16.
Yeah, below the top 2 quads.
Yeah, the top 2 quads. And, you know, there's a little look round from Aidan Mangwaring in the bow. Stroke the first Windsor Boys medal in championship pairs at Nat Schools. And he's rowing now in the bow seat. Such a strong programme. And it must be an incredible buzz to row it, Windsor Boys.
I think it must be. It's, I mean, we come here every year and they almost seem like a foregone conclusion in the Fawley, and that buzz and that pedigree starting to translate into the 8s, but they're having a bit of a nudge here on Hampton, who maybe started to take things down a little bit, but here come Windsor Boys. They're in touch.
Yeah, he's like Ben Knight, the Cox. He's so cool, calm and collected. He's Cox Hampton in the semi-final. He's got this, and I think this is good experience for both crews, good experience for Hampton. They'll be down, you know, with the watts. Producer saying squeaky bum time, but that's a pretty cultured performance from the Middlesex-based school. And Windsor Boys, great result from them. 3 cheers, little fist bump, handshake. Aidan to Leo, to Monty, who's off the brown this year, then Jack Holden in the 5 seat. They're the big men in the stern. So, Hampton win. So this is a race, the Island Challenge Cup for Women's University 8s. And closest to us we have Delft der Studenten Reuven Lacher from the Netherlands. And on the far side of the course, the Berkshire station, nearest all the tents, we have Cambridge University's B crew. So Cambridge University's A crew, I think they might have been in action earlier today.
I think they were. I can't tell you exactly how they went, but
I think they won.
I can tell you that their B crew off to a great start here, given B crew had to come through qualifiers, and this Laha crew from the Netherlands, a selected crew by the stewards, so this would be a bit of an upset.
Yeah, it's got a kind of mix of experience, this Laha crew. They're now on the left of your picture. This is the reverse angle shot. Cambridge, of course, they have had a fantastic time in the women's boat race. This year didn't go their way. As you might know, Oxford lost. Love that shot as the 8 comes past the marker there. And you can see the hair trailing down of the Cox. Ellen Vigor, the 20-year-old. So we're going to come live to this race. And let's see. There we go. So Newcastle University have reached the final the past 2 years, but have yet to taste victory. Could this be their year? Over to you, Chris.
Well, that's who we saw in that first race, or not first race, but one of those earlier races after lunch. Had a good nudge from that Yale B crew, and I think they've got to go up against Washington in the next round. There's a lot of really strong American crews over here. The island is pretty open, I think. I'm not going to call it. I can't remember who I've got on my fantasy team.
Yeah, I think that's a shameless avoidance of answering that question there.
I think I've got Washington on my fantasy team.
Yeah. Washington's going to be storming. OK, so you can see there the Delft crew, about a length of clear water. That's a pretty tough margin to make up. Cambridge B crew, well, their coach, Matilda Horn, of course, works with the Blue Boat coach, Paddy Ryan. And you probably wouldn't know, but it's Paddy Ryan's birthday today.
Happy birthday to Paddy Ryan.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know. I did meet him earlier on in the week.
Yeah, there's a look at the Cambridge crew. We'll see if we can get a little close-up. Oh, beautiful shot down there. Lottie de Vries, the 21-year-old, up in the bow seat. Really coming well down to the back end. Let's have a look at the stroke, if we can. Bella Monroe, there she is with the black cap on. Bella from Peterhouse. She loves that athletes take their sport super seriously, but also their degrees. So there's that incredible balance of fun, play, and academic work, which is incredible, really. And that's the buzz that all these women get. Same as the students in Lea Delft I get, Chris.
Yeah, certainly. And this level of student rowing to be at this such a high level while balancing your degrees and all of the fun and play, and particularly Cambridge and St Oxford haven't really had a big crack at Henley as much historically, but it's a bit of a party season between the boat race and now.
That's the money shot, isn't it? The drone flying alongside the Cambridge University B crew. Just get a chance to see how well they lever that boat past the blade. I mean, I guess that sort of technique, pretty much a hallmark. And technique has been what Paddy Ryan's brought to that programme.
Yeah, it's been a programme that's done so well over recent years. Obviously, this year, Oxford overturning them in the blue boat, but a couple of lightweight boat race winners here in this Island B crew, and yeah, it is that hallmark, that length and that poise. You got a really good shot of it there, rotating out around the pin.
Yeah, I guess Matt Sten Hartog, the coach of this crew from Lea, which is near Delft, if you know where you are, rode there on the canal. A student in space engineering and space flight dynamics. That sounds pretty impressive to me.
I wonder if there's how much of that can be transferred over to his rigging and his coaching.
I think totally. I think that's why he's so into it. There we go. You meet some really interesting people in lots of walks of life, but particularly here as Cambridge University B crew come up to the finish in this heat of the Island Challenge Cup, take the win over their opponents from Lea in the Netherlands. Comfortable victory for Cambridge B. They will go on to progress through this competition.
Brooks A next.
So this is a big monster race between Henley Rowing Club, closest to us. The club is just the other side of Henley Bridge, and the powerhouses of Headington Sch. Not much doubt that Headington are strong favourites in this, Chris.
Yeah, certainly. The reigning winners in this event, they've won it a number of times, 3 times, 21, 24 and 25, and such a strong performance at Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago. Didn't quite make it happen at national schools this year, but so much depth in the program. We've got athletes who've been in the national team already. We've got athletes already booked to go overseas for university. It has been a bit of an all-conquering program, Headington, over the last couple of years on the under the tutelage of Ryan Domain.
Yeah. So looking at the stroke woman there, Anna Trapmore, can you see any similarities between Anna's stroking of the Headington boat and her dad's stroking of the British gold medal in Sydney in 2000, Steve Trapmore?
Well, I think they're both winning, and I think that's a pretty good similarity.
I love that. That's a great answer. Yeah, and of course, we'll talk of the other members. There we go. From closest to us, Liv Nicholson, Ellie Duxbury, Lucy Filler, Zaina Breed, Henrietta Smith, Elena Yap, Hannah Palin, and then Cox, Alice Galing. I'll tell you what surprised me about this crew, because I know, like, in the Hampton Boathouse, like the Hollis boat is a good boat, Lady in the Hollis. These guys put about 15 seconds on them in the final of Henley Women's.
It was so impressive. It was such an impressive row. They were never in doubt. And that Lady in the Hollis boat looked schmick at Henley Women's, but just in a complete other league. We saw it just on the screen earlier, rowing in the Lads. I think it's the best boat name going around. It was named by, I think, the 2024 winning crew. Got the option of naming their boat. That's what they referred to themselves as, the Lads.
I like that name.
Lucy Pillar up in the 3-seat. It's the second Pillar to row today. Her older sister rowing in the Yale boat that we had earlier on this afternoon.
That's a great stat. Where'd you come up with these stats?
Took me a while to figure that one out.
Yeah, pretty cool. I like that. So, Headington under Ryan Domain, the legendary Ryan Domain, who's coached there for the last 20 years, likes to bring in a really high-quality athletes to his programme. And Headington probably get more of a chance to bring in those athletes than maybe some of the other programmes around.
Yeah, certainly do. And just the depth in that program as well. Won the second 8 at national schools, and they split that 8 up and put them in the Cox 4s at Henley Women's, and that Cox 4 were similar to the 8, just untouchable across the course of that weekend 2 weeks ago.
So there are the opposition to Headington from Henley Rowing Club. Molly Hall closest to us. You can see how she's really drawing that finish in. I think we saw some of that familiar that technique yesterday. Holly Jackson in the 2-seat, Evie Meeks in 3, Lillian Graham, Charlotte Tom, Scarlett Hyde. They're kind of hidden. Scarlett's in the 6th-seat. The powerhouse. She's currently in the GB trials process. Izzy Hughes, Chloe Hughes, and Elsie Pindora is our coxswain. So that is Henley Rowing Club, and they will get loads of love as we come past the Upper Thames Rowing Club here, come into the enclosures, as I guess will Headington, Chris.
Yeah, they certainly will. They both will. And it's also worth mentioning the pedigree in the Henley Rowing Club crew. Charlotte Tong was in the Junior Women's 8 last year that won the World Championship alongside 2 of the Headington girls, and Chloe Hughes was in the 4 that was coached by Ryan Domain.
Yeah, so Henley is such a really, really good programme. So for Headington to beat a programme like Henley, this is a massive statement.
It is a big statement. Don't think they were particularly satisfied with their result at national schools, bit of illness, and looking on the comeback charge here at Henley.
So coming up to the finish, the young women from Headington School beat Henley Rowing Club in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. And Henley Rowing Club still looking to cross the line. There's Henley crossing the line. So thank you very much to Chris McCarthy, and Mark Hunter has now joined us, and Mark, Henley steward and, well, Olympic champion, no less.
Sorry. Yeah. That was a long time ago, though.
Yeah, yeah.
I always think back, but that was nearly 20 years ago. Nearly 20 years ago.
Yeah, for both of us. It's lovely that we can catch the vibe here. What's your impression of the day so far?
Yeah, obviously it's quite humid out there. The weather's kind of changed quite dramatically as the morning's gone on. You can feel that intensity of heat, but also some of the racing's been quite exciting. You know, it's an early kind of phase of the regatta. People sussing people out. Walking through the enclosures is quite nice. It is packed.
Is it?
Yeah, the atmosphere is really nice. People catching up with their conversations. They haven't seen each other for years. Yeah, just enjoying the sunshine. And this is what I think makes Henley so unique.
Those deck chairs, there's definitely a rush to get those deck chairs by the side of the course, isn't there?
Yeah, and you can see people avoid going for lunch because they want to make sure they get their chairs for the afternoon slot. You can just see them holding on to them.
Yeah, that could be like the Germans with their sunbeds, like throwing the towels out, couldn't it?
Did you see that? Obviously, after they got knocked out the other night, we're going to talk about that. Obviously, the plane. Did you see the plane?
No, tell me.
There was a great picture on, I think it was on X or Instagram or something, where they had all the towels laid out and all the seats on the plane ready for them to make their way home.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, we love our football. We love German football, and of course, I think that there's a match tonight, isn't there?
Well, there is a big match, but England should win this. I don't see what everybody's getting nervous about. If they don't, I would say don't come home. Like.
Right, so we are off down to the start. Enough of this talk of football. We are going back to the racing. This is a heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. That is for University Men's 8s. We have got Sydney University from Australia, and they are on the far side of the course. Closest to us, we have the men from Amsterdam, per studenten Headington Sch. It's their A crew. They row in Amsterdam, and this is the top crew of one of Henley's biggest clubs, I think, over the years, Mark.
Yeah, they've had so much success over the years, haven't they? Especially in 8s. Where all this kind of talent comes together for the big event at Henley. And actually, I love this sort of racing where you have two crews that have probably never competed against each other, and that's what makes Henley so more nerve-wracking, isn't it? Because you've got no idea what to anticipate.
Totally. So it is Sydney, I think, with a slight advantage. So on the very extreme left of that crew from the Netherlands, well, he's just coming into shot now, Beer Florijn, who is one of the Florijn siblings. Finn Florijn, Olympic gold medal in the men's quads. Caroline Florijn, Olympic gold medal in the women's single. Beer Florijn, will he win this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup at Henley?
They look pretty smooth the way they've gone off there. The rhythm they've got into there, but that is some collection of medals. And obviously there's quite a lot to live up to there.
Yeah, and do you know their dad, Ronald? Like in Leiden, he never watches any of his kids row. When they race, he goes and walks around the streets.
Is it because he gets nervous?
He gets dead nervous, and then he comes back, and then he finds out the result. So it's like me, I never watch penalties. He never watches his kids row. So it's quick conditions out there, Mark. We're just hearing that in the race that we've just seen, Headington Sch, who were not pressed, set 2 new records in Prince Philip, the barrier and falling. 2:02 to the barrier, 3:26 to 40. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, especially this early in the regatta, they weren't really under pressure. I'm sure they've got more to give, but that's super impressive. But it shows how fast it is today and the opportunities to maybe chance to kind of break records.
Is that affecting the way any of these crews row? Like faster conditions, will things like gearing be different? Will their technique be different? Will the coaches give different instructions?
I guess they won't change any of the setup. That will probably stay the same. Obviously, if there was a headwind, they might change it, but it's quite flat out there, maybe because of the kind of drought we've had. There's been no rain, which has been great, so it's quite still, which is always nice. There doesn't seem too much river traffic out there as well, so it's not so kind of unsettling and washy. May have kind of helped. But I guess that just shows the calibre of Headington and what they're coming to do this week.
There's Beer Florijn in the stroke seat, 21. Apparently, he's the most talented of all the Florines, so his bio says. I wonder...
Is that he wrote it, or his dad?
No, I think his mum might have written that. The youngster, he's always the favourite one, isn't he, in the family?
I suppose you always get away with things, you're the chosen one.
Yeah.
My brother knows that. He's had it easy compared to me. Yeah.
My sisters think I'm the chosen one, and I'm the oldest. Yeah. OK, so Lea R.C, the crew that row on the Amstel, it's probably the top student rowing programme in the Netherlands. Any of the students at university in Amsterdam can go to row at Lea R.C. A lot of team members. Mick Macker, who was stroking the Netherlands 8 to victory at the weekend over the British, he's a Lea R.C. member. And
they just look so relaxed, though, don't they? The way they move and kind of drive together.
What looks relaxed about it? Like, where's relaxed?
I just think that, if you think about the way they kind of take their finish, it looks so effortless, the way they just let it go and just move together. It just looked really relaxed. Their shoulders look low, they're not tense. I know they're in front now, but from the moment they set into their rhythm really early on, it just looks so relaxed.
So anyone from Sydney, Australia, I know you won't necessarily be enjoying the result, but certainly your boys are rowing really well. Rob Black, the coach of this Sydney crew, I remember him winning that silver medal with the Australian 8 back in 2018 when the championships were in Plovdiv, Bulgaria. And his motto is turning up is the hardest part. When you turn up consistently, you get fitter and stronger and see improvements. Those improvements don't happen if you're not training well.
It's pretty simple, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. They've got a very low draw, the Lea R.C, haven't they? They kind of come in and it's very low and flat.
Yeah, and it doesn't. Yeah, there's no tension. That's what I'm seeing here. There's no tension in the upper body. It looks really relaxed. So to me, they're using their hips. They're driving well together. And it's always a great shot when you look at from the kind of bow looking back at the crew.
Yeah, I think they might need a sub actually.
And you want to go in?
Well, totally. I'd like the bow seat, actually.
I don't think I could right now. I've only got one hand working, so there's no chance of me going out.
James Graham, who's studying economics, if you're, like, you know, feeling a bit dicky after this race, I can jump in. So no foreign winner until 96 when Yale, the Bulldogs, won. But foreign, yeah, what do you reckon? Foreign crews winning, what does that mean? Because you would have thought like Oxford and Cambridge and Oxford Brooks.
Yeah, is that due to the popularity because of the feed that they get to see the event and they start to dream about coming to Henley?
Totally, totally.
It must have an impact.
It's become a bucket list now. Yeah. I think you're right there. And also, I think the level of students that you get in a club like Lea R.C might be above the level that you get in clubs maybe like Oxford Brooks. But we saw Oxford Brooks earlier, and these guys are going up against them. So, coming down to the finish, the men from Lea R.C Amsterdam win this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup for Men's University 8 from Sydney University. Excellent performance from Lea R.C. Sydney kept them honest the whole way down the course, but only one winner.
Attention!
So we're up to the start for a heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. This is for men, it is for Club 8. On this side of the course, on the Buck Station, we have Vesta Rowing Club, coached by a colleague of mine at Hampton School, Harry Perry, no bias there. Marlow Rowing Club A crew, they're on the Buck Station by the tents. They are probably the favourites for this race. Let's see how it turns out. Well, there's your answer.
Yeah, and out of the two crews that they both raced yesterday, Marlow did seem, if you're looking at kind of performance-wise yesterday, with a crew out to each marker, so I guess they've looked at that, trying to shape their race plan. You've talked about how fast the conditions are today. You know, would that make sure that they get to that first marker with that comfort so they can kind of look back at Vesta, and that's exactly what they've gone out and done now.
So we're having a look at the Vesta crew. So, in that Vesta crew, Jack, Josh and Fergus, sort of 2, 3 and 5. They're all a little bit sort of on the veteran-y side, 30 years of age. So there's Marlow. We'll get a little chat, because I kind of wanted to do the Vesta nickname, but as Marlow are powering through, Alfie Heath in the stroke seat, the 27-year-old Temple Cup finalist 8 years ago, I think. He's kept rowing for a while, hasn't he?
I guess once you get hooked on it, it's hard to kind of walk away, isn't it? No matter what takes place in life. And I guess also it's a hub, isn't it, of networks, friendships.
Yeah, totally. So Marlow now look loose, relaxed. I'd say what they were kind of about 30, 31 or something like that.
Yeah, they're gonna, I guess you enjoy this being the kind of home crew, I guess, as close as you can to Marlow, being able to enjoy that as they kind of make their way past Fawley and kind of start to enjoy the second half. But this is where Cox's job really comes into play now, I think, because how do you keep them engaged and not drifting in their mind?
They're rowing in a Filippi, which is the Italian design boat, and of course most boats here are either Filippi, the white ones, or the yellow ones from Mempaca. Do you have any thoughts on the two?
Well, I guess it depends, you know, what you favour, you know, every crew, and actually it could depend on funding for clubs, you know, because they might have a certain amount of money to spend on certain equipment. As a single, you know, I used to use a fluid, but in crew boats, you know, as a double, I always preferred a Felipe. In quads, Felipe, and an 8 was an M-Packer, so it varied depending on what the boat class was.
So let's have a look at the crew from Vesta. There we see up in the 2-seat Josh Williams, in front of him Jack Williams, and then ahead in 5 Fergus. Well, Jack's last Henley was 10 years ago, and these guys have given themselves the name the Unks, which I presume stands for uncles, as they're the oldest boat on average in the club, in Vesta Rowing Club.
Well, and I'm going to go with John Moore in the 4-seat, and I love what he's put down. He likes planting trees.
Have you ever planted a tree, Mark?
In the garden with the kids, but...
Have you? Do you remember what it was?
No, because it died. I wasn't very good at looking after it.
All right, I'm not going to talk to you then. You've got to water them, mate.
But no, I did. So we bought, for Mother's Day, we got, my wife Jenny, the kids wanted to get around an orange tree and a lemon tree.
Yeah.
But I haven't planted them yet, so they're slowly fading. So that's what I'm going to do when I get home.
Right, you heard it on here, folks. Mark Hunter is going to plant his orange and lemon tree. Marlow looked really cool there. 1871, date on their rowing suits. You can see on the back there of James Dolman, won the Wyfolds in 2024. Husband of Annie Campbell-Ord, who's in the British Women's 8, that won at the weekend in Lucerne. Just narrowly from Australia.
But there was some great racing on the weekend, and when those crews make their way over and start joining us, it'd be even more exciting.
Yeah, totally. Women's 8 planning to race here at the weekend, and no doubt James will be hoping to be on the water for the weekend with his partner Annie Campbell-Ord. So they've got about 15 strokes to go from this point. I guess they'll be really enjoying this, Mark.
Yeah, it's not often you get to enjoy the kind of enclosures. You know, you love that eruption of noise when you're in a close race. But, you know, they'll be able to take this in. Do they notice anybody in the crowd, or are they going to concentrate on what they're doing? But yeah, it's not often you get to kind of just paddle in like that.
Marlow Rowing Club take the win in this heat of the Thames Challenge Cup from Vesta Rowing Club. Their Henley is done. They got the win yesterday, Vesta, and they got through to the Wednesday but progressed no further.
Attention!
So, this is a heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. Closest to us, Deerfield Academy from the USA. They're on the Connecticut River. And on the left-hand side, King's College School, Wimbledon. They rode down at Putney on the Thames. Should be a good race, this, Mark.
Yeah, I was thinking this might be pretty close all the way down. There's not going to be much between these two crews from the kind of what we've seen from yesterday. And as they've gone off the start here, it's like 2-3 men in it.
Yeah, KCS, I was really impressed by what they've done at National Schools. They finished 4th place. They'll be pleased that they're just edging out, but this is a close race at this point. And I have to say, I've done a bit of coaching of the lads as we close in there. Ollie Kurapat were the 4th generation of his family to row. His great-grandfather rowed for Staines Rowing Club. And I've coached his dad, Ollie, and both uncles when they were schoolboys, I think at Hampton. So,
how much time do you spend with them on the water, Martin? Like, is it once a week, twice a week, or?
Oddly enough, yeah. I go out. Tuesdays is my games afternoon because I only work there 2 days a week. But I'm pretty much go out there Wednesdays, Thursday evening, maybe the weekend if I can. Just because I love it, really.
And is there anything you particularly work on with them that helps them for this event in particular, or?
That's a great shout. What I like is front end, catching the boat on the rise. Like I kind of think if you can be brave and just get that connection in, it's what I think the British 4 that won in Lucerne do so well. They are so timed on the connection. The New Zealand pair as well, that won the World Cup. They just totally time what they're doing at the front end. This KCS crew, not so bad. There's there's Ollie in the strokes. Greg Searle and I worked with him and lad from Nottingham for the pairs trials actually earlier this year, and he's got the award as the most improved oarsman for KCS this year.
It's quite an honour at your score, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop talking about Ollie Kurapat because we've got some super lads, Callum and Sebastian, up in the bows. Represented Great Britain last year. Mike Glover, now the director of rowing at KCS. Now that Dougie has left for Radley.
Big gig.
Yeah, it is a big gig. Big shoes to fill as well.
Yeah. And it's interesting, you know, you work with the kind of the athletes, so they know about, you said you and Greg, do they know about your backgrounds within the sport and what, or?
Yeah, Greg showed them a nice slide presentation of him winning the gold medal. So.
Nice. No, it's
as a motivational thing.
Yeah, because sometimes it's about it's a bit of credibility as well. Like you've been there, done it, you've experienced it, and you're trying to pass on that knowledge.
Totally. So Deerfield Academy from the USA, under the guidance of their coach Spencer Washburn, they've become a top programme in the USA and won the men's Youth 8. What is really interesting is that the crew on the left are the men's USA champions, the crew on the right are 4th place in Great Britain. What do you think that says?
The standard in the UK is incredible. Like the speed that, you know, Radley and all the top scores can do in Shiplake, you know, is, well, Sir Paul's is obviously in that conversation as well, is crazy compared to the rest of the world, and that's what makes this event so popular, isn't it?
So KCS dispose with some aplomb of their rivals from Deerfield Academy in the USA. They cross the line first. Callum Grantham just taps the bows of their boat. Deerfield crossed the line. The top US crew will progress no further. So back up to the starts. This is another heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. We saw the club on the far side, Datin, Rudolverein Datin, von 928 EW from Deutschland, and Northwich Rowing Club on this near side. Everyone loves to talk about steering off the start from the Wyfolds.
It's the fear factor that comes with it, isn't it? That's the thing that you love, is you want them to safely get inside so they can get into rhythm and stop worrying about it. But it's just that island, it just comes at you, and it's just in your peripherals. And now they can relax, that they're inside, they feel safe.
Yeah, I saw this crew, Datin. They raced Derby yesterday and they only beat them by just over half a length, and it was a really difficult race. Completely different conditions today. We got a tailwind, and Datin did have an extra gear, but it seems to me that up against this Northwich crew, which have got quite a lot of experience on board, they are absolutely struggling to find the pace that these guys can row at.
And that's always the thing, is, you know, you talk about, I always use the term bounceability. If you have a really tough one, how do you kind of bounce back the following day to kind of, you know, keep kind of replicating? And have they managed to get out of their legs and the system? Because Henley, you know, you talk about headwind, it's a long way.
Yeah, so it's incredible that someone like George Lawton at 28 has raced 10 times at Henley. The lad behind him, Harry Taylor, who's the same age, 6 times, as has Leon Langmead 6 times. And Dylan Howard, well, only 3, but he's only 22, so I guess that's a... How many times did you race at Henley, Mark?
5 or 6.
That's all?
Yeah, well, because of lightweight, they would never let us. It was always because of Lucerne, we're worried about this and that, and you're like, this is the one thing you want to compete at, but we were not allowed to do it.
Yeah, I get that.
Because Lucerne was always just after.
Do you ever win here?
Yeah, I won the double with James Lindsay Finn in 05.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I won the Fawley Cup twice. when I was at Poplar.
As a lad?
As a young lad. When it was composite, you could do a composite.
So we're looking now at the German boat, Søren Henkel, closest to us, the 25-year-old. Behind him, William Strulik. Fourth, Henley. Leo Bockmann, just behind the guy with the cat in the cap in the 2-seat at Dortmund. And Connor. So we're flying up, Connor's in the bows, we're flying up over to Northwich. So they've seen it all before, these guys. I mean, will this be just like another row, or is it every year's a new year?
Every year's a new year, but experience does come into it as you kind of progress through the rounds and the event, and just composure to make sure you're not expending too much energy and doing the things that you need to be doing right. So, you know, it's a great position to be in. They look in complete control, and they'll get to enjoy the last kind of quarter of the course as they come into those enclosures.
Now, I'm just being a little picky here on the technique. George Lawton, the 28-year-old, just seems to draw his body onto his blade at the back end of the stroke. Am I being unkind there?
It's difficult because I guess they're not full pelt. So I guess when you get in front of this, at this point, and you've got this distance, you'll have some people at 90%, some people at 70%, and it's actually, are they playing to their strengths, or are they trying to coast now just to make sure they don't expend too much energy? If that makes sense, because you'll have.
No.
If you've been in the stroke seat when you start coming down the gears, the people behind you are coming off, and you're in the stroke seat going, "Oh my God, where's everybody gone?"
Total nightmare. Yeah, yeah, total nightmare. I used to love being in the bow seat when Redgrave did that, because I knew he could just turn it on like that. Yeah.
It's a lonely seat with that. We're gonna enjoy and come down to like 30. You're like, no. This is gonna get really heavy now.
So the Northwich crew, coached by Jed Barlow, been at this game for over a quarter of a century as Jeds. They really clean out the back end, aren't they? They do let the boat run on nicely, which I guess they should be able to do when they're in a commanded position like this.
Yeah, I guess it's, you know, what do you use that last section of the course they've had when they've had complete control? Do you work on something? Do you focus on a particular thing?
So, Northwich Rowing Club crossed the line in this heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. They beat their opposition from Udovine Datel quite comfortably in the end, and they will progress onwards. So off up to the start, this is a heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup, and this is for coxed fours. Not many events have coxed fours these days, but Henley's one of them. There's a cox in the bows of these fours, and closest to us we have Klomkiha Amsterdam Roy and Zelebirigen de Hoop, Netherlands, who are an incredible crew. We'll talk more about them, they're leading already. And Avon Rowing Club from New Zealand, similarly fantastic pedigree from the South Island of New Zealand. But this De Hoop crew, a lot of talk about them coming into the regatta, Mark.
Yeah, and they've gone out and kind of dictated the race straight away, which is pretty impressive, because I was expecting this to be pretty close. And it's another one of those races where you know, we think that they're really fast, but we're not really sure because they've never come up against each other before. So always interesting.
So De Hoop on the left of your picture, they did a 6-7 on the Bosbaan in the Hollenbecker Regatta a couple of weeks ago, which is pretty slick. Not world's best time pace. I think that's around about 5:58, 5:57 for Cox Falls, although they've kind of discontinued the event internationally. But it certainly did raise a few eyebrows amongst the opposition here in the Britannia Challenge Cup.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. If a crew can do under 6:10, I guess, as a Cox 4, they're putting themselves in a really strong position. But obviously that was over 2K, fast conditions, you know, slightly different at Henley. Be interesting to see if they're really comfortable with that extra 112 metres, or it pays, you know, a bit of a challenge later on.
So there's the Hoop. Closest to us, the lad closest to us is Niels Boonstra, and you might remember that name, Mark. Bente Boonstra, I think his younger sister, took a gold medal in Paris in the Olympic fours, and she, I think, won in the doubles in Lucerne with Rose de Jong this weekend.
They won the 4 by...
They did.
The photo finish, wasn't
That's
it?
the photo finish, yeah. Anyway, that's her brother. So I guess she feels famous now because her brother's rowing, although he would feel great. I'm sure he watched her in Paris. So going down the boat, Peter Dicken, Wessel Hesselink, Dolph Rutten, and then the Cox, Julia Gromveld, hiding from us in the bows. We'll get a great camera shot of the bow Cox at some point in this race. Our director will definitely give us one. So Avon Rowing Club from the South Islands. It's the club of the dominant New Zealand pair, Ollie Welsh and Ben Taylor. There they go. Stroke man there, George Johnson, Jake Burrows, George Young, Lewis Meets behind him.
Can I ask a question? You talked about the pair.
Yeah.
How does that pair compare to...
Murray and Bond?
Yeah.
They're better.
That's a big...
They're better.
Really?
Yeah, they're better in terms of they time it. So I was talking to their coach, Mike Roger. He says they've got this incredible feel for timing at the front end. They nearly broke Murray and Bond's...
I saw that, the time.
They did 6.9 and the world record 6.8. Personally, sorry Eric and Hamish, but I think this pair could break that record, and they time it better.
That is super, if they can, that is, because obviously the dominance they had in the past.
That's a big call. I'm sorry I made that big call. OK, so there's the Cox of De Hope, Julia Gromveld. She's laid right down. She's got the shades on. You ever been in that seat in a 4, Mark?
What, in the Cox?
Yeah, that laid down in
I've never coxed in a front loader, no.
You ought to get out more.
Or get in more.
Get in more, yeah. Totally. Yeah, I think that's one of the great shots in rowing that we're seeing there, the Cox lying down, because most people, you know, like, what is going on there? But that is...
Because I had some guests on the far side and trying to explain to them what goes on at Henley and about front loaders, and they didn't get it, and then I was pointing out, and I said, you'll see their head. That may pop up.
Yeah, there's go the red and white of Avon there, and that's her Cox, that's their Cox. Izzy Hope Murray, the 22-year-old. She's only been coxing for 2 years at Avon. That's where Christ College
It's a great experience, though. 2 years, you get to come to Henley, experience Henley. The stories you tell when you go back and inspire others to want to come and race.
Totally. There's a goal, having a look as De Hope, the fancy crew, past the finish line to take this heat from Avon Rowing Club. OK, so this is Martin Cross saying goodbye. Thanks to Mark Hunter, Chris McCarthy earlier, and now handing you over to the very capable hands of Kath Bishop.
Hi, I'm so excited to be joining midway in the afternoon. The action's going. Gosh, what's really are you noticing this afternoon, Mark?
Everybody's having fun. Everybody I've seen, spoke to, is really enjoying Wednesday. There's lots of energy in the stands. People have got their kind of deck chairs hanging out. People are in the bars drinking their Pims and like bubbles. Like it's just great. Yeah, the atmosphere is really good.
It's student day, isn't it? And there are so many amazing student races, and so we're up for another one, another heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. The banks are full of alumni, so many different connections to universities that often last a lifetime. And we've got 2 more universities here. We've got an international match-up with a crew from the Netherlands and a crew from the USA who have travelled a long way, and only one of these crews is going to get to be there tomorrow, and the other crew, having travelled this far, they'll be on the banks tomorrow, and they having lots of fun.
They've been enjoying the rest of the experience of being at Henley, the other side. The
broader picture, the bigger picture that there is. It's a holistic experience full of all sorts of different things on and off the water, and that's why the crews actually love coming. They're part of something bigger.
And this is a nervous bit. This is the bit the waiting, sitting there.
It's always tricky, isn't it? Did you have any sort of tactics or sense of what's right for you to keep calm but ready to go? What was it that you used to do?
Well, just my own personal thoughts going through my head, like, you know, making sure I do the first thing right and that leads to the next. Obviously, I never looked down the course. That was like, don't do that, because it's a long way.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. First stroke.
Yeah.
Be ready for the
Let's
first
get that
stroke.
one, yeah.
And breathing.
Yeah.
Breathing. And here we see the umpire standing up, ready, and they go through their start routine. You can see there'll be a few supporters behind them who get those lucky launch tickets, and then our wonderful stewards at the back who are timing, race reporting, sending all the information. So there's a lot going on in that umpire's launch, not just the umpire either. The crews are now sitting forward and ready, moments away.
Isn't the umpire bit the easy bit? That's no tension going.
Depends what happens, depends on those crazy coxes. So it is a heat of Student Open 8s, the Temple Challenge Cup. We have the Amsterdamse Studenten B crew on the left of your screen and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology crew from America on the right. And as always, you know, nobody knows that much about each other, so they've got to go off full tilt. But there's that learning, isn't there, all the time. Actually, how's our speed checking? How's our speed checking?
And they'll have their own like anticipation of what they're going to do at certain points. But I guess this is the cox's job, is to make sure that whatever happens, you stay within the race. We have to be in contact the whole time.
At this point, when you're in an 8, you've got some sort of contact. You're often aware of the other crew starting to move, and it's so difficult when you're in just a two-way match to really focus in on your boat. Bizarrely, in a 6-lane course, it's easier to focus on yourselves than in a 2-lane, because you're just always aware. You're up, you're level, you're down.
And you can feed off other crews, can't you, in that 6-lane? Like, you'd never feel alone, where if you're not in contact, you are alone. Like, it's very lonely.
And you're getting brutal feedback here from that other crew. If you're down or if you're up, you're getting good feedback. It's working. So you have that instant kind of response. Yep, this is good, this is bad, purely based off this other crew without knowing what their race plan is, how hard they've gone off.
And then there's some like sixth sense, I believe, in racing that comes where you sense what's going on. You feel that they're overcooking it, or actually they're still moving. Are we too comfortable or on the edge? That just comes from experience.
Well, I think it does. I think that's quite hard when you're new, particularly if it's in an event you haven't been to before, if you don't know the course well. That sixth sense of racing, that's really something special that develops over time. Some people are more tuned into others. We can see here that that Dutch crew are all the time sneaking ahead.
And also it's the markers as well. Like, you know, when they race over a course of, you know, markers every 250, 500, you get used to that. But at Henley, you know, you've got the barrier, then you've got Fawley, that there's a longer period between those, and not really understanding where you are sometimes, because they may have not gone over the course as many times as they would like to have done.
For these international crews, I mean, at least both of them are going to be fairly new. They may have raced at Henley before. A few of them have. Most of them haven't. But it feels so different. You're really not aware of traditional markers. So you're learning. You're in learning mode. And at the moment, it's the Dutch crew that are learning more, or able to execute their plan, and perhaps just got slightly higher boat speed. But MIT are in contact. And if you're in contact,
you're in the race.
You're in the race, and it is not comfortable for either crew. So we get a real close-up here. What can we see going on there? I love that bucket hat, I have to say. And,
and you get like there's occasional look, and I guess that's everybody just making sure that we're comfortable. We want potentially where we want to be. We can see them. Can we feed off them?
So as we often have, it's quite a punchy style, isn't it? It's not a gentle entry in the water.
It's aggressive.
It's kind of bang, there's the catch, and that's what we're here for. But they're all doing it. There's quite a few looking ahead, so they're often thinking, they're always thinking about that other crew. And I wonder if the Cox is trying to kind of give us that sense, because I think they feel, are we gaining? The Cox is telling them that, and they're having a cheeky look to check, are we gaining?
Obviously the Cox is relaying that information, and that, just for peace of mind, I guess you want to have that little glimpse, but as long as they don't do it all together, because then that's when the problems and balance starts to come into play. But they can still sense, I'm sure, that crew sitting beside them and feeding off. Are they inching back? Will come back into play.
It's interesting, it was the people in the stern of the MIT crew who are looking, because of course they aren't alongside, and so they're going on. You have that nervousness Whereas when you're in the bows, you can get a sense, and the momentum switched to them. But I think the Dutch now are themselves, they've absorbed that, and I think they're starting to stretch out again.
And I really think this is when a Cox earns their money. I'm going to use the term earns their money because they won't know what the other crew is going to do or to expect, but are they really responding to the situation and when they need to make an impact?
Yeah.
And do we bring a push early to make an impact, to give us the space? Do we hold off? And I think this is when a good Cox really earns their money.
That's right, or earns their weight, perhaps.
Yeah, earn their weight.
But it's absolutely the case that they've also got to choose which sort of call. Is it a pure power call? Is this really about a technical change to become more efficient? Because maybe we haven't got that much more power. And how long can they sustain it? And what's the right thing at the right point of time? So the decision-making of a Cox is quite a finely tuned skill.
And it comes back to that experience, isn't it? Sensing what's gone on, what we need, doing different races with the crew, what they can expect, what the crew's capable of as well.
So we've got Henley debuts in all of the MIT crew, apart from the bow seat of Milan Carlier, who has raced the Temple and the Forley for St Paul's. So there's loads of learning coming, you know, including the Cox Jane Atkinson when you're on the course for the first time. But, you know, they are in contact.
Yeah.
They're in the race, but you absolutely can't leave it too late.
No, it feels like Nereus have just put their foot on them there. That's what it feels like, and just held them. But the MIT needs to do something soon because they're going to run out of water otherwise.
So it's looking a calmer style, a bit more of a horizontal style, isn't it? Quite different in the two crews, which is interesting, right? To see how they shape things differently.
But you think about the kind of, I'm going to use the word culture of rowing within these countries. The Dutch are just generally very smooth. There's more of an aggressive style in America.
That's right, and it filters through at club level, at student level, and it is the Dutch now who will be enjoying the cheers from the crowds as they have close to a length, and it's going to be too much for that MIT crew. They're going to go through the gears on the right-hand side, but it is Nerois who maintained the efficiency, I think, of their stroke all the way down the course. So a victory for Amsterdamse Studenten Roy Vereniging Nerois B over the Massachusetts Institute of Technology crew in the Temple Challenge Cup. So back up the start for the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, which is the Junior Women's 8 event. And we have Latimer Upper School, who are on the Berkshire station on your left, who are up against Deerfield Academy on the right. We've already seen the Deerfield boys struggle in their race. They have not made it through. So the question is now, how are the Deerfield girls going to get on?
No, actually, we saw Headington earlier on set a new record to Barry and Forley. So the standards event is like moving on every year, which is amazing. So it'd be interesting whether, you know, Latimer can use that as part of the experience of competing against probably one of the fastest crews in the event, and obviously the kind of unknown going against Deerfield.
So Latimer are a selected crew. Both of these are selected crews. So high-quality crews. At the moment, it is Latimer, though, who are already edging out. So we get that shot from the back, which gives us always the sense of how long they're rowing, the cohesion, the movement of the boat, and I mean, very cohesive in both boats, maybe a little punchier on the Latimer crew. So there's going to be a question, isn't there, how efficient that is all the way down, because Deerfield are still in contact. So there's going to be a point where Deerfield will ask some questions.
I love that question part in a race.
Yeah,
you know, are we all in it together? Are we brave enough to keep a hand in there? Or
how much is there in that locker? A lot of questions in everyone's minds, right? And that's part of the joy, but the torture of the sport as well.
And I guess it's how you talk about those moments as well. How do you become comfortable understanding, you know, what other things people might be going through at that moment? How do you support them? What words of encouragement do we need from the Cox?
Yeah.
Really, like, important things to think about, that the kind of unknown or unsaid
Yeah, and I think that's the sort of maturity and actually the experience of rowing that can help you off the water as well, right? In those difficult conversations, you know, understanding we've got different voices in our heads and some of them are more helpful to us than other. But I think Deerfield were giving it a go there. We can see Latimer still very much in control.
And they seem to, I just think Latimer are growing in confidence, just edging out. There's no like massive movement to kind of get in front, but it just seems to be inch by inch.
Yeah, I think with both crews, they're sort of giving it their all, aren't they? They haven't got loads of extra gears, but they're very much in contact, and that is going to be about now what the cox of the Deerfield crew, Audrey Stephenson, who has raced at Henley before, so she has experience of this course, as do in fact most of that crew, and they have such a powerful stroke girl in Tegan Farley, who's the junior world rowing champion last year in the Coxless 4, finalist in this event in 2023, and an incredible indoor rowing record. And so Tegan is leading the charge.
That is an incredible move for that middle section there for Deerfield to come back on terms of Latimer. They've really kind of dug in together. It looks like they're getting back on terms now, and it's how kind of Latimer weathered the storm.
So we really saw big gear there. Yeah, I could think that was a very impressive move, wasn't it, that they had. They, of course, you know, once you've done your move, you can stick, can't you? So now the psychology is, can you keep the momentum going? That's hard when you put more in. And now Latimer are going to want to respond. So these are really tough moments. This is where it gets decided here. You can't leave it for the end.
It's a fist fight. It's a fist fight, back and forth.
It's what have you got now? Don't leave it. You've got to test each other now. This is incredible racing, isn't it? I mean, absolutely. You can see, you can feel some of the shoulder tension in both crews because they are giving it everything. They are exhausted and having to find more.
And the Deerfield have just kept moving. They haven't like leapt. It's just been like Latimer did to lead. Deerfield have turned it back on them now and just inching out constantly every stroke.
This is where perhaps some of the power of the start that Latimer had, you know, you're carrying that all the way down. It's a little rocky now. I think Deerfield have really put them under pressure. And really they were so brave early on in the race, right, that they're struggling to find more gears now.
And I guess it was that unknown, is it? We get out in front, we can dictate the race. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't go your way, and then the crew starts to edge their way back, starts to put you under pressure. And how do you kind of respond to that?
So you can see that the oars in the blue oars of the Latimer crew are now not quite as synced. Yeah, the heights of the oars coming into the water are not as cohesive as they were at the beginning of the race. The effort is there, but they're in danger of losing a little bit of the efficiency. I mean, they're coming past the enclosures. It's an incredible race. Deerfield have been so tough coming through the middle.
They'll take massive confidence for that they got led from off the blocks. They weathered the storm from Latimer. They've pushed back through them, and now they're kind of, I don't want to say hanging on, because they are dictating the race now.
Incredible how Tegan has led her crew through that race, and every member stepped up when the calls came from Audrey and Stephenson in the Deerfield crew. So we see Deerfield's Academy of the USA win this heat against Latimer Upper School. Two absolutely exhausted crews.
Attention!
So we're up at the start for heat of the Island Challenge Cup. That's student women's eights. Nottingham University on the left of your screen, the Berkshire Station, and Edinburgh University B on the right of your station.
You got Nottingham as a selected crew, and obviously Edinburgh University B were the ones that came through qualifiers, which was quite a unique experience this year. Spread over Friday afternoon and Saturday morning.
Yeah, incredible.
Which I think is a great way forward.
It was the biggest qualifiers we've ever had, the biggest entry to Henley Royal Regatta, and flexible as ever. We were able to stay out of the heat of Friday and race Friday evening, Saturday morning. But such an important race. But now we're into a completely different part of the regatta where it's a knockout event, and Edinburgh at the moment have had a punchy start.
They've really gone out and taken control this early. And does having done qualifiers, does that help you have a run over the track, get into comfortable with the markers where things are, putting yourself under pressure?
So Edinburgh B against the selected crew of Nottingham University, and Edinburgh B have absolutely taken it to them. Got really a length already coming out of the start, which is phenomenal and very dominant performance so far. The question is, of course, pacing, all of that. Nottingham maybe still finding their feet on the course, but they've got to find them soon.
Yeah, because they're starting to lose contact, and when you lose contact, you lose sight, and then it feels very lonely. And then you start, there's less noise, and you want that noise beside you because you know that you're close to them.
This early in the race, it's tough mentally, but they'll have practiced this, they'll have had tough races before, they've had a good season, and the important thing now is to really double down on getting themselves up to their best. So sometimes this race doesn't go well, you've got to find it. Yeah, you've got to find the rhythm, you've got to maybe lengthen out a little bit, you've got to make some adjustments, but they are under pressure big time at the moment from the Edinburgh B crew.
And this is when the Cox Millie and the kind of Nottingham crew needs to use her experience. She's raced at Henley twice before. How can she kind of galvanise the crew, get them on the same page, stay composed, not to start look around and feel flustered? And then you've got the other battle on the other side of Arabella Cox in the Edinburgh crew. How does she, you know, keep pushing away, keep opening that gap, not letting them back in?
So lots of some good experience in that Edinburgh B crew. Charlotte Arthur, who is stroking, who has got great results before, raced at Henley Royal last year, first at Henley Women's Regatta before that, and so she is going to study physics at Edinburgh University, and really excited about being part of this race. There's a little look across there from Natasha Pearce in the nod seat. I think they're trying to do something, and Natasha Pearce is trying to look across and see what the gap is. What do we need to do? It's looking a little bit heavy in that Nottingham crew, isn't it? I just feel that they haven't quite got the cohesion to give the bounce and the zip along.
And it's not as dynamic as they'd want it to be, I'm sure. And, you know, as the Henley course starts to wear you down, that's the thing. Can you stand top of it as you're kind of progressing up the course?
It's a battle. The water can feel difficult sometimes, can feel against you, right? You just get it set, and then you suddenly, the balance tips off again, just as you're trying to get it.
Or a boat goes past, there's a little bit of wash, you're not anticipating it, and it catches you off.
And even though they're on the same crew, they're on the same water, Edinburgh have managed it so well, coming through the enclosures. Really, what a great race. They've led all the way. A supreme row, stroked by Charlotte Arthur, and they'll be really pleased with that.
Especially coming through qualifiers, you know, coming up against selected crew, overcoming them on kind of Wednesday afternoon. Really impressive performance.
So it's a win for Edinburgh University B crew over Nottingham University in the Island Challenge Cup. So race 60 will not be taking place due to an equipment problem, and so we'll be moving on to race 61 next. So it's a massive thank you to Mark Hunter, because I'm now joined by Fergus Mainland from the Junior Rowing News, who has been, I'm sure, out on the banks, checking out the fashion, seeing what the gossip is, seeing what the form of the cruise is, the news in the boat tents. And then also, they're just, because it's Student Day, there are so many student alumni groups meeting up, right, aren't there?
Oh, there's so many out there at the moment, and I think it's wonderful because quite often the student events and the junior events will be the ones that have got the most support for them, almost the biggest followings. You know, they've been a part of these communities for years, for decades, so plenty of them out of the bank, and quite often there'll be those events that when it comes to clapping out a crew from from the boat tents, they're the ones that produce the biggest roar from all of them here at Henley.
So we can see such a mix there. We can see every age group really, and yeah, some of the blazers that connect everyone together, and the community that year after year. It's not about what happens on the river. It's often how you also crewmates for life, and it's packed up in the stands, it's packed on those deck chairs, particularly good in the afternoon, a little deck chair moment.
A little deck chair moment, perhaps, you've dipped into the seafood restaurant for some of your lunch and you're just thinking, do you know what? I fancy a little deck chair, front row of steward's enclosure. It's the best place to be, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, it's the dream. For those of you not in deck chairs watching at home, we are taking you now to race 61, which is the heat of the Wargrave Challenge Cup. And we could just see the crews, how they back onto the stake boats. So they go past and then they sort of turn the oars around or push them the opposite way. And those amazing stake boat boys and girls who hang the whole day. This small team, they rotate around, but they just hang off, hold the stern, and then they align it. So in the tent on just to the right of the screen, just going out the shot, we have the starters who are looking across, and they'll be saying, okay, Berkshire Station out a centimetre, back a centimetre, all the time adjusting right up to the moment. They'll press the button green, and then the umpire knows that it's all good to start the race, but they'll continue adjusting if anything changes. So we try to have it as finely tuned by the human eye as possible.
We do, and they do a very, very good job up at the start, but also because they're trying to make it so precise, there's a silence. You can hear it a little bit over the pictures that we're describing at the moment, but there is a silence. The athletes aren't saying a huge much, and all you're hearing is the cries and calls from the umpire that we're hearing at the moment now.
Yeah, and the docks, you can see where they're lying. They have to sort of push them out and pull them in according to the length of the boat. So a lot going on up there, and they work so incredibly in every kind of weather. They're going to be lying out holding the boat, whether it's crazy heat wave or pouring with rain, and so they do an amazing job. And set the scene now with the rowers ready to go. Let's hear the start.
Attention! Go!
This is Club Women's 8. It's the Wargrave Challenge Cup. It is Thames Rowing Club C on the left of your screen, who are against Avon Rowing Club from New Zealand. Pretty feisty start from those New Zealanders.
Yeah, and I think we'd expect that. I mean, it's a line that is delivered on so many occasions, but they're not going to come all the way from New Zealand unless they have something powerful to bring to the racing. Of course, they're one of our selected crews here at the regatta. They weren't in action yesterday. They managed to get a bye through the first round of racing, whilst Thames, they went up against Marlow Rowing Club, obviously winners there. But there's a reason why Avon were selected. We're seeing it on screen at the moment. Thames Rowing Club so strong, but this is their third boat in this event, and here they are, Avon leading out, commanding performance at this point, 3/4 of a length, and it doesn't look like Cap at the moment. They're striding out. We've been racing now for about 25-30 seconds or so, but it looks like the main aim and objective of Avon is just to get out and break Thames as early as possible in this race.
Yeah, I mean, they're rowing incredibly long. Look how long that stretch is off the back from the stern pair, particularly Stroke, Gemma Burrows in that Avon crew, and then really reaching right out past the post and putting it in past the pin. I'd say it's really impressive, and then very horizontal. And I love that technique, and it's so effective when you're really getting hold of the boat all the way behind the oar, all the way behind the gate, almost behind where you're sitting, and levering. So they have been showing some beautiful technique out at the start under the greatest pressure there.
They've done superbly well, and I think, the length is so impressive, but I think it's made even more impressive by the fact that I think they're rating so high off the blocks. They're getting out into their race with them. I think now they're just starting to drop the rate of striking ever so slightly now. But it's punchy, it's aggressive, it's lively. There's so much to this rhythm. And look, Thames Rowing Club, the shot we've just seen, they're out of the picture, and that's been just the perfect start that you want for Avon.
I definitely think there's a lot of confidence now. You know, crews at all levels, club levels, international levels, rate higher for longer, and have to do it. You know, how else are you going to go faster than the crew went the year before? How does the event go up? And so we see that now, don't we? I think a lot of training is about showing that you can produce that, making sure your physiology can cope with that. We're possibly at the Premier end going to see that even more as we move up to 1,500 metres in LA in a couple of years. But so impressive, that shot here of real power, cohesion, and you get the sense of the boat travelling between the strokes so they can relax. They send it and then they can relax coming forward. So even though it's, you know, reasonably high rate, or they dropped back a bit now, there's that sense of power and relax, power and relax.
I'm fascinated to see how Thames are able to hang on to this in the middle stages of this race. As we've mentioned, it's a dominant performance from Avon to get themselves out in front. But there's Thames, they're hanging on in there at this point in the race. And I think it's the Seaboat from Thames. They've got two other crews who are racing. It's a club that has so much strength, so much depth. I mean, there's dozens of women for Thames Rowing Club who are racing here at the regatta. So as this race builds through the middle sections of it, I wonder how much contact or how close they can keep themselves to Avon. Because, you know, we had a big start out of the blocks calf from this Avon crew, but over the past minute or so, it hasn't grown too much, this advantage that Avon have.
A lot of the home crews feel that they know the course well, and what can feel difficult now when you're a bit further from the bank, these middle pushes, that's often where we'll see Thames, London, these sorts of crews are, you know, dig in the middle, do that sort of killer push through the middle. So that's what Thames will be doing, digging in. They have trained in a ferocious squad all year, so they'll be absolutely at their peak of fitness. But I have to say, I think they've got way too much to do, because it looks really sharp and bright from the crew from Avon Rowing Club. Lily Grant, Coco Flood, Ina Leeson, Emily Ryle, Jessica Tavendale, Georgie Bethel, Phoebe Collier, Gemma Burrows, Cox by Timmy Heritage, who are doing a really incredible job there. Most of them new to Henley and will be enjoying this race today.
We can see now just on the left-hand side of your screen in the background, that'll be Remenham Club. Thames Rowing Club will be hoping to get a bit of a boost, a bit of encouragement coming out of their members who will be packed into that and will be on the riverbanks waiting for their club to come back. But they won't like what they're seeing, because this Avon crew, they've come all the way from New Zealand. You know, a couple of them have raced here at Henley previously. You know, we had Avon come across just a few years ago to come and have a crack down the course. But yeah, two of them are back, seven of them, it's their first time down the Henley course. And for a first race, to put a margin like this into your opponents just fills you with so much confidence. And I think, Kath, when it comes to racing at Henley, momentum and confidence can be such an important thing as you build through the rounds, particularly if you don't actually get that many opportunities to race.
Yeah, absolutely. And a race like this is sort of the dream, isn't it? They were so clean off the start and just led out. So literally from the first stroke, every stroke thereafter felt like you were gaining on the other crew, that it was working. And so you have that feedback. And now they get to sit quite a few lengths up and focus on technique, focus on relaxation. I always love this moment where you don't switch off at all. You try and really hone the technique. You're trying to make sure that when you're under more pressure in the future, you're improving, you're learning technically. That's how I always like to think of this. And the great coxes, the best coxes I had, would use this time to really hone in the pattern of what we're going to do when we're under more pressure later in the week. It's looking really sweet.
It's looking fantastic. And, you know, I was saying at the beginning of this race, you know, what are Thames going to be able to do to hang on? What sort of response are they going to be able to have? Well, it's Avon who are coming up with all the responses in this race. As they'll start to, we're seeing the rating come down. It's just such a contrast from what we saw right at the beginning of the race, and that was so effective for them, getting out in front. But the rate is now starting to come down, and they'll enjoy the applause that will be sent their way as they come through the stewards' enclosure over the final 250 metres, 300 metres of this race.
We plaudits to all the competitors in this race. They are working and training at the same time. So tough, often one, maybe twice a day on top of working. It's an international crew in Thames. People come come from all over. We have someone from Denmark, the Baugårdkar at Ehrenreich. We've got from the University of Connecticut, Madeline Malinik, who's now come over. People come to Thames Rowing Club because they want to be part of that squad, and they know that that's where they're going to go next in order to develop. And so there will be huge experience gained in that Thames crew. They'll be thinking next year, maybe I can get into the B crew. You know, how can I move on and move on? But really, we're seeing one of the special crews of the regatta, I think, from Avon Rowing Club. Gliding to the line, enjoying the packed grandstands with their appreciation and clapping and applause and some shouts from the Kiwis on the bank as we see Avon Rowing Club from New Zealand win this heat of the Wargrave Challenge Cup, beating Thames Rowing Club Sea Crew, who are just crossing the line. So look out for that. They have put their marker down for this race, for this event, the Avon Rowing Club, and beautiful rowing. We're back up at the start, live for the Temple Challenge Cup heat between the Dutch students, the Delftse Studenten B crew, against Syracuse of the USA. There we go, the Dutch are on the left, the students from Delft, their B crew, against Syracuse University on the right.
What a noise, what a roar. Kath, it's no secret, I love the student events here at Henley, and I love it when we get the international flavour and international spice come into play as well. I mean, two-story programmes, Lea and Syracuse, coming up against one another just now. Syracuse have been so successful across the United States. We'll come on to that. Lea, again, you know, this is their B boat, but again, to have them going toe-to-toe at the moment with the Syracuse Junior Varsity 8, credit to them.
Yeah, really impressive. The Syracuse crew have had a brilliant season, and that's really why they've come, because of their performances in the IRA Grand Final. You know, that's what's meant. Yeah, you're at that standard. You're going to get that opportunity to go and race at Henley, and I just know they've been so excited. I heard from Connor Walters, the coach, yesterday, who was talking about the joy of being here, the fact that their programme is about building leaders, character. You know, it's a really wonderful approach to rowing, and so coming to an event like this is part of their growth, not just in competing but managing the, you know, all that comes with racing at Henley Royal Regatta, and they are really seizing the opportunity in that Syracuse crew.
Absolutely flying out the box, and I think there, just for their cock, Samuel Fernandez, he's just seeing the Lea bow ball just drop out the back of his eyes at the moment. And you know, these American crews, Syracuse University in particular, they do so much match racing, so much dual racing, one-on-one. It's what makes the US season so exciting. They're used to this. You know, a lot of the programs, they come to Henley and it's a new environment, one-on-one. How do you cope with that? The Americans, this is their bread and butter. It's what they do week in, week out, all across the United States. So for them to be out in front, this will give them so much confidence from the victories that they've had all season long against, you know, California, Brown, Yale, and Pennsylvania as well. So hats off to them already.
Yeah, exactly. What a race, and so many of them here for their first time. Only Luke Dunleavy and Matt Carr, I think, in the Syracuse crew who've raced here before. The others, it's the first time, and my goodness, they're having some fun, aren't they?
Oh, they absolutely are. And I tell you who else will be having fun. You know, you mentioned their coach Connor Walters, who'll be delighted with his performance so far. For the entire Syracuse coaching staff, Kevin Hinkle, their head coach as well, Dave Reichman, you know, they won the IRA coaching awards, the top coaching team of the season. So for them to come across as well and see their second 8, their junior varsity 8, performing the way they are in the opening rounds of the Temple Challenge Cup, they'll be delighted after the success they've had back home in the US.
Yeah, what a beautiful team that is, right? I've read about them, I've heard about them, and what a great thing. It's not just about the rowing team, yeah, that how the coaches develop, how they support each other, the spirit, the joy that they get is so important. We often forget that, right? But I think increasingly the world of coach development, the world of thinking about the coach's experience, the coach's well-being, the coach's you know, ambitions is a really crucial part of our sport too. Wow, beautiful shots and beautiful rowing, such dominance. We can see the arcs lined up. We can see the precision of the entry of those oars. And when the crews play this back later, I think they'll be pretty pleased with how they're executing both their technique and the power application within that.
I'm expecting this Syracuse crew to go far, I think, in the Temple Challenge Cup. I've got them down as certainly one of the crews for the weekend. And, you know, last time they brought an 8 across, they did the same thing, made the weekend of this event. I think they might have even gone into the final. I think perhaps it was Oxford Brooks that they lost out to. But they are weekend caliber. You know, this is a seriously impressive outfit from Syracuse, and as we've mentioned, they've stuck together all season long. And 4th place for them in the grand final of the IRAs in the second eights category. And the speed of those second eights, Kath, it's unbelievable. You know, sometimes you'll have the varsity eights, they're quick enough to go sub 5:30, but the second eights are good enough to go sub 5:35 on a good day with good conditions. So these boys, when they line up, they're lightning quick, and I am so excited to see how they will progress through the Temple Challenge Cup this year.
Yeah, this is a special crew for sure, part of a special squad, and they are really showing their class here. So we can again see that beautiful length that comes by stretching off the back. The arms are really just that extension of the oar, so no tension there, no bent elbows too early. They're getting full length, levering away, and that's a very well-drilled crew. I think that the area that we probably spend most of the time practicing when we're training, when we're practicing the technique of rowing, is coming off the back, getting that extension, getting the length, separating out the hands, then the bodies before we swing over, and they are executing that so well, that separation, that sequence off the back that feels so simple and we practice it over and over again, but to do it that well shows a really skillful crew. Here we can see the Dutch students, they are fighting away, they're all here for the first time, clearly giving their all down the course here, learning with every stroke, enjoying, understanding quite what the standard is at Henley, and the brutality sometimes of a knockout race when you come up against one of the selected crews.
Yeah, they're a young crew, you know, a lot of them just 20, 21 years old across this boat from Lea R.C. And, you know, for all of them, it's their Henley debut. So we're hoping that, yes, it's not necessarily the experience they wanted, but this learning opportunity gives them so much to take back home and can hopefully come back for future campaigns. Exactly.
There's nothing that ignites the fire for winter training than a sense that you want to do better at Henley next year than this year. But there we see, yeah, one of the favoured crews, Syracuse, majestically rowing through the grandstands and gliding their way through the finish line. An excellent performance as we see Syracuse University from the USA win this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup, and they have been beaten the Delftse Studentenrooivereniging Lager B from the Netherlands. Back up to the start for the Danesfield Challenge Cup heat between Molesey Boat Club and the Worcester Rowing Club. I think every time we have these events we get excited. It's one of our new events. I know you'll have heard that before, but I still love saying it. It is an event for club women's quadruple sculls, and these women are some of the first women to take part in it, and it is Molesey v Worcester.
What a start for Molesey Boat Club. And, you know, having tracked this crew all season long, and I'm sure we'll talk about them over the next few minutes or so, but they're an outstanding lineup and have just blasted out in exactly the sort of way you want to. It's a confident start. It sets them up so nicely for the rest of the race. But I think Worcester as well, what are they sitting for? A length and a half, 2 lengths back down at this point. It's important for them just to trust in their rhythm, just make sure that they're staying internal and can just ensure they can deliver the best possible performance as they get down the course.
This is a very impressive sculling. Women's club quadruple sculls, an event that didn't exist, and how this has fired up women's rowing, women's sculling across the country, and in every club, every part, as we can see with both London and Worcester represented here. But a real skill level that's setting the tone, the standard for this event, from Lara Grant at bow in the Molesey boat, Aoife Keane Bess, Andre and Molly Curry, who each have pretty impressive experience of their own in terms of their competitions for under-23 trials, been to the Coupe, gold medal in the endurance solo at the European Coastal Rowing Championships from Bess Andre, representing England at the Commonwealth Beach Sprints. So, yeah, really, really impressive CVs already.
Oh, massively. And I think I saw this crew in action at Henley Women's Regatta just a couple of weeks ago. They're one of the standout performers, making it all the way through to the semi-finals of the Ron Needs Cup, through to the semi-finals of the Championship Quads, and losing out to the winners from Reading University and Nottingham Rowing Club. It's about a third of a length. So they pushed the winners of Championship Quads there right the way through to the finish line. It was a really impressive performance. Obviously, Henley goes on for about 612 metres further, but I'm really excited to see how this crew in particular, we saw one of the favourites in the previous race, Syracuse, put down a really impressive marker. I have Molesey down as another one of my favourites for this event because I think Sam Tuck and Ellie Stevens have done a cracking job setting up that whole programme, not just in the sculling but in the sweep events as well.
So, yes, I love the history behind the name of the Danesfield Challenge Cup. All of the thought that goes into this. Yeah, nobody names a cup without looking up a bit of classical education, a bit of ancient history, making sure there's a local connection. There's a, yes, ancient world connection. There's some meaning. There's some sense of what sport's all about. And that's what this event is set up for. So at stroke, Molly Curry of the Molesey Club represented Ireland in the Junior World Rowing Championships in 2019. Under 23 World Rowing Championships then representing GB in 2023, and is a foundation dentist, having graduated in dental surgery at Queen's University Belfast. Swam before rowing and involved in swimming growing up as well. So quite an impressive athlete and building an incredible professional career as well. There we can see they've been able to take the rake down, and so you get even more glide in between. We get the control that they have in that Molesey crew because of the efficiency of their technique, but they can still have good boat speed even when they're dropping now the number of strokes they're taking per minute.
I think they were on the backs now of Worcester Rowing Club, and I think we watched them come all the way down the track, and I love the composure that they've kept right the way from start to finish. Naturally, just being the crew that's trailing at the moment, they're having to rate higher and keep themselves in contention, keep chasing down Molesey Boat Club. But I think Ruby Courtney, Lucy Whitley, Catherine Jackson, Olivia Hodgson, they're a well-drilled unit, this Worcester Rowing Club crew.
Yeah, brilliant. It's shot from behind, right? They are maintaining, they're in their boat, they're doing all the things that they can do to the best of their ability. That's all you can do, right? You've got to control the controllables. There's a lot that's going well in the Worcester crew, but there's another level of both power and the application of power in this supreme Molesey Boat Club crew, who are a selected crew. So their form means they are one of the favourite crews for this event, and they are now soaking up the applause from the grandstands in the enclosures.
Yep, job well done for Molesey Boat Club. I think they'll be pleased with that performance. And as we said, just winding down, just starting to relax, save a bit of energy as they now look towards tougher tests that will come later on in the regatta.
Absolutely. Molesey Boat Club are booking their place in the next round of the Danesfield Challenge Cup with a really dominant and skillful row. That's Molesey Boat Club, who have beaten Worcester Rowing Club, who are approaching the finish line after, again, a really solid row. Just came up against a crew at a slightly different level. Okay, we are back up the start for the Club Open 8. It's the Thames Challenge Cup, London Rowing Club B. against the Koninklijke Royal-Vereniging de Maas Dutch crew from the Netherlands. Feisty matchup, power in both of these crews, and we're going to go and see them live on the course. They have been absolutely exchanging blows every stroke, Fergus.
And it's still going. It's just punch after punch. It's crew against crew at the moment. And I think we had Sir Matthew Pinson on our new lunchtime show, the progress board, for his big call of the afternoon. And his big call this afternoon, Kath, was that Damas were going to beat this London B crew by 3/4 of a length. That was his big call. It's going in favour of that at the moment. Damas are just starting to edge away from London Rowing Club, who certainly aren't backing away at this point in the race.
This is a matchup. This is side-by-side racing where you know exactly where you are and you trade blows with the other. But Damas have just made a move and have now got half a length. So the question is here, pacing. You've got so much in your tank. How do you use it to the best of your ability? How do you use it smartly? When is the moment when you really put it in? Can they now put more in and break London B? You might need to change your race plan, right, and bring something forward.
I think you do, and I think you're talking about timings. Well, London have to go now, because we can see now the enclosures or the other bits of the course coming into shot as well. So now a drag race. We've got about a 500-600 metre drag race to get to the finish line, and 3/4 of a length of an 8. It's a long way to come back from. But I think at this point, London are just starting to respond. You know, we're seeing that rate come up in that London crew, but we're just seeing that response, that surge coming from Damas at the same time as well.
Both clubs, both crews surging. The Coxes are urging them. Ella Connors in London B is urging on her crew, and the rate has gone up. And then Femke den Berger in Damas, she urged her crew up. So that I think they've got less than an advantage now. The advantage is still with the Dutch. And the question is, can London pull another gear out? It's now or never for them.
They've got to go, they've got to find that gear. We can just see Damas, they're being warned for their steering. They're drifting back over to the right-hand side of the station. It's going to cost them at this point in the race, because that rudder is just a break, and we can see London, though, are just straight and true on the course. And that's going to have a big impact, I think, maybe just a few feet here and there. But London will feel that as they surge back up the Damas boat, I think.
So they've definitely shortened to take the rate up in that Netherlands crew. So they are trying to get speed from rate. They are definitely still ahead in this. The question is whether London can find a way to make the boat go faster. You've got a choice here: rate, power, technique, and of course, what's most important of all is that kind of mind. Is the mind willing? Can you go again? You see both crews, the blades are not quite in sync now, because everybody is totally exhausted as they keep pushing each other. This is a fantastic race.
Everything London have thrown at Damas, they've been able to respond, and I think despite the steering that they had earlier on, they've been able to find another gear. They're going back up, and with just a few strokes left to go until the finish line, I think Damas have just done enough to hold on.
This has been a power punching contest from both, but it is going to be a hard-fought victory for the crew from Damas over London Rowing Club B, proving that Matthew Pinson's prediction was a good call. Fantastic race.
Attention!
Back up the start. It's the Wyfold Challenge Club, Coxless Fours, and we have Quintin Boat Club on the left of your screen, up against Mercantile Rowing Club from Australia. So we have that real, the liveliness of the Coxless Fours. There's no Cox here slowing down, so they just shoot off, don't they? It's power, it's steering. You've got to be on top of your crew as well. Mercantile had quite an interesting match-up with another Australian crew yesterday that they came through, and they're already off. They have a really punchy style.
Yeah, that's been a perfect start for Mercantile. Came through Swan River from Perth. Yes, they won that race by half a length. And I think what's fascinating is, I think the times to the barriers for both of these crews were within a couple of seconds of each other. But by the time they got to the Foley marker later on down the course in their respective races, it was Mercantile who are marching out ahead of Quintin. And we're sort of seeing that at the moment. I think Quintin are doing a phenomenal job of just holding on to the coattails of Mercantile, who are just trying to break them early at this point in the race.
So quite a lot of experience of Henley in that Quintin Boat Club. 23 appearances down the crew. 8 times Joseph Wolf in the 2 seat, 7 times Oscar Bird in the bow seat, 7 times Elliot Kemp, and 5 times for Balthazar Issa in the stroke seat. So they're wily, yeah. They've got some wisdom from that. They've got to use that to think about having the race plan that really takes it to Mercantile, and they are doing that now.
Do you know what? And I think just looking at some of the bleed work of Mercantile, particularly I think their bow side, it's just starting to look a little bit scrappy at this point in the race. I don't think they would have been expecting Quintin to still be where they are at this point in the race, based on some of the times to the barriers and other markers yesterday. Quintin are doing a phenomenal job. You know, in Kath, you've listed off some of their CVs in that Quintin boat. There is so much talent, so much pedigree from the United States, where they've gone off to study the likes of Cal Berkeley, for a number of them, and they've got putting all of that to work at the moment. But they've got to be careful. I think they're just starting to drift across into the middle of the course, which, as we saw previously, will cost them ever so slightly.
So there was a big push. They're looking across there in the bow seat. Oscar Bird is looking across, and Quintin, because he can sense now that Mercantile are going again. They got right up alongside. Mercantile looked under pressure, but they are managing in themselves now to move ahead. They brightened it up. They've that kind of real punchy style. You feel that they really load up and the catch in that Mercantile crew, and then sort of push it on through. You know, it feels like they are having to really work hard to get maybe half a length now on the Quintin crew, who are tigers hanging in there.
They absolutely are. I think that's the perfect description for this point in the race. They're just hanging on by their fingernails, because Mercantile is just every single stroke they're trying to break clear, get clear water between the two boats. But goodness, aren't Quintin being brave at this point in the race? They're still nipping away at their heels, and I think it will have cost a lot of energy to keep them in contention at this point. It's going to take even more if they're going to haul themselves back into lead. You know, we've mentioned Oscar Bird. We've seen a few looks across from him over the past 20, 30 seconds or so, and he'll be feeding that back to the course. But it's starting to look like a nervous glance around from him at this point in the race as we're coming towards the enclosures.
Yeah, but it's that mix, isn't it? I think Oscar's looking across, like, look, they're still there. We are still in this race. Can we find something? But you ask the crew and you realise how much everyone's put in. So can they go again? Because they are still in touching distance of the Mercantile crew, but they are able to look across at their opposition now. They have had to work to get in front of this crew. And now, you know, I really think Quintin took it to them in the middle of the race. And I don't know now, have they got another gear for the enclosures? It's looking tough for them.
It certainly is, and I think Mercantile are just sensing that at this point in the race, are really just starting to sort of stick the knife in and just twist it now, because Mercantile don't have to do too much there. We've got Quintin sitting a length back. All they have to do now is just absorb the blows that will come from Quintin over the next 200 or 300 metres. Because Quintin have to throw everything at it. They've got to start going through the gears. I appreciate they've been through a lot of them already, but they're going to have to find some more, and it looks like they're doing just that, Kath.
So the Mercantile crew are getting warned there, so they've got to stay on top of the steering. I don't think it's feeling comfortable in that Mercantile crew at all, because, again, Quintin are sniffing that they're still there. They sense that the finish line is there. They've got to give it one more go again as they come up alongside that Mercantile crew.
They're moving. Quintin are moving. They're moving back to, what, maybe 3/4 of a length or so, but they've still got overlap. And with one final sprint to the line, they look to throw absolutely everything at Mercantile.
Oh, such an impressive, such a punchy row. They are going every stroke. It's never over until it's over. And just that is a win for Mercantile Rowing Club. But an incredible race, because Quintin took it to them every stroke down the course. A win for Mercantile in this heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup, and they were made to work for it. Wow, that was pretty close, wasn't it? That was a one hard race. There was no chance for them to relax down the course. Quintin really raised their game to make Mercantile work for that victory.
Attention!
So we're up to the start. It's the last race before the tea break. It's the Temple Challenge Cup, student overnights. We have Oxford Brooks E against Allgemeine Leidse Studentenvereniging Assepost de Vliet in Netherlands. And we're going straight up the course. We're going live for this race as these students are really punching out against each other. It's another incredible side-by-side race.
It's another incredible side race that contains another crew from Oxford Brookes University. This is their E-crew, their 5th boat in the Temple Challenge Cup, and it tells you everything when they've got crews scattered all over the place as well. In the PA, the ladies, they had another couple of crews racing qualifiers, so for their E-boat to be in an absolute tussle with the Dutch Assepost, their coaching staff, Ali Brown, Morgan Bain and Williams, will be chuffed to bits with this performance.
So every race counts, right, for every crew, for both of these crews. They're looking across, and again, this is what match racing can feel like. It is lung-busting stuff. Every stroke you're getting a sense you're either sticking, moving ahead, or dropping back. You have that immediate feedback. You can't help but see the other crew out the corner of your eye. However much you focus in on your boat, and we can just see on this side of the course now that the Assepost de Vliet crew, they are just sneaking ahead now.
We've seen a bit of it's a crucial move, I think, there, coming from the Dutch crew, who it was, they were sort of teasing with them at about a quarter of a length or so, but that's a decisive move and just stepping on. And we saw in some of our previous heats racing over the past few minutes or so, 3/4 of a length, half a length, 2/3, whatever it is, it's still a long way for an 8 to surge back into this. So I think it was London Rowing Club, Kath, we were talking about earlier. They had to kick on about this exact point, and that's the same thing that this Oxford Brookes E-crew are going to have to do.
It is, and we know that the Oxford Brookes crew, they're in E-crew, they're used to training in a big squad, and they do loads of side-by-side work, so they won't be fazed by this. And it's a massive opportunity for them to be thinking about how they can use this race to step on up into the squad if they're here next year, to kind of make sure that they execute their race plan. You can see that in the bow seat there, Oliver Main, he's looking across. They're not done yet. They're going again. They've got Erin Checker making her Henley debut in the Cox's seat, and Oxford Brookes are absolutely going to keep fighting, right?
Wow, that's the surge. We saw Assepost just try and edge out an advantage, and Oxford Brookes have just risen to that challenge, that gauntlet that's been laid down in front of them. You can see there, they've just gone up again. Their rate of striking is rising. The same thing is happening with the Dutch on the left-hand side of your screen. But I think, if anything, Kath, you know, we're seeing a little quiver of the boat from the Dutch. I think momentum's with Oxford Brookes at the moment.
Yeah, that's interesting. You can see the boat really going like an arrow, going very straight on the right-hand side, whereas you saw the Cox had to steer, and so the bows sort of jigged left, then jigged right in the Dutch. That means that the power isn't being applied in a really efficient way, not together. The boat isn't going straight, so in terms of application of power, it's more coherent on the right-hand side of your screen. Oxford Brookes have got momentum. They are rowing through the Dutch in the last part of the race. Incredible gutsiness, but also the cohesion, the coherence of the blades, the synchronicity is what enabled them to stay together when it got to the most important and challenging part of the race.
Wow, they've absolutely broken them in the past 200 metres. You know, the Dutch laid down the challenge. They went early, but Brookes just waited, and what a response, what a surge coming through the grandstands.
Wow, an incredible sense of achievement for that Oxford Brookes E-crew, beating the Dutch students, and a sense of quite how impressive their programme is, how well trained these athletes are in whatever of the Oxford Brookes crews they're in. And we are going to be moving down to Alivance now.
Well, it is time now for the tea interval. People will be retreating away from the riverside to the bars, the restaurants, or even to the car park, because the picnics here are pretty fabulous. We've got all sorts, everyone enjoying picnics out of the back of their car. This one looks a little bit abandoned. But this one, I've got mega picnic envy here with these guys. Guys, I'm going to come and have a few words. Who put the picnic together? Who's responsible here? You, madam?
Oh, well, I suppose that's me.
It looks fabulous. And who are the guests? What have we got here?
Well, we've got a wonderful sort of lunchtime Henley picnic with lovely friends from Sydney, Fee and Peter King, and then we've got Peter Pitt Brown, who's half Australian, half British, Louise Goodall, and my other half, Yanis Goss, who's the music maker here. And we've had a quintessentially English lunch of prawn cocktails and coronation chicken with rice salad, and wonderful, in honour of Australia, passion fruit cheesecake. And then, of course, some gooey cheese. And if we ever make it in, it'll be amazing because we've all eaten so much now.
It looks wonderful. The courses kept coming. You're onto the cheese course now for tea. And you've got some special guests, you said, from Australia, madam?
Hello, I'm Fiona from Australia with beautiful Georgine Thorburn. We're supporting Sydney University, but we're also supporting Radley College because our friends in other fields are here especially.
Because yesterday wasn't a great day for the Australians, but it's picking up a bit today.
It's picking up a bit today. And
this is your first Henley?
Our first Henley, and it's absolutely magical.
Well, you've come to the right place. You've got the best picnic. And I hear the music man in the corner. Right, come on, crank up the gramophone. Look at that, that's beautiful. Get winding.
Favourite gramophone. He has many in the collection, but this is the top banana of gramophones.
Okay, and why is this your favourite gramophone, Yanis?
It's a good quality sound, that's all I can say. You have to wait and see. There you go, 1927, stomp, stomp, stomp.
Brilliant. Right. Who's going to pour me a glass of wine? I'm staying here for the tea interval. Fabulous. Look at that. Cheers. A dance, a glass of wine. Perfect. Right. We'll be back racing around about 5:30 maybe. But in the meantime, let's find out a little bit more about the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust.
Warrington Youth Rowing is a project that was set up to work with the youngsters in the Warrington area that are from state schools, non-rowing schools. We take the youngsters out of school to come rowing, so it's part of the curriculum.
Amazing to see that these, rowing accessibility programs are generating stars of the future, right? Iffy Marinos in the stroke seat, who came through that Warrington Youth Rowing programme.
I fell in love with it. I think I like the challenge part of it. I like just because it's helped me come out of my shell a lot.
She's actually off to Tulsa University next year on a scholarship.
After Henley Royal, I ended up going to the US for my scholarship at the University of Tulsa. And I was on the Tulsa women's rowing team for 4 years. I'm still going to be carrying on now that I'm back here. I'm just going to do my Masters at the University of Liverpool. And I will also be helping out at youth rowing too, so I'll be getting involved with that, with coaching, which will be exciting, kind of giving back after they obviously helped me out.
The effect these programmes have on the children in school is all about confidence and self-esteem. We never know how young people are going to develop or have success in a sport unless we give them the opportunities.
It's my goal to get on Team GB. That was what I wanted to do whilst I was in Tulsa. That's what I aim to do whilst I'm back here. So yeah, that's always been my goal, something that I am going to go for.
The Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust is mainly funded by the regatta, but it also receives generous donations from individuals. If you want to help change lives, please log on to our page on the Henley Royal Regatta website or scan the QR code on screen now. Thank you.
There is an update of the World Cup. Current score: England 0, Democratic Republic of Congo 1.
Welcome back to our live coverage. It is the evening session on day 2, and I'm delighted to be joined by Cam Nicol. Cam, you've been in the commentary box today. You're a steward, man of many hats. What's it like rowing at this time of the day? It's getting pretty lively in the enclosures. It's definitely noisier. It's a bit warmer. There's more crowd and definitely a lot more noise.
There's a lot to think about. So the first thing that I think is brilliant to have at Henley is that the crowd get really lively. That momentum builds throughout the day, and I would say it crescendos after lunch and tea. So about now, it's where the crowd is at its maximum capacity. It's really lively and loud in the enclosures. The second thing for the crews is that the water is also lively. So many boats you can see out on the stretch now. There'll be wash, there'll be lots of things going on, and that could be a distraction for crews. And then the third thing is timing. So thanks to the broadcast, we've had lots of people that will be watching that racing live. They'll be seeing things throughout the day, and all of a sudden it's their turn to go down the track. So that nerve will have been building up throughout the day. So those are the 3 big factors to try and deal with so that they can have their moment down the track.
And when you're coming down the course, do you notice the noise building, or are you in your own little bubble?
So it's 2,112 metres. The start can be quite nervy. In the middle of the stretch of the river is what we sometimes refer to as the Badlands or no people's lands, and that can be really quiet. And then as you go through Remenham, the noise starts to build again, and particularly through the steward's enclosure in the last few hundred metres, it can be deafening, and those crews are right beside all of the audience. So you can often hear conversations, you can hear people shouting your name. It's a brilliant experience to be a part of.
Amazing atmosphere. Thank you very much. Really looking forward to seeing this evening's races. Right, let's head over to our commentators then. Molesey B.C alongside Kath Bishop.
So, a good evening to everyone. I'm Kath Bishop in the commentary box with you for the evening session. And wow, look at that. We have got quite a schedule ahead of us of some fantastic races. We've seen real humdingers already today. And ahead of that, we will be seeing, these are all on the schedule, and ahead of that we'll be seeing the postponed race from earlier that was delayed. That will be heading off first. It is beautiful, stunning weather. We are starting the session with a postponed race. It was race 60. There was an equipment issue, and it is now going to be run. The Britannia Challenge Cup with Nottingham Rowing Club and Thames Rowing Club A. So they'll have had some nervy moments when a race gets postponed, but I think there was they were able to sort it out, and so they are now going to be absolutely, this is their moment. They were due on 3:45, they get to race now. They don't care as long as they get the race, and it is Nottingham Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station against Thames Rowing Club A, and it has been a really impressive takeoff from the Thames Rowing Club crew, who are on the right of your picture. This is the club open coxed fours, and I am delighted that I'm joined for the evening session by fellow steward, Olympic champion Molesey B.C.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm really looking forward to watching a nice evening session of racing.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful setting. The weather is just perfect, and little breeze, beautiful sunny, still a lot of crowds here. But at the moment, these crews aren't thinking about the crowds, are they? They're thinking about executing their plan, and the Thames crew have gone off with real intention.
Yeah, they have, and they've brought a nice energy to it, and as you say, the way they're rowing is taking off as they come off of the island, coming up to the barrier. And after having a rescheduled race, you always want your first 10, 20 strokes just to be executed in the way that you want. So for them, for the Thames crew, it's really nice feeling, I can imagine, coming in the first 2 minutes of this race up to the barrier.
What does it mean when your race gets delayed? What sort of impact does that have on the crew?
Well, you think there's a lot that happens before you even put your boat on the water. So some of it is you've taken some caffeine, you've listened, you've gone through your routine, your pre-race warm-up, and you get on the water, and then all of a sudden you're called off, and then it's limbo land, because do you eat, do you refuel, how much can you do, and there's a lot that you would have hypothesized and practiced and walked through, but in reality you try to stay as calm as possible, really relaxed, and just get through the moments, get through the hours, realign yourself to the new race time, and then off you go again.
It can be unsettling, and of course in this weather it's really important to stay hydrated as well, because it is really a beautiful hot day here. But we can see the calibre of this Thames crew. Stroke one at a time, stroke by stroke, they are inching ahead. They've got a bit more power, a bit more length. They're applying it with more efficiency as well. And it is really one of the selected crews in this event, the Club Cox Fours, the Brit Challenge Cup, and they are showing why they are seeded.
And Thames have had such depth over the last decade in the sport, and they just keep growing, keep sending crews down that just do a remarkable job of staying in front of the rest of the pack. And I'm sure this crew will go on to race deep within the week, but that's not taking anything away from the Nottingham Rowing Club. Still giving it a go. And in the Cox 4, in the Brit Challenge Cup, anything can happen. You can overcome a lead that has grown as the course comes down, because of the way that your ability in a Cox boat to be able to turn speed can happen quite dramatically.
So the problem that they had earlier was the Nottingham Rowing Club crew, who had the outside blue grip that had disintegrated on the oar. So the part where the outside hand that's levering around, if that isn't working, you can't get the work on. And it's not something that you can fix quickly on the water. It needs replacing, potentially re-gluing. So they had to come back, but we're used to these things happening. Their coach would have had a nervous few moments, but they've got spares of everything in the toolkits back in the boat tents to sort that out, come back and set off now. And we see that Knots crew are, you know, going through the paces, going through their race plan, but just sitting behind the whole time.
Yeah, it's really hard. The oar is the one thing that you're in contact with on the water, so to have an equipment failure there, like you said, and to have the handle, that can be weird. I had an oar when we were racing. It was a wooden handle oar. I used to sand it down to the way that I wanted it to feel. So I'm sure for these rowers they've gone through the same thing. So using a slightly new oar may feel slightly foreign, or getting used to it. But unfortunately, they've come up against a very strong Thames crew that are rowing very well. As you can see there, their blades are coming in quite nice and sharp towards the front, whereas the Nottingham crew's blades need to just come down to the water a little bit quicker on the catch.
So it's a slower boat class because it's 4 people and you're about power, because you've got less boat speed, so you're picking up a heavier weight each time. So you often see the real power athletes in this event. You're trying to create length. It can feel like you've got, you know, the gearing is up on that Concept 2 rowing machine when you're rowing a Cox 4. That's how it feels, right?
Yeah, it does. It's a real chunky crew. It's a chunky rhythm. If you try and translate it to other sports, it's almost like some of the field events in track and field. It's a bit of the bigger caliber athlete. It's a bit of it's not a sprint. It's not a finesse boat that often is the way people think about it in rowing. But I really liked being in the Cox 4. There was something around probably my skill level, being able to get a big load around the front of the pin and really shove it down towards the finish. It really favoured me as a slightly bigger, heavier guy, to just be able to lean on it, get that chunky rhythm. And you can see that it's a great example, looking at this drone shot here, of that chunky rhythm. They put in the blades in, and then they just lean on it, and they use their backs and hips really well towards the finish.
Probably perhaps the boat class where you're closest to how it feels on the ergo, that you've got to lay down the power. It is watts every stroke, so the length needs to be there, and you need to be accelerating that bigger load that you might pick up at the front. And we can see how well the Thames crew are doing that, with length really connected together, a sort of steady rhythm, so you can work hard.
And it's why you get such dramatic turns of speed. It goes back even into when we had Cox pairs and Cox 4s. You do get this dramatic turn of speed where you can have a boat that has that nice chunky rhythm, is out by 2 lengths, and then all of a sudden the trailing boat just does something, manages to pick it up, and all of a sudden they're back level. That's why you get such fantastic racing in the Britannia Challenge Cup.
There's a huge amount of experience in this Thames Rowing Club crew. Charlie, the Cox, is his 9th Henley. He won the Temple Challenge Cup under 23 silver medal. So he's bringing experience. There's so much down that crew, and they are really using that experience. So they're able to drop the rate and enjoy rowing past the inclusions. There's the Notts Rowing Club, Hugh Madley, Jacob Bailey, Ollie Owen, Henry Cross, Cox by Alexandra Glasspool. Go through the moves, put in the push, raise that rate as much as they can so that they feel they've emptied the tank. But it is Thames Rowing Club A who win this heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup over Nottingham Rowing Club. Up at the start, it's the Temple Challenge Cup, our Student Open 8s. It is the Wesleyan University from America against Groningen Studentenvereniging AG of the Netherlands. Incredible start, and we're going to move live to see how they're going down the course. They have been trading blows, and here they come off the island. Pretty tight racing, right?
Yeah, really tight. And as a viewer and as somebody that's going to commentate, that's what we do want to see on a Thursday. We would like to see really tight starts and go down the course. These are two strong crews, and they've taken it off and probably in excess of 40 at the rate, and now they're starting to settle, try and find that rhythm and get into that real high pace.
It's the hardest thing. Your rate's up, high 40s. You know you've got to come down maybe to 40, maybe high 30s. You don't want to come down too soon. You don't want the power to come off. You need to breathe a bit more because you can't sustain that. And that is often that transition piece, the really critical factor between the best crews and the crews that haven't quite nailed that yet.
And you can kind of see it play out here. The crew on the far side of your picture, they've just transitioned into a rhythm where they started to eke out almost stroke by stroke, a seat at a time, and now the angle's changed. It doesn't look as dramatic, but it is really key. You go from that really high red line, really fast pace, and you transition. You want to hold on to as much of that pace as possible, but it's got to be smart. It's not just flat out. You've got to be able to reserve some energy to make sure that when you get onto your race rhythm, which is through that middle bit, the bit that often coaches will tell you where the race is won, is electrifying and really hard. But it looks like it's only half a length through the barrier.
It's kind of like a gamble, isn't it, when you come off that? Because you've got to be a bit brave going in the transition because you're already hurting. It's got to be a punchy, sustainable, but only just sustainable, probably. And so getting that right is key. But it looks like Wesleyan are creeping ahead, and yet that Dutch crew are hanging on.
Half a length and an 8 is a really hard distance. We've just come from the Britannia Challenge Cup where we can say 2 lengths can be made up over a distance. Half a length of an 8 is really hard. You need something dramatic. From my experience when I used to race 8s, it's really the moment you give your crew half a length, it is quite hard. But we're going to keep at it. They're going to keep going and keep pushing the Wesleyan crew down the course.
We've seen a few tests at this point now, and we've seen a few races really changing during today because, you know, it's how much is in the tank and where are you putting it in. And so because these are early days, you're testing each other. We don't know yet who's gone off faster than they normally go or who's actually undercooked it and got something less. So it's so interesting in this match racing where it's knockout, so you have to have emptied the tank by the end. And it looks to me like they are really still fighting away and quite feisty, punching style in that Dutch crew.
There is, and that lovely shot from the launch just give you a little bit of how much the water is making the blades trickle up and down. It's challenging, skillful, not just physically, but it does look like they're holding on, and we could be in for a really nice finish coming into the enclosures, coming through Remnant, and it looks like they're not giving up. And Wesleyan need to be smart here, because if it is about making sure, like you said earlier, holding on, playing that gamble. Have you gone out too hard? Don't let in the psychological negative thoughts come in where you kind of stress and panic. and it is half a length, and it looks fantastic race we got here towards the second half of the course.
What a brilliant race. I think if you're in contact, then, you know, anything is possible. It's never over till it's over. We've got Henley debuts for all of the members of the Wesleyan University crew who are here for their first time, their first race. Both of these crews are selected in the event, so this is a really tough matchup, because if you're a selected crew, you expect to be lasting beyond Wednesday. So, you know, they have got a calibre, and both are being really tested to the max now.
And for the Coxes, they play a really important part of this. Yannick Dielan in the Groninger crew and Asher Israel in the Wesleyan crew. It's all about bringing your crew together, making them apply their energy and their force in the right way. I have to say the Wesleyan crew does look really nice and sharp towards the front. It's a little bit less movement, but the Groninger crew is definitely holding on, and they're pushing them, they're challenging them, they can't let up. In some ways, you want the first round to go really easy, and you're in the crew. You want to blast out, get 2-length lead, and then take it down. But this is really testing their rhythm and testing their engines on day one. What
an incredible race. They are physiologically in a lot of pain by this point. It is about mental toughness on top of that. The Wesleyan crew, coached by Jack Improntu, who's a coach that says he's been so impressed, thrilled with their hard work and perseverance all year. The ability to race and compete here is a dream for so many athletes. He's thrilled to be part of their experience here, and the Wesleyan crew at the moment have grabbed the race, and they are still maintaining their lead, but it is not comfortable.
They've taken the bull by the horns here, and they're really pushing on. Coming into the last 300, 400 metres, they're really going to have to start raising their rate, start pushing on and holding them at bay, because the Groninger crew is charging.
This is the moment the Coxes will go through the gears. Both of these crews are having to lift the rate. They're both looking at each other still. They're so aware. They are in a race all the way here, and it is one more push from the Groninger crew. Can they find anything else? It is so tough for them. They are giving it their all.
And the 5-man in the boat has just looked like his head has just started to go, because he's given it so much.
That was a lung buster for those two crews in this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup that sees Wesleyan University go through today, beating the Groninger Studentenroeivereniging A.U.S.R from Netherlands. So we're back up for more student races in the Temple Challenge Cup. Another Dutch crew. Here we have the Koninklijke Studenten van Roeivereniging Noord in the Netherlands, who are against Imperial College London in this heat. It's student 8. It's the Temple Challenge Cup. We've just had one lung buster, and I think we're heading straight into another.
That's a ferocious start by the yacht crew. They really took it out there in the first opening 10 strokes. You could see they picked up that boat and they drove it on. It's imperative for Imperial just to stay in touch at the moment and get into their rhythm, like we said.
We've got also, these are two of the strongest crews in the event selected, so they both have had strong seasons, and again, that means this is not going to be an easy race for either of them.
No, it's not. No let up, and we've just seen in the previous Temple race where you have to just keep going onto the line. You can't let yourself have a relax and just think you've won the race at this point. No, it's really important for both crews, especially Imperial, to stay fighting, to stay pushing their rhythm, challenging the New York crew.
These are crews with aspirations. They will be thinking about what they could do in the event, but they've got to let that go now, because it's now all about this race on Wednesday. It's a knockout tournament. They can't build gently into this. This is a real kind of wake-up race for both crews, who are going to have to pull a full plan in, potentially.
There's no second chance saloon in these races. You get no repechage like other multi-lane races and championships. This is a one and done.
Wow, look how close it is on that marker that they've just gone through. Neck and neck. Imperial College just still maybe a nudge behind, but absolutely they are still in it. It's now a question of pacing, isn't it? Of race plan, of tactics, of momentum, of pushes, of that winter training and how many gears you have left. I mean, Imperial College are absolutely in striking distance now, just maybe a canvas down, as they have definitely clawed back to a closer position. Can Imperial College get their nose in head? They are doing something at the moment. It feels that they've got good momentum, and so the question is whether the Dutch can really still hold that off.
And it's Andre Mar's job in the cock seat of the Imperial boat to drive his crew on, to make them believe that they can do this. He has the best seat in the house in terms of seeing what the other crew is doing, being able to judge their moves, being able to feed the energy back into his crew and give them the belief, self-belief that they can do this. Because for the stroke pair, stern pair, they will not actually be in touch with the boat. They may not see their opponents. So it's really important to bring in some of that detail into the crew to say you are gaining momentum, you are coming back.
They are coached in the Imperial College crew by Tessa Miller herself, competed for GB at the 1984 Olympic Games, specialises in crews and cohesion, and that Imperial crew have got to find another level of cohesion. They are still just a bow ball, maybe more than that, maybe just a few feet behind. So can they get their bow ball in front now? At the moment, that Njord crew are leading. They're coached by Tim Bourne. He works as a primary school teacher. What a beautiful job to combine with being a rowing coach, really keen on making sure that the crews are disciplined, that it's an environment for the crews to explore their full potential. And at the moment, Imperial College are testing what that full potential looks like.
It's a great shot there of that crew. They're so in sync, and I think they've really just done that killer move as you've gone down the course. I think they've now stretched out to maybe half a length, 3/4 of a length, even maybe just started to break water. So there was something decisive as they came into the enclosures. They just put in a big 10, big 15 squeeze, and they were able to really push on. Really like the way they're rowing as well. So impressive. Even from the start, it's been the same forceful nature.
Yeah, they found something. It was a big push, though. It was a big surge of power. You can't do that too many times down the course, but they have made that decisive move now. And so it is the crew from Holland, the Koninklijke Studentenroeivereniging Njord from the Netherlands, who win this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. But what a race that was against Imperial College. So after that absolute frenzy of eights racing, we're back for another heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup. Club Open Falls, Vesta Rowing Club on the left of your screen, Molesey Boat Club on the right of your screen. Vesta came through the qualifiers and Molesey are a selected crew, so we'll be seeing whether Molesey really show that class and at what point in the race they do, and how much the contenders from Vesta can challenge them.
An aggressive start from both crews, but it looks like Molesey have eked out maybe half a length lead into the end of the island, and they looked really strong and levered on that boat when they started off the first 10-15 strokes. Very impressive start.
There's a lot of power going down in that boat. We spoke about this boat class, and in the middle of the boat there, Adam Stevenson, Thomas Sidorich, they've between them got 10 Henley appearances across the crew, 25, so there is a lot of experience and they are not hanging around.
No, they're not. They've really put in a big another set of 10 into their transition. The race plan in the clock sport will be slightly different to that of an 8 that we just saw come down. Coxsaw is a little bit more measured. It's that chunky rhythm that they want to settle into, whereas an 8 will feel like a sprint. It's naturally a longer race. It's a slightly slower boat class, but they really did take it on in that first 10-15 strokes off the start, and then that 15-stroke block that we just saw in their transition, where they just eked out more and more.
So we saw the head bobbing of their Cox Aisling Humphreys Griffiths there, who's at her 4th Henley in the front loader boat. So both of those Coxes at the front, you can just see the tip of their caps as they bob along. There we get a shot here of the punchy Vesta trying to really do what they can. You can see the effort, you can see that, trying to finish off those strokes, trying to add the power, but it's not quite at the level of the Molesey crew.
They would have had a fantastic experience qualifying on Friday. Some of it is about being able to be in the draw of the regatta, being able to race down the track in a 1 versus 1 scenario. When you qualify, you come down in a processional order, traditionally like a little bit like a head race, whereas this environment where you do get that crew versus crew, that psychological impact that has, just being able to go down the course in a match racing scenario is something that athletes do dream of. So to be able to qualify, to get your boat club's entry in is fantastic.
That's right, the qualifiers are themselves. We had the biggest set of qualifying races ever, so the standard goes up, biggest entry ever to the whole regatta. So you're right, their racing started on Friday, and they're really being asked questions today. When you're in that Molesey crew, they had a race plan, which was, we've got to try and get ahead so that we don't want to be left in a scrap. We don't want to give them a sniff of us, so that then we can control the race and save something. So some crews will have different race plans, and they'll try and execute one to give themselves the best chance going forward.
Yeah, and every time I came down this race, you'd have different scenarios. And so I used to give the calls on the 4, and I used to run through different scenarios. So if we were leading after to the barrier and it was a long way, what do we do then? If we were in a real scrap or if we were behind. And I would run through the different scenarios to psychologically prepare us. So when you get into a situation like this, where Molesey are slightly ahead, well, you practice that first half of the race, and now you settle onto a rhythm, you preserve, you move on to the next day.
So we can just see the crew starting to come towards us there, and you get a sense, don't you, of that. The booms, we were looking out from the booms that almost had a bird's eye view, literally, of that little seagull, whatever it was. Someone will tell me what that bird was. Yeah, looking at these crews going past, Molesey supreme.
Yeah, it looked really strong from the start. And they're really taking it on. Like I said, they've settled down into a rhythm, but they're really strong crews. They do practice going through the week day by day. They want to stitch together the perfect race, whether that be come Saturday, whether that's on a Sunday in the finals. But the most important thing is you practice each element, and then you're able to bring it out when you need it as a full execution of a race plan.
Here we see Vesta. We can see the effort going in. Jake Morris in the stroke seat, backed up by Jaden Tabani, Evie Fletcher Osling, Francis Trehan Pollock, coxed by Amy Young, giving their absolute all. And even though it can feel quite calm to those of us watching on the bank, in that close-up you can see how poppy the water is, and they absolutely will be leaving everything out there in that Vesta crew. They've had a tough draw today, coming across this very impressive crew who are really trying to show and put down a statement in the way they've dominated this race from Molesey. So you can see the high rate as Vesta are charging. Molesey fully in control here, and it is Molesey Boat Club who win this heat of the Britannia Challenge Cup, beating Vesta Rowing Club. So up at the start for heat of the Danesfield Challenge Cup. So we've got a couple of minutes before their race time, and that means these athletes will be going through their own personal processes of calming, breathing, thinking about the first stroke. Did you have a particular pattern?
Yeah, well, races can be won and lost on the start line, even before the buzzer or the flag has been drawn. And that's because you can psych yourself and get yourself too pumped up, you're too energetic. For me, it was always about executing the first 10 strokes in the best possible way, in the way that we've always wanted, and being able to go through those first 10 in almost silence. I really liked it, especially when I was in an 8. Our Cox Phelan Hill, Olympic champion in 2016, we didn't say anything in the first 10 strokes, because you know the drill. The first 10 strokes you have to do. So it was always, for me, it was always about that. And then there was a few things I would get myself ready. Everyone slightly different. Some people will be slapping their legs, screaming, making their lungs as big as possible, trying to relax themselves. I would say the first verse of the Quran, just for my faith, and then there'll be other ways of centering yourself, bringing yourself into the moment, and just getting that first stroke right.
Beautiful.
And how about yourself?
Yeah, it is about being present. Breathing, definitely really important. A moment of gratitude for being here, even though I'm terrified. Actually, I want to be here. I'm excited, and I'm so grateful.
Well, people do bungee jumps and they throw themselves out of a plane strapped with a parachute to feel what we get to feel on the start line of a race. Very similar emotions.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I definitely don't fancy the bungee jump, but yeah.
Should I need to address you, I shall address you as Grace.
I like what you're saying, though, also about the cocks holding back. We almost have an image sometimes of the cocks non-stop blasting, but sometimes less is more. And in these crews, coxless again, so there's no cocks, so you're exhausted. So you've got to be really, you almost have like a code between you. You want almost telepathy. You know, you can read each other's shoulders. You know what to do before it happens. And just a few precise words, but particularly here, we've got a lovely close-up shot as we see London Rowing Club A take on London Rowing Club B. So this is a real inside club match derby in the Danesfield Challenge Cup. These athletes know each other. What does that mean?
Yeah, we spoke earlier around people not racing each other, and first time these two crews have been training together, probably mixing up who rowed in what boat throughout the whole year. So to be able to get them in the draw is slightly unlucky. You kind of wanted to race somebody else, but also you know the other person's, the other crew's weaknesses, so you can exploit them in a little bit of a way.
Absolutely. The B crew, they've got to play the underdog card, think, well, that's something might have happened in training in Putney, but now we're in Henley. And now, you know, all the time we've been vying it. It's often incredibly close. Some of them may have been in the A boat at various times. And the A boat, meanwhile, are thinking, right, we've got to justify them. We know they're dangerous. We train with them every day, so we've got to be on it. And at the moment, it is London Rowing Club A on the Bark Station who are showing why they're the A crew.
Yeah, they are. They went out really nicely, and they're very smooth around the back and coming together as a front. But like you said, these eight women in this event, they would have trained all year round. They would be friends with each other. So it's such a strange psychology switch that all of a sudden you're my friend, may live with you, I train with you, I've pushed you on, I've screamed for you on an ergo, and now all of a sudden I'm trying to beat you. And it is a psychology that only really very few sports you get to live through, and rowing is one of those, whether that be in the national team, you train every single day, or at your club, and you come into an event like this where you've got an A-B crew racing each other.
I think it's one of the beautiful things about our sport, that we are part of a squad, and almost whatever boat you're in, though, whenever it is, training or racing, it's always in your best interest that you do everything you can to make your boat go fast, whether you're the A crew, the B crew, the reserve crew, and so you get that wonderful mentality, and at the same time you also know you want everyone around you to be making the boats go as fast as possible. And so, you know, all boats kind of moving up together, and I think it's one of the beautiful things. I think we see actually, you know, individual sports realising they need to be a bit more like that. You know, the sort of relationships, whether it's between Alcaraz and Sinner, or, you know, Rafa and Nadal and Federer, that they realise they need to do a bit of that too and be fierce on the court. But actually, you know, they know more about each other's experiences than anyone else, and that's really one of the wonderful sides of sport, I think.
Yeah, it really is, and like I said, it's a shame that they've been drawn together, but it does create this unique scenario where we have the A-B crew together on the opening day of the Danesfield Challenge Cup. And the B crew are holding on. They're staying there. The A crew started to move away quite comfortably in the first up to the barrier, and looks like they've settled into a really nice smooth rhythm. And the B crew are still pushing on, challenging, not letting that lead grow out too much.
I think there can be tension often when you're somehow in a race with people that you know really well. So half of the challenge is to sort of actually, you know, just stick in your own boat, execute your plan. I think sometimes the precision that's required in quadruple sculling is challenged on this race, on this water where it's really poppily, and so you only want to be covering the tips of the blades, but sometimes you almost kind of feel you've got to stabilise and put them a bit deeper. I could see a bit of tension in some of the shoulders youngsters in both these crews who are learning what it feels like on the Henley water, you know, compared to, not that they get a flat row on the tideway that often, but, you know, it's different, right?
It is. Each body of water is slightly different. It's an outdoor sport. Things vary. It could be the wind, it could be the bounce in the water, it could be your own rhythm. Sometimes you go off on a race and you practice your rhythm in the same way, and you may all of a sudden land on a really bouncy rhythm, because there is something about doing it in training where you replicate race pieces and then all of a sudden doing it in a race. And I've had multiple races where something only ever happens, a little kick or a little force push only ever happens actually during a race, and you come off the water and go, where's that come from? How is that? We never feel this in training. It's because people do elevate their performances, elevate the amount that they're pushing, the watts that they're putting down for special races like this.
I think this will not be feeling comfortable, even though the A crew are ahead. That B crew are right in the vision of the A crew. We've got Erin Meredith in the bow and Laura Bates, Lizzie Dashley and Perrin Hulse, who is stroking the London Rowing Club A crew, who are being absolutely tested by their teammates, Julia Riley, Amelia Perrin, Rebecca Tuke and Grace McMahon. We've got Henley debuts for two in each of the crews here, and they are really taking it to them, aren't they, now?
Yeah, they've not given up, and they're really pushing them on as they come through Remnham, and they'll get the cheers from the Remnham Club and they'll push them on. But it really looks like the B crew have really got the grip between their teeth. They don't want to just bowl over and let the A crew swan in for an easy race. They know that if they push the A crew, if the A crew does progress, it's only going to make the A crew stronger for the later rounds, as well as they want their own reputation. They want to go through to the next round themselves.
Absolutely. They're both coached by Stuart Heap. I wonder what race plans he's given them and how he'll have worked that one out.
Well, you can be quite contradictory to each one. Tell one to have a slow start, the other to have a fast start. It's up to Stuart Heap. I'm sure he has given a very similar race plan to them both.
But it's an interesting challenge, isn't it? Because he actually will want both crews to play to their strengths, which could be slightly different, and to be thinking about, yeah, I mean, for him, you know, what a moment of pride seeing, you know, 8 incredible athletes who are in this club women's quadruple sculls event, a new event. They wouldn't have been able to do this last year. The Danesfield has enabled athletes like this who are working full-time in the day and training crazy all the rest of the time in their lives to be able to compete here.
And that's it. Stuart will be sat on that launch if he's on the launch. I know some coaches have superstitions around following their crews or not. If he is sat on that launch, then they will feel proud, an immense sense of pride as well, because for some clubs you do develop a program. It takes a long time to develop that program, and then having a new event added to the program where you can turn up into club crews in quad boats and race down the course. It's only fantastic, because these competitors would not been able to race, like you said, last year, and so their season probably might have ended already.
Yeah, so we get a lovely shot here of Erin Meredith making a Henley debut in the bow seat of London Rowing Club A. She's a primary school teacher. She teaches reception at Belleville Wicks Academy, and I wonder if some of those have come home from school and put YouTube on to cheer her on, because what a fantastic job they've been doing in that A crew. And there we can see now they are managing to make sure that they secure that place ahead of their B crew. Both really going through all of the gears. What a fantastic display for London Rowing Club's women's scullers. Really great job from both these crews, but it is the A crew with the form, and so we see London Rowing Club A, who are successful in this heat at the Danesfield Challenge Cup, beating London Rowing Club B. So we are now going to head up for the delayed race in the Ireland Challenge Cup. It is University of Washington B against Brown University B. It's the matchup of the B crews, and it's student women's 8s. So slightly delayed, but now adding them back into the programme, and a really strong start from the Brown crew next to the island.
Yeah, really strong start, slightly drifted into the middle, which is not something that you often see in an 8, but that could just be a little bit of cautious from Caitlin Roddy in the cock seat. But they really want to just blast out in these 8s, and they're B crews, so they've got and they would have raced each other throughout the season in the US, and they would have really pushed on. They may know each other more than some of the other crews as well. So, but the Brown crew has taken an early lead.
So they both came through qualifiers, so that would have been their sort of test out down the course. But of course, this feels just so different. You have to be in almost a different mindset, don't you? It's one thing, the time trial, you can't think beyond the time trial, but now sort of side by side, you're in the regatta, it's a knockout tournament, and Brown are really going off. That's quite an aggressive style there as they enter the water with their blades.
Yeah, really aggressive style. You can see some of that water splashing up in the front and the back of the blades, trying to put it in as hard as you can and really power that boat on. The 80 is really explosive. It's a really powerful event, and they have some of those big shaped spoons as well, so that's trying to create even more load for the rowers to feel as they drive through the middle of their stroke.
So we get a real kind of ride in there. We can see they are so tough, stroke by stroke, finishing it off, drawing it through. You know, that's an aggression, isn't it? And of course, can be a fine line. You've got to be aggressive, got to be punchy, but you don't want to be inefficient. You don't want to be putting energy in that isn't actually moving the boat.
You don't want to waste energy anywhere, and you want to be really calculated. You have a certain amount of energy to last you the race, and if you're wasting some of that, it's a very small percentage, but cumulatively down the course will accumulate up to being a real big thing. So it may wipe out your sprint, it may make you kind of lose all energy and start to your blade work start to be impacted and not get into the water. There's multiple different things. It looks relatively hard and sometimes easy, but psychologically there's a lot that your brain is processing, even though you're only doing a simple rowing stroke, and you're trying to do that as well as possible.
So we see Brown come past us here. We can hear their cops, Caitlin, Roddy, urging them on. They have now got clear water. They are now steaming ahead. My goodness, they are so punchy in the way that they row. So we are on board now. Let's look, interesting to see what Brown looked like before. We were looking at the oars, and now we see the bodies.
Yeah, they look really in sync coming towards us in this picture, and you can see on their oars they've also got telemetry, which is still a slightly strange concept to me that you'd race with telemetry on, but it's enabled to give the coach extra data to be able to see in the race. But no, the blade work looks quite nice in this view, especially the handles from the gate upwards into the rower.
What you see for me is also quite an aggressive opening of the body, yeah? So they're trying to use their bodies to create the acceleration, to create the power. They get hold of it really quite punchily at the front, and then they're really leaning back. So again, using their bodies quite a lot in the style that they've got going on there, and it is working for them.
Yeah, it's really did a good job there through that. Off the start, but through that middle part of the race, they really did, like you said, lean on it. They've really punchy accelerated the boat through, and they've kept that drive. They've kept that momentum up in their stroke. They've not wavered, and they've not brought their rate down at all.
They're quite aggressive. It's a B crew that came through the qualifiers, but they have a statement here by saying, yeah, we want to keep going. We are in the next round of the Ireland Challenge Cup. That was Brown University B crew beating University of Washington B crew. And it is time to hand over to my colleague Camilla Hadland-Horrocks.
Thank you very much, Kath. It is great to be with you here on the evening of day 2 of Henley Royal Regatta, and we're going to fly up to the live pictures from the next race on the course for the Danesfield Challenge Cup.
Attention. Go!
So this is the Danesfield Challenge Cup, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club over on the Berkshire Station, and Nottingham and Union Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station on the right-hand side of your picture. Delighted to be here, back with Molesey B. We had such a great time over the last couple of years commentating together, and I just love that we get the privilege of commentating on a brand new event, like Kath said. Yeah,
brand new event and fantastic environment. It's the best seat in the house, one of the best seats in the house that we have at the end of the course here. And to watch 2 high-caliber crews in a brand new event for this year is just an honour to be here, holding the mic and being able to do that.
Well, it was awfully close off the end of Temple Island, with Strathclyde Park Rowing Club taking the edge here over on the Berkshire station. They're in the blue lycras, the blue all-in-ones, this quartet that hail from the west side of Scotland. They row at Strathclyde Park, which was the international standard rowing lake based up in Glasgow that hosted the 2018 European Championships, Mo.
Yep, that I competed in, and then I pulled out halfway because I was unwell. Yeah, not fond memories for me there, but it was actually the place I did win my first ever under-23 medal at a championship. So yeah, fond memories of the course. It is a brutal event, and looked like it's paying wonders for rowing on a nice bit of water up in Strathclyde.
Well, you say a nice bit of water. I think from my experience of living up in Scotland, it does get pretty bumpy, pretty wavy, which, you know, the river traffic that goes up and down the Thames, a little bit quieter here on an evening, but it can get pretty washy. So I think Strathclyde Park probably have that advantage, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it will give them the drills when it does get a little bit wavy, which it does have a tendency to do. But this crew here, they've got some experience in the bows, in Perry McCluskey. Did stop rowing, has come back to rowing, is now competing in this new event, which is a fantastic kind of storyline for her. But this cruise did go off really hard off the start, and then they've just been able to eke out, keep moving out. And like we were speaking earlier in some of the previous races, you want to be able to develop your race as the week goes on. So to be able to do a first half really hard and then being able to settle allows you to come away, debrief, replan things and move on for the next round.
Well, we've flown there from Nottingham and Union, who are trailing here in this opening round of the Danesfield Challenge Cup. No slouches, the Nottingham and Union crew, but a young crew, all under the age of 18. So fantastic to see them qualifying for this event through the qualifiers. I'm sure we will see them back here again in years to come. But this Strathclyde Park crew, not too much Henley experience on board, just Perry McCluskey in the bow seat, who is representing, having done a couple of Henleys under her belt before, but the rest of the crew, all debutantes here. Ella Gildert in the 2 seat, Stevie Gildert in the 3 seat, and Polly Swale in the stroke seat there, setting that beautiful rhythm that we can see here. Mo, I think, you know, we saw the London quads earlier on. This is kind of matching it for me in terms of synchronicity and style.
Yeah, they look really well drilled, especially coming into the front. The blades are turning. Doesn't look like there's that much disparity between the angles of the oar, which is always a key to see whether the crew is in line. And it's a great start to their week, and they'll want to progress comfortably like this. And they haven't had a hard race like the London A and B crew race that we saw earlier in the race that I was commentating not too long ago. And so this would be a nice confidence boost for them. They'll have things to work on, every crew does, but that's a much better place to be when you do have a race like this, and you can start to build and really test your parameters as the week goes on.
And they'll want to test their parameters. These guys, Strathclyde Park is actually the home of the High Performance Centre in Scotland. These guys coached by Tom Young, who's led a lot of athletes through the Scottish programmes on towards international representation. A lot of this crew actually have come through the home international system, where they get a chance to represent their country and represent Scotland.
Which is a huge regatta each year, and it's a fun regatta from what I know. And there's also a different path as well. So Perry is training to try and become a beach sprint athlete, which is a very different style of training, as we know. It's very punchy, it's very powerful. It's not the long endurance training that you may see over a traditional 2,000 or 2,000 a little bit metre course down here, this track.
Yeah, well, the Strathclyde Park crew march on a few lengths of clear water up from Nottingham and Union, and Perry McCluskey will have the honour, bearing in mind nothing goes wrong in these last few strokes, of crossing the line to go through and progress in the Danesfield Challenge Cup, this inaugural event here at Henley Royal Regatta. And the young Nottingham and Union Rowing Club crew who came through the qualifiers, this will be the end of their regatta here on the Wednesday.
Attention!
So the Temple Challenge Cup now on the start for student men's eights. Oxford Brookes University C on the Berkshire station, and the Delftse Studenten Rijvereniging Lea, Netherlands on the Buckinghamshire stations. Brooks on your left, on your right, Lea R.C, and we're going to jump to the live pictures from this race. That was the start. Lea R.C on your right with a great start for the Dutch, but this is close. And Mo, I don't know if you were watching earlier, we were talking about Oxford Brooks' depth. They're trailing currently, but their E-crew managed to row through from this distance down to progress through the regatta, so we'll expect big things from them.
And the C crew know that, they'll see that, so they'll use that. And it's such an easy tool for coaches to be able to use when they see their other boats, they see the E crew, like you mentioned, say they've done this, and they know that in training the E crew may be ranked slightly slower than the C crew, so C crew will get confidence and they'll have the belief that they can do this. And it's really important for Archie Black in the cock seat to try and bring that out now, drive the crew on to say, look, if the E crew can do this, you've seen what the guys that you've trained with week in, week out, they can do it, so can you.
Yeah, that E crew also beat Dutch opposition in Defleet earlier on today, so can the C crew do it here against Lea R.C? I would say stiffer competition here on this occasion, but a highly ranked Brooks crew in comparison, and still just a length separating them as they come towards the noise of the crowds, which are still occupying the banks, you know, 10 deep here in the enclosures, Mo, even on an evening.
Yeah, the noise will be roaring as they come down. And I would say the Lea R.C crew does look very smooth, very traditional of a Dutch crew, does look really smooth. There's a bit more energy in the Brooks crew, but it's paying dividends at the moment because they're still in touch and there's still the fight in them to be able to take this through to the line.
You can hear the coxes. If you just give 2 minutes to the two cox seats, we heard Julia Oritz Mertweiler in the Brooks crew and Lingevink, the 22-year-old in the Lea R.C crew, driving these athletes on. Their calls oh so important, especially into these sprinting stages.
It's really important. The rowers will start to see the red mist. The lactic acid will be running through their veins. The tiredness, the pain will be screaming at them, and that's where the coxes play a really important role, keeping them in line, keeping them into the plan, and also adapting that plan. Maybe the crew does need a little bit of a spurt. Maybe it is last chance saloon. You have to throw everything at it, so the cox will have to bring that out of them.
Well, that's what Oxford Brooks University need to do now. They're staring down the face of defeat here, the C crew, because Lea R.C have been so long. They've been so elegant as they paddle through the stewards. A really lovely Dutch outfit that's down to half a length. Brooks's sort of chasing mode has gotten them with more and more overlap with every single stroke, but I think the Dutch have just got that little bit more relaxation to deal with it here, Mo.
Yeah, they do look nice and smooth, but anything can happen in those last 10 strokes.
Well, over the line, it's only going to be half a length to Lea R.C ahead of Oxford Brooks University C. And unfortunately not the inspired sprint that we saw from their E crew earlier, but the Dutch will live to see another day in the Temple Challenge Cup.
Attention!
We go from student men's eights to club women's eights, the Wargrave Challenge Cup now between Molesey Boat Club B on the left-hand side of your picture and Leander Club, the locals, on the right-hand side of your picture.
Ferocious start from both crews as they come towards the end of the island. There's a lot of energy, a lot of power and drive and noise in these eights.
Yeah, and just looking at them side by side here, Mo, I think the Molesey B crew know that they're up against stiff competition. Leander, one of the premier crews in this event in the Wargrave, and their stroke rating much, much higher off the start.
Yeah, different methodologies in the way that you want to attack, and it does depend on the personnel in the crew. Sometimes you want a slightly lower, longer start, so not rating so high. Some crews like to whip it up and get into a frenzy, but this Leander crew does look like they've taken 3/4 of a length off the island and they're just marching through. They look such a nice, loose rowing style, especially as they come in to that front, and the blades just look like they're just popping in.
They're really hanging off it very well, and we'd expect this from Leander Club. They were 10th overall at the women's 8th head of the river, which is the sort of long-distance time trial event held on the championship course, the boat race course that you might be familiar with, and they placed in the top 10 out of over 300 crews. So we know that they are going to be excellent in this Wargrave Challenge Cup. And just look at the distance here, Mo, that they've opened out ahead of Molesey.
Yeah, really impressive start. This Molesey crew crew, obviously, the current reigning holders of the Wargrave Challenge Cup. This is the B crew, so we're really looking forward to seeing what the A crew can do as well, whether they can defend their title. But there's a really strong marker being laid down by Leander Club, because Molesey A will look at this. They have to get through their own rounds as well, but the Leander Club will have the bit between their teeth on home waters to try and win this event.
Well, Leander, they had a bye through to this round of competition, so they're nice and rested. That is one of the beauties of being one of the top crews in the event, is often you're selected to be able to sort of bypass a round of competition. Molesey Boat Club, on the other hand, the B crew, faced Royal Chester yesterday, beat them by a length and a quarter, so they've got one win under their belt. I guess for you, Mo, would you prefer to have kind of had a race and, you know, got something out of the way, or, you know, is it just the tiredness in the legs a bit too much?
I think there are pros and cons to both ways. If you're a relatively new crew, you want the extra time down the track. You want to be able to practice in a race scenario. If you're well drilled and you're very confident, you don't want the extra miles in your leg. You want to just train yesterday. You want to go through the motions and prep yourself for today, your first race, and then for beyond.
Well, well-drilled and confident is exactly how I would describe Leander Club. They're now on the left-hand side of the picture. Their boathouse is upriver towards the finish line, just past the finish line by about 150 metres or so, and they're leading out this race against Molesey very comfortably. But here's the Molesey Boat Club B crew. Calla Spire's there in the bow seat on the right-hand side of your picture. Lottie Hendon in front of her in the 2 seat. An average age mid-20s. So this is a sort of, you know, a crew with 16 combined appearances at Henley Royal Regatta. Still underneath their belts. They're no slouches, but I think they're just facing, you know, again, combined appearances for Leander, 25 already. And these women's club events are so new in their development, and it's great to see how they continue to grow with this event.
The Leander crew look like they've now taken it down. There are comfortable lead coming through to the enclosures. And it is about keeping the drill. You don't want to go too low, because you can become a little bit, excuse the pun, a sitting duck in the water and the other crew. But it looks like they've got that confidence. Job done first round. Get to the club, warm down, and move on to tomorrow's racing.
Well, that is some margin that Leander Club have gotten in the Wargrave Challenge Cup. Former holders, in fact, you know, they really, I think they won this event back in 2021 in its inaugural year, and looking to get their name etched back onto the trophy. We're looking at the back there of Izzy Sellers, the 23-year-old. She went to the Under-23 World Championships back in 2023, so a very, very talented club rower. She's also been in the final here at Henley before as part of the junior events in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup in that same year in 2021. So that's her back that we're seeing here, paddling towards us in the sunlight. You can see they've taken that stroke rating right down. They're probably now down, what, in the sort of mid to low 20s, and just stretching out ahead of Molesey, who are powering it through towards the line.
They're in full conservation mode of energy. Start the active recovery now, start flushing the legs out. But no, a really strong start for the crew, and they'll probably take a lot of confidence in this. They know that Molesey A crew will probably be a slightly stiffer challenge, but it's nice to be able to test yourself against a club that is the holders of the current event.
So Leander Club make a good start to their campaign in the Wargrave Challenge Cup ahead of Molesey Boat Club B. We saw their C crew progress earlier, Molesey, so I think they've still had a pretty good day at the office, but unfortunately for the B crew, they came up against probably one of the top crews in this event. So we've got a bit of a delay on our next race. So, Mo, we've got a bit of time to chat about the regatta and about how things have fared. I mean, we've had a beautiful day out here. What have you really enjoyed about the racing here this afternoon?
It's been fantastic to see the Danesfield in action, a new event for this year, Club Women's Sculls, seeing some of the races, especially the London A, London B, going down the course. I think it's fantastic for programmes to be able to attain or aspire to attain to row down the course in a quad event. We've got 3 new quad events, women's quad events this year, so that was very exciting. The weather has been really nice, the racing's been really intense, but it's just, this is my first day at the regatta this year, so it's just fantastic to get the environment again and feel the atmosphere.
Yeah, I missed last year. I had a baby. I was kind of on maternity leave, half and half. And I just, coming back to this event, it is so special. And we've got probably the best commentary box in the world. And I do a lot of commentary, and this is the best commentary spot in the world. And we get a good view of the crowds on the bank in the stewards' enclosure as well. And given the sunshine that we've got, they will certainly be enjoying the evening sunlight. The evening drinks will be flowing well into the evening, despite it being earlier in the week. I think when we have good sunshine, good weather, you know, it always equals good hearty crowds for our late evening races.
And when you see the pictures of the crowds, you find yourself meeting people that you haven't seen since last year's regatta, and you introduce yourself, and yeah, it is so much fun walking up and down, especially in the enclosures. Especially at this time of the day, it can be a little bit louder, but the noise really does peak as the week goes on. I remember some of the Saturday races, it's just being phenomenal, and this chap here is checking what's going to go on next. And
yes, perhaps getting informed to see whether he can catch his picks for the rest of today's racing. Trying to scrub up to see whether they can outshine us commentators when it comes to the information, the knowledge. And now we're joining the Thames Challenge Cup here on the start line, because we've had that delayed Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. We'll be seeing that at 6:25. So this is live on the start line with race number 76 in the Thames Challenge Cup. Sydney over on the far side, Thames Rowing Club B over here on the near side. And Mo, another B crew here, who I think are going to make a really good impression. You know, the Thames own this event.
yeah, they really do. And for a crew to have flown halfway around the world to race in, they're coming up against a really strong B crew. It's quite a dangerous scenario for Sydney Rowing Club to be in. But their coach, Brooke Robertson, is an international rower. I've raced against him, so he'll understand the importance of getting through this early round.
Well, Sydney Rowing Club actually recorded faster times to both the barrier and Fawley yesterday in their knockout round against Thames Rowing Club C. They've now got to go against Thames Rowing Club B. And what a great start we've got here. It's a boat canvas, so that's that long bit at the end of the boat behind the bow person. That they've got the advantage here, which is great because it means that bow four can sit back and look at their competition and know that they're up here on Thames B.
It's a bit of a sense of deja vu for the Sydney Rowing Club, but could also play into their advantage because they would have felt the race plan for Thames Rowing Club C yesterday. They will know what Thames Rowing Club B, or they'll have some idea of what Thames Rowing Club B will bring to the race. And it looks like they've blasted off the start. And like you said, Camilla, being in the bows or being in the middle of the boat and you execute the start and you actually see the majority of the boat in your peripheral or main vision is so powering. And for the guys in the stern of the Thames boat, someone like Steve Bennett, who's Paul Bennett, the younger brother, and Henry Pooley, they won't have sight of this Sydney crew, so it's really disorientating for them. They don't know how far up the Sydney crew are.
And so, Mo, you know, you're used to racing eights, you've been in that position, you've been in the middle of an eight. What is it that you want to be hearing now from the Thames Cox, from Lena Müller-Kogler, to try and get you back on terms with Sydney?
Well, it's a really fine line because you don't want to throw caution and just go away from the plan. You have to try and execute the plan, but there will be some calls that they would have brought in. Lena will should have run through different scenarios and they'll make different calls. But likewise, Sebastian in the Cox seat of the Sydney Rowing Club, will be in the same scenario. He'll have different things that he would have called through into the race. And so I find it a really psychological. I find the battle of Cox is really interesting, and the psychological battle that they have in bringing out the best of each crew.
Well, we'll be able to hear the Coxes here as they come past our camera. Sebastian Clanding, who Mo was just talking about, nearest to us. And you could just hear him there telling them the distance that they've rowed. You know, again, that's one of the things about the international crews travelling here to Henley. They've only had one run down the track. They need to get to be familiar with the markers, which Thames, you know, looking at the 39 combined appearances in that boat, they need no reminding of where they are on the course.
It comes like second nature to every Thames rower and the markers turn down the course. But no, it is so true. And Sebastian's voice, you could hear the aggression in it, because sometimes you do need a cox to be calm and relaxed, but sometimes you really need the crew to fire up and to really get the important messages through. Sometimes you have to be aggressive, you have to be really punchy in what you're saying. But it's a really strong start from the Sydney crew. They look so smooth coming in and through their drive. It's very impressive for this crew, and I'm sure, even though they raced yesterday, they will settle into the regatta and probably they'll aim to get stronger and stronger.
Well, they've got 2 athletes on board in the Sydney crew that made it to the final of the Wyfold Challenge Cup just last year. That's the Coxless 4 Club event. In the 3 seats, it's Jackson Gorsoy that was part of that crew, along with the 6-seat Charles Hine. So they're the ones, I think, that will be trying to exude that experience along to the rest of their teammates. And they're only a length up. This is not comfortable. They beat the C crew yesterday by a length and a quarter. They've not got that clear water margin to feel that sort of comfort blanket.
No, they won't feel comfortable right now, and Thames B crew have slightly come back in the last 200, 300 metres down the course. They are starting to creep their bow ball closer and closer to the middle of the boat. But the experience in a Wyfold is completely different in a Wyfold. There is a little bit more jeopardy with steering. You often see it's one of the harder boats to steer down the course, whereas you have Sebastian here relying on them to steer a great line using the coxswain seat. But yeah, no, the pain of not winning last year will come through, and they'll be able to emanate that out into the crew. They'll be able to relay what it feels like through certain markers of this course. When you do come under pressure, when you are being challenged, how do you get through that? And that experience last year will hopefully pay them in good stead as the week goes on.
Well, you called it, Mo. Thames are starting to mount the charge here, and they've gone from being 1 length down, maybe a tiny peep of clear water between the stern of the Sydney crew and the bow ball of the Thames B crew, to now being a canvas of overlap, that boat canvas we talked about, and almost gaining on a quarter of a length of overlap, which as they come past Remenham Club, which I'm sure is still in full swing into the evening sunshine, they will get that extra lift, because Thames Rowing Club, part of that sort of prestigious members club that's an iconic landmark on this course.
Sydney do look smooth, though. I always say that, even though they're under pressure, their bodies look in uniform. They are moving the boat together. Thames looks slightly more like they have to throw everything at it. They are in that last 300 metres of the race, and this is the last chance. They have to do something now.
I think Thames went a little bit early there. Sydney just sat on them, because now the length has stretched out once again. The margin starting to increase here for the guys from down under, and there is Sydney Rowing Club, I think, who have stuck to their race plan, kept their eyes in their boat. That is the back of Henry Pursehouse, the 20-year-old in the bow seat, the former Scotch College eightsman. A very, very good rowing school indeed. So lots of pedigree here. They will have to sprint. Thames B aren't going to allow them to paddle across the line. They sprint on towards the finish line, and this Sydney outfit looking very good indeed in the Thames Challenge Cup. So as we ran off that Thames Challenge Cup race, we're going to head back up to the start for the delayed race in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. The Prince Philip Challenge Trophy for junior women's eights now underway between Row America Rye, the American national champions on the left-hand side of your picture, and Enniskillen Royal Boat Club, the Irish champions, here on the right-hand side of your picture. And a really big match-up here, and they're both really fiery and level as they come out the end of the island here, Mo.
Yeah, aggressive start from both crews. Now it's really important you bring that aggression into your transition. As you can see, Row America Rye are starting to eke out as the strokes go on, and that's probably because they're able to drive that boat using their aggression, using their power under the water, whilst keeping the rate high and relatively loose.
Royal America Rye looking very punchy indeed. They're quite upright, but they're swinging really nicely here. And I always think about, you know, good rowing strokes, especially in an 8. It's a powerful boat. You need to be able to snap well. And Mo, I think this crew here, you can see why they are at the top of their country, the American national champions, who are back to give it another run, having made the final in 24.
Yeah, really impressive so far. And the way that they've pushed out into that nice, probably about 2-length lead is very good. And other crews in this event will look at this race, they'll re-watch this back, and they'll try and take some notes, see where their strengths are. But it's pretty ominous for some of the other crews in this event.
Yeah, well, we saw Headington Sch in this Prince Philip Challenge Trophy earlier on today set 2 new records, the Barrier and Fawley, by a significant margin. It was sort of 2 and 3 seconds apiece. So Row Rye will know that. Coming onto this course, they haven't wound down yet. They've got a comfortable margin, but I guess what's the benefit here, Mo, of them continuing to keep the race up, the rating up, and continuing to race down this course?
You're going to learn things that you can't replicate in training. This is a race scenario. This is real under pressure. You would have gone flat out in the first half of the race. Your legs will be burning. So it's all about experience. Everybody has slightly different ways of dealing with it when you do get up in the lead. Some crews like to knock it on the head early and start to settle. But in this scenario, they probably will hold this pace for a large part because they want to feel what it's like. And I mentioned earlier around some things you can only notice or only feel when you're in this situation, when you're actually racing. In training, there are some times when you can do a race pace piece in training and you think you're going flat out, you think you're doing the effort that you're meant to be doing, but actually it's something slightly different because people bring out extra watts, extra bits of motion on a race scenario.
They do, and they're continuing to race this. And actually, again, we talked about this earlier, they're one of the top selected crews in the draw, you know, being that national champion status from the USA. They've been sort of plucked out as one of the potential contenders in the final, and so they were gifted a bye through yesterday's round of competition, whereas Enniskillen, on the left-hand side of the picture, they had to face Wallingford yesterday. But, you know, they had a really good run out. They were 3 1/4 lengths to their advantage over the line. So, yeah, they had a really nice run down the track yesterday, but a huge crew to come up against here on the second day.
Yeah, a really huge crew, and they look really in sync with each other there in that lovely shot from behind. You can see their bodies' movement and the momentum, but this Royal America Rye crew is really strong and they're powerful. You can see the way that they're using their legs drive through the middle and then really kind of using their hips to drive the boat on towards the finish. Very impressive look and feel to the rhythm that they have.
I was going to say, it feels almost metronomic, doesn't it? Marlena Masucci in the stroke seat, the 18-year-old, setting that pace. That's just, you know, you can almost hear the blades in and out at both ends. That sort of, I say clunking. That doesn't sound like a particularly pretty word to describe it, but as a unit, it shows that they are doing everything all together as a whole crew.
Yeah, and I agree that sometimes that may be seen as like a slightly negative, but it's not. When you've got a nice, powerful rhythm, you get this kind of metronomic sound to it, that clunk like you've mentioned, and each crew is slightly different. And an old coach of mine used to say crews have fingerprints and it's really hard to change. So actually this is something that they would have developed, and that's why it makes them really strong. They're all new to Henley, so it's one of the reasons why they're probably still attacking the race even though they're coming into the enclosures. And it is about bringing the rhythm that they practice in training into a race scenario like this. Very impressive start to Row America Rye.
Hugely impressive start. They are sharp, they are succinct, and they are certainly powerful as Row Rye want to have one more run here at the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. This clear water margin not seeming good enough for them. They're still up at a fairly lively rhythm as they come in towards the floating grandstand here at the finish. Just a few strokes to go here for the Americans, and I think they want to show the other crews across the draw just what they're made of. So that's Row America Rye there, winning out ahead of Enniskillen in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, that delayed race. And a big thank you to Molesey B.C, Olympic champion, joining me there in the commentary box. And with his departure, I welcome Tom Morgan here in the commentary box. Tom and I work together so closely as part of JRN, and can't wait to take you through the next few races with him in partnership. So now we're with the Wyfold Challenge Cup between Vesta Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your picture and Thames Rowing Club B here on the Buckinghamshire station on the right-hand side of your picture. And Tom, we've been saying it since yesterday, the Wyfold has produced some epic matchups, but also some epic drama throughout the week so far.
Yeah, it always seems to do, Camilla. Thank you for the lovely intro, by the way. Great to be here. The Wyfold is full of jeopardy. Every single year it seems to produce a series of unmissable contests, and I'm expecting something similar, particularly from the Thames Rowing Club this year. For me, the domestic favourites, their B crew, so I think this gives us a strong indication of how likely we are to see them lift this trophy at the end of the week.
Yeah, this is certainly a good litmus test for how fast we expect Thames A to be going. But Thames B, the B crew, facing their neighbours from Vesta Rowing Club. Both of these clubs row out of the Putney embankment, and so they'll be very familiar with one another indeed. So that was the start there from Thames Rowing Club B, and they are already over a length up on their competition from Vesta Rowing Club.
Yeah, so well prepared, Thames. They are serial winners at this regatta, having collected so many trophies over the last decade across the club competition. So that mentality fuels future winners, and you can see it here in the way this Thames Rowing Club B crew are racing down the course. Vesta definitely not letting them have it all their own way, though. There's probably half a length of clear water between the crews, and as you rightly point out, Camilla, that proximity to each other on the Putney embankment is going to feed into their ability to contest with each other down the course.
Well, that was the early stages of this duel in the Wyfold Challenge Cup. We're now jumping to the live pictures, and Thames Rowing Club B are just extending and extending here in this Coxless Fours event. We were discussing earlier about how difficult it is to navigate all of the different sort of factors in the Coxless boats. On board, we've got the steersperson in the bow seat, which is George Nelson, the 28-year-old, the former Hamptonian, who has got the keys to drive this boat down the course. He looks over his shoulder every few strokes, and Tom, you know, I don't know whether you've ever steered a Coxless boat, but certainly I hated it when I was you know, rowing myself. It's just so much pressure, and I think having this margin over the Vesta crew will certainly make that easier.
Yeah, I love it when people photo me for my experience of rowing at Henley. You've got Molesey B here, who was on before me, who's won, I think, many Olympic medals, and I think I rowed here once as a junior, but I did steer, and I can tell you now that it is a complex task to get the boat down the course, particularly when those two crews are near to each other. Now, Thames B don't have that problem at this stage. They are several lengths clear, but the jeopardy that's involved with just navigating that foot, making sure that the rudder stays straight and true. You don't want to be pulling on it too much because it slows the boat down, but Thames doing a sensational job.
You can just see there Vesta just squiggling a little bit down the course, and it is so difficult to keep it in alignment. They've got this boat rigged in a bucket rig style, which means the two athletes in the centre of the boat are on the same side, which is stroke side. They've got a bow side oar in the stroke seat, and you can see a more traditional rig in the Thames Rowing Club boat on the right-hand side of your picture, but it can make it more difficult to steer, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see there Thames just moving out slightly into the middle of the course. Vesta also following suit. The race feels like it's run for Vesta at this stage, but they'll be keen to push on. And you can see, or you just saw there, stroke seat Jake Lane. His pregnant wife is cheering him on from home, and I'm sure she'll be congratulating him when he gets back on a race well rowed.
Yeah, indeed, and I could see him peering out to the banks to look for the finish line. And Thames Rowing Club B, a fine outfit of a B crew, if I do say myself. I think it's a brilliant start for them. And Stanley Cannons in the stroke seat will take them over the line, the four-time British University champion. And, I mean, for a B crew, I think they are going to progress some way through this Wyfold Challenge Cup. The Wargrave Challenge Cup now for Club Women's 8 between City of Bristol Rowing Club on the top of your picture, and on the bottom of your picture, the challengers from further afield, Mercantile Rowing Club Australia, who have flown here all the way from Melbourne. And what a great start it is for them, Tom.
Yeah, they've flown out the blocks there. A lot of intrigue surrounding the overseas entries every year at Henley Regatta, and this Mercantile 8. Little known about them beyond the fact that these are 9 exceptionally gifted athletes, and we can see there that start, which can be so pivotal at Henley Regatta, starting to pay dividends for them. The City of Bristol will have to find something to respond with.
Yeah, City of Bristol already half a length down here, this crew, but it's brilliant to see them having gone through a round already. They beat York City yesterday by 4.5 lengths. So they've had that winning feeling at Henley, but this is a really strong outfit from down under. Mercantile still looking punchy though, and really placing that blade sharply into the water. And Tom, it just means that they're not missing anything. You know, they're just really getting up and getting on it into the beautiful, picturesque Thames here.
Yeah, the Australians have a long style. They seem to really catch on at either end of the stroke. They don't miss any water at all, like you say, Camilla, and that's paying dividends for them. I mean, this crew is littered with experience. Plenty of folk who have represented Australia, plenty of folk who have won medals at the Australian Rowing Championships, and you can see here just how impressive that pedigree is on the Henley Straits.
Well, if you are listening to us rather than watching England play football in the knockout rounds of competition in the World Cup, thank you for being here with us, because I believe it is getting very exciting over there. I won't tell you the score in case you're tuning in on delay, but Mercantile are here leading the Wargrave Challenge Cup. If you are tuning in from Australia, hello, good day, welcome. And your team are now clear water up on the City of Bristol. City of Bristol crew, well, they've got a reasonably young outfit on board. In fact, Coach Eleanor Harkin notes that she is only 22 years old and younger than 7/9 of her crew. So great to see her team here making it through a round, and that youth and experience combining to make a really good challenger from the City of Bristol. Well, the Mercantile crew here, Tom, continuing to power on towards the finish. I mean, from what you've seen here, how do you think they'll fare up against the rest of competition that we've got here across the Wargrave? Yeah, the Wargrave Challenge Cup been going for a few years now and has never gone abroad. It's always been won by domestic challengers. So Mercantile have got their work cut out if they want to be stood on that podium on Sunday afternoon. What I will say, though, and what I really like about this crew is they have spent time in Melbourne chasing bouncy water. Now, for those listening who maybe don't quite understand why that's so important, the river here at Henley is fueled and filled with river traffic, both on and off the course, and that creates quite unstable flow. It can mean that the water is quite difficult to row on. So the fact that Mercantile, who are serial competitors at this regatta, have sought out that water means that they are preparing for every eventuality. Yeah, Coach Annabelle Eaton has definitely got the smarts to be able to chase that bouncy water, and I really love her philosophy. I picked this out, actually. She said that your influence is never neutral as an athlete, which I think is brilliant, especially in an 8, you know, where you've got a heap of teammates, Tom. You can sometimes feel that, you know, you're being carried by a group. Just having that sort of sentiment to say, no, you are having an impact on this boat, whether it be positive, negative, you know, your influence is important. Rowing's the ultimate team sport, Camilla. Without all 8 of these athletes in the cocks, the boat simply doesn't really go anywhere, right? Even the synchronicity of 4 people on each side means that if you're not all in unison, you're not all contributing, the boat is not going to go in a straight line. So that is an ethos, I think, that carries throughout the sport. And we can see there the backs of City of Bristol, Balga, Isabel Hallett, trying their best, their level best, to regain terms with Mercantile as the crews approach the enclosures. I think they might have left it a little bit too late. Yeah, I mean, Bristol, fantastic to see them here. The club that has been going since 1952 and reached the semi-final of the Britannia Challenge Cup, so the club men's coxed fours back in 2009. Great to see, you know, these women's events that continue to be added to the programme. The Wargrave back in 2021 is meaning that the women of City of Bristol have events, have races to enter, much like our new quad events, but unfortunately on the back foot here against this rather strong Australian crew. And I'm sure Cox Rachel Carton, the 18-year-old in the cox's seat for Mercantile, is saying, look, you're doing a great job here, you've got a great buffer, and I can hear the shouts from the stewards' enclosure as Mercantile are successful here in this round of the Wargrave Challenge Cup.
Attention!
More women's 8s now. This is the Island Challenge Cup for student women's 8s, and it's a local derby between Imperial College London on the left-hand side of your picture, University of London on the right-hand side of your picture. And Tom, I don't mean to be biased, but the Island, I think, is my favourite event here at the regatta.
Yeah,
doesn't surprise me, Camilla, an event that I'm sure you would have competed in your day when you were rowing at Durham. Imperial and UL Chiswick versus Putney. Curious to see what happens here, because UL, as you can see, right-hand side of your picture, have had a storming season and a storming start to this heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup. Imperial are going to have to work very, very hard here, because they are already half a length down.
Yeah, they are going to have to work extremely hard here. Imperial College London, the University of London. Well, a lot of this crew won the British University Championships back in May. Not the whole crew. They've got a composite crew racing up in the intermediate events in the Bridge Challenge Plate. But a high number of these guys were on board when they won Championship 8s, the premier event at the British University Championships in Nottingham in May. So I think this is going to be a strong outfit. But Imperial doing well here, I would say, Tom, to keep track with them.
Clinging on, and I think at the moment that's all Imperial can do. Henley, at this stage of the race, as you've gone past the barrier, entering into that badlands between the barrier and the Forley metres 600 to about 1,100, the course can get very quiet, and it's crucial that Imperial hang on, ensure that that clear water doesn't open up between themselves and the UL boat. And at the moment, I have to say, Camilla, after a shaky start, they were doing a great job.
Yeah, indeed, and we're jumping now to the live pictures of this race, the Ireland Challenge Cup, the University of London in the purple on the bottom half-year picture, and I think the crews that have been really successful here on this piece of water through this afternoon session of racing have been those that have been up and on it. They've been getting those blades into the water, and that's exactly what the University of London are doing. But I must say, you know, Imperial, like you say, shaky start. They've also not had the most kind of uniform of seasons. These athletes have been sort of littered through various different boats, through sort of different combinations of bucks in the fours, in the bigger boats. They've not really been in this outfit, in this 8, and to be only, you know, a length and a half off the University of London, one of our top contenders, one of the top university 8s, I think they've done a really good job building into this Henley campaign.
Yeah, I completely agree, Camilla, and rowing so often is one of these strange sports where you spend quite limited time in your crew formation ahead of a regatta. You sort of mix up the boats, you mix up the combinations, and then you form crews based on who you think will naturally gel together but actually have the best individual pedigree, and that does not always equal the sum of its parts. But Imperial clinging on here to this UL boat, and they can see there a little shout there from 6 seats. Tamara Brew in the Imperial crew, maybe she's responsible for galvanising that boat, and they're going to throw everything at UL as they come into the enclosures.
Yeah, the University of London, though, they're in the driving seat. They were rowing that unique sport where you can look back at the opposition that you're beating, much unlike athletics on a running track. You can use the other crew to push off them, which is what the University of London will be doing. And in the coxswain seat, just looking over her shoulder there, was Sophie Wrightson. She was part of the inaugural Prince Philip Challenge Cup all the way back in 2021, coxing that crew for, I think it would have been Headington, I believe, winning the junior women's 8s at that point. And yeah, she's doing a really good job here to keep them composed into the late stages of this race.
Well, I had a really good chat with Morgan Bainham-Williams a couple of days ago, who's now coaching at Oxford Brookes, but had a storied coxing career for Leander Club. And she basically said to me that Sophie Wrightson, for her, is one of the best coxers in the country, is an exceptionally gifted steerswoman, has complete control over the crews, commands authority, and those are the attributes that you look for in a very successful cox. And it's clear this crew are following her to the T, and I must say, as I look at UL left-hand side of the picture, they look really composed. They're going in together, they're coming out together, and they don't look at all flustered, which is the mark of a really mature outfit.
Yeah, despite the sort of sprinting pressure coming from the trailing crew from Imperial College London, the Putney contenders, like I say, these guys at either ends of the boat race course. The University of London at the finish of the boat race course, Imperial College London all the way back up at the start. But it is the Chiswick, crew that lead out, very strong indeed, very robust as they come in towards the line. And I think you can even see in picture, you know, even as a non-rowing fan, just how uniform this crew is. And I think the University of London showing why they are the British University champions going through in this Ireland Challenge Cup.
Attention!
The Danesfield Challenge Cup. one of our new events here at the 2026 edition of Henley Royal Regatta, and it's Swan River Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your picture, Thames Rowing Club B on the right-hand side of your picture, and we're underway, and I think we're expecting fireworks here in this one, Tom, because, yeah, I think these two crews very evenly matched.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Camilla. Thames Rowing Club once again demonstrating their extraordinary depth, but up against this crew from Swan River Rowing Club in Western Australia, so I expect this one to be a bit of a corker.
Yeah, there's Swan River crew from the deepest depths of Western Australia. They do claim that they think they're probably one of the most remote rowing clubs in the world, which, you know, I'm not going to challenge them on that. And the fact they've come all this way to this stretch of the Thames, this iconic stretch of the Thames, means that they mean business. And look how close this is. It was Thames that led out off the end of Temple Island, but that has switched around now. The order reversed, and it is a canvas to Swan River Rowing Club.
Well, I can't help but feel that there will be some very satisfied stewards sat in the spectator area today, because when they came together to think up these 3 new women's sculling trophies that are on offer at this year's regatta, they would have hoped for I guess, races that were as competitive and as punchy as this one. And on day one, it's fantastic to see the depth of competition and the level of quality on show.
Yeah, the Danesfield had 35 entries on its opening year, a huge amount of interest in club women's sculling, which I'm delighted to be able to bring you these brand new races, these brand new events. And look at this from Swan River Rowing Club. With every single stroke, they're just eking out that distance. Courtney Davis, the 19-year-old in the stroke seat, backed up by Emma O'Neill behind her. Lara Connolly and Isabella Edinger, the 21-year-old, the oldest in this boat. But look at this, Thames B starting to punch back now, Tom.
Not at all surprised, Camilla. Is there such a thing as home advantage in rowing? If so, I think it's going to be on display here as Thames swing past the Remenham Club, where they're more than likely to get on this beautiful Wednesday evening a phenomenal amount of support from the banks, and it does look like the crews are drawing level.
Yeah, if anything's going to fill the wind in the sails of Thames Rowing Club B, it is certainly passing the Remenham Club, and that is such a marker for all of the crews that are part of that. Thames Rowing Club, Molesey Boat Club, Vesta, the list goes on. But look at this, they've drawn level, the bow balls, you could draw a line across them and it would be straight. And I think actually, as I speak, that Remenham Roar has lifted Thames Rowing Club B into the lead now by just a couple of feet, Tom.
Yeah, you called it spot on there, Camilla. It was almost as we watched that Thames Rowing Club bow lift up out of the water. They were down and then they were up. It was a momentary move, but it really has impacted the race. And you can see there, Thames just sort of zigzagging a little bit, but they're starting to move away from Swan River, and that Remenham Roar clearly paying dividends.
Well, that's one of the things, these Cox's boats, like we've said all through this afternoon session, the steering is with the athletes, and as things get more intense, as the race is really close and it's stroke for stroke, it means that that pressure is being piled on to Edinger in the Swan River Rowing Club crew. She's steering that boat, and the same for the bow seat in the Thames Rowing Club B boat, Martin Demers. But look at that impact that little push through Remenham has had with the Thames crew. They're almost breaking clear water now.
Phenomenal. That is a profound push there from the Thames Rowing Club women. Astonishing, really, to eke out maybe a length and a half in the space of about 40 strokes. Really, really impressive rowing from Thames. And I'm not at all surprised, as I say, they've got a lot of support on the banks. And the question will now be, it's quite an unusual race formation, this, Camilla. We don't often see a crew lead from the start, then get sort of run down and then return that sort of favour and retake the lead.
Well, do you know what would be even more unusual is if Swan River have anything hiding in their back pockets now to unleash another sprint, because trying to find that motivation when you've been rowed through is oh so difficult and a mountain to climb. But they're going to attempt it here. A little look across from Courtney Davis in the stroke seat, who are flying alongside. But I mean, she won't be able to see much out of the corner of her eye, because Thames B, they're starting to move away still.
Yeah, from the banks of the Canning, that Swan River crew on left-hand side, they've come an awful long way to race here at Regatta in the inaugural Danesfield Challenge Cup. They'll be desperate not to go home on day one of the event, but Thames Rowing Club B showing no mercy to the visitors from Australia, refusing to relinquish their hold on what has become a very compelling heat of this event.
Yeah, this has been such a wonderful race to watch. You can still see the steering from the Thames crew, not quite as straight as I think they would hope. Our picture in shot here, obviously you can see we're straight on with the bows of the boat, and they're just having to adjust with every single stroke, which, you know, again, fastest line from A to B. Any movement around that is going to be slowing that boat down, but they've got enough in hand now. All that work through the centre part of this race, past the Remenham Club, has given them a lot to play with, and they can look back and relax and and they're actually winding it down now towards the line, Tom.
Yeah, super mature row there from Thames. They waited, they bided their time, they planned their move to perfection, and look what it's achieved for them. It looks like they're going to be progressing through to the next round.
Well, the rhythm set by Lara Bone in the stroke seat, and a brilliant one it was. The junior world champion setting a tasty rhythm there for Thames Rowing Club B, and it will be back to Australia for Swan River Rowing Club in this opening round of the Danesfield Challenge Cup.
Attention! Go!
Now we go to the student men's aids, and this is the Temple Challenge Cup. Radley College on the top side of your picture, University of Washington on the right-hand side of your picture. And Tom, you know, you and I, we were looking forward to this one. I know this is Radley's second boat, you know, their top boat obviously pinned on to try and win the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, but this is Washington's, you know, second varsity, third varsity combined, and Mike Callaghan's boys right out of the island with a half-length lead.
Yeah, I'd say my favourites to win the Temple Challenge Cup events, potentially who I didn't even think would qualify. So a real mismatch on paper. I think the Radley tactic may have been just stick with them as long as you can. This Washington crew incredibly accomplished. The Husky firepower they brought over to Regatta this year will suffer no fools gladly, and you can see Washington just firing away here. The leverage they create on each stroke, that unique style that Michael Callaghan imbues in each of his boats, really on display here for the boys from Seattle.
Yeah, and great to see the strength there of Byron Richardson in the 5 seat, really levering it along the local, the homeboy, who was racing here for Leander in the Forley Challenge Cup back in 2023. Now over on the west coast of the United States of America as part of a programme that, Tom, I don't think we've got enough superlatives to talk about how good Washington really are in these men's student events.
Well, I had the privilege to attend the IRA National Championship last summer to watch Washington win the Varsity 8 at Cooper River in Philadelphia, and I can tell you now that programme are astonishing. They produce such quality year upon year upon year. Michael Callaghan has his grip on the programme in a way that it's quite rare to see. It's so accomplished, and Washington will have been wary of this as a potential banana skin. If Radley have qualified, it means they're quick and they're able to get into a really oversubscribed Temple Challenge Cup, but I think they've rode this really maturely.
Yeah, the Temple Challenge Cup had a huge number of entries this year, one of the biggest on the roster here at Henley Royal Regatta, over 80 entries in this event. But Washington, like you say, one of the favourites in this event. When we talk about the crews from the United States of America, they have a 1V, a 2V, a 3V, the first varsity, the second varsity and the third varsity. That's the ranking of the boats, and this crew is a combination of their second and third boats. We'll see the majority of their top boat go in the ladies challenge plate, which we'll be introducing later on in the week. But you can see the margin they've got over the schoolboys here, and Radley, like you say, I still think a brilliant effort to even qualified against a whole heap of crews that will have been much older than them through the qualifying event last Friday, hey?
Well, remnants of this Radley boat won the second event at the National Schools Regatta, setting a record time of 6 minutes dead. So they're no slouches. 6 minutes dead in an 8 for a junior men's crew is very, very fast. Obviously, they've come up against a slightly advanced crew here, but obviously Radley unable to enter more than one crew in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, so they've chosen to enter their second boat here in the Temple for student 8, where you can enter multiple boats from one boat club. And the fact they qualified, as we say, Camilla, is a remarkable achievement in and of itself, and I think they will have smiled to themselves when they saw Washington on the draw.
Well, I think that there's nothing to lose, right? This really is a case of everything out there. You've got one race. They'll have known the standard of the Goliaths of Nottingham, and they are now moving through towards the finish line. And just look at this relaxed and calm-looking unit here. The Huskies from the West Coast, from Washington State. And, yeah, I think, Tom, your prediction that these guys could be one of the favourites to win this event is an absolutely true one. So they move through the line. Victors against Radley College, who, like we say, brilliant to have even qualified against the stiff competition. They've got a huge roar through the stewards, all the parents, all the friends and family on the bank here in this late evening race. So the boys in the boat there over the line for progressing through the Temple Challenge Cup. Well, Tom, I really have enjoyed getting to see Washington out down the track already, and this race that we've got coming up next is from 8 to Coxed Fours, the Britannia Challenge Cup about to get underway. And I think the thing with the Brit is it's an event that the clubs just absolutely love. It's cherished. It's a really historic event. It's an old event here at the Regatta, and yeah, for these guys here on this start line, this will mean everything to the culmination of their club season.
Yeah, absolutely. Wallingford Rowing Club, it's actually a junior crew, or what was a remnant of a junior crew here, all under the age of 18 in this boat. So they're coming up against Potomac Boat Club of the United States of America, slightly older, about 10 years on average on that crew from Wallingford. So it's youth versus experience. It's maybe a bit of maturity versus the raw tenacity of a younger outfit.
Well, whilst we're sat up here on the start line, facing towards the last few races of day 2 at Henley Royal Regatta, I mean, for me, I've just been so stunned by some of the level of competition on such an early day in the regatta. I mean, I feel like I come back every year, Tom, and it just gets earlier and earlier in the regatta that we see some brilliant crews face up against one another. Yeah,
you're totally right. I think, Camilla, that we spend a lot of time agonising in advance of the regatta about how fast will this crew be, how fast will that crew be, particularly in relation to the overseas boats, who we have very little form or relative sort of comparative pedigree versus the UK crews. And so seeing these boats basically out on the water, doing their thing, trying to be competitive, under the watchful eye of people like Sir Matthew Pinson on that beautiful umpire launch, is one of the great pleasures of the opening few days of Henley Royal Regatta.
And I bet these guys here who are lining up, you know, from the club events, it is wonderful that a 4-time Olympic champion is the one that is guiding you down the course, setting you off. It is so unique to this event that it is run and organised by a group of premier athletes. You know, we've got the likes of Sir Matthew Pinson, Sir Steve Redgrave, all stewards here, all conducting this regatta. And what a privilege for these 10 guys here on the start line to be under his watchful eye for this particular race. So here we are, we're underway now with the Britannia Challenge Cup. Wallingford on the left-hand side of your picture, Potomac from the USA on the right-hand side of your picture. And I think Potomac have got a point to prove here, Tom, because their Thames A got knocked out earlier in the day, I believe.
Yeah, you're right, it did. So these boys from the United States of America with a little something to prove on the Henley stretch. You can see there, right-hand side of your picture, they've had the slightly faster of the 2 starts by my eye, maybe half a length or so, as the crews leave behind the shadows of the iconic Temple Island. Wallingford, as I said earlier, a young crew, all 18 years of age, or under, I should say, and so they will not be willing to let Potomac row away, but at the moment, it's looking like a tall order to regain parity.
Yeah, very much so. The first 25 strokes in towards the Henley skyline, that picturesque, iconic skyline with the church behind them. The sun is just beating down here still at 7 p.m. at night. This is the Henley that we've dreamed of all year, to be here on day 2, sun shining, blue skies, and out here on glassy flat water in the Britannia Challenge Cup. I can hear there Sir Matthew Pinson warning Potomac off this start line. The Cox, who is wedged in, looking down at the finish line for the Potomac crew, Coll Orsolini, the 26-year-old. She's going to have to respond to that order from Matthew Pinson.
Yeah, interesting manoeuvre, and it'll have to be down to bow seat Brian O'Rourke to communicate with Orsolini in the coxswain seat, because of course the bow-loaded Cox, she's facing down the course, so she can't actually see Sir Matthew Pinson or his flag. She's relying on communication from the bow seat to just say, you need to move over. He has told us, shift back onto the line. I will say Potomac not really adhering to that instruction as yet. They're staying right out in the middle of the course, forcing Wallingford sort of over onto their station. I don't think it's going to interfere with the race too much, because there is a little bit of distance between the 2 boats, but risky manoeuvre, and one that doesn't necessarily feel like it needs to happen.
Yeah, I feel like as a crew, they've just got to that quartet there from Potomac. They're just going to have to trust that Nicole's got it underway, and that she's got her steering practice. She knows what she's doing to move them gradually back, because she doesn't want to do any sort of big jerky movements. That will disrupt the crew. So they've just got to trust that she's got that steering underhand. She's adhered to Matthew Pinson's instructions, and that she will be moving back to the Buckinghamshire station. But Wallingford Rowing Club are trailing the junior crew, like you say, Tom, and an average age of just 17 years of age. And we were talking about Wallingford. We'll come back to them in a minute. We can there see Nicole in the coxswain seat, who is the one with the steering rudder. She's also making the calls. That's the cox's job here on this piece of water. They're not winding down here. I know she can't see the opposition, Tom, but she's keeping them true here, Potomac, and making them race this course.
Yeah, there's sort of two sides of this coin, Camilla. You need to make sure that you row the course at the highest intensity you feel is justifiable. So you get as much of a run, you get as much experience and knowledge packed into this sort of 7 to 8 minutes of racing. But also you want to conserve energy. Henley is a marathon, not a sprint. There are more rounds ahead of Potomac if they want to lift the Britannia Challenge Cup on Sunday. So there's a bit of a combination job going on here.
And the other thing is, they're a late race in the day. It's after 7 o'clock at night. They're one of the last races on the course. They could be one of the first races in tomorrow's programme. Again, the beauty of Henley, that uniqueness that you don't know when your race will be until tonight, once racing is finished and that draw is published. They could be the 9 a.m. race tomorrow morning. They just do not know. So let's wait to see how they balance that through the second half of this course. They are still looking rather sprightly. They're springing off their foot plates, pushing the boat towards that line. They're about halfway down the course at the moment, the Americans. And yeah, like I say, just wanting to feel the water, feel the course. This is the sort of opening round here. They went through the qualifiers, Potomac, so great to fend off a lot of competition in this Britannia Challenge Cup already, just for the privilege to race on the course side by side. But yeah, Wallingford here, the junior outfit. And, Tom, I just want to take a moment on air to acknowledge how well Wallingford's season has gone so far. Katie Greaves' programme has really been, stepping up to meet some of the really big players in the junior scene, right?
Yeah, Jerome, we can't sing Katie's praises highly enough. She's done astonishing work at Wallingford Rowing Club with very, very limited resources to essentially evolve them into one of the premier rowing outlets in the country, school or club combined. So she's doing a fantastic job in Wallingford. It's going to be maybe a bridge too far for this young junior crew. They won a silver medal at the National Schools Regatta in the Cox 4 back at the end of May. So they're an accomplished crew at under 18 level, but just come up against a classier outfit on the day.
And again, the stroke seat there, Fred Hendy, who we're looking at setting that rhythm. This is his Henley debut, and what an event to make your debut at. We sort of said that, people dream of this event. People have it on their pin boards. They aspire to be here. And for Hendy in that stroke seat, what an amazing feeling to be out here in the sunshine in one of the last races of the day, representing Wallingford Rowing Club. Party still happening on the banks, though, as the Americans come through into the final 500 metres or so. The guys from Washington, D.C. Will be pleased to, be this far up and hopefully see themselves through to another day in this Britannia Challenge Cup, Tom.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely thrilled. And Coach Richard Rumpf, it's the 20th anniversary of his first trip to this regatta. So congratulations to him, both on that landmark, I guess, and also on the successful, what looks like navigation of this Britannia Challenge Cup heat. It is an emphatic performance from Potomac at this stage.
Yeah, brilliant that he's been bringing crews over here since 2006. He brought a Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup crew over, and still here in 2026. And what a way to celebrate here, hopefully with a win if nothing goes wrong in these final few strokes for this group of 5 who have had a really, comfortable race and actually have now wound it down and should just be able to enjoy the row through the stands.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Potomac will be looking to conserve as much energy now as possible. Just seeing their Wallingford gainfully rowing on and trying to get through the enclosures, and I'm sure they'll get a generous amount of support from the banks. What I really like about this Wallingford crew is that they had the option as juniors to go into the Thorley Challenge Cup and race in the quad, but they've chosen to stick together to retain Cox, Seth, Bissell in this crew, race to Britannia, a level up. So it's a really, I think, noble, honourable thing to do, to have the crew stick together for Henley Royal Regatta. Clearly a bridge too far, as I said, at this stage, at that club level, but a really good learning experience for that boat.
Postcard perfect as we come into the line. Henley Town, the backdrop here for Potomac, USA, to progress in the Britannia Challenge Cup for Club Cox Fours. And what a setting to have to take that win. the juniors from Wallingford Rowing Club, a valiant effort, and they will race to the very last stroke of this 2,112-metre course, but out to more seasoned competition here in this open event. The Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup now, the last 4 races of the day. This is for the schoolboy 8. So Enniskillen Royal Boat Club over from Ireland, over on the left-hand side of your picture, and St Edward School, Teddies as they'll be referred to locally, on the Buckinghamshire station on the right-hand side of your picture. And Tom, you know, I feel like you live and breathe the junior races, the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. I think and suspect one of your favourite events here at this regatta. What excites you about this matchup?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. Enniskillen, storied in Ireland with really, really impressive heritage in the 8 and St Edwards. I don't think St Edwards have had the chance to really show their calibre this season. They've had disruption at the school's head. They had illness at the national schools that prevented them from racing in the A final. But I was told they were targeting a medal at that event, and I'm told that Teddies are coming in very, very hot into this regatta. So I'll be curious to see, as they start to row over from Enniskillen, exactly what that margin looks like.
Indeed, this will be very interesting to see and just pressure test what St Edwards from Oxford are capable of. They're almost a length up on Enniskillen Royal Boat Club from Ireland. And St Edwards, well, you know, they've been finalists in recent years in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, like Tom's already mentioned. Disrupted season, but coach Johnny Singfield certainly knows the quality that you need to be to reach the weekend in this event, and they look like a very strong outfit here. I think very synchronised through that leg drive and that swing, for me particularly, Tom.
Yeah, super distinctive style there from Teddies, and I like your point there, Camilla, around Johnny Singfield. He's a very well accomplished coach. He's won this event in 2023 with a Teddies outfit, who then spread out all over the world to a collegiate level. So he has the know-how on how to triumph, and I think the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup this year is finely balanced. Any one of about 4 crews, in my mind, could win it, and based on this evidence, I would throw Teddy's name into that hat.
Yeah, certainly they've had the best of starts here. They've already started to take it down as we move through the raucous part of this course. This is where everyone is starting to party on the banks already. They'll be able to hear the noise, hear the music going on through the litter of sort of bars, food stands. This is where it gets really noisy just before we hit the crowds in the stewards' enclosure. Here's Enniskillen. They are, you know, a little bit more kind of racy. They're getting up and down that slide a little bit more, and the rhythm here set by Evan Donaghy, the 18-year-old in the stroke seat, who's part of the Coupe de la Jeunesse sweep team, which is the sort of second-tier event to the World Championships, the European Junior Rowing Championships, as it kind of was. Yeah, he's doing a great job there. He's already been to Henley once before, and I think a really good choice to lead this boat, but they have come up against such a strong outfit from St Edward's School. The unknown entity, like you say, Tom, coming into this. And yeah, I mean, is there anything particularly, a little look round there from the bouncy Alec Thompson, the 17-year-old, just to see where the finish line is, but coming back, anything particularly you think is making this Teddy's crew move quite well?
Well, I think the fact that they've got a cox and Alex Brown in the steersman seat, who has done 3 Henleys already. He is a storied campaigner, and I'm expecting this boat to do really well. He actually coxed up Temple Actor, the Temple Challenge Cup crew from Teddy's that went all the way to the Friday last year. So he knows what it looks like to win a heat at the Henley Royal Regatta, and doing so in style here on the Wednesday evening.
The bank tens deep, as it always is for the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. It draws the crowds in from near and far, and relatively near Oxford. So it will be St Edwards that take the win over Enniskillen, and that wind down into the line has closed up the margin for the crew from Ireland, but it will be Teddy's progressing through to the next round in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup.
Attention! Go!
Well, it's all eights to the end of the day here. This is now the Thames Challenge Cup. This is the Open Men's Club 8s event with London Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your picture, the A crew against Molesey Boat Club's A crew on the right-hand side of your picture. And again, Tom, these are two programmes, two names that we intrinsically link with club men's rowing. Who's your money on here for this particular race?
Yeah, combined 75 crew appearances at Henley Royal Regatta spread across the two boats here. So a storied rivalry as old as time itself on the Henley course. I think London, the holders, you have to sort of back them, don't you? You're assuming they brought a strong crew to Regatta to try and retain the Thames Challenge Cup, and having the early running here, they're doing a lot of the early load and looking like they're moving out to about half a length.
Yeah, they are certainly one of the stronger outfits here in this event. They are holders, like you say, overturned, quite a long run of unsuccessful campaigns for London Rowing Club. It was a huge lift for the programme. They've had so much more recruitment, so many more athletes join at London Rowing Club. They've also got a really successful women's programme to match now, but all driven by the success of last year's Thames Cup winning crew. They're at a length off the end of the island against Molesey Boat Club. Again, winners in many years gone by, but as it stands at the moment, it kind of goes in seasons, doesn't it? You get sort of programmes that come to the fore. It was Thames Rowing Club before this. London Rowing Club have really been on fire through the last couple of years, and you can just see why here now, Tom.
Yeah, like you say, Camilla, club rowing is relatively cyclical in this country. It will depend on the recruitment that goes in, the coaches who happen to be in situ at any given time. Molesey won this event in 2022. London won it in 25, so between them they've won 2 of the last 4 editions of this trophy. My money is not on either of them for this year, but we can come back to that at a later date. London, however, on the right-hand side, really smooth style. Stu Heath, director of rowing at London Rowing Club, has really imbued his technical preference on all of the crews. And going back to last year, Camilla, a fantastic year for the Putney-based institution, winning both the Thames and the Wyfold Challenge Cup in a remarkable Sunday showing for all of those athletes. And you can see there London now just able to enjoy the Wednesday evening sun a little bit as they take the rate down. They've got control of this race.
Yeah, and controlling this boat from the coxswain seat, a familiar name for those who have been following rowing for some time. Rory Copus is the man talking these guys down the track. I know that a lot of young athletes have listened to his Cox recordings in years gone by, particularly here at Henley Royal Regatta. He's an inspiration to a lot of young and developing coxes, and this his 12th Henley campaign here, the former Abingdon schoolboy, Oxford Brookes seasoned athlete, now here driving this London Rowing Club crew, and they'll be able to relax now, take that rating down, like you say, because they have made a real impact here on Molesey Boat Club as they come past. You can see there Remnant Club, the white tent in the back of your picture. When we talk about Remnant Club, that's what that is, and all those members of Molesey, of London, of Thames, that's where they'll be propping themselves up and into the evening sun to cheer on the remainder of these London-based crews.
What a beautiful evening to do so. And what I love about these club events, Camilla, is reading down the list of jobs that some of these people have. In the student events, of course, you've got university students, the juniors, it's schoolboys and schoolgirls. The club events, these guys are juggling what is almost a full-time training program alongside certainly full-time jobs, if not further education beyond the realm of student stuff. And you can see here auditor at Deloitte, Josh Lyon. You can see a BSc in engineering in Zurich, the 3-seat Charlie Plane, risk and control manager for legal and general Edward Thomas in the 5C, senior inbound sales rep of Build Scout Hugo Alina in the 7-seat. So a wide variety of professional occupations in the crew, and the juggling act that these guys have to do week in, week out is not to be sniffed at. It is really tough to go the 5 a.m. sessions, get down, do your session before work, often go to work, then come back for another session in the evening, and it's paying dividends here on the Henley course for these London boys.
It's a thankless task, isn't it? You have to have that real intrinsic drive to go and do those 5 a.m. sessions before work, post work, when you've had a long day, tired day. Lots of these guys have families as well that they are trying to juggle amongst all of these things, but they all have a dream, which is to win here at Henley Royal Regatta. And I guess this London 8 that's on your picture right now will be putting that very much to the top of their minds after this level of performance against rivals Molesey Boat Club. And they're just showing off now in front of the guys in the deck chairs through the stewards enclosure. You can hear the cheers go up, and we've had the London drum banging through the boat tents for the last couple of days, and it will certainly be banging again with that win in the Thames Challenge Cup against Molesey. penultimate race of the day, and it's a good one. The Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, Westminster in the pink on the left-hand side of your picture, on the right, Shiplake College, who were winners at last year's event in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. And, well, I think we're on for a good race here, Tom. Both finalists at the National Schools Regatta being pitted up against each other. And what a start from Westminster.
Yeah, 5th and 6th at the National Championship, so somewhat surprising to see that Westminster was so competitive in that race and that Shiplake maybe didn't have the performance they were hoping for. And I think doubly surprising here that Westminster have stolen a bit of a march on Shiplake, the holders, of course, of this trophy.
Yeah, Westminster here are really trying to grab the bull by the horns and show that they are a force to be reckoned with ahead of the trophy holders. But as we move off the island and jump to the live pitches, Westminster are holding this lead, Tom. I think if they can continue to hold this, and look, you know, Shiplake have still got a lot of track here to run, this would be one of the biggest upsets of this regatta so far.
I'd go along with that, Camilla. I don't think anyone really would have seen this coming. Now, I don't want to diminish Westminster School and the programme that they've built under Matt Harrison, formerly Josh Butler, who's now at Hampton School plying his trade. This is a really fast Westminster boat. As I said, 6th at the National Championships some 5 weeks ago. Shiplake, I think, didn't have the final they wanted. They finished 5th. I expected them to bounce back with real purpose at Henley Royal Regatta, but we can see here from our live shots, there's not a lot to choose between the two crews.
Look, let's not call the result just yet. We've seen some brilliant finishes here today already, separated by the narrowest of margins, and we know Shiplake, like I say, defending a title here. They've got the motivation to continue on, but they're really overrating Westminster here. You can see the blades going in and out of the water at a much higher cadence than that of Westminster, who are relaxing. They're right up on the booms, though. A really tight line here being steered by Cox Felix Lakin, the two-time Henley Royal contender, but Shiplake starting to press that back now and put them under pressure, Tom.
Yeah, and this is often when it happens on the Henley course. It's swinging past Remenham as the enclosures start to beckon. Crews really start to find their rhythm, particularly if you're only a couple of seats down. It's all about how you react in these moments, and we can see here as the boats move up towards that Remenham 10, I think it's Shiplake with the momentum.
A little glance across there from Lakin in the Cox's seat for Westminster. He can see Shiplake revving the engines alongside. He's off to Oxford University next year, so maybe we'll see him in a boat race campaign in future years. But just look at this. This is why we love Henley Royal Regatta. Stroke for stroke racing. A gladiatorial duel here on the penultimate race of the day into the evening sunshine. Shiplake trying their very, very best to drive on and try and overhaul this lead that Westminster have built.
Yeah, this is a sensational contest, Camilla, really, as Westminster went out bravely. They've tried to hold up Shiplake, and I will say, Shiplake not really moving after that move, that push we saw around Remenham. They haven't really stretched out any further. This is going to come right down to the line here. It's all about what these 9 lads from Westminster can summon in the closing 500 metres.
Big name in the stroke seat for Shiplake College, the Hunt Davis name associated through the generations with Shiplake College, and it's Luca Hunt Davis on this occasion that's trying to drive them through, keep them pushing. The 7 guys behind him all having to follow this push, but it's what Westminster can do to respond here. They're holding overlap, but I think they're running out of water now, Tom.
Yeah, that was a devastating move there actually by Shiplake. They really have stretched out there, as you say. Luca Hunt Davis in the stroke seat, a world champion in 2025 and a winner of this trophy last summer too, so he knows what it takes to win at the highest level, and he is leading his crew on here. Really impressive, that gear change we saw there from Shiplake, decisive to determine the narrative of this race.
Yeah, the Shiplake guys will have certainly gained a lot of confidence from being able to push out from that very, very narrow lead that they had at halfway, now to almost a length up as we row towards the line here, towards Henley Town. And the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup keeps the punters on the bank here, and they cheer for the local crew, the home crew here on this stretch of water, as Shiplake College will be able to try and attempt to defend their title. It didn't look likely in the opening few hundred metres after a brilliant start from Westminster School, but the nerves will have been jangled certainly in the camp, in Dave Curry's crew, but for now it will be an open water victory here, but not the race I think that they would have been expecting as they came here to Henley Royal Regatta. Hard pushed, hard fought, and it is a win for Shiplake College here in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup against a fast-starting Westminster School. Well, it only feels right to match the junior boys event with the junior women's event. This is the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy for junior women's A. Sir William Perkins on the left-hand side of your picture, Green Lake Crew USA on the right-hand side of your picture. And wowee, that is just a really big wind here from Green Lake on the right-hand side, Tom.
Yeah, those American crews so aggressive at the blocks. They know what it means to race, and they are so eager to prove themselves on the Henley course, particularly in this trophy where we have had previous American winners on the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. But Green Lake being held up well here by Sir William Perkins, who themselves have had a phenomenal season.
Yeah, they really have, and it looked tight through the opening strokes here. Green Lake with the narrowest of margins, and as we jump to the live pictures, you can see they've extended out the crew from Seattle over on the west coast of America. If you're tuning in early morning over there, welcome. The Green Lake crew currently winning out over Sir William Perkins, but really not by much. And Tom, you and I both discussed how much we were looking forward to this race, because Perkins, like you say, a brilliant season so far.
Yeah, really well matched, I think, Camilla, on paper. This Green Lake, as you say, a finalist at the A.U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Perkins winning medals galore at the National Schools Regatta at Dorney Lake 5 weeks ago, and Natalie Holden, who coaches this crew, will be, I think, fairly optimistic actually, because this race finally balanced. Green Lake haven't really managed to indent themselves any further away from Perkins. They're still in touch, the girls from Perkins on the right hand side. Is whether they now have the ability, both physiologically and psychologically, to respond.
Now, Sir William Perkins would have raced on this very course just a couple of weeks ago at the Henley Women's Regatta, and I believe that the crew who performed extremely well, progressing through the rounds of the Peabody Cup, will have been, I think, inspired by that performance. They're tucked into that Berkshire bank, and they're still only a third of a length down here on the USA crew from Green Lake.
Yeah, Green Lake from Seattle, as you say, they travel over to the regatta quite frequently. They're regular attendees at the Henley Royal Regatta, but they don't always fare that well. This Green Lake crew feels a little bit different, as I say. They were first in the Junior Women's 8 at the US Rowing Northwest Youth Championship Regatta, second in the Junior Women's 8 at the Windermere Cup Regatta, so they've got plenty of pedigree on board, and it looks like they've just stretched out a little bit here, Camilla, in that middle portion of the race. They've moved out maybe to a 5 to 6 seat margin.
You can just see how decisive that last quarter of the leg drive is there for the Green Lake crew. They really snap the knees down and pull that handle in towards the finish of the stroke to get it out, the blade out and onto the next stroke. And I think that little bit of decisiveness, that little bit of snap of the knees is just causing them to be that little bit more powerful. It's a really aggressive stroke, and Perkins, they're rowing beautifully there over on the left-hand side of your picture on the Berkshire bank, but just, you know, the power from Green Lake just isn't being matched here.
No, we talked earlier about how some crews spend a bit of time in other boat classes throughout the course of the season. Perkins are a good example of this. They haven't spent a lot of time in the 8. They've got 2 boats here at the regatta, one here in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy and one in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Quad. And they've not spent a lot of time, as I say, in this 8, just gelling the pieces together, conditioning. And I actually think that may negatively impact them as they come in to the closing stages of this race, because they won't have the knowledge, the cohesion to really knit it together. And Green Lake just continuing with that chunky, very aggressive style of racing, but it's continuing to power them on towards what looks like a possible victory here.
Yeah, and to the contrary, Green Lake will have spent all season in this 8. You know, they've got a litter of results across, you know, their local championships, all as part of the Women's 8, running all the way up to the national championships, and they are a length ahead. And I doubt very much that Sir William Perkins have enough room left here on this course to be able to make that kind of impact. In fact, I think Green Lake are continuing to pull away here. It's great that they've got a little GoPro camera there launched on the stern of their boat, recording their trip over here to Henley Royal Regatta. I hope that we get to see some of that footage at some point, and I just love that they really feel the want and the desire to come and compete here at this iconic event, Tom.
Absolutely, the appeal is enduring and global at Henley Royal Regatta. You can see there the backs of the Perkins crew. Alina Hollingshead in the bow seat. Her Henley debut, just 16 years old. She won a gold at the Junior Inter-Regionals in a pair representing the Thames Upriver East this season. So an athlete potentially for the future, but at the moment it's all about the present, and this Green Lake crew continuing to motor on. They've been very attritional, I think, in their approach to this race, Camilla. They didn't didn't necessarily make a huge impact in the opening stages, despite that very sort of punchy start, but they've continued to eat away at Perkins, just moving out stroke by stroke, seat by seat, and that is looking like it's going to take them to victory.
Yeah, it is indeed looking like it's going to take them to victory, and no let-up in that nice, punchy, aggressive style. The outfit from Seattle, from Washington State, and the Cox going absolutely wild. Lucy McNeil's the 18-year-old in the Coxswain seat. She put on her bio that she is the silliest. Well, indeed, that silliness, that fun, that's what creates a really fast crew, and Green Lake can certainly attest to that they are a fast crew to be reckoned with here in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy as they beat out Sir William Perkins School. Well, there we go. That was the final race of the day here on day 2 of Henley Royal Regatta. What a stunning day it has been. The sunshine has held out. The scenes here are brilliant. And Tom, you know, what a day of racing we've had.
Yeah, Camilla, you don't need to sell me on the virtues of this regatta. It's one of my favourite places on earth, and as you say, the racing on the water has matched the vibes off of it. It's been a stunning day of competition, and it just leaves us wanting more. Thankfully, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, looking forward to doing it all again.
Indeed, looking forward to doing it all again on day 3, the Thursday here at Henley Royal Regatta. That's a sign-off from me, Camilla Hadden-Horrocks, and Tom Morgan here in the commentary box, and Ali Vance will take you through the remainder of today.
Well, it's been another fantastic session. Some great rivalries out on the water, and a particularly spicy head-to-head earlier between London Rowing Club A and London Rowing Club B in the brand new Danesfield Challenge Cup. Lizzie, and when you drew your teammates, what did that feel like?
I think there was a slight element of, you know, you're quite like, oh, gutted, because it just, we train against these guys all the time, and it's lovely to train against them and also great to race against them, but you know, we got on with it, and I think it was actually an opportunity to showcase the work we've been doing all year when we've been sculling. So it was a little bit like at first, and then, you know, we realised it was a great opportunity.
Laura, you were in the A team, A crew winning. How comfortable was it out there? I mean, it looked pretty close.
It wasn't comfortable at all.
I think this is the amazing thing, is that, like Lizzie said, we've been training together all year, and it has been like dog eat dog the whole time, and we really like push each other on, and we're always supporting each other, and actually it is always a tough race no matter what, and we've had times where the B crew have been beating us in the A crew, and obviously vice versa, but yeah, it's always a challenge, and they really put up a fight today.
Yeah. Pressure was on you, I guess, as the A crew.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's more of a privilege than the pressure. Like we've all fought, we've all put in the same work. We're just the 4 that have been privileged enough to get that seat. It could have been really any swap, and there still could have been an A boat and a very strong London boat. You could have swapped half the crew, and there still would have been a really good performance. If it would have just been the B crew, that would have been a really, really good performance, and it still was a really good performance. So I think, yes, pressure, but also, yeah, really big privilege to be able to row with 7 other girls who have a really, really high standard.
Julia, you were part of the B crew. You fought and you pushed them pretty hard. Were you pleased with the performance out there?
Yeah, I mean, going into the race, you know you're a B crew, but I'm really proud of our mindset. I mean, we went in saying, you know, whatever happens in the race, we want to come off the water and say that was the best row we could have had. And I think the standard of our race and the standard of sculling at London Rowing Club is just so high now that we can have such tight margins. Yeah, definitely.
It's fantastic to have this new event, Danesfield Challenge Cup, one of 3 new events at Henley this year. Well done, girls. Good luck in the next round. That is day 2 done and dusted. There will be highlights coming out on YouTube a little later, and we'll resume racing on day 3 at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll see you then.